At the zenith of your power, I shall yield; in your decline, I shall ascend. The pursuit of immortality is the essence of cultivation. Yet life has its inevitable conclusion, necessitating relentless practice to attain the status of a sage or an emperor, thereby prolonging one's existence. However, Chun Xia's journey took a divergent path since his transmigration. He has been endowed with eternal life and an attribute point system. For each additional year he lives, he acquires an attribute point. Thus, the myriad realms await. Chapter 1. I Must Survive. Chun Xia has crossed over, bearing the identity of an immortal. Moreover, within his mind resides a system for allocating attribute points, categorized into 3 options: strength, magic, and fortune. With each passing year, he earns an attribute point currently. The timer reads 0 years and 1 day. He exhales, feeling that his seemingly boundless lifespan makes living for hundreds or even thousands of years utterly feasible. This system is an unreserved gift of points. At this moment, he remains unaware of the gravity of the situation. He only perceives the sudden turbulence in the air, akin to the fierce gust preceding a torrential downpour. A resounding roar echoes from the heavens, reminiscent of the thunderous growl before a storm. The sky darkens, casting a shadow over dozens of miles, heralding the imminent arrival of a tempest. Chun Xia pays little heed, dismissing it as merely a heavy rainstorm. Standing atop the mountain, beneath the sprawling branches of a great tree, he feels a sense of vulnerability and contemplates descending to seek refuge on a small slope from the rain. Boom! The sound from the heavens intensifies, as if a breach has been torn in the sky, with thunder roaring unabashedly. Chun Xia sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head. A sudden tempest rushed towards him. He looked up. High above, an enormous hand loomed over the sky, with thunder resembling serpents entwined within its grasp, swirling and rolling. Beneath this colossal hand lay a town shrouded in shadows, where panicked crowds surged forth from the city gates, desperate to flee. Ants out of cold, emotionless scoff reverberated like a thunderous echo across the heavens, rolling forth with an inexorable chill. The hand descended without a trace of mercy. It was akin to the obliteration of mere insects. This was the last scene Chun Xia beheld before being rendered unconscious by the ensuing shockwave. When he regained consciousness, the town had vanished, leaving behind only a vast handprint, deeply etched into the earth, utterly replacing the former settlement. The frantic masses that had fled were no more, erased along with the town. For dozens of miles, perhaps even 100, Chun Xia stood as the sole survivor. From that moment forth, he resolved to seek a secluded place for meditation. Determined to outlast these celestial beings alone, he embarked on a long and arduous journey, in search of a suitable sanctuary for his retreat. Along the way, he faced numerous hardships, such as roadside bandits and the forces of the authorities, all of which posed significant obstacles to his quest. Yet who is Chun Xia? Embracing the philosophy of if you cannot defeat them, join them, Chun Xia successfully acquired the qualifications of a bandit. Subsequently, during an official search, his commendable performance and valuable tips earned him the status of a constable. He settled into his position within the government, planning to accumulate some wealth before retreating into seclusion for countless years, allowing his attributes to amass before taking further action. Presently, he lacked any cultivation methods and could only await enhancements from the system. Legends of cultivators circulated among mortals, with some even infiltrating their ranks. Although the lowest-tier practitioners were significantly stronger than ordinary humans, the situation would be more manageable if they belonged to reputable sects. However, if they were rogue cultivators from sinister factions, the massacre of an entire town would be a trivial matter. Such occurrences are not uncommon in today's realm. There was even a notorious case of a golden core evil cultivator who assassinated an emperor and crowned himself in his stead. Fortunately for Chun Xia, the town in which he resided was remote and resource-scarce, devoid of any ancient formidable beings' relics or caves, resulting in a millennia-long absence of cultivators. Moreover, Chun Xia conducted his affairs with great caution. As a government constable, he ensured that protection fees were kept within an affordable range for merchants. On occasions when merchants voiced grievances, Chun Xia would even return a portion of their silver. Thus, his reputation among fellow constables was exemplary, earning him admiration from the merchants in the town, who often remarked that never had there been a bandit so much, akin to a constable. Indeed, in the eyes of the merchants, there exists little distinction between the town's constables and the robbers. The constables merely operate under the auspices of authority, collecting slightly less. However, Chen Xia is different. He genuinely collects less. That it is as though he merely goes through the motions, with the amount dictated by the merchants themselves, ranging from a single copper coin to a tael of silver, underscored by a singular principle: never to overcharge, and to accept less if possible. Collecting money is a means of survival, while accepting less is an act of integrity. The merchants of the town are genuinely moved, and whenever Chen Xia is mentioned, they raise their thumbs in commendation. It has been ages since this town has seen such a conscientious brigand. Constable. Due to his favorable reputation, Chen Xia was even honored as the outstanding constable of Weishi Town this year, earning a modicum of merit. Yet this was not Chen Xia's primary concern. What truly occupied his thoughts was the imminent arrival of his first attribute point from the system following this day. As night fell, shortly past midnight, Chen Xia concealed himself within a cave outside the town, ensuring his safety before commencing the allocation of his points. Strength, mana, fortune. Were Chen Xia 12 years old, he would have chosen fortune, enamored by the notion of a protagonist's halo, even fantasizing about being the hero himself. Had he been 18, he would have opted for mana, intrigued by the allure of fire manipulation, water conjuring, and object control. Each sounded so dazzling, a temptation no newly minted adult could easily resist. But now, at 26, he must contemplate his future with greater seriousness than a mature man must possess strength. Thus, Chen Xia chose power. With a resounding voice echoing in Chen Xia's mind, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from within him, as his body temperature surged, transforming into a warm glow that released steam. His fists gradually stiffened, resembling iron, as the abundant energy swirled within, yearning to be unleashed. Chen Xia struck a nearby, small stone with his fist. According to the principles of middle school physics, smaller stones are generally more challenging to shatter. However, after Chen Xia's blow, when he lifted his hand, the small stone had been reduced to a fine powder, amalgamated with the earth. As documented in the texts, the capability to crush stones indicates a force equivalent to 3 newtons, while 9 newtons signifies a cultivator in the qi refining stage. The small stone Chen Xia struck was more formidable than ordinary gravel, having been pulverized directly into dust. Thus it was not merely a trivial task. It was likely stronger than 3 newtons. Though the exact measure eluded him after all, it was not as though he could truly engage in a skirmish with a bull. He adjusted his attire, shedding the sweat-drenched garments, donning only the outer official robe. In the midst of this frigid winter, he felt no chill, but rather a sense of warmth. Chen Xia, disinclined to use a shovel, unleashed a punch against the mound of earth before him, causing it to collapse, and he emerged slowly from the fallen heap. In the night. A few drunken men meandered outside when suddenly a hand emerged from a mound of earth. Their inebriation was swiftly shaken as one exclaimed to his companion, "Nyozi, what you see over there? Ergo, why are you shouting?" "There's no need for such alarm," Nyozi rebuked, but as he followed Ergis' gaze, he was taken aback, causing his bottle to slip from his grasp as he gasped, "By heavens, it's a corpse transformation." The group of intoxicated men hastily fled down the hill, not daring to linger, their voices echoing in urgency. "Quick, summon Taoist Mu Xieyang. He's the expert we need." From the soil, Chen Xia emerged, shaking off the dirt, rolling his eyes at the fleeing figures. "What use is Mu Xieyang? Even if you summon Lin Zhengying, it would be futile. He is not a zombie." With a cheerful tune, Chen Xia ambled down the hill, humming, "Little conch, blabbering nonsense. The seagull hears it and flies aimlessly." The day after the new year, a calamity befell Tiley Creek town. The youngest son of the wealthy Guo family lay dead, his eyes vacant, his complexion pallid, and his frame emaciated. The entire constabulary of Tiley Creek town mobilized to investigate this grave matter. Chapter 2. Conscription by Heavens. This one is truly the ultimate reward, Chen Xia exclaimed, gazing at the lifeless body of the wealthy family's son. His colleague, intrigued, inquired, "What reward are you referring to?" Chen Xia elucidated, "It is the craftsmanship inherited from our ancestors." Ah, the constable nodded in understanding, then glanced at the spiritless corpse of the affluent young man, affirming his thoughts. He certainly knew how to reward himself. "What are you rambling about?" The captain of the constables interjected sharply, then added in a hushed tone, "While lascivious matters may diminish one's vitality, they are hardly fatal. This seems more akin to malevolent forces at play. Well then, this is not within our purview. Let us seek out Taoist Mu Sheong at the town entrance. He specializes in such matters," Chen Xia replied. Indeed, his colleague hastily concurred. As constables, despite holding an official title, they were not akin to the soldiers guarding the city and had no need to exert themselves unduly. He recollected the 3 cardinal principles imparted to him by his predecessors in the constabulary. 1. Collect protection fees punctually. 2. Silence the ungrateful merchants. 3. Retreat unharmed when confronted by evildoers. These malevolent forces posed far greater danger than mere criminals, and it was prudent to avoid entanglement. Chen Xia shared this sentiment. Having just begun his career, he had only accrued a single attribute point, and it was ill-advised to invite conflict. After a moment's contemplation, the captain murmured, "In truth, incidents of this nature are not unprecedented. A decade ago, I was merely a novice constable when a similar incident transpired. How time flies, reflecting back on those 10 years. Chen Xia expressed mild astonishment, yet he reasoned that if such occurrences were so rare, there was little cause for trepidation. After all, in 10 years, once his strengths had accumulated, it would be uncertain who would prevail. This case was undeniably bizarre. The constables were at a loss, merely scouring the wealthy family's abode for clues over the course of several days. Ultimately, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to uncover a shred of evidence. While the scene of death could not possibly be attributed to suicide, the captain of the constables, weary of the investigation, imparted a piece of sage advice. "Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Isn't it better to live a few more years?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xia felt a jolt of energy surge through him. He had much to express but restrained himself, merely sighing in acknowledgement. There was indeed wisdom in his words. Would it not be better to live longer? Moreover, he could only grow stronger with time. The matter seemed destined to fade into obscurity. However, the patriarch of the affluent family was unwilling to let it rest. As a local gentry, he had the rare joy of having a young son in his old age, whom he cherished deeply. The sudden death of the child, with only daughters remaining, threatened to extinguish the lineage of the wealthy family. Consequently, he expended a considerable fortune to enlist the services of the esteemed Taoist priest from the town, seeking to uncover the truth. From this point onward, the matter would no longer involve the constables. Chen Xia diligently collects protection fees each month and during his idle moments. He seeks out tales of cultivators to ensure his own safety, adhering to the principle of fostering benevolent relationships and minimizing malevolence. He frequently engages in charitable acts within the town. For instance, he lends both financial and physical assistance to the impoverished widow, Mrs. Wang, who has long struggled in her circumstances. Chen Xia also extends his support to wayward young women, guiding them towards becoming renowned entertainers. His treatment of both genders is marked by equality. He not only aids women but also readily offers assistance to men in distress. If a husband discovers his wife's infidelity, Chen Xia compassionately advises him, and during domestic disputes, he often intervenes as a peacemaker. Even stray dogs on the street find solace in his kindness, as he treats them to meals at buffets. Consequently, it is no surprise that he has once again been awarded the title of Outstanding Constable for the 2nd consecutive year, a recognition he had not anticipated. For his second attribute point, Chen Xia chose to invest it in strength. Drawing from his previous experience, he refrained from ascending the mountain and instead locked the door, opting to enhance himself indoors. The enhancement was successful, raising his strength to 2. As soon as the voice in his mind echoed, he felt an unparalleled power surging through his body, as if he had been tempered through countless trials, rendering him more resilient than steel and fiercer than any beast. The entire enhancement process concluded swiftly within a minute. Chen Xia exhaled a cloud of steam, the temperature remarkably high, and casually grasped the blade of a kitchen knife. Applying a sudden and forceful grip, the kitchen knife twisted effortlessly, akin to rice paper, emitting a sharp shattering sound as it was manipulated by Chen Xia, continually morphing in form. Ultimately, it transformed into a distorted iron sphere, which fell to the ground with a resounding clang upon his release. He now felt imbued with immense strength, perhaps even more than that. Chen Xia sensed that he could effortlessly vanquish a wild tiger with a single punch and crush a pack of wolves. He was content with the current rhythm of his life. In the third year, the authorities dispatched officials to the town to conscript soldiers, citing a war with a foreign nation and a shortage of military personnel necessitating a nationwide draft. Naturally, the first to be summoned were the town's constables. As officials, they had received training and were more competent than the average individual, having previously been supported by the state as salary. Now they were required to serve the government in return. This was a customary practice. In past conflicts, constables were always the first to be conscripted, followed by the able-bodied men from the farming community. However, there was a notable stipulation regarding the conscription. Solitary individuals were generally exempted. Those without familial ties had fewer attachments and were less fearful of the consequences of desertion, even if they chose to side with the enemy during wartime. They bore no concerns. Consequently, such individuals were typically not drafted. For instance, Chen Xia was provided an exemption on the grounds that he had been recognized as an outstanding constable twice, which made him feel that good deeds indeed receive their just rewards. Meanwhile, the other constables, those with families, were preparing to head to the battlefield, including the captain of the constables. As the captain of the constabulary took his leave, he found Chen Xia and implored him to undertake a task. As he prepared to enter the battlefield, uncertain of when he might return, if at all, perhaps to become just another pile of bones, it mattered little to him personally. However, he could not shake the worry that lingered in his heart. Among the constables, he believed Chen Xia possessed the most admirable character, thus he requested that he look after. Rest assured, Captain, I will take good care of your sister-in-law, Chen Xia interjected eagerly, nodding and patting his chest. The captain paused, gazing deeply at Chen Xia before shaking his head. Not a sister-in-law. It is my 15-year-old daughter, Su Jun. Oh, a young girl. This I can manage. Chen Xia quickly affirmed with a nod. The captain, perplexed by Chen Xia's response, continued, I have left behind a considerable sum of money in the house, intended for my daughter's future expenses and as a token of your efforts. You must care for her well, and do not let me down. Of course. Chen Xia nodded earnestly. Indeed, the captain replied, nodding in return, yet choosing to say no more. With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned and walked away slowly, his silhouette blending with the setting sun, revealing an unmistakable sense of desolation. As he ventured off to the battlefield, he might indeed become just another heap of bones, marking a lonely grave. After the onset of autumn, Chen Xia remained the sole constable in the entire town of Weishi. Chapter 3: A Night of Darkness and Wind. Where murders occur, the daughter of the captain of the constabulary, Su Jun, pondered silently as she approached the threshold of her father's residence. She first scaled the wall and peered inside, but found no sign of life. Descending, she knocked firmly on the door twice and called out, Su Jun, it's your brother Chen. Inside, hurried footsteps echoed, quickly approaching the door, which opened gently to reveal a small head and a pair of sparkling eyes. Chen, brother Chen, hello, she greeted with a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of shyness. Hello, hello, Chen Xia replied, smiling warmly. He continued, from now on, I shall take care of you. Your father should have informed you, correct? Su Jin nodded awkwardly, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, betraying her nervousness. Then I shall go fetch my clothes and bedding to stay here, Chen Xia suggested. Su Jin was taken aback. Her fair face quickly flushed a rosy hue. She hastily shook her head, exclaiming, No, that is far too soon. Besides, I'm not of age yet, and even when I am, it doesn't necessarily mean it will be you, brother Chen. Although you are indeed a good person, I must respectfully decline for now. She completed her declaration in one breath, lowering her hands to her abdomen and bowing respectfully to Chen Xia, as if she had just delivered a well-rehearsed refusal. Chen Xia found himself momentarily bewildered, as he had merely intended to move in to care for Su Jun. Upon careful reflection, it is indeed easy to be misunderstood, thus, it is best to let it go, as he does not wish to impose. If there is anything needed, one may simply seek me out. Brother Chen resides just across the street, in the third house, Chen Xia advised. Understood, Su Jun quickly nodded, her youthful face still tinged with a hint of embarrassment. At merely 15 years of age, Su Jun, a young girl with no one at home, despite her maturity and ability to take care of household chores, found certain matters beyond her capacity. Consequently, Chen Xia began to assist her. For instance, when it came to purchasing meat, vegetables, or clothing. It was inevitable that a young girl like Su Jun would be easily misled at the market. The mere thought of being deceived is frustrating enough, but the annoyance of being subjected to arbitrary price hikes is even worse. Therefore, it was Chun Xia who took on the responsibility of procuring goods for Su Jun. In this marketplace, he truly held sway, especially now that the patrolling officers had vacated the area. From cooking essentials such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, to stationery and even intimate garments, it was Chun Xia who facilitated these purchases for Su Jun. Remarkably, he did not require any funds from her. He utilized his own earnings, which were modest in amount, as he consistently managed to secure substantial discounts, at least 50%, with no upper limit. Initially, Su Jun felt somewhat uncomfortable, but she soon acclimated to this arrangement, though she still blushed when Chun Xia bought her undergarments. Beyond these errands, Chun Xia also took the time to educate Su Jun, imparting knowledge in mathematics and physics. A swordsman, leaping from a height of 100 meters, unsheathed his blade, yet failed to fell his adversary. However, under identical circumstances, when he descended from a height of 10,000 meters, he pierced his foe completely through. What could account for this phenomenon? Had the swordsman not exerted his full strength initially? Su Jun blinked her bright, glistening eyes, pondering innocently. Incorrect, Chun Xia replied, shaking his head. Su Jun furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating for an extended period, yet she could not discern the reasoning and was compelled to inquire, why is that? With a grand gesture, Chun Xia proclaimed, it is due to gravitational acceleration. Su Jun's pupils widened, and in that moment, a new door of understanding opened within her mind. Physics. Moreover, Chun Xia would astound Su Jun with his seemingly magical feats, such as compressing a kitchen knife into a spherical shape with his bare hands or pulverizing stones into dust. Each time, Su Jun's eyes would widen in wonder, exclaiming how marvelous it was. In truth, there was nothing truly miraculous about it. The explanation was quite simple. Chun Xia merely possessed great strength. As the days leisurely passed, the remote town of Weishi remained untouched by the ravages of war. In the fourth year, Chun Xia opted to further enhance his strength, enabling him to punch the ground with such force that he created depressions as deep as his arm. Even a mere stomp would leave a crater behind. His every movement exuded brute strength. Consequently, Chun Xia had to temper his power in his daily activities. Yet, the tranquility of Weishi began to waver as chaos loomed. Hunters venturing into the mountains met their demise, and those who escaped spoke of being slain by marauders. As the sole constable of the town, Chun Xia felt compelled to venture into the mountains for reconnaissance. Upon his arrival, he found no trace of bandits. Instead, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a hunter, pierced by a large blade. Chun Xia brought the hunter's remains back, instilling a sense of dread among the townsfolk. Historically, bandits are often deserters from battlefields, preying upon remote villages. If they possess any semblance of conscience, they may only seek wealth, sparing lives. However, should they be devoid of humanity, they demand both riches and lives. Given the current state of affairs, with military forces stretched thin and a notable absence of soldiers, many able-bodied men having disappeared, Chun Xia was left as the sole protector. How could he possibly confront a band of marauders? Wealthy families in Weishi town began fleeing to the city, while those without means resigned themselves to fate, hoping for a modicum of mercy from the bandits. Chun Xia undertook 2 expeditions to the mountains, yet failed to locate the bandits, resulting in a directive for the townspeople to remain within the safety of the town for the time being. In light of the current circumstances, it was conceivable that spies for the bandits lurked among them. He urged the residents to remain vigilant for any unfamiliar faces, instructing them to report any sightings to him promptly. With no alternatives, the townsfolk could only lament the increasingly dire state of their lives. First, there were the malevolent entities, then conscription, and now, the direct threat of bandits. Indeed, peace seemed but a distant memory. In the depths of the mountains, a group of bandits convened, engaged in fervent discussion. Approaching them with haste was a figure, the blacksmith from Weishi town, his countenance adorned with a sycophantic smile as he addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, we have gathered the information. The leader among the bandits has emerged, dragging a heavy blade along the ground, leaving a scar in the earth. He inquired, what news do you bring? The blacksmith quickly nodded with a smile, explaining that Tail Creek town currently has but a single constable, and the soldiers in the city are of no assistance to Tail Creek. Many affluent individuals have fled to the city. Damn it, the burly man cursed. spitting on the ground, and scolded, "They've taken all my silver and run off." The blacksmith promptly waved his hand, reassuring him that it was of no concern. Although they may have fled, the merchants in Tail Creek remain, and with them, there is ample opportunity for profit. "Huh," the burly man scoffed, "it better be so, or you shall be accountable for the missing silver." Cold sweat trickled down the blacksmith's forehead as he nodded vigorously, assuring him that the brothers would certainly not fall short. "It better be so," the burly man said, resting his hand on his waist, and inquired further, "You say there is but one constable left in Tail Creek?" "Indeed, indeed," the blacksmith quickly affirmed, adding, "This remaining constable is the youngest, having just taken office a few years ago. He poses no significant threat." "Heh, you seem to have a keen insight," the burly man said with a slight smile. The blacksmith mirrored the smile, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Boss, we had an agreement." The burly man nodded. "Of course, as long as the brothers earn enough, you shall not be overlooked. Furthermore," the blacksmith's eyes sparkled with a glint of greed as he eagerly proclaimed, "and then there's the promised young lady, Sujun." "Indeed," the burly man nodded, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, you shall not be left wanting. Simply bide your time." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith hurriedly expressed his gratitude and departed. On the second night, the darkness was profound, and the wind howled fiercely. A band of marauders stealthily descended the mountain. It was a night shrouded in shadow and tempest, ripe for deeds of bloodshed. Chapter 4. The bandits' invasion in the depths of the night. As the clock struck midnight, the townsfolk, devoid of any diversions, had retreated into slumber, extinguishing the flickering flames of their candles in anticipation of a peaceful night's rest. However, Chun Xia remained awake, wandering the streets with a grand lantern in hand. The bandit cavalry favored nocturnal exploits, and with the town unguarded in the dead of night, vigilance was paramount. Thus, Chun Xia leisurely strolled, ready to thwart any malevolent deeds should he encounter the marauders. As he meandered, boredom began to creep in. He leaned against the walls of neighboring courtyards, producing a handful of sunflower seeds to alleviate his tedium. Just as he had consumed a couple of seeds, his gaze sharpened. In the distance, he discerned flickering lights rapidly approaching the entirety of Tail Creek town. With a swift motion, he leapt down from the wall, clutching his lantern, and hurried towards the source of illumination. At the town's entrance, the blacksmith, who had rushed out to meet the bandits, greeted them with a sycophantic grin. "Over here, chief," he exclaimed. The leader of the bandits, a burly man with a fierce countenance, cast a wary glance at him and demanded, "Which house shall we visit first?" The bandits, in their plundering, would systematically target each residence, binding and subduing the inhabitants before methodically extracting their wealth. The blacksmith, still smiling obsequiously, gestured inwardly and hastily replied, "Let us begin with the house at the head of the town. There resides only a young girl. Her father was the former captain of the constabulary, but he has been conscripted. There should be a substantial amount of silver left behind." "Haha," the burly man grinned widely. "This little girl must be the one you desire, am I right?" "Indeed, indeed, how astute you are, esteemed leader," the blacksmith quickly flattered. The man rested his hand on the hilt of his long knife and chuckled. "I am quite curious to see what this young lady looks like, to captivate you so profoundly. If she is truly exceptional, would you mind if I indulge myself first?" The blacksmith shivered, his pupils contracting, and offered no reply. "What's this?" The man's gaze narrowed, a hint of frost creeping into his tone. "Do you wish to savor her alone?" "And no, esteemed leader, please go ahead." The blacksmith hastily nodded. "That's more like it," the man replied, signaling to his band of rogues to tread lightly as they approached Su Zhan's abode with stealth. The sound of knocking resonated steadily. The bandits refrained from scaling the walls, not out of reluctance, but because the accursed courtyard walls had been fortified with numerous sharp spikes, a handiwork of Chun Xia, designed to deter any thieving intentions towards Su Zhan. The bandits dared not force their way in, fearing they might alert their quarry. Hence they sent the blacksmith to knock. Inside, light footsteps echoed briefly before coming to a halt, followed by silence. The blacksmith knocked again. "Who is it?" Su Zhan's melodious voice finally emerged from within. The blacksmith's lips curled into a lecherous smile as he suppressed his inner turmoil, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible as he responded. "Xiao Su, it's me, the blacksmith from the town. Officer Chen sent me to check on you, saying that there might be bandits entering the town. Please, open the door." Su Zhan furrowed her elegant brows, her slender figure wrapped in a thin nightgown. Yet she did not approach the door. Chun Xia had advised her that during the night, she should not open the door for anyone. If she heard any sounds of the door being forced, she was to shout for help and escape through the back tunnel. This tunnel connected to Chun Xia's home. Thus, when Chun Xia came to find her, he would not knock, but would directly use the tunnel. Instantly, Su Zhen became vigilant, remaining silent and planning to flee through the tunnel. Xiao Su, what are you doing? Open the door for me. The blacksmith called out urgently. However, there was no response from within. The bandits, growing impatient, swiftly severed the door lock with a single stroke and kicked the door open. Su Zhen had just retreated back into the room, the sound of the closing door echoing in the silence. Trying to hide, the burly man scoffed, brandishing his large knife as he advanced into Su Zhen's chamber. Xiao Su, come out. We mean you no harm, the blacksmith urged, his eyes glinting with greed. Fearful that if the bandits were too ruthless, they might harm Su Zhen, thus ruining her beauty. Su Zhen anxiously pushed aside the table that blocked the tunnel, preparing to unlock the door above it, only to find herself unable to locate the key. The bandits were drawing nearer, their heavy footsteps echoing like sharp blades, pressing against Su Zhen's heart, nearly suffocating her. As panic ensued, Su Zhen's mind became increasingly muddled, almost echoing the frantic rhythm of her own heartbeat. The bandits drew closer, their approach accompanied by the ominous sound of blades scraping against the ground, reminiscent of hungry wolves poised to devour their prey. The atmosphere was stifling, pressing down upon her to the utmost degree. Su Zhen's breathing quickened, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. She felt as though she were drowning, desperately seeking a lifeline. What are you all doing? A resounding voice pierced through the tension. Instantly, the taut strings of Su Zhen's heart relaxed. She sensed that salvation was at hand. Yet, anxiety swiftly flooded back as she hurried to the window to peer outside. The bandits halted in their advance, turning their gazes toward the source of the voice. It was a constable, lantern in hand. Haha. The burly leader let out a hearty laugh, pointing at Chun Xia and addressing the nearby blacksmith. Is this truly your town's only constable? The blacksmith nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, it's him, Chun Xia. He shares a close bond with Su Zhen, and now he has come to interfere with our plans. There was a hint of jealousy and resentment in the blacksmith's tone. The leader shook his head, feigning regret. Then after today, your Tail Creek town shall be without a constable, haha. Chun Xia recognized the intruders as bandits. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the blacksmith was a traitor. Moreover, it seemed that the blacksmith harbored inappropriate intentions towards Su Zhen. Chun Xia set the lantern aside and laid down the dagger at his waist. Haha, what are you planning? Do you intend to surrender? But we would not accept your surrender, the burly bandit scoffed, gesturing towards his groin. Why don't you crawl through my legs, bow a few times, and call me grandfather? I might consider sparing your life. Haha. The bandits erupted in mocking laughter. Su Zhen peered out from the window, her heart twisting with anxiety. With her hands clasped together, she fervently prayed, O deities and bodhisattvas, please protect Brother Chun and ensure he comes to no harm. I beseech you. Chun Xia rolled up his sleeves and stood tall, pointing at the leading bandit. His eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light in the darkness, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Extending his hand, he calmly declared, You, come forward to meet your demise. The bandit was momentarily taken aback, then drew his large blade, revealing a cruel smile as he taunted, You wretch, have you lost your senses? Do you not know your own strength? You dare challenge me? I'll cleave you in two and toss your remains to the pigs. Chun Xia remained silent, turning his back to the knight as he strode purposefully towards the bandit. The latter's cruel smile widened. Since the young man was oblivious to his peril, he would simply sever him in two. Die, he bellowed, raising his blade high, its cold gleam flashing ominously in the air. This is the bone-slicing sword of the army, designed specifically to slay cavalry with a single stroke. It can sever the four legs of a warhorse, leaving the bones perfectly aligned. Only a warrior of such might can wield this formidable blade. A mere patrolman would be effortlessly cleaved in two. The blade whistled through the air, glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The robust figure of the man, alongside his menacing sword, rendered Chun Xia devoid of hope from every conceivable angle. The bandit nearby had already begun to grin, eager to relish the sight of the patrolman's dismembered corpse. Su Zhen closed her eyes, unwilling to confront the scene, and could only pray fervently in her heart. May the Bodhisattva protect him, may the deities safeguard him. Brother Chin will surely be fine. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, devoid of any sound, Su Jin opened her eyes in confusion. Chen Xiao's expression remained calm as he grasped the bone-slicing sword with one hand, effortlessly twisting it to detach the blade and cast it to the ground. He directed a scornful smile towards the burly man and inquired, "Is that all?" Chapter 5. A kill in 10 steps. The scene fell into a profound silence for a brief moment. The bandits could hardly believe their eyes, witnessing the seemingly ordinary constable shatter the bone-slicing blade as if it were a mere twig. Was this truly a human being? In their astonishment, one of the bandits stepped forward, addressing Chen Xia with a tone of reverence. "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, from which sect of the martial world do you hail? My brothers and I were unaware, and we sincerely apologize for our offense. We implore your mercy, and we shall recompense you handsomely after this matter." Chen Xia flicked his fingers, gently striking the suspended bone-slicing blade. The weapon trembled violently, and a fine crack appeared at its center, rapidly expanding like a spider's web until it enveloped the entire blade. With a shattering sound, the bone-slicing blade crumbled to the ground like shards of glass. The burly man stood in a daze, having never encountered such overwhelming force, rendered speechless. It was evident that they had indeed stumbled upon a formidable opponent. The bandit who had initially spoken hastily continued, "Hero, we are but soldiers from the borderlands. Severely wounded on the battlefield, we fled to escape death. After enduring much hardship, we have finally recovered and seek only to gather some wealth to return to our homeland. We harbor no ill intent. I beseech you, spare our lives. We possess a considerable sum in the mountains, and if you grant us mercy, we shall lead you to it." Chen Xia tilted his head, scrutinizing the man. His attire bore a scholarly air, and his slender physique suggested he was a strategist among the bandits. Such individuals are utterly detestable, for their nefarious schemes often emerge as their finest creations. The imposing figure at the forefront spoke up, "Let us converse amicably. I have an elder brother in the realm, merely 10 miles distant, known as Yang Gang, the master of flowers. I trust you are familiar with him." Chen Xia frowned, embodying a cautious demeanor, and inquired, "Is he formidable?" The burly man nodded vigorously, hastening to declare, "He can shatter stone with his bare hands, breach solid walls with his fists, and staunch the flow of rivers with but a touch." Chen Xia blinked twice, pressing further, "Is that all?" He could effortlessly accomplish such feats once his strength reached level 2. The man, sensing Chen Xia's lack of astonishment, felt a twinge of unease, preparing to speak again. Suddenly, Chen Xia's hand darted forth like a venomous serpent, striking, so swift that it seemed to defy the very light itself. Yet, instead of striking the man's head, it hovered perilously close to his ear. The man felt a tightening in his chest, only to quickly reassure himself of the efficacy of his brother's renown. However, moments later, a tremendous gust of force erupted beside his ear, shattering his eardrum and surging violently into his skull. Within the span of mere breaths, blood streamed from the man's 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground, gradually succumbing to the void. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the bandits wide-eyed in shock and disbelief. It was only then that Chen Xia turned to face them, adjusting his garments slightly disheveled by the night breeze, and flashed a smile as he spoke. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Chen Xia, a distinguished patrol officer who has been honored as the exemplary guardian of Weishi Town for 4 consecutive terms. You may address me as Lord Patrol, though it matters little if you cannot remember, for after reincarnation, all will be forgotten. Implicitly, I declare that none of the marauders present shall escape alive. Spare my life. Noble hero, spare my life," pleads a bandit, resembling a strategist, as he kneels before me, begging for mercy. With a swift flick of my toes, I propel a small stone through the air. The sound of it slicing through the atmosphere reverberates as it penetrates the man's skull, ending his life in an instant. If you wish to beg for mercy, that is one thing. However, you may also attempt to resist or flee, I mutter nonchalantly, advancing toward the remaining bandits. "Charge forth. Brothers, let us fight this scoundrel." One of the marauders, emboldened, raises his blade and charges at me. I effortlessly parry his strike with a deft palm, seizing the falling blade and casting it aside, which again finds its mark in another's head. To slay a bandit takes but the briefest of moments, and I move with such grace that I find myself dispatching one foe with every 10 paces, embodying an effortless elegance. "Run. This man is a monster. We cannot defeat him. Flee at once," cries a bandit, his composure shattered as he attempts to scale the courtyard wall, heedless of the spikes above. Yet, his escape is short-lived, for I casually dispatch him with a stone kicked from my foot. In less than 10 minutes, over 20 marauders, including a blacksmith, have met their demise at my hands, while I remain untainted by their blood, my hands pristine. Su Jun gazed out of the window, lost in thought, astonished by the remarkable capabilities of Chun Gu, who had always taken care of her. Xiao Su, Chen Xia called out from within the house. Su Jun quickly opened the window and waved, Chen Gu. Seeing that Su Jun was unharmed, Chen Xia felt a sense of relief and remained in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the town mayor to make a decision. Su Jun joined Chen Xia on the railing, and despite the 20-odd corpses before them, she exhibited no fear, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Chen Xia. The following morning, early rising farmers discovered the hoofprints of bandits, prompting immediate alarm throughout the town. The residents grew wary, arming themselves with kitchen knives and rakes in search of danger. It wasn't too long before they stumbled upon the kicked-open door of Su Jun's home, blood still visible inside. A sense of dread filled their hearts as they hurried inside to investigate. What they encountered was even more shocking than they had anticipated. The bodies of over 20 bandits lay strewn about, each meeting a similar gruesome fate, pierced through the skull. Su Jun had indeed fallen asleep against the door, draped in a constable's coat. Chen Xia, meanwhile, was diligently recording the number of bandits in a notebook. Sensing the approach of others, he lifted his head and, upon seeing the crowd carrying farming tools, gestured for them to proceed. Everything is fine. Please fetch the town mayor, he instructed. The townspeople, filled with trepidation, hastily went to summon the mayor. Upon the arrival of the mayor, he held a wanted notice and scrutinized it carefully, confidently declaring, "Indeed, these are the bandits from outside." The description matches perfectly with the notice issued by the local authorities. The residents were taken aback, realizing that the bandits had truly infiltrated the town under the cover of night. However, their astonishment deepened upon discovering that all the intruders lay dead, with only Chen Xia present at the scene. Could it be that Chen Xia had taken action? Sensing the crowd's bewilderment, Chen Xia smiled and remarked, "I have practiced martial arts since childhood and was fortunate enough to inherit the skills of a renowned hero from the martial world. Slaying a few bandits is a trivial matter. To put it more succinctly, it could be expressed as, I have been formidable since my youth. Killing a few bandits is like slaughtering chickens." The residents interpreted it this way, and their gazes towards Chen Xia brimmed with admiration. "Oh, and I also dealt with the blacksmith who colluded with the bandits," he added. The residents nodded in agreement, recalling the blacksmith's penchant for dubious activities. And it was no surprise that he would engage in treachery. Even before, some had suspected the blacksmith to be an informant for the bandits within the town, though lacking evidence to substantiate the claim. The mayor examined the corpses of the bandits closely and suddenly paused upon recognizing the leader among them. He remained silent until everyone had departed, at which point he summoned Chen Xia and spoke with concern, "Young Xia, the leader you have slain among these bandits is known as Yang Li. He has a brother named Yang Gang. Are you aware of this?" Chen Xia pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "It seems I have heard of it, but what does it matter?" The town mayor shook his head. "You may not be aware, but his brother is a notorious bully within several dozen miles, using his martial skills to oppress others. Recently, I have heard that he has even established connections with the Immortal Sect." "The Immortal Sect?" Chen Xia inquired, his mind conjuring the terrifying image of an immortal single-handedly annihilating a city on his first day here. If it were indeed such an immortal, then there would be no need for conflict. Perhaps it would be wise for the entire town to flee. The mayor elaborated. "This immortal sect is located 100 miles away and has risen to prominence over the past 2 centuries, founded by a disciple of an extraterrestrial sect. It is said that they possess terrifying abilities, able to sever rivers with one hand and conjure fire and water at will. So, it's merely a disciple of an immortal sect," Chen Xia thought, as the mayor's words reassured him that it was not particularly formidable. Certainly not comparable to the immortal capable of single-handedly decimating a city. The mayor continued, "Yang Gang possesses some talent and was accepted as a disciple by the immortal sect. He left 2 years ago, and it is uncertain when he will return. It could be in 10 years or even 20. Time spent cultivating in the mountains is unpredictable, but when he returns, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance for Yang Li." Upon hearing this, Chen Xia felt somewhat relieved. If it would indeed take decades, what was there to fear? He could take his time to prepare. By the time Yang Gang returns, the roles of hunter and hunted may very well be reversed. The mayor sighed and shook his head, scrutinizing Chen Xia. He advised, perhaps you should take the bounty for the bandits and hastily escape to another place, living your life in peace. I don't need that. Chen Xia shook his head and articulated an irrefutable argument that a town mayor could not contest. I am quite remarkable. After vanquishing the bandits, Chen Xia earned accolades and was successfully promoted to the distinguished position of the sole captain of the patrol squad. It is likely that upon the mayor's retirement, the position will also be his. Su Jun, now advanced in years, exhibited little interest in the traditional feminine pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, instead favoring martial arts. Perhaps it was the sight of Chen Xia dispatching the bandits that ignited her desire to train in combat. Aspiring to become a hero like him, and she playfully implored Chen Xia to teach her. Xia Gu, please impart your knowledge to me. I wish to acquire some self-defense skills, for you cannot always be by my side. It was difficult to fathom that the typically bashful Su Jun would utter such words. Perhaps her prolonged companionship with Chen Xia had fostered this newfound boldness. With his hands raised in exasperation, Chen Xia found himself at a loss. He certainly could not augment Su Jun's capabilities with mere points. Reluctantly, he entrusted her with a set of military boxing routines, encouraging her to practice diligently to strengthen her foundation, which would benefit her physique. To his surprise, the young lady took his advice to heart, rising each morning to perform the routines, diligently pressing her hands down and concentrating her energy, executing the movements with commendable precision. Thus, time passed in this leisurely manner. Each time, Chen Xia would allocate points to his strength until it reached a remarkable level of 10. In the 11th year, Chen Xia made an unusual decision. He ceased to enhance his strength and instead directed his focus towards fortifying his fortunes. It is well known that both strength and magical power can be attained through rigorous training. Although it is not an effortless endeavor, the prerequisites for acquiring them are relatively straightforward. However, the matter of fortune is an ethereal and elusive concept. Throughout history, the great bearers of fortune have been exceedingly rare, underscoring the scarcity of such luck. Previously, Chen Xia allocated points to strength out of an urgent necessity. Yet, the urgency has since diminished, allowing for a more measured approach. Thus, it is without question that he should now invest in fortune. Upon successfully allocating his points, a notification echoed, signifying the completion of his investment in fortune. 1. No extraordinary reaction ensued. Everything remained unchanged, as it had been before. Chen Xia raised his arm, noting the absence of any alterations. He shook his head, contemplating that the essence of fortune inherently lacks tangible transformation, and decided to observe further developments over time. From that day forth, Chen Xia frequently stumbled upon money. A casual stroll would yield several silver coins, and the total he collected in a week surpassed his monthly salary. Most remarkably, these coins remained unclaimed. Moreover, during his fishing excursions, as soon as he cast his line, the fish eagerly bit before the float even had the chance to rise. In less than 10 minutes, his wooden basin was filled to the brim with fish, leaving the elderly angler nearby utterly astonished. The most absurd aspect was that Chen Xia no longer needed bait on his hook. He would cast it into the water, and fish would still eagerly bite. The elderly fishermen were baffled, wondering if Chen Xia could truly be the reincarnation of a dragon king, given his remarkable prowess. Beyond fishing, he also excelled at hunting. Whenever he drew his bow, the rabbits, elk, and foxes in the forest would eagerly emerge to meet their fate. In less than half an hour, he had accomplished what other hunters achieved in an entire year, even managing to claim 2 targets with a single arrow before he grew bored and ceased his efforts. The other hunters watched in cold sweat, nearly witnessing the extinction of their quarry. Chen Xia's fortune had reached a level where it could influence nature itself. Furthermore, his strength had become formidable, with his points raised to 10, enabling him to shatter boulders with a mere punch and create a vacuum with a snap of his fingers. Su Jun, now 23, was of marriageable age but had yet to find a partner. Several matchmakers had visited the town, yet she remained non-committal, neither expressing a preference for any particular type of man nor rushing into matrimony, simply stating that the time was not right. Chen Xia paid little heed to these matters, allowing Su Jun to navigate her own path. However, as she aged, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, often accompanying him on patrols and frequently visiting his home. Chen Xia, now in his 30s, showed no signs of aging, retaining his youthful appearance. Brother Xia, I have prepared steamed fish for you. Do taste it, and tell me if the flavor pleases you. Brother Xia, shall we go fishing together? You caught all the fish last time, and I still haven't caught a single one. Xiaogu, how is it that you still appear so youthful? What will I do when I grow old and you remain unchanged? This cannot be allowed, absolutely not. Time flows inexorably amidst Su Zhan's calls of Xiaogu. It has perhaps been 13 years since the news of Su Zhan's father's demise reached Weishi town. He had perished on the battlefield years prior, leaving no trace of his remains. That evening, Su Zhan wept until her eyes were swollen, sobbing for an extended period, while Chen Xia stood silently by her side, offering silent support. Xiaogu, do you think there is anyone in this world who truly cares for me? Su Zhan stifled her sobs, her eyes glistening with tears as she sorrowfully inquired of Chen Xia. Yes, Chen Xia nodded affirmatively. Who is it? Su Zhan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Asking, me? Chen Xia replied with a calm demeanor. Su Zhan lowered her gaze slightly, intertwining her fingers. Although she was not surprised by his answer, it nonetheless filled her with a sense of astonishment. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly looked up, placing one hand on her chest, and boldly declared, Xiaogu, actually, I. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly erupted in the town, shining with extraordinary brilliance. Su Zhan's confession of I like you was abruptly halted as they both turned towards the source of the light. Before they could approach, a resounding voice echoed. The Immortal Master is accepting disciples. Chapter 6. Farewell, Cultivation, and the Next Decade Disciple Recruitment by the Celestial Master. With this fervent proclamation, the residents of Weishi town hurriedly gathered, their gazes drawn towards a radiant beam of light. Emerging from within this luminescence was an elderly figure clad in a python robe, his long white beard flowing gracefully. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze slightly lowered as he addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. We are practitioners from the extraterrestrial celestial sect. The elder has sensed that a great fortune has manifested within your town, and we have come to recruit disciples to join our esteemed Fuyo celestial sect. Recruit disciples. The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire populace of Weishi town erupted in a cacophony of excitement, pondering which fortunate individual would be bestowed with such extraordinary luck to join the extraterrestrial celestial sect. It is widely acknowledged that this sect is a tier above the conventional celestial gates. According to the tales shared by the elder storytellers, the extraterrestrial celestial sect is said to be established high above the 9 heavens, reigning over the cosmos while commanding the stars and governing the mortal realm. In comparison, its stature dwarfs that of earthly emperors by unimaginable magnitudes. The prospect of a resident from their humble town becoming a member of the extraterrestrial celestial sect was more astonishing than the emergence of an emperor himself. The old man surveyed the crowd, then extended one hand in a gentle gesture, lightly tapping the air above them. Instantly, a shimmering surface appeared overhead, reflecting a myriad of hues and varying intensities. This was a rudimentary technique of divination through water, capable of revealing the specific fortunes of individuals. However, at this moment, it proved ineffective, for the colors and sizes of each person's fortune were strikingly similar. The elderly man squinted slightly, for the fate wielder detected by the sect's heavenly mechanism was indeed extraordinary. The rating inscribed upon the heavenly mechanism had reached the terrifying level of an emperor. This signified that, should this individual not meet an untimely demise, they were destined to become an emperor in the future, soaring through the cosmos and commanding the stars. The emergence of an emperor could establish a celestial sect at its zenith for no less than 100,000 years, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they would ascend to greatness like a phoenix taking flight. In the annals of the Fuyao celestial sect, there had been but one emperor, the founding empress, the Fuyao Empress. Yet that event transpired several 100,000 years ago, now relegated to the realm of ancient history. Presently, the Fuyao celestial sect was in a state of gradual decline. One could scarcely find an emperor, and even the number of saints was pitifully scarce. Those of ancestral stature were few and far between, surviving solely on the rich legacy left behind by their forebears. Now, with the prospect of reclaiming their former glory, how could they not feel exhilarated? The elder exhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within his heart, and stepped aside with a bow, respectfully proclaiming, "Please, ancestor, make your appearance." The radiant light suddenly coalesced and swiftly dissipated, revealing a mysterious figure within. The onlookers below were struck with astonishment. An ancestor. Though they were unaware of the true nature of this figure, the elder's profound reverence indicated that this was a being of immense significance. In their limited understanding, They could only liken it to the magnitude of 100,000 emperors. The enigmatic figure remained silent, extending a hand to summon a vibrant, multicolored jade cone that swiftly soared into the skies above Tylixi town, radiating a resplendent glow. An elderly man, bent with age, gazed solemnly and reverently at the celestial cone, filled with profound respect. This was one of the treasured artifacts of the Fuyo immortal sect, the Tiangong Ling. The Tiangong Ling, a personal treasure of the Empress Fuyo, possesses myriad functions, such as discerning opportunities and seeking the path to greatness. It had detected the presence of an individual blessed with the fortune of the great emperor in this very place. As the Tiangong Ling ascended fully into the heavens, the mysterious figure leisurely tapped a finger. The Tiangong Ling shimmered with brilliance, plummeting like a falling star. It landed directly before Su Zhan. The elderly man, who had been standing in respectful anticipation, wore a look of astonishment and pointed at Su Zhan. The great fortune bearer has been found. It is this woman. The mysterious figure spoke, the voice clear and resonant, inquiring of Su Zhan. Do you wish to join my Fuyo immortal sect and achieve the supreme path? Su Zhan, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation, hesitantly pointing at herself in disbelief. Me? Could it truly be that she was the great fortune bearer destined for the supreme path? What a jest! She had merely studied a bit of martial arts with Xiago. The enigmatic figure nodded, responding in a voice devoid of emotion. The Tiangong Ling, according to the variations of fortune, manifests in 9 forms. The first 3 representing humanity, the middle 3 representing sanctity, and the final 3 representing imperial status, denoted by white, gold, and multicolored hues, respectively. Your fortune resides in the upper third, emanating a deep hue. Thus you are indeed a wielder of great destiny. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, still somewhat incredulous. In her eyes, it was the omnipotent Xiago who ought to be the true bearer of such fortune. Consequently, Su Zhan shook her head in confusion and inquired, "Is there some sort of mistake?" The mysterious figure shook his head, displaying considerable patience towards Su Zhan, and continued, "The heavenly mechanism cannot err. You are the great fortune bearer destined to achieve the supreme path. Do not refuse, for refusal is not an option. Had your fortune been ordinary, our Fuyo immortal sect would certainly allow you to decide on your own accord whether to join or not. However, your fortune is far too immense. Should you choose not to join our Fuyo immortal sect, you will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other malevolent cultivators from the outside world, placing your life in jeopardy." Chen Xia furrowed his brow and asked, "How can we be certain that you will not covet Su's fortune? Malevolent cultivators may harm her, but you would not?" The mysterious figure responded, "Our Fuyo immortal sect serves as the protector of this realm, intricately linked with its fortune, thriving together with it. We would never harm a wielder of great fortune. I can swear an oath upon the path of life, vowing never to bring harm to a great fortune bearer." After speaking, the mysterious figure gestured towards his chest, then pointed at Su Zhan. Suddenly, the vast sky above darkened, and a slender beam of light appeared before Su Zhan, revealing an expansive vista akin to the boundless starry sky. After a brief moment, the heavens regained their brilliance. The enigmatic woman exhaled softly, then spoke, "I have already sworn an oath to the Grand Tao. This young lady possesses a certain awareness, and at this moment, you have no power to refuse. I only show such reverence to those destined for great fortune." Su Zhan pondered, sensing an inexplicable connection in her mind, as if the heavens were affirming the woman's truth. Just as the mysterious figure had stated, they indeed had no right to choose at present. Su Zhan inquired further, "What exactly is the essence of cultivation?" The woman replied, "To cultivate in the Fuyo immortal sect, one must immerse oneself in the understanding of the Tao. As a person of great fortune, you possess a significant potential to achieve the supreme Tao. However, it requires a prolonged period for one to solidify their foundation, ranging from a minimum of 10,000 years to several tens of thousands." "Ah," Su Zhan gasped, clearly astonished. She glanced at Chen Xia, hesitatingly asking, "Is it possible for me to bring Brother Xia along in my cultivation?" She had heard from the town mayor about the potential animosity Chen Xia might face from the sect, and she hoped to take him with her to evade any retaliation. Moreover, she was reluctant to part ways with Chen Xia. The mysterious woman contemplated for a moment before responding. "We can use the heavenly mechanism token to assess his capabilities. If he possesses even a modicum of talent, I shall agree. Otherwise, I will need to seek further counsel." The addition of a person of great fortune to the sect, even if accompanied by one of lesser talent, would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. However, if Chunxiang truly possessed no fortune or talent, the mysterious woman would not have the authority to make a decision. It would require the judgment of a reclusive sage. Nevertheless, the mysterious woman believed that even if a sage were consulted, they would likely agree. After all, a being of the highest imperial caliber, even accompanied by 100 worthless individuals into the sect, would still be an immense boon. The celestial mechanism hovered before Chunxiang, beginning to assess his fortune. 3 breaths, 10 breaths, 30 breaths. The celestial mechanism remained silent, failing to radiate any color for an unusually long time. This perplexed the mysterious woman. Logically, even a sage of moderate caliber should only require 10 breaths for detection. How could this individual elude detection for so long? The elder nearby was equally bewildered, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. The celestial mechanism spun for a moment, then abruptly halted, its pointed tip directed at Chunxiang, emanating brilliance from its apex to its grip. The ordinary form of the lower 3 colors shone white, the sage form of the middle 3 colors gleamed gold, and the imperial form of the upper 3 colors radiated in vibrant hues. Astonishingly, Chunxiang displayed the entirety of the 9 colors. The mysterious woman's previously composed demeanor shattered, her clear voice now tinged with astonishment as she exclaimed in disbelief. A person devoid of fortune? Throughout history, cultivators have always been accompanied by fortune. The greater their potential, the more significant their fortune, leading to higher accomplishments in their paths. Yet among these, there exists an anomaly, those devoid of fortune. Currently, there are 2 known possibilities for such individuals devoid of fortune. Firstly, the reincarnation of powerful beings from external realms is a matter of great significance, with complexities that may even surpass those associated with figures of the emperor level. These beings must originate from a realm that has been shattered and obliterated within the myriad heavens. As they reincarnate in other dimensions, they become devoid of fortune, having witnessed the destruction of their homeland. Throughout the history of the Fuyo immortal sect, spanning several hundred millennia, they have encountered such beings of shattered homelands on a few occasions. However, it is prudent to maintain a distance from such formidable entities, avoiding any deep connections or even mere contact. The weight of their karmic ties is immense, potentially influencing the fate of any cultivator who associates with them. There was a sect that accepted a being devoid of fortune, only to suffer the retribution of the heavenly laws of their dimension. A sage sacrificed their life in a desperate plea for divine mercy, yet the sect ultimately met with annihilation. The first category of those devoid of fortune represents a taboo across the myriad realms, typically avoided or even hunted down. The second category is considerably less daunting. These individuals are merely characterized by unclear talents and destinies, often referred to as rootless beings. However, despite being less perilous than the first category, rootless beings are still not favored by cultivators. This is due to a peculiar trait they possess, which involuntarily influences the fluctuations of fortune among other cultivators. Qizhen, as a being of great fortune, was only discovered by the Fuyo immortal sect at such a late stage, possibly due to the impact of Chunxia on her fate. The mysterious woman furrowed her brow and shook her head, stating, "As for those devoid of fortune, our Fuyo immortal sect has established ancestral teachings forbidding their acceptance. I fear we cannot continue on this path with him." Su Zhen's expression was fraught with anxiety, her tone unmistakably urgent. Yet, Xiaogu was truly formidable. Just last time, he had vanquished dozens of bandits. You may perceive him as extraordinary, but it is merely a reflection of your limited perspective. Once you embark on the path of immortality and elevate your vision, you will inevitably recognize the insignificance of mortals, a mysterious woman interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, I can offer compensation to this individual, magical artifacts, elixirs, and even celestial techniques. My Fuyo immortal sect can bestow these gifts upon him, provided you join us. Su Zhen gritted her teeth, caught in a profound dilemma. Naturally, she aspired to become an immortal, yet the thought of parting ways with Chunxia weighed heavily upon her. There is no need for such hesitation. Upon your joining the Fuyo immortal sect, I shall grant him a cultivation method, enabling him to pursue his path as long as his aptitude suffices. You shall meet again in the future. Of course, this was contingent upon his possessing adequate talent. Otherwise, with Su Zhen's imperial stature, as long as she did not falter on the path of emperors, she was assured a lifespan of at least 100,000 years. Such longevity would render Chun Xia's desperate cultivation efforts futile, as he might never even reach her shadow, let alone surpass her. Furthermore, there was the possibility that Chun Xia lacked the requisite talent to ascend to a higher realm. The words of the mysterious woman were largely intended to console Su Zhan. After all, a person of great fortune and one devoid of it would ultimately tread divergent paths. It was akin to the stars in the heavens and the stones on the earth, clearly delineated from the moment of their inception. You are a person of great destiny, while he is devoid of such fortune. Before achieving the path of greatness, prolonged association with him will significantly influence your fate. Only after you validate your path can you be free from such influence. Thus, it is destined that you must part ways for the sake of your future journey. Should fate allow, there will be ample time to reunite in the coming millennia. The mysterious woman spoke, her words suggesting one thing while her thoughts betrayed another. Once Su Zhan ascends the imperial path and her horizons broaden, she will no longer revere a mere mortal. If she seeks a companion, it is best to find someone of equal stature, a being of imperial caliber. Beyond that, none are worthy of an emperor. Xia Guai. I wish to go, Su Zhan said, gripping her skirt as she addressed Chun Xia. Her desire to embark on a journey of cultivation stemmed not from aspirations of greatness, but from a longing to protect Chun Xia. She yearned to stand by him in the face of retribution from the celestial realms and to walk the path of cultivation together, living a long and enduring life side by side. In truth, Su Zhan had sensed something amiss. For 10 years, Chun Xia's appearance had remained unchanged, as youthful as ever. Meanwhile, she had blossomed into a 23-year-old woman. If this continued, what would become of her when she reached 50 or 60? An old woman, while Xia Gu remained so young? Su Zhan wished to avoid such a scenario, and stepping onto the path of cultivation now offered her a chance. She was determined to go. Chun Xia gazed at Su Zhan, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "If you wish to go, then go. Everyone has their own path, and what matters is to carve out the life they desire." All right, Su Zhan nodded, but soon her head drooped, her sleeves repeatedly wiping her face as she began to sob softly. "What troubles you? Are you crying tears of joy?" Chun Xia inquired, puzzled. Su Zhan shook her head, sniffed, and lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes meeting Chun Xia's. "It's just, I can't bear to part with you. We shall meet again." Chun Xia consoled with a smile. The mysterious woman, delighted by Su Zhan's agreement, added, "Then I shall grant you 3 days to bid farewell. We will come for you in 3 days." With that, the enigmatic figure vanished along with the elder, leaving Su Zhan and Chun Xia with a mere 3 days for their farewell. In truth, there was little to discuss. Their days unfolded much like any other. It was not until the final day before their parting that Su Zhan, having consumed an entire jug of wine, stumbled to Chun Xia's door, intoxicated. "Xia Gu," she called out. Upon opening the door, Chun Xia frowned slightly at the sight of Su Zhan inebriated, guiding her inside with care. Waving a hand before her, he called out, little Su, are you still aware, little Su?" Su Zhan reclined on the bed, her form swaying unsteadily, her bright eyes wide open as if straining to focus on the figure before her, a look of confusion settling on her face. "Xia Gu, why do you have 2 heads?" Xiao Su exclaimed. "You've had too much to drink," Chun Xia replied with a frown. "No, I haven't tea," Su Zhan protested, puffing out her lips defiantly. "I'm just feeling a bit dizzy." All right, Chun Xia replied with resignation. Su Zhan rolled her eyes and reclined, playfully swaying her feet as she sweetly requested, "Xia Gu, help me take off my shoes." With a furrowed brow, Chun Xia inquired, "Xiao Su, you don't have athlete's foot, do you?" No, of course not," Su Zhan pouted, repeating her denial several times. Chun Xia then casually removed her shoes, revealing her soft, delicate feet. Su Zhan wiggled her toes, her expression puzzled as she remarked, "How strange. Why do I have 3 feet? No, wait. It seems I have 4 now. Could it be that you've had too much to drink?" Chun Xia stood nearby, responding with exasperation. Su Zhan blinked her sparkling eyes, curiously touching her flushed face. "Really? My face feels so hot. Am I truly drunk?" Chun Xia remained silent, intending to fetch a bowl of vinegar to help sober her up. However, Su Zhan suddenly sat up, grasping Chun Xia's sleeve and halting his departure, her small face falling as she pleaded in a tone full of grievance. "Don't go, Xia Gu, please don't leave me." All right. Chun Xia could only respond helplessly. "You sit down." Su Zhan's enchanting gaze flicked toward the bed, beckoning Chun Xia to take a seat. Reluctantly, he complied. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against his back, delicate arms encircling his shoulders, slender fingers entwined before him. Suzhen leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered softly in Chen Xia's ear, "Brother Xia, do you believe in the truth unveiled by inebriation?" Chen Xia cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhen, rubbing his nose in mild frustration, and reiterated, "Little Su, you are intoxicated." He had no desire to choose between the beasts, and those even less than beasts. "No," Su Zhen insisted, her entire soft form leaning against Chen Xia's back defiantly. "I am not drunk. Every word I speak is sincere. Brother Xia, I." As she reached this point, her tone grew urgent, breath quickening, and a faint blush crept across her delicate cheeks. It was not the influence of alcohol, but the weight of her emotions. "I like you." Su Zhen uttered this confession in a muffled tone, her head buried against Chen Xia's back, too shy to reveal her face. Her countenance now fully flushed with bashfulness as she continued. "I am uncertain when it began, perhaps in spring or maybe autumn. I cannot discern whether it is a case of love blossoming over time or an instantaneous infatuation. I find myself in a state of confusion, yet one day, it arrived with an undeniable clarity. Just as spring is destined to bloom and autumn to bear fruit, it defies reason. I. Suzhen's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, almost as if they might weep with the intensity of her feelings. No longer speaking in a hesitant murmur, she proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "I like you, Xia Gu. Truly, I like you very much." Chen Xia paused in silence for a moment before responding, "Xiao Su, you are indeed not intoxicated, for a drunken person would never utter such words." Suzhen held Chen Xia tightly, her head resting against his back. Her gaze cast downward as she softly confided, "Perhaps without this opportunity for cultivation, I would never find the courage to express such sentiments. I have always felt that Xiaogu and I inhabit different worlds, and my insecurities plague me, leaving me to fear that I am unworthy of you. Thus, I aspired to cultivate martial skills, to become stronger. Yet, I seem devoid of any aptitude in this regard. I am already 23, while Xiaogu shows no signs of aging. I often ponder, what if I become an old woman while you remain so youthful? The thought saddens me greatly." Wiping away the tears that gathered at the corners of her eyes, Suzhen forced a smile and continued, "But this journey of cultivation has granted me a chance. I wish to spend more time with Xiaogu in the future. We have made a promise." Chen Xia nodded in agreement. Not every tale reaches a swift conclusion. Both he and Suzhen still have many paths to traverse. On the third day, Su Zhen was escorted by Hua Guang, departing for the celestial realm without bidding farewell to Chen Xia. The elder clad in a white robe from the Fuyao immortal sect approached Chen Xia, intending to bestow the promised reward upon him. "Choose any one of these, a magical artifact, an elixir, or a cultivation technique. I can offer you the finest quality, sufficient for you to enjoy throughout your mortal life." The elder's tone carried an air of condescension, reflecting his disdain for Chen Xia. However, his disdain was not personally directed at Chen Xia, but rather aimed at all mortals. It is a widely accepted notion that celestial beings regard mortals as mere ants, a fact even mortals themselves concede, bowing in reverence upon encountering an immortal. Due to Chen Xia's close relationship with Su Zhen, the elder had actually tempered his demeanor, refraining from adopting an overly arrogant stance. Chen Xia, for his part, paid little mind to such matters. After all, he knew he was no match for the elder at present. Perhaps in a millennium or two, he might have the opportunity to turn the tables, compelling the elder to reveal his hidden treasures. Unaware of Chen Xia's thoughts, the elder grew somewhat impatient and urged, "Hurry, make your selection." Chen Xia replied, "Is there a cultivation technique that sacrifices lifespan for advancement?" The elder furrowed his brow, finding this choice rather peculiar, as it involved sacrificing one's lifespan for the sake of cultivation. It is important to note that this cultivation technique, even one that has been practiced by formidable beings for millennia, is not to be taken lightly. Yet you, a mere mortal, exhibit remarkable audacity. "I have always possessed a bold spirit since my youth. If it does not harm my body, I genuinely have no desire to practice it," Chen Xia replied. "Curious," the old man remarked with a furrowed brow, choosing not to engage further with Chen Xia. He continued, "This technique is rather rare. I possess a tome titled tortoise breathing technique. Despite its name, it is an esoteric method that consumes one's lifespan for cultivation. However, this tortoise breathing technique is merely a method for achieving the golden core stage. It cannot advance beyond that. I have not personally practiced it, so I cannot speak to its specific capabilities. The text offers a brief description, stating that once one attains the pinnacle of the golden core, they may commence the tortoise breathing, which purportedly enhances various physical abilities each year. It is unclear who devised such an eccentric technique. If you desire it, I can also provide you with 2 lifespan pills. The first extends your life by a century, while the second's effect is halved, granting merely 50 additional years. Chen Xia shook his head. I will accept the tortoise breathing technique, but I do not wish for the lifespan pills. Please exchange them for something else, preferably something that can directly enhance my strength. The old man pondered for a moment before presenting Chen Xia with the tortoise breathing technique along with 2 foundation establishment pills. While these items were not exceptional, they were certainly sufficient to placate a mortal such as Chen Xia. The old man mused further. From now on, you should remain obediently in the lower realm, living your life in peace and stability, and abandon any unrealistic aspirations. Henceforth, you and the saintess will be worlds apart. Since her ascension, Su Zheng has become the holy maiden of the Fuyo immortal sect. Chen Xia remained noncommittal, stifling a yawn, disinclined to engage in discourse with the old man, and instead scrutinized the tortoise breathing technique in his hands. The elder did not linger, his figure vanishing from sight. As Chen Xia perused the tortoise breathing technique, he furrowed his brow at the first chapter. 300 years of lifespan to seek the golden core. 3,000 years for the great being. 30,000 years for the quasi-saint. 300,000 years to achieve invincibility. Wasn't the old man speaking of the golden core method? How did it come to seeking quasi-saints and invincibility? Chen Xia found himself perplexed, but upon further examination, the absurdity became clear. It seemed the text was indulging in hyperbole. The golden core requires only 500 years of lifespan. A typical practitioner could attain it in around 300 years. Yet this technique demanded a sacrifice of 300 years merely to attain the golden core. What could one do with the remaining 200 years? It would be more prudent to hasten one's demise in pursuit of cultivation. This, perhaps, elucidated why cultivators typically scorn such methods. However, the erroneous technique had fortuitously encountered the right individual. Chen Xia found himself quite enamored with this method. According to its claims, although it would entail sacrificing lifespan, it promised to significantly accelerate the cultivation speed. Before attaining the golden core, the speed would be approximately threefold, meaning one could achieve it in a mere 100 years. Not to mention, with Chen Xia's enhancements, he could indeed aspire to invincibility in 300,000 years. He stretched lazily, gazing at the distant lake, where the sun had just risen, radiating an intense heat, likely to linger for quite some time. Chen Xia broke into a smile. He wished to etch this summer into his memory. Time, ever elusive, seldom grants individuals the luxury of reflection. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Chen Xia had ascended from captain of the constabulary to the mayor of Weishi town. As the previous mayor had retired to enjoy his twilight years, his appearance remained unchanged, still reminiscent of a man in his 20s. Many speculated that Chen Xia had acquired a method from an immortal, bestowing upon him an extended lifespan, which sparked envy among numerous onlookers. Even merchants from the city approached him, seeking to purchase his technique. However, the tortoise breathing technique was evidently not suited for the average person. Hence Chen Xia declined their offers. Gradually, whispers of an immortal residing in Weishi town spread far and wide, becoming known within a 100-mile radius. Chen Xia paid little heed to such rumors. Immersed in his practice of the tortoise breathing technique, he had reached the 7th level of qi refinement and estimated that, in another 20 years, he could establish his foundation. He was not particularly anxious, for cultivation was merely a supplementary endeavor. The true crux lay in the allocation of points. Over the past decade, he had employed a balanced approach to point allocation, distributing his enhancements between strength and fortune. Presently, his strength stood at 20 points, while his fortune was at 6 points. The increase in strength was palpable. Chen Xia could now effortlessly pierce through 50 meters of mountainous terrain merely by plucking flowers or leaves, without causing any damage to the foliage. This signified his mastery over strength, reaching a terrifying level capable of shattering mountains and rivers. However, the shift in fortune was yet to manifest significantly. Aside from an increase in the coins he found daily, he had noticed no other changes. He patted his sleeve, intending to rise and stroll outside, when suddenly a notification flashed in his mind. The influence of fate had transformed his understanding of turtle breathing technique into great turtle breathing technique. He was momentarily taken aback. Is this even possible? Chapter 7. The Jianghu, the great tortoise breathing technique. Chun Xia stared in astonishment at the message within his mind, indicating the upgrade of the tortoise breathing technique. He quickly delved deeper into his consciousness to examine the great tortoise breathing technique. The most significant distinction between the two was the addition of the 4 characters Yuan-Ing method following the name of the great tortoise breathing technique. This signified that the great tortoise breathing technique could be cultivated to the level of Yuan-Ing. In terms of efficacy, it bore a resemblance to the tortoise breathing technique, with the sole enhancement being a 20 increase in cultivation efficiency. What previously required a century to attain the Golden Dan could now be accomplished in merely 80 years. In truth, Chun Xia perceived this technique not as a sacrifice of lifespan, but rather as an advance on one's longevity, forcibly compressing the usual 300 years needed to cultivate the Golden Dan into a mere century. Logically speaking, this arrangement seemed advantageous, considering that a Golden Dan grants 500 years of lifespan. By expending 100 years to cultivate the Golden Dan, one would still retain an additional 200 years of life, which was certainly preferable to the existence of a lesser cultivator. Yet, why were practitioners of such techniques so few in number? After a brief reflection, Chun Xia discerned the reason. Each individual's aptitude varies. Not everyone requires 300 years to achieve the Golden Dan. Some might attain it in 200 years, while certain prodigies might succeed in less than a century. In light of such comparisons, the tortoise breathing technique appeared rather lackluster, as any cultivator with a modicum of talent would be disinclined to pursue it. As for those lacking qualifications, Chun Xia contemplated that individuals without such credentials might never embark on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, even if they did, the tortoise breathing technique harbors a hidden detriment. It accelerates the aging process beyond that of ordinary people. After all, one essentially borrows 200 years of cultivation from the celestial realm, only to repay it with 200 years of life. Thus, while peers may be in the prime of their youth, brimming with vigor, one who practices the tortoise breathing technique may find themselves prematurely aged, having yet to attain the golden elixir, already in decline. This is hardly worthwhile. Indeed, it is quite the opposite. This explains why. Since the inception of this technique within the cultivation world, few have chosen to pursue it. It can be said that this technique is tailor-made for Chun Xia. Apart from him, others are ill-suited for it. With his infinite lifespan, he and the tortoise breathing technique are a match made in heaven. Since Chun Xia rose to prominence in Weishi town, numerous wanderers from the martial world have sought his audience, all with a singular request: to become his disciples. Having heard rumors of Chun Xia's ascension to immortality, these individuals were eager to learn from him. Naturally, Chun Xia declined them all without elaboration, simply stating, "I do not teach." This terse declaration effectively extinguished their aspirations of apprenticeship. However, these wanderers interpreted it as a lack of sincerity on their part, believing that securing a master among immortals could not be so easily achieved. Consequently, most opted to settle in Weishi town, hoping to win Chun Xia over with their earnestness. Chun Xia considered their efforts to be a trivial distraction, yet he noted the positive impact on Weishi town's economy and thus refrained from voicing his discontent. The incessant encounters with these wandering practitioners have become quite irksome. Even a simple stroll outside can lead to several individuals approaching, eager to bow and seek mentorship. Each one possesses a unique background. A young master whose family was annihilated by malevolent forces, fervently yearning for vengeance through cultivation. A scion who, feeling aggrieved after a betrothal was called off, seeks retribution against his family. A once promising martial talent who, after a downfall, was cast aside by his kin and now aspires to return and make them pay. In short, each tale is more tragic than the last. However, Chun Xia is not adept at teaching nor at the intricacies of cultivation. He is merely a practitioner of wellness, growing stronger each year, and thus he resolutely declines all requests. Within the newly opened tavern of Weishi town, several figures from the martial world gathered around a table, engaged in animated discussion. Among them, a man clad in a conical hat lifted his cup and posed a question. "Gentlemen, could it be true that the town's mayor, Chun Xia, is indeed an immortal?" The other chivalrous souls exchanged glances, lacking definitive information, and responded vaguely. "It seems so. I have heard tales that Chun Xia's appearance has remained unchanged for the past 2 decades. Who else could possess such an ability, if not an immortal? Even with the art of disguise, such an effect is unattainable. Moreover, a woman who was closely associated with him has been chosen by the immortal and has indeed ascended to immortality, suggesting he has also reaped considerable benefits. The man in the conical hat seized upon this critical information, took a sip from his cup, and inquired with a smile. If the woman closely linked to him was selected by the immortal, why was he not chosen as well? The remaining individuals of the Jianghu faction shook their heads. Their knowledge insufficient. Heh, scoffed the man donning a conical hat, a derisive smile gracing his lips as he disdainfully remarked. It is simply due to Chen Xia's lack of talent that he has not caught the eye of the immortal. I suspect the rumors surrounding him are largely exaggerated. He surveyed the group, gesturing with a flourish, and declared, observe how vibrant and bustling Weishi town has become. We have all exerted considerable effort, eagerly awaiting the chance to be selected as Chen Xia's apprentice. The others furrowed their brows in contemplation, nodding in agreement. Yet one voice hesitantly interjected. It is said that Chen Xia single-handedly vanquished a band of marauders 2 decades ago. The man in the hat merely chuckled dismissively, asserting that regardless of the veracity of this tale, the act of slaying an entire band of brigands was within the capabilities of many in the Jianghu. Take, for instance, the 7 guests of Zhu Yuan. Surely they could accomplish such a feat, not to mention the presence of an immortal sect within 100 miles. The Jianghu individuals exchanged glances, acknowledging the logic yet still furrowing their brows in uncertainty, pondering aloud. But we cannot ascertain the truth, can we? The man in the hat let out a light laugh, tapping his fingers gently upon the table, producing a rhythmic sound, and with a contemptuous demeanor, he suggested, let us conduct a modest test to discern whether he is a dragon or merely a worm. The weather was splendid that day. After many days of seclusion, Chen Xia leisurely emerged from his dwelling, glanced at the sky, and decided to take a stroll around the town. In contemporary Weishi town, the bustling atmosphere has intensified due to an influx of people. Not only has the town attracted individuals from the martial world, but it has also become a hub for merchants and residents, surpassing the liveliness of towns 10 miles away. However, the presence of so many martial artists has frequently led to conflicts, resulting in chaos. In response to this situation, the local government has employed skilled enforcers to maintain order within Weishi town. Nevertheless, skirmishes continue to erupt, primarily among the martial artists, sparing the innocent civilians from harm. The enforcers often turn a blind eye, as long as the residents remain unharmed. Chen Xia, now serving as the town mayor, has chosen to overlook these altercations, believing that as long as public property is not damaged, it is not his concern. He feels a sense of duty to fulfill his responsibilities as mayor, otherwise, he might as well resign. As Chen Xia strolls along the banks of the stream, stretching and yawning, he appreciates the warmth of the sun on this fine day. Many residents greet him with cheerful smiles, calling out, "Good day, Mayor." He responds with a wave and continues on his way, hands clasped behind his back. Wherever he goes, the martial artists refrain from fighting, instead offering their greetings. However, today is different. Before him stands an unusual confrontation between 2 factions in the bustling market, causing civilians to flee in terror. Chen Xia furrows his brow, pondering whether these martial artists have become overly brazen. While they may choose to brawl, they should at least do so out of sight. The 2 factions continue to shout, their presence commanding and tumultuous. You wretched creature, dare you raise your voice against your elder? Truly, you must have never faced death. Your grandfather would swiftly dispatch you with a mere 2 strikes of his iron blade. How laughable, your dull weapon, unfit even for slaughtering swine, yet you dream of taking a life. Huh, kneel before me and offer 2 respectful bows, and perhaps I might spare your miserable existence. As the 2 factions had not yet fully engaged in battle, their bluster was fierce, resulting in the destruction of several tables and chairs, causing nearby residents to retreat in fear. The 2 groups, increasingly emboldened, frequently shattered furniture, on the brink of conflict. Cease this madness. A commanding voice interrupted their furious exchange. The leader of one faction turned to see Chen Xia, narrowing his brows as he pointed towards the opposing group. Mayor Chen, they instigated us first. Surely you cannot show favoritism. The opposing faction retorted defiantly. It is clearly you scoundrels who seek trouble. And yet you dare shift the blame onto our shoulders. As tensions flared once more, Chen Xia raised an eyebrow and leisurely walked into the midst of the 2 groups. They regarded him with furrowed brows, uncertain of his intentions. Stopping before the broken furniture, he settled himself upon a legless stool, picked up a fallen teapot, and casually selected a teacup. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he turned to a little girl hiding behind a pillar and gestured gently. You may return home now. Dear child, do not be afraid. A young girl, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, found herself caught amidst a sudden skirmish between two factions. Unable to flee in time, ensnared by a column. At that moment, noticing Chun Xia speaking, she hastily nodded and scampered towards the exit in a state of panic. Chun Xia watched her retreating figure until it faded from view, then took a gentle sip of tea, shaking his head at the two groups. What is this? Fighting is one thing, but frightening a little girl is entirely uncalled for. Can't you arrange your disputes elsewhere? The leader of the ruffians acknowledged, indeed. I acted in haste without due consideration. I shall compensate for the damaged tables and chairs at their full value. The other group also nodded in agreement. We are willing to compensate as well. Very well, Chun Xia replied, a smile spreading across his face. He spread his legs, resting his hands on the shattered table, adopting a commanding posture, and addressed the crowd with a grin. You all know I possess a rather forgiving temperament. Therefore, if you settle the compensation now, I shall let you off this time. As long as you refrain from fighting in town thereafter, I will not intervene. The leader of the ruffians shook his head resolutely. While we can offer compensation, it is against the code of the martial world to leave grievances unresolved. In our realm, when a conflict arises, it must be settled to achieve true satisfaction. If we let this linger, it would be a source of ridicule for us brothers. Indeed, echoed the other faction, nodding in agreement. Chun Xia's eyes narrowed. Have you misunderstood something? He lightly tapped the broken table, producing a sharp clink, his tone growing colder as he continued. This is not a realm of martial arts. The leading figure of the martial world furrowed his brow and retorted, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts. As the dispute lingered, the crowd of onlookers swelled, including many from the martial community, who were particularly intrigued by the so-called immortal. Chun Xia. In the world of martial artists, those bold enough to claim the title of immortal are exceedingly rare. Most are merely referred to as semi-immortals. The fact that Chun Xia dares to call himself an immortal clearly sets him apart from his peers. The very mention of the term immortal elevates him above all martial artists. But is Chun Xia truly an immortal? The rumors are indeed loud. Yet no one has truly witnessed his prowess. Chun Xia took a delicate sip of tea, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the two factions. It seems you are being given a face, yet refusing to acknowledge it. Chapter 8. The immortal Chun Xia was not angered. The two unruly factions of the martial world hardly warranted such a response from him. After all, they were but ants that could be effortlessly crushed. However, he was somewhat puzzled. These martial practitioners audaciously dared to voice their opposition to him. Moreover, the conflict of the day was peculiar. Rather than Chun Xia encountering a clash, it felt as though the clash had sought him out. There was clearly someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Contemplating this, Chun Xia chose not to dwell on it, for the necessity of probing indicated that the puppeteer behind the scenes was not particularly formidable. The two factions continued to vocalize their grievances. Mayor, if you truly lack understanding, we, your brothers, will stake our very lives to demand an explanation. We respect you as an immortal, yet we hope you will not abuse your power. Their words unmistakably painted themselves as the righteous party. The onlookers, predominantly martial practitioners, rallied even more fervently in support of these two factions. Chun Xia, unhurried and composed, took another sip of tea, gently swirling the cup before remarking with a smile, I do not relish the act of killing. Yet it does not imply that I am incapable of it. Upon hearing this, the two factions fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, the leading martial practitioner managed a forced laugh. I am uncertain what Mayor Chen means by that. Chun Xia continued to tap his fingers on the teacup, speaking to himself. The elderly woman of Nanshan, the swordsman of Huaihai, the eloquent speaker of Pinggu, the constable, the tranquil pavilion, and the majestic Dei mountain. Regardless of the entity that stands behind you, within 50 breaths, I demand the payment for damages be delivered to me, and you shall vacate this town. Otherwise, do not expect to remain standing. These individuals of the martial world, who scorn the rules and act with reckless abandon, are the most vexatious of beings. The onlookers, upon hearing Chun Xia's declaration, raised their eyebrows, deeming his demeanor excessively domineering. The leader of the martial crowd shook his head, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Is it not rather reckless to utter such words? Although you are indeed the town chief, you are not the absolute ruler of this place. Your words and actions seem rather tyrannical, do they not? Tyrannical? Chun Xia chuckled lightly in response. I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to wait for 50 breaths. He flicked his fingers against the teacup. The tea swayed, dancing within the confines of the cup. reminiscent of ocean waves suddenly surging forth. A droplet of tea ascended into the air, only to descend rapidly. Like raindrops, yet it was tea. The crystalline droplets reflected the expressions of those present, each distinct. But beyond mere expressions, there was a hand that darted out with remarkable speed, accompanied by a flick of the fingers. Clang. The sound rang clear, akin to steel striking steel. The tea, like an arrow, shot forth with such swiftness that none could react in time. The droplet struck the leader's chest, rapidly dispersing into thousands of tiny droplets. Each droplet carried immense force, crashing together. At this moment, it was not merely water, it was the tumult of the ocean. The figure at the forefront was hurled away, shattering tables and chairs in its wake, becoming ensnared within the wreckage. Chun Xia flicked his hand, not a single drop of water touching him. The scene fell into a profound silence, a stillness so palpable it echoed. From the place where the leader had fallen, a sound emerged. The broken furniture revealed the outline of a figure kneeling amidst the debris. He did not wish to kneel, yet his body, racked with pain, compelled him to do so. Standing was a distant hope, and even lying down seemed a luxury. The instrument of his injuries was merely a single droplet. The crowd around regarded Chun Xia with vigilant eyes, recognizing that the title of immortal was indeed well-deserved. "Do we continue?" Chun Xia inquired, rising with a cup of tea in hand. Smiling at the two factions before him, they immediately clasped their fists in apology, acknowledging their brother's recklessness, promising compensation before retreating. "You had better," Chun Xia remarked, settling back onto a stool missing a leg, casting a glance towards the innkeeper, signaling him to assess the compensation owed. The innkeeper, emboldened by his backing, approached the factions to negotiate swiftly. Chun Xia finished his tea in one gulp, turned to the onlookers, and waved dismissively. "No need to linger. You may all return home." The assembled martial artists, hesitant to contradict, dispersed quietly. Awaiting the shopkeeper's deliberation on compensation, after both parties departed, Chun Xia also rose and began to head home. However, midway through his journey, he was halted by an individual clad in a conical hat. "Is there something you require?" Chun Xia inquired, furrowing his brow. The man with the hat clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and earnestly stated, "I implore you, sir, to emerge and safeguard the Song dynasty." Chun Xia scrutinized the man, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Was it you who was testing me from behind?" The man hurriedly lowered his head. "I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness. However, the situation is indeed dire. The Song dynasty is currently besieged by foreign invaders, and we earnestly request your intervention to ensure its safety." Tilting his head, Chun Xia flicked his fingernails and asked, "Why seek my assistance? Are there no other heroes of the martial world available?" The man with the conical hat let out a bitter smile. "We have indeed extended invitations to other martial heroes, but they would yield little effect. Only someone of your caliber, one who has embarked upon the path of immortality, can be deemed a decisive figure in this conflict." "One of many?" Chun Xia keenly noted the implication in his words and pressed further, "Are there others?" The man promptly nodded. "Within the realm of the Song dynasty, there exists another sect of immortals, of which you are likely aware. Its leader is reputed to be an immortal with the power to move mountains and sever rivers. Alas, this immortal has been in seclusion for far too long, indifferent to worldly affairs, and even the emperor himself has been unable to coax him out. Are there truly no other immortals?" Chun Xia inquired curiously, recalling the moment he first arrived when he witnessed a true immortal obliterate a city with a single strike. The man in the straw hat shook his head, stating, "There are no other immortals in our lower realm." "Lower realm?" Chun Xia asked, puzzled, observing Chun Xia's ignorance. The man in the straw hat was somewhat bemused, yet he pointed skyward and explained, "We reside in the lower realm, the domain of mortals. While above us lies the heavenly realm, the true abode of immortals. However, it seems that the immortals from the upper realm seldom descend. The last time an immortal came down was to recruit disciples in Weishi Town." As he spoke, the man cast a glance at Chun Xia, acknowledging his involvement in that event. "Is there truly no record of an immortal annihilating a city?" Chun Xia furrowed his brow and asked. The man in the straw hat pondered for a long while before gently shaking his head. "There has never been such a record, and according to ancient texts, if an immortal descends, their power is significantly diminished, necessitating a period of recultivation. Hence, there are even accounts of top martial experts slaying descending immortals." Chun Xia's brow knitted tighter as he began to reflect. The realm from which he had traversed was likely not within the territory of the Great Song. Thus, It was entirely plausible that the obliterated town was unknown to the Great Song. Moreover, if an immortal experiences such a drastic reduction in power upon descent, even facing the possibility of being slain by a supreme martial artist, it raises the question of what terrifying strength must possess the immortal capable of annihilating a city with a mere palm strike. However, after the immortal delivered that powerful strike, it seemed as though he was swiftly expelled from this realm, and subsequently, Chun Xia never encountered such a terrifying presence again. The elder who came to take on disciples and the mysterious woman were far inferior to that formidable hand, failing to instill even the slightest sense of threat in Chun Xia. This serves as evidence that the influence of ordinary celestial beings on this world is minimal. To make a significant impact, one must possess at least the caliber of the mysterious woman. Moreover, the greater the influence, the shorter the duration of existence, as they are rapidly expelled by this realm. This signifies that there are not many formidable figures in this world. Upon realizing this fact, Chun Xia felt a surge of joy in his heart, for it implied that he could remain safely for several thousand or even 10,000 years, waiting to emerge once he attained invincibility. The man in the conical hat, noticing Chun Xia's lack of response, clasped his hands and earnestly implored, "The Great Song wishes to bestow upon you the title of National Master. Please, sir, come forth. Let us discuss it later." Chun Xia nonchalantly waved his hand. Not particularly inclined to accept, he preferred to remain concealed and accumulate strength. "Sir," the man in the conical hat exclaimed, suddenly kneeling down to offer a bow to Chun Xia. However, just as he knelt, Chun Xia had vanished without a trace. "Sir?" The man in the conical hat called out helplessly, met with silence. Gritting his teeth, he pounded his fists against the ground, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting sorrowfully. "The nation is on the brink of ruin, yet I am powerless and incompetent. All I can do is kneel and weep, bringing shame upon my family. I am truly a worthless fool." He cursed himself vehemently, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and turned to leave. Chun Xia had returned to the house, for he was reluctant to venture out, fearing the unpredictable nature of conflict. What if there were monstrous beings lurking on the other side? That would place him in grave danger. It would be wiser to bide his time, accumulating points for several more years, and after enduring for another 70 years, he believed he would be invincible in this realm upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Chun Xia stretched lazily, intending to rest for a while, but was interrupted by urgent knocking at the door. "What is it?" he inquired. A frantic voice responded from outside. "Mayor, it's terrible. There has been another disturbance from the demonic entities in the town. The corpses resemble those from 20 years ago, pale skin, vacant eyes, and emaciated bodies. Yet, this deceased was a man of 200 pounds in life." With a few glances, Chun Xia could ascertain that this death mirrored the corpses from 2 decades prior. He turned to the resident beside him and asked, "Where is Taoist Mu Xiang? Wasn't he supposed to handle this demonic threat?" "Taoist Mu is on his way," came the reply. Standing before the corpse, Chun Xia felt helpless. He had not studied the arts of cultivation nor possessed any knowledge of supernatural techniques. For now, he could only stand by and observe. Surely, he could not just strike the corpse, could he? After waiting for approximately half an hour, Chun Xia inquired once more, "Has Taoist Mu arrived yet?" "Taoist Mu is on his way," the resident reiterated. Chun Xia summoned someone to bring a white cloth, covering the corpse, then took a seat on a stool, resting his head in anticipation of Taoist Mu's arrival. After a span of 2 hours, Chun Xia awoke from a brief slumber and inquired of a nearby resident, "Has Taoist Mu gone to the widow's wall? Is he still not here?" The resident's eyes widened in horror, trembling as he pointed ahead, stammering, "Taoist Mu is dead, dead." Chapter 9. The slaying of the serpent. The Taoist priest, Mu, had arrived. If one were to consider the body, his demise was far more tragic than that of the others. His form was hollowed out, utterly and completely emptied, with a countenance frozen in terror, the creases of his face etched with the chaos of his final moments. 2 burly men lifted Mu's lifeless body and placed it aside, simultaneously stating, "We noticed that Mu had not yet arrived, so we decided to investigate. However, halfway there, we stumbled upon his body lying on the ground." As they recounted this, their voices quivered with palpable fear. Chun Xia rose and surveyed Mu's corpse, his brow slightly furrowing. Although he had little interaction with Mu, he was aware that the priest possessed knowledge of the supernatural arts. It was said that in his youth, he specialized in dispatching the undead, earning the title of a zombie hunter renowned within 100 miles for resolving numerous paranormal incidents. 20 years prior, Mu had accepted a fee to assist a wealthy family in investigating a malevolent spirit. At that time, Chen Xia was still a constable. He had heard rumors that Mu had uncovered something significant, yet the matter had subsequently faded into obscurity. It was whispered to be a taboo, though Chen Xia remained unaware of its true nature. Kneeling before Mu's body, Chen Xia parted the priest's robe, intending to discern the nature of the fatal wound. The other residents averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. The vacant chest cavity was a stark indication that his passing had not been a gentle one. Chen Xia discovered a small yellow paper tucked within the folds of the Taoist robe, stained with dark blood. As he pulled it out and examined it, he noted the neat handwriting, written in bold ink, seemingly reflecting the weighty emotions of the author. For the town chief, it began. 20 years prior, I accepted the riches of a wealthy family to investigate matters of the supernatural. Many methods and numerous clues all pointed towards the depths of the mountains at the edge of the town. At noon, when the sun shone most fiercely, I ventured into the mountainous terrain, following a path carved by hunters until I reached the halfway point of the mountain. At that juncture, the path disappeared. The forest grew denser, and sunlight could no longer penetrate. Armed with a compass and wary of my surroundings, I navigated further for another 5 miles. Upon entering the heart of the forest, a chill enveloped me. Despite it being midday, the atmosphere felt akin to the depths of winter. There, I stumbled upon a dilapidated village, surrounded by hundreds of graves. In my panic, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the town's name, Tapanshan. When I finally emerged and surveyed the mountain from my vantage point, I realized that the range resembled a spine, while the elongated layout of Weishi Town appeared as its tail. In that moment, an elderly tale resurfaced in my mind. The tale of Weishi Town was likened to that of a dragon. It was said that a dragon lay dormant within the mountains, harboring 100 malevolent spirits, a few of which would occasionally descend upon the villages to consume the inhabitants. As the dragon's awakening drew nearer, these occurrences intensified, culminating in a night where 100 spirits roamed freely. The yellowed parchment concludes here, clearly delineating the taboos of Taoxi Town. Chen Xia furrowed his brow. If the words of the Taoist Mu were to be believed, this dragon must indeed be a formidable entity, lurking in the depths of the mountains. Biding its time for emergence, he tucked away the parchment, brushed off his sleeves, and gazed into the distant mountains, arms crossed, lost in thought. Beside him, a burly man inquired, "Mayor, what occupies your mind?" Chen Xia stroked his chin and posed a question. "Have you heard the tale of Yugong?" The man appeared momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. "Who is Yugong?" "I am," Chen Xia replied, instructing several individuals to carry the deceased for a proper burial, while he himself ventured toward the mountains. The lower realm was hardly tranquil, teeming with spirits, martial masters, national calamities, and even the emergence of dragons. Logically, he ought to seek a place to conceal himself and quietly accumulate strength over millennia. Yet, having assumed the role of mayor, he felt compelled to take action. Being a person of goodwill, Chen Xia could not bear to witness the demise of Taoxi Town. Thus, he resolved to confront this dragon. He quickened his pace, his figure flashing as he reached the foot of the mountain. Standing there, he refrained from striking immediately, instead gently tapping the mountain range. With a mere ordinary punch, the entire mountain trembled and stones tumbled down. "Brother Dragon, are you there?" No response echoed back, suggesting it remained in hiding. A smile crept across Chen Xia's face. Seizing the opportunity while it was unprepared was far more advantageous than confronting it head-on. He clenched his fist, muscles bulging, and fixed his gaze upon the mountain range, his body rapidly flushing with vigor, every cell trembling with exertion. This was the first time he unleashed his full strength after augmenting it to 25 points. A smirk curled at Chen Xia's lips as he exhaled a plume of steam, signifying that he had reached an alarming level of pressure. To borrow a phrase from a book, "The deep mountains exist because I have yet to arrive. Once I do, these mountains shall no longer be deep." With a slight tilt of his foot, he stomped down. The ground instantly crumbled, akin to a fragile ant hill, collapsing for hundreds of meters. His figure shot forth like a meteor, trailing an arc of light, accompanied by the relentless sound of sonic booms. All this preparation was merely to deliver a single punch. Chen Xia was unaware of where the dragon lay in ambush, nor did he know the location of the dilapidated village. Thus, he chose to strike towards the mountain's summit. By shattering the entire range, he would inevitably strike the dragon. This was the essence of wide-ranging attacks. There was no fear of missing the target. The night breeze wafted gently, bringing a chill. With a decisive punch, he struck the mountain's peak. The sheer terror of 25 points of strength manifested at that moment. The deep mountains fractured like a spider's web, cracking inch by inch, before swiftly collapsing. The description of the mountain shaking and the earth trembling fell short of capturing the impact of this punch, for the mountain simply crumbled. Within it lay no dragon, but rather a serpent, several tens of meters in length, languishing amidst the rubble. Qinxia crouched before it, perplexed, and inquired, "What manner of dragon are you?" The massive serpent revealed a ferocious visage, speaking in human tongue, and roared, "If I consume 100 living souls, I shall transform into a flood dragon. Why do you obstruct me? Do you not fear the retribution of the heavenly Tao?" Qinxia smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I harbor no fear." He relied on his ability to grow stronger, and being no denizen of this realm, he was beyond the reach of the heavenly Tao. The serpent, writhing in its scarred form, lunged toward Qinxia for a final assault. With a casual stamp of his foot, he pierced the serpent's head, shattering its spiritual consciousness. The serpentine creature, measuring dozens of meters in length, was utterly annihilated. In terms of cultivation realms, the serpent was at the chi refining stage, and upon transforming into a flood dragon, it would attain the foundation establishment stage, an invincible force in this mortal realm. Alas, it had encountered an even more formidable opponent in Qinxia. With a swift flick of his finger, he unleashed a powerful force that permeated the serpent's entire being, causing it to implode and reducing its flesh to mere remnants, devoured by the birds. The flesh of the naudemonic serpent was highly enticing to these ordinary avian and terrestrial creatures. Qinxia brushed off the dust from his hands, effectively eliminating a latent threat to Tail Creek Town. Upon the serpent's demise, an ethereal blend of profound yellow energy surged into Qinxia's mind, accompanied by a notification echoing within his consciousness. Through the workings of fate, he acquired the essence of a novice flood dragon. Qinxia lifted his gaze, and within his eyes swirled a deep and rich yellow aura. Chapter 10. Retreat. It is once again the influence of fate. After a moment of contemplation, Qinxia realized that this fortune must be triggered by events. He needed to take action to ignite such occurrences. Idly waiting would not suffice. He pondered for a moment, extending his arm as the profound yellow aura swirled around, subtly taking the form of a dragon. This must be the initial stage of the dragon aura. With a focused thought, the dragon aura surged forward, violently rolling across the earth, reminiscent of a great serpent writhing, carving out deep ravines in its wake. This dragon aura truly resembled a manifestation of his will. Exhaling a breath, Qinxia blinked, and the profound yellow aura vanished without a trace. Casually flicking his sleeve, he glanced at the crumbled mountains, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. He estimated it to be at the level capable of demolishing mountains, equivalent to the upper third tier of the foundation establishment stage, roughly between the 7th and 9th levels. The exact measure, however, remained uncertain, as Qinxia had never truly engaged in combat with a foundation establishment practitioner and could not ascertain their precise capabilities. Within the realm of the Great Song Dynasty, there existed only one immortal, who was currently in seclusion at his self-established sect 100 miles away. It would be implausible to simply approach and request a sparring match with this immortal. Suddenly, Qinxia halted his steps and nodded thoughtfully. In truth, it was not entirely unfeasible. If he could indeed prevail, he might well be able to engage in a brief contest, though the fear of inadequacy lingered in his mind. Engaging in friendly competition is not a matter of life and death. It also provides an opportunity to witness the true techniques of a celestial being. As Qinxia contemplated this, he strolled toward his home. Midway through his journey, he encountered a formidable river that obstructed his path, its waves surging violently. A glance upstream revealed that a dam had been opened several dozen miles away, causing the waters to flow tumultuously and form a barrier in the river. Qinxia looked up at the sky. Although it was night, the distant clouds were thick and ominously dark, hinting at an impending downpour. It seemed the upstream release of water was indeed urgent. Unperturbed, Qinxia crouched slightly, curling his fingers, and flicked his hand toward the raging waters. In an instant, the mighty river ceased its flow, as if cleaved by a sword, creating a neatly defined channel that revealed the riverbed and formed a pathway to the opposite bank. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qinxia leisurely walked across this newly formed route. He could have easily leaped over, but there was no need for such haste. To part mountains and halt rivers, This is the true mastery of a celestial being. The following morning, the early rising hunters stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. The deep mountains near Weishi town had vanished, completely gone. Outlandish news spread swiftly, and before the morning had fully unfolded, it had echoed throughout the entire town. Did you hear? The mountains have collapsed. They say the mountain deity was enraged, and the earth dragon stirred, devastating the entire range. Is that true? I sensed something last night. I thought it was an earthquake. An earthquake that could bring down mountains? How could you still be alive and well? News not only spreads rapidly, but often becomes increasingly exaggerated. At the eastern end of the town, it was said that the mountain deity was enraged. While at the western end, tales circulated that someone had angered the heavens by feasting on wild rabbit and potatoes the previous night, leading to the destruction of a mountain as a dire warning. However, rumors are merely that, rumors, serving as idle chatter among the townsfolk, and carry little consequence. Qinxia, too, was seldom concerned. He was preparing to resign from his position as mayor and embrace a life of leisure. Moreover, some wandering practitioners speculated that it was indeed Qinxia who had caused the mountain's destruction, though they found it hard to believe. How could such a colossal mountain vanish in the span of a single night? Yet, this was the might of an immortal, since Qinxia was indeed an immortal. Such extraordinary powers were not altogether surprising. If one were to consider this, he could truly be deemed semi-invincible in this world. But why only semi-invincible? Some martial heroes were puzzled. Given his ability to obliterate mountains, the qualifier semi seemed unwarranted. Have you forgotten? Within 100 miles, there exists another immortal in seclusion, and it is said that 1 or 2 terrifying presences reside overseas. Since Qinxia has yet to confront them, he can only be considered semi-invincible. Indeed, they conceded. The incident of the mountain's destruction would be brushed aside by ordinary families, only occasionally resurfacing as a topic of conversation. Yet in the realm of martial arts, the legend of the immortal who could obliterate mountains and was semi-invincible began to circulate. The protagonist of this tale was none other than Qinxia, who resided in Weishi town. This has led to an increasing fervor for apprenticeship in Tail Creek town, drawing numerous individuals from the martial world. Initially, some may have come to seek mentorship, yet their intentions soon diverged. There are those who specifically engage in the business of martial heroes, others who arrive seeking vengeance, and even some who simply wish to catch a glimpse of the famed warriors. Humanity is diverse, with myriad motivations. As long as the rules of Tail Creek town are upheld, Qinxia refrains from intervening. Furthermore, the local constabulary is adept at maintaining order among these martial figures, ensuring that despite their abundance, the tranquility of the town remains remarkably intact. In recent years, the war along the border has erupted in full force, with the Song dynasty deploying 1 million troops to defend their territory. However, the results have been less than favorable, merely managing to hold the line. They have even been ridiculed by the barbarian leaders, who taunted, "The Song people are inept, hiding in their shells, trembling in fear. How dare they show their faces?" This provocation incited the spirited individuals of the Song to take up arms against the invaders, including many from the martial community. Yet their efforts proved futile, as they were still overwhelmed by the barbarian forces. The war on a national scale cannot be swayed by individual actions alone. In these years, Qinxia has gradually distanced himself from worldly affairs, employing the great tortoise breathing technique to enter a state of deep tranquility and focus. In simpler terms, he has secluded himself for meditation. Having reached the qi refinement stage of cultivation, he is able to begin fasting and devote himself to his practice. However, in truth, his cultivation consists of little more than sleep. In the second year following Qinxia's seclusion, the martial artists of Weishi town, having not seen him for an extended period, grew increasingly unruly, engaging in brawls throughout the town. Although the local constabulary maintained vigilant oversight, their efforts proved largely ineffectual, as many of these martial artists were formidable in their own right. By the third year, due to the exigencies of border conflicts, the elite officers of the constabulary were dispatched to the front lines, leaving Weishi town under the supervision of ordinary guards. However, these common constables were ill-equipped to manage the unruly martial artists, especially amid the turmoil besieging the Song dynasty, where remote areas like Weishi town faced diminishing governmental control. Chaos swiftly engulfed the town, as various martial experts established their own factions, each refusing to yield to the others. Frequent skirmishes erupted, and it became commonplace for innocent civilians to be inadvertently caught in the crossfire. In the ensuing panic, the townsfolk fled to the safety of the nearby city, abandoning Weishi town, which was now predominantly inhabited by martial artists. Indeed, it had transformed into a veritable microcosm of the martial world. By the fourth year, Weishi town had even adopted the moniker Little Jianghu, with numerous martial masters establishing their own sects and actively recruiting disciples. The ongoing national strife seemed of little concern to them. The identity of the emperor was irrelevant. The status of martial artists remained exalted, and as long as they demonstrated fealty, they could coexist peacefully. Their preoccupation lay solely with their own martial affairs, leaving little room for matters of state. In the present day, Weishi town, also known as the Little Jianghu, is embroiled in a struggle among four prominent sects vying to establish a dominant leader. However, none will yield to the others, and victories remain elusive, resulting in a stalemate. As more individuals flock to the area, the Little Jianghu is compelled to expand outward. By the fifth year, it has grown to rival the large city situated over 10 miles away. Shunxia's abode, now overrun with weeds, stands utterly abandoned. Yet no one dares to demolish it, nor even venture inside for a mere glimpse. This is the dwelling of a celestial being. Furthermore, the four leading sects have issued prohibitions against anyone from the Little Jianghu approaching this residence. No one wishes to incur the wrath associated with it. For should there truly be a celestial presence, offending such a being would be far graver than crossing the four sections. In the sixth year, the conflict at the border began to ease, as a valiant general reclaimed a city, catching the barbarians off guard. The situation within the Song dynasty appeared to hold a glimmer of hope. The subsequent years were relatively stable, with skirmishes at the border diminishing. While the threat from the barbarians lingered, a semblance of calm was established. However, by the 10th year, tragedy struck with the passing of the reigning emperor of the Song dynasty. The 17-year-old crown prince ascended to the throne, and just 3 days later, the barbarians launched a fierce assault on the border. Lacking experience in warfare, the crown prince endeavored to send logistical support to the front lines. Yet they ultimately failed to hold their ground. The first city at the border fell, resulting in the loss of 100 miles of territory for the Song dynasty, which was forced to retreat to the second line of defense. In the same year, within 100 miles of the small Jianghu, a celestial being emerged from the immortal sect, gliding upon a lotus flower and wielding a steel sword, descending the great river towards the small Jianghu. An elderly figure from the Jianghu recognized this celestial being and immediately revealed his identity. It was Yang Gang, who had entered the immortal sect 30 years prior. Having attained the Tao of immortality, Yang Gang now appeared before the world, sword in hand, traversing the river on a lotus. To what destination was he bound? The great river, meeting the sea, seemingly led to the small Jianghu. Was Yang Gang truly intent on reaching the small Jianghu? In an instant, the news of Yang Gang's emergence and his course toward the small Jianghu spread throughout the 100-mile region, including the small Jianghu itself. The four major sects received urgent news and were now in a state of anxious deliberation. After 3 decades of cultivation, why would Yang Gang choose to visit the small Jianghu upon his emergence? The reasons remained unclear, yet it was certain that they were far from simple. It would be wise to speak with caution, adopting a humble tone. Having mastered the immortal arts, he must have changed significantly from his former self. Should we inform our own representative in the small Jianghu? One of the men shook his head. He had been in seclusion for too long and might be at a crucial juncture in his cultivation. Disturbing him could potentially disrupt his progress. Very well. With that, the four major sects concluded their discussions, awaiting Yang Gang's arrival, ready to extend their respectful greetings, hoping for a harmonious gathering and parting. On the 3rd day of crossing the river, Yang Gang arrived at the Zhaijinga ferry. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed the entire corridor of the ferry with a single stroke of his sword, standing resolutely in the middle of the water, and coldly commanded, "Summon your spokesperson." The leaders of the four major sects quickly arrived and, with cupped fists, greeted Yang Gang respectfully. "The esteemed immortal graces our humble Zhaijingu. We apologize for our inadequate welcome. The fault lies with us. Allow us to host a reception for the immortal and wash away the dust of travel." Zhaijingu, Yang Gang snorted derisively, stepping onto the shore from the lotus flower, shaking his head. "This is not Zhaijingu. It is Weishi town." Chapter 11. The 10 Masters of the World. The 2 immortals of the realm, Tail Creek town. The master clasped his fists in surprise, then smiled amiably. "Senior Yang, You speak of events from several years past. These days, we call it the Little Jianghu. Yang Gang, a figure from over 30 years ago, was indeed an old player in the game. Addressing him as senior was both reasonable and a means to foster camaraderie. Why not embrace it? Yang Gang, with a cold smirk, shook his head, stepping onto the shore as the lotus sank beneath the water. 35 years ago, I entered the immortal sect to cultivate, while my brother joined the army the same year. We believed both of us would find our paths. However, just before I was to leave the mountains, my fellow disciples, employing the art of divination, foretold my brother's demise at Tail Creek Town, precisely 35 years ago. With a slight tremor of his arm, he brandished his azure steel sword, producing a crisp sound that resonated, filled with an unmistakable intent for slaughter. Since you have renamed Tail Creek Town to Little Jianghu, I implore you to locate the murderer of my brother. I shall exact vengeance on anyone connected to the fiend. As he uttered these words, his tone turned chillingly cold, an aura of formidable energy swirling around him, reverberating in the surroundings. The leaders of the four major sects exchanged glances, instantly recognizing that Yang Gang was not someone they could contend with. One of the masters, resigned, clasped his fist and replied, "Senior, these are matters from 35 years ago. We have only been in Little Jianghu, Tail Creek Town, for a mere decade. How can we possibly find the murderer from so long ago?" The remaining masters nodded in agreement, clearly in a predicament. Yang Gang narrowed his eyes, scanning the four individuals before him, and pointed his Qing steel sword at the foremost master, speaking coldly. The calculations indicated that this person still resided in Weishi Town, alive and never having left for the past 35 years. If you summon someone who has never departed, I possess my own means of discernment. Never left? The masters murmured, frowning as they conferred. If he had not departed in 35 years, he must indeed be a native of Weishi Town. I shall instruct my subordinates to investigate immediately and provide you with a response forthwith. Yang Gang's gaze fell, avoiding the four masters, as he casually extended a hand, 3 fingers raised, and declared coldly, 3 hours. I shall only wait for you for 3 hours. Should there be no news, I will proceed to eliminate one of you. The mention of murder was stark and devoid of any emotion, as if dispatching the 4 esteemed martial artists before him were but a trivial matter. A cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 4 masters, who hastily responded, "Certainly, certainly." Time passed as the sun continued its course. Birds soared overhead, chirping as they headed towards the mountains and forests. Annoying, Yang Gang scoffed, flicking his finger. An aura shot forth from his fingertip, erupting in the sky, shattering the bodies of the birds in a spray of blood and flesh. The 4 masters swallowed hard, realizing that Yang Gang's temperament was truly fearsome, as even the passing birds were not spared from his wrath. If they fail to find any news shortly, it is highly likely that Yang Gang will resort to murder. 3 hours may not seem long, yet soon someone arrives with a report. "Master, ever since we transformed into a small martial world, all the residents of Weishi Town have moved away. There are no longer any original inhabitants left." Yang Gang scoffed, raising his azure steel sword, his gaze imbued with murderous intent as he replied, "It appears that one of you is destined to die today." The 4 leaders hurriedly spoke, "Senior, please do not rush. Although they have relocated, we can ascertain their new whereabouts. Given some time, we will undoubtedly provide you with the information you seek. Indeed, if you grant us a little more time, we shall certainly uncover something useful for you." Yang Gang let out a chilling laugh, a sword aura emanating from the azure steel sword, as he responded to the 4. "Time is my most extravagant luxury." With a thunderous explosion, the sword aura erupted through the air, conjuring a tempest that surged violently. Following the passage of the sword aura, the leader at the forefront could only feebly open his mouth, a pronounced gash now gracing his neck, as the heavy thud of his body hitting the ground resonated. This leader was irrevocably dead. The remaining 3 quaked in fear, their bodies trembling, fully aware that Yang Gang was not jesting. He was indeed prepared to kill. A sect leader, a master within the martial realm, had met his end so simply, as though he were a stray dog or a domesticated pig, dying without any struggle or resistance. Yang Gang's lips curled into a cruel smile as he extended his hand once more. "If by 3 hours hence you have not procured any useful information, I shall slay one among you." The 3 sect leaders trembled, their gazes fixed upon the body of their comrade, whose blood still flowed. They hastily nodded in agreement and beckoned their subordinates to employ every means at their disposal to seek out the information. The wandering heroes of the martial world, fearing inaction, swiftly departed, and the town of Weishi was plunged into a flurry of activity, with numerous martial artists racing about in pursuit of intelligence. The three leaders, with forced smiles, respectfully inquired, "If it pleases you, esteemed elder, might you divine further information to aid our search?" Yang Gang, with a tone of cold disdain, replied, "The methods of celestial divination are fraught with limitations. One cannot simply inquire and expect answers. You common mortals should refrain from such presumptions." "Indeed, indeed." The three leaders quickly nodded, silenced by his rebuke, their heads bowed in submission as they hoped for their subordinates to return with valuable news. With his gaze lowered, Yang Gang suddenly posed a question. What is the current landscape of the martial world? Who holds sway, and who are its masters? The three leaders responded without delay. The one in charge remains the Martial Alliance leader, Yu Qianqiu. The ranks of the elite have shifted significantly. Presently, the foremost among the 10 great masters is Wu Feiyang of Liamayashan, whose internal strength is as formidable as a mountain. He once crossed the sea alone and ascended 300 meters, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Yang Gang scoffed lightly, commenting, "A frog at the bottom of a well cannot aspire to the stature of a celestial being. It merely traverses the sea to ascend to the heavens." The three sect leaders promptly clasped their fists and bowed, acknowledging, "In comparison to you, a true immortal, Zhou Feiyang indeed possesses numerous shortcomings." "Proceed," Yang Gang said with a dismissive expression. The sect leaders continued their enumeration. The second was an unparalleled master from the inspectorate, a figure who stood one above 10,000 in the imperial court, the lord of the inspectorate, known as 9,000 years. Yang Gang shook his head in disdain. "The Song dynasty is on the brink of collapse. The emperor has sought my master countless times, begging for his emergence. This 9,000 years is but a peak among mortals." "Indeed, your words resonate profoundly," the three sect leaders quickly agreed, continuing on. The third was the venerable monk Giji from the dragon-raising temple, who, however, had not appeared for 5 years. Rumors suggested he was in a state of closed-door meditation, and his current status remained uncertain. Upon mentioning the dragon-raising temple, Yang Gang's gaze flickered momentarily, and he nodded, his tone devoid of the previous strong contempt. "The dragon-raising temple is respectable. It possesses some principles, remnants of its legacy from 2 centuries ago." The three sect leaders, surprised by this insider information, dared not inquire further and proceeded to recount the next few masters in turn. "Is that all?" Yang Gang's lips curled into a condescending smile. "The present martial world shows no signs of progress. Instead, it appears to be regressing." The three great masters hesitated momentarily before continuing. "In truth, beyond the 10 renowned experts, there exist 2 immortal beings who are so formidable that they are not included in the rankings." "Oh," Yang Gang raised an eyebrow, clearly astonished by the mention of these 2 immortals, and scoffed. "What sort of figures dare to be known by the name of immortals?" The three masters quickly nodded in affirmation. "You undoubtedly know the first one. It is your revered master, the foremost immortal of the great Song dynasty." Yang Gang acknowledged, "Indeed, I am well aware of that. My esteemed master cannot be compared with mere mortals." However, his gaze sharpened, emanating a chilling light as he coldly inquired, "Who, pray tell, dares to stand alongside my master and be labeled as one of the 2 immortals? 35 years ago, when I entered the realm of immortals, I was unaware of the existence of such figures. Could it be that a mere charlatan has suddenly emerged, performing tricks that you all believe to be true?" The three masters hurriedly shook their heads and clarified, "You may not be aware, but this immortal is a recent emergence of the past 35 years. It is said that their strength can shatter mountains, and a single droplet of water can claim a life. Previously, they were the mayor of this very town of Weishi." Yang Gang squinted. "If one possesses the ability to shatter mountains, that indeed qualifies as the means of an immortal. But have you truly encountered this individual?" The three masters shook their heads, recalling that this event transpired a decade ago. They had only heard rumors. Nevertheless, many asserted that it must hold some truth. Perhaps the residents of Weishi Town back then held the knowledge. At this juncture, the three masters suddenly paused, as if recollecting something, hesitating before continuing. "If there is anyone who has remained in Weishi Town for the past 35 years without ever departing, he would certainly qualify. However, this individual is an immortal, and it is likely." Yang Gang's expression darkened, the blue steel sword humming ominously as he inquired, "Likely what?" "It is likely to provoke his displeasure. And this immortal is currently in seclusion," the three masters hastily replied. "In seclusion?" Yang Gang scoffed with a cold smile, expressing disdain. Does seclusion mean I cannot pay him a visit? He is an immortal, but I am also an immortal. Moreover, I am a true immortal. He may not necessarily be one. The distinction between true and false leans more towards the latter. Even if he possesses the power to shatter mountains, so what? A hint of madness appeared on Yang Gang's face, the blue steel sword resonating with a fierce hum as he laughed arrogantly. Why should I not? Chapter 12. Emergence from seclusion. If one were to ponder the criteria by which immortals are judged, it would likely pertain to their capacity to shatter mountains and sever rivers. Yang Gang, as one of the immortals, certainly possesses such formidable strength, albeit with some exertion. Nevertheless, the reality remains unchanged. The three grandmasters, wary of defiance, hastily nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are undoubtedly a genuine immortal. However, the esteemed entity you reference is also beyond reproach, and having remained in seclusion for many years, I fear it would be inappropriate to disturb him at this critical juncture. They articulated, each wary of offending the other. What do you suggest I should do then? Yang Gang inquired nonchalantly, flicking his azure steel sword, which emitted a haunting resonance. The three grandmasters exchanged glances and promptly bowed in deference. Perhaps, esteemed elder, you might consider returning for the time being. Once this immortal emerges from his seclusion, we shall immediately inform you, allowing for a direct discourse between the two of you. Yang Gang's demeanor chilled perceptibly. The azure steel sword hummed ominously as his gaze sharpened, his voice icy. Do you presume my temper to be amiable? I have already stated that time is the most extravagant luxury at present. The three grandmasters hastily shook their heads, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Their voices trembling as they replied, and no, we would not dare. It is merely that I fear a hasty intrusion upon the other immortal might tarnish your esteemed reputation. Reputation? Yang Gang's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the trio, then lowered his gaze, his fingers gliding over the azure steel sword. You would do well to contemplate how best to sustain your own existence moving forward. The azure steel sword emanated a chilling aura. The three sect leaders hastily nodded in response. Please do not worry. We shall take you to consult that immortal. Consult? Yang Gang coldly lifted his gaze, and the azure steel sword suddenly emitted a sharp cry, its sword energy surging forth. One of the leaders suffered a grievous injury as his left arm shattered, blood splattering as his anguished cries filled the air. Yang Gang cast a disdainful glance at the maimed leader, continuing to caress the azure steel sword. He addressed the three men. Summon him. I shall await here for 3 hours. Should he fail to arrive within that time, all associated with you shall meet their demise. His casual words belied a brutal intent. The three sect leaders trembled, one of them clutching his mangled arm, too fearful to utter a sound. They dared not delay and swiftly set off to find Xinxia. At that moment, they no longer dared to meet Yang Gang's gaze, terrified that his impatience might lead to bloodshed. Yang Gang secured the azure steel sword at his waist, slightly raising his brows as he inquired, Do you believe I am being excessively cruel? Nay, we do not think so. It is our fault for being thoughtless, the three leaders quickly conceded, adept at bending to the circumstances. No, it is not your fault. Yang Gang shook his head, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he confessed. I am indeed this ruthless. The immortal upon the mountain cultivates strength, not the heart. He possesses unparalleled power, and thus acts according to his whims. The elders of the sect received the command from the leader and swiftly made their way towards the secluded chamber of Xinxia. As they approached, however, hesitation washed over them, and they found themselves standing outside the overgrown dwelling, filled with trepidation. For a decade, no one had dared to enter this abode. Not even the boldest would venture near the courtyard, fearing the wrath of the immortal within. Even the lowliest of thieves refrained from intruding. Today, they were to disturb the meditating immortal, a provocation that could very well incite divine fury, resulting in immediate demise. Who among them would take the first step? Surviving such a perilous task would surely lead to a life of luxury and comfort. Yet, what if the immortal were to strike them down with a mere gesture? The group wavered in uncertainty. Fortunately, there existed a man undeterred by death. A robust man in his 30s, with a flowing beard, stepped forward, exposing his chest, and addressed the assembly with conviction. Our leader's life hangs in the balance. I am willing to undertake this grave responsibility. Should I invoke the immortal's displeasure and perish in the process, I implore you to look after my family. Indeed, we of the three great sects shall never forget your sacrifice. Another echoed. From this day forth, your family shall be as our own. Any who dare harm them shall face my wrath." The chivalrous warriors of the three sects quickly assented. With newfound resolve, the bearded man clenched his fists, inhaled deeply to fortify his courage, and strode purposefully into the courtyard. He cautiously brushed aside the dense undergrowth, mindful not to create too much noise, and slowly approached the weathered wooden door, which had succumbed to decay. With deliberate control, he gently rapped on the door. Then, suppressing his voice, he respectfully inquired, "Is the sage within? I have matters to discuss." Silence reigned in response. The onlookers, wandering heroes of the realm, dared not utter a sound. The atmosphere was so still that a falling needle could be heard. Seeing that no one answered, the bearded man swallowed hard and, emboldened, struck the door with a bit more force. As soon as he knocked the first time, the door, weakened by severe corrosion and neglect, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The bearded man stood frozen in disbelief, unsure of how to proceed. "Who goes there?" A languid voice emerged from within, as if the speaker had just awakened from slumber. The bearded man quickly knelt, speaking in a respectful tone. "I mean no offense, venerable one. I merely seek your audience regarding an urgent matter." Footsteps echoed from inside the dwelling. The bearded man dared not raise his gaze, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, while he pleaded for forgiveness. "I am here with grave business. I beseech the sage for your understanding." The gathering of wandering heroes, emboldened by the elder's example, knelt in unison, with the three major sects following suit. In total, 300 individuals bowed before the doorway, perfectly aligned. "What is it that you seek?" The languid figure approached, halting just before the bearded man. The man with the grand beard felt a knot in his throat, unable to lift his gaze, and could only continue to speak with deference. "A celestial being from the immortal sect has descended the river to seek your audience. He is currently waiting at the ferry. If you choose not to go, he will execute the leaders of our three sections." "Such volatility," Chen Xia murmured, nodding slightly as he observed the 300 kneeling individuals. Puzzled, "What is the meaning of this?" The elder at the forefront hastily replied, "We implore you to emerge and save our leader." At this, the elder bowed deeply, striking his head against the ground. The remaining 300 followed suit, their foreheads striking the earth with a resounding thud. "Ah," Chen Xia acknowledged with a nod, neither affirming nor denying, and then surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where is this place? How many years have passed since I entered seclusion?" The elder quickly responded, "This is Weishi Town. It has been 10 years since you entered your meditation." Chen Xia gazed at the towering buildings that stretched endlessly around him and shook his head. "You should abandon the sects and focus on infrastructure. It is more suited to this." The elder, unfamiliar with the term infrastructure, remained silent, as none dared to reply. Chen Xia then turned to the man with the grand beard and asked, "What is the name of the person seeking me?" The bearded man promptly answered, "The celestial being is named Yonggang." "Yonggang," Chen Xia murmured softly, a flicker of recognition crossing his features, though his memory was vague. "What is his purpose for coming?" The bearded man hurriedly replied, "It is said that he has come to avenge his brother, who was murdered 35 years ago in Weishi Town." Upon hearing this, Chen Xia's memories became vivid, and he nodded in understanding. "Wait, does he have a brother named Yongwei?" The bearded man paused, then quickly corrected himself. "No, it's Yongli." Yes, Chen Xia recalled with clarity. "Indeed, he had a brother named Yongli, whom I killed." Chen Xia admitted directly. The 300 individuals present were taken aback. It was indeed this gentleman who had committed the act. After a moment of silence, an elder, summoning his courage, spoke up. "Then it is certain. Yonggang has come to find you." "How formidable is he?" Chen Xia inquired cautiously. The elder promptly replied, "He should have already entered the path of immortality, having crossed the river on a lotus flower, wielding a sword that cleaved the entire ferry apart." "Very well." As Chen Xia listened, he found it not particularly impressive, especially since he had come specifically to seek him out. Surely he should extend a warm welcome, perhaps with a couple of punches. When guests arrive from afar, it is customary to exchange a few blows first. If they survive, then they may be ushered to the guest quarters. "Rise, everyone, no need to kneel." "I am not an emperor," Chen Xia said casually. The 300 martial heroes hastily got to their feet, eager to behold the appearance of the immortal. What met their eyes was an extraordinarily youthful visage, no older than 25 or 26, perfectly matching the images circulated in the martial world from years past. Indeed, One cannot help but be awestruck by the immortal's presence, embodying eternal life. The crowd, taken aback, fell into a momentary silence, until the elder, bowing in apology, mustered the courage to speak. Might I inquire if you would be willing to lend your hand to save our esteemed leader? Let us proceed, Chun Xia replied without hesitation. As they had specifically come seeking him, the elder promptly took the lead. Chun Xia cast a sidelong glance at the burly man beside him, whose chest was exposed, and remarked, "Perhaps you should consider trimming that chest hair and donning a proper garment. One ought to maintain personal hygiene in public settings." Of course. The burly man quickly nodded, drawing a large blade from his waist to begin shaving his chest hair. Chun Xia paused for a moment, then acknowledged his commendable initiative. Encouraged by the immortal's praise, the burly man became even more enthusiastic, rushing off to purchase a passerby's clothing at a high price, all the while continuing his grooming. This time, Chun Xia refrained from further commentary. The group of 300 ambled leisurely toward the ferry. The elder wished to quicken their pace to reach their destination sooner, but restrained himself, fearing it might displease Chun Xia, and thus they proceeded at a steady rhythm. Upon reaching the ferry, the martial heroes halted. The three esteemed leaders, observing the situation, furrowed their brows, sensing that they might not have indeed summoned the immortal and would have to confront Yang Gang with their lives on the line. In that moment, they were deeply moved. Yang Gang, resting his hand upon the hilt of his azure steel sword, looked down upon the crowd with a sneer, mocking, "What is this display? Do you intend to challenge me to a duel?" Ha ha ha. He emitted a sharp, piercing laugh, as if he had just heard the most outrageous joke. After a brief pause, he mocked, "Then I shall have no choice but to display your heads upon the eaves, adorned with bells. When the wind blows, the heads shall sway, and the bells will chime, creating a grand spectacle as the entire street resonates with the sound of head bells." Ha ha. The 300 chivalrous figures fell into a profound silence, parting to create a broad path. Chun Xia, nonchalantly touching his ear, sauntered through the crowd with an air of indifference, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Gang, inquiring, "You must be Yang Wei, am I correct?" Chapter 13. A single finger breaks rivers and mountains, killing with precision. Are you Yang Wei? Chun Xia inquired with a calm demeanor. Yang Gang's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, the azure steel sword in his grasp humming ominously, as he coldly retorted, "You seek death." Chun Xia nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "That phrase would be better suited for you." Yang Gang sneered, unsheathing his azure steel sword, his features rife with murderous intent. "You dare to claim the name of an immortal? I shall test whether you possess any celestial power." Chun Xia remained silent, his mind delving deep within, channeling all the accrued points from the past decade into his strength. Point allocation successful, strength, 35. A surge of formidable power coursed through him, yet no extraordinary phenomena manifested. Soon returning to tranquility, he brushed off the lingering ash from his sleeves without sparing Yang Gang a glance, casually remarking, "Your timing is quite poor." The azure steel sword in Yang Gang's hand emitted a sharp, ringing note as he retorted mockingly, "Once I eliminate you, the timing will be impeccable." Their exchange bore no semblance of courtesy, with murderous intent laid bare. Chun Xia lowered his head, dusting off the ash from his sleeves, before finally facing Yang Gang with a smile. "You ought to have come 35 years ago, on the night I took your brother's life. The longer you delay, the less reason you have to be here." This was the truth, for Chun Xia would only grow stronger, and at an astonishing rate. In that moment, Yang Gang realized that it was indeed Chun Xia who had slain his brother. Yet, his expression remained largely unchanged, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he nodded. "It is commendable to eliminate that disgraceful wretch. In turn, I could justifiably extinguish all of you." Chun Xia's expression remained tranquil, yet your murderous intent is rather excessive. How can one achieve immortality without such vigor? Yang Gang bellowed, silencing further discourse, and wielding his azure steel sword, he shattered the last remnants of the ferry landing. The resounding clash of the sword echoed, accompanied by a tumultuous sword aura that ravaged the streets in its wake, as he directed a lethal strike towards Chun Xia. The surrounding heroes of the martial world, daunted by the spectacle, hastily retreated. Midway through the onslaught, the sword aura abruptly stalled, and the resonating sound of the sword faded into silence. Yang Gang gazed at the scene before him with a shadowed countenance. The blade, sharp as ever, was raised, with the tips of 2 fingers pressing down on its point. It was these very fingers that subdued the entirety of the sword's aura and force. Xia, with a single hand, inverted the azure steel sword. The onlookers, members of the martial community, were left aghast, unable to fathom the reality before them. Lacking even the most fundamental force, how could one aspire to wield a sword? Xia responded with a smile, his inverted fingers transitioning to an upright position, suddenly flicking towards the sword's tip. Clang! A resounding vibration emanated from the azure steel sword, a powerful and continuous force rapidly coursing through its blade, causing it to tremble like the surging waves of the sea. The force swiftly transmitted from the blade to Yang Gang's arm, and then throughout his entire being. The sleeve of Yang Gang's sword arm erupted, disintegrating into fine dust, as his form was propelled backward 50 paces, barely managing to dissipate the overwhelming force upon landing upon the water's surface. Xia chuckled casually, saying, "If you can catch my finger snap, you would have to retreat 50 paces. If you can withstand my punch, wouldn't that mean you must return to your mother's womb?" Yang Gang, gritting his teeth, his expression dark and brooding, retorted defiantly, "I fear you may lack the ability to reverse time. Have you misunderstood something?" Xia continued to smile, elucidating, "I am referring to your next life's womb." Furious, Yang Gang, whose nature was already arrogant and proud, could hardly endure such derision. Abruptly, he stomped on the water's surface, and a lotus blossomed beneath his feet. The Qin Gang's sword radiated its sharpness as he declared coldly, "If you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige." Yang Gang released his grip, allowing the Qin Gang's sword to plummet into the water, while the lotus began to spin at his feet. 6 petals, one by one, fell and sank into the depths. The onlooking heroes of the Jianghu frowned, for petals should typically float upon the water's surface. However, Yang Gang's celestial technique was indeed beyond conventional reasoning. Suddenly, he brought his fingers together and thrust them upward with force. The water's surface quivered, and numerous flying swords surged forth, hovering before him. Leading the charge was the Qin Gang's sword, accompanied by 5 other blades formed from pink lotus petals, flanking him on either side. The spectators' eyes widened in astonishment. This was evidently the divine art of sword manipulation, a genuine celestial technique. Yang Gang smirked coldly, taunting Xia, "Soon, I shall slice your flesh with one sword after another, sever your bones, extract your organs, and light your soul as a lantern." Xia straightened his posture, rubbed his cheek, and let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head. "Unfortunately, I am a benevolent person, and I cannot offer you such treatment. As for reciprocation..." He paused momentarily, then continued with a smile, "I might as well just end your life. Death is imminent." Yang Gang scoffed, drawing his 2 fingers upwards. Suddenly, a pink flying sword shot forth, aimed directly at Xia's neck. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of flying swords, one after another, targeting Xia's neck, brow, heart, and side of the head. 7 swords in total, all aimed at delivering fatal blows without restraint. A frenzied glint danced in Yang Gang's eyes, filled with a swirling intent to kill. He was the most gifted individual within the celestial sect in 3 centuries, destined to be the foremost under his master's tutelage, deserving of the reverence of the common folk. However, as he descended from the mountain, under the guise of avenging his brother, his true desire lay in the thrill of taking lives, to relish the feeling of dominion over life and death. Yet, how could he fathom the sudden emergence of an immortal, one who stood alongside his master as one of the 2 celestial beings of the world? Yang Gang could not bear the thought, and his yearning to slay Xia filled his heart to the brim. The first flying sword soared toward Xia's neck, closely followed by 6 others, all targeting lethal wounds. Without even a glance, Xia brazenly seized the first flying sword, exerting tremendous force to shatter it into dust. 6 remained. With a casual glance, Xia discerned all the flying swords that approached him. Within his pupils, a swirling amalgamation of black and yellow energy formed, and he exhaled softly. A breath of dragon-like aura emerged, causing all 6 swords to tremble. The sword crafted from lotus petals fell to the ground, withering away. The bystanders, in a daze, seemed to hear the echo of a dragoness roar, leaving them momentarily disoriented, uncertain of reality. The final steel sword remained embedded in the earth, paralyzed with trepidation. Yang Gang, astonished, trembled with his outstretched fingers, yet he could not summon the steel sword from the ground. His gaze grew vacant, murmuring to himself in disbelief. How could this be? How could it? A derisive smile curled on Xia's lips as he inquired, "Is this how you dare to call yourself an immortal?" Yang Gang, entranced and lost in thought upon the lotus, offered no reply. Chen Xia curled his finger, the dragon aura swirling between his fingertips, consolidating all his strength into a single point. The mirth faded from his expression, replaced by a calm demeanor as he declared, "Allow me to show you what a true immortal is." With a flick of his finger, the dense dragon aura surged forth. The streets began to shatter inch by inch. Even the soil beneath was ruthlessly torn apart. Time seemed to slow in that moment, the distant calls of birds ringing clear and distinct. The dragon aura cascaded across the water's surface, tearing open a vast chasm that revealed the riverbed lying dozens of meters below. Yang Gang's body collided with the dragon aura, and alongside the rift of the riverbed, he was propelled backward for 3,000 meters, crashing against the summit of a distant hill. With a thunderous roar, the mountaintop began to crumble. Yang Gang had vanished, leaving behind only the recently shattered crater at the mountain's summit, where blood vapor was dissipating. Indeed, it was Chen Xia's single finger that had struck Yang Gang with such force that he had been vaporized. The surrounding martial artists were rendered speechless, gazing at the neatly severed river and the distant collapsed mountain peak, their mouths agape, unsure of what to utter. With a single finger, he had cleaved the river. With another, he had obliterated the mountain, and with yet another, he had slain an immortal. All three feats required but a solitary gesture. This was the true might of an immortal. They could not help but shudder, cold sweat forming on their backs. Were they to place themselves in Yang Gang's position, bracing for such a strike, they would likely be reduced to nothingness before even encountering the severed river. Thus, their gazes toward Chen Xia grew increasingly reverential. At that moment, Chen Xia stood frozen, a notification echoing in his mind. The influence of fate had manifested, primary dragon qi, intermediate dragon qi. Interpreting this message, it seemed his dragon qi had ascended, and he could distinctly feel a robust energy coursing through his body. Chen Xia yawned and waved his hand at the crowd, stating that if there were no further matters, he would take his leave. The three Grand Masters hastily replied with deference, urging him to request anything he needed, assuring him they would do their utmost to fulfill his wishes. Very well, Chen Xia nodded, then abruptly inquired, "What do you know about the immortal sect of Yang Wei?" The three masters hurriedly responded, "Yang Gang. No, Yang Wei is a disciple of the celestial sect from 80 miles away. He entered the sect 35 years ago and became a close disciple of that esteemed immortal. He had already gained notoriety 35 years ago, primarily for his malevolent deeds, having committed numerous heinous acts. It is surprising that he could still join the celestial sect. As for his sect, it is said to have been established 300 years ago, with its founder being the only immortal who resided in the Great Song during your time, even receiving acknowledgement from the celestial beings. A century ago, this immortal made a name for himself by overpowering the Dragon Cultivation Temple. However, he has since vanished for the past 100 years, reportedly having entered seclusion." Indeed, Chen Xia nodded and sincerely expressed, "I hope he has truly met his end." The three masters dared not interject, merely offering forced smiles. "You truly have a penchant for humor." "Indeed," Chen Xia replied nonchalantly, "I do possess a certain wit." The three masters were about to respond with smiles, yet that previous statement was not made in jest. Chen Xia added, Chapter 14. The national master of the Song dynasty Chen Xia was not jesting. He genuinely wished for another celestial being to be confined within that realm. Passing away in such a manner could indeed be considered a rather noble demise. Furthermore, one who could produce an individual like Yang Wei was surely no virtuous being. It was likely that this immortal would seek retribution against Chen Xia in the future. The other three sect leaders dared not speak, merely forcing a laugh. Chen Xia leisurely ambled back to his abode. Along the way, the wandering practitioners hurriedly cleared the path. The vast street was devoid of anyone daring to walk freely. All bowed their heads, standing respectfully on either side, awaiting Chen Xia's passage. Stretching languidly, Chen Xia cast a glance back at the three sect leaders trailing behind and casually gestured them over. The three leaders hastily approached, bowing and scraping, inquiring, "What commands do you have for us?" Chen Xia, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What has become of the original inhabitants of Weishi Town? Why are there only wandering practitioners here?" The three sect leaders quickly responded. The former residents of Weishi Town sold their homes at high prices and relocated to the nearest city. Now, the majority of Weishi Town is populated by wandering practitioners. "Oh," Chen Xia nodded, not dwelling on the matter. The transience of the world is indeed unpredictable, particularly when considering the fleeting lifespan of an ordinary person, barely a century. He re-entered his small dwelling, overgrown with weeds. The three sect leaders waited respectfully outside, not daring to step further. One, mustering courage, ventured to inquire, "Do you require us to repair your residence?" "No need." The tranquil voice of Chun Xia resonated from within as he spoke again. "I have a fondness for Weishi Town." It was only within this dilapidated little abode that he felt a semblance of the life he led 35 years ago in Weishi Town. If time is an unyielding river, then Xinxia is akin to a stone submerged in its depths, unmoved by the currents. As the waters flow on, when he turns to look back, the familiar faces and tales have vanished. Yet, one must retain some remnants of the past. The legend of the immortal emerging from Weishi Town, snapping his fingers to cleave rivers and mountains, swiftly spread, more fervently than the chill of December. Within a fortnight, the entire realm of the Song dynasty was abuzz with this news. Most terrifying of all was that this immortal did not slay mere mortals. He had vanquished another immortal. This event perfectly illustrated the disparities that exist even among immortals. In the taverns, the storytellers had crafted elaborate narratives. They recounted how Yang Gang had mastered the arts of the immortals, treading upon lotus blossoms, crossing rivers to enter the lesser realms. His temperament savage and his penchant for slaughter insatiable. Without hesitation, he had first executed a sect leader and then sought to threaten the Chun clan's immortal. In a remarkably brief span, Xinxia's reputation echoed throughout the entirety of the Song dynasty, prompting discussions among the martial world about whether to drop the half from half invincible when referring to him. However, there remained another immortal yet to emerge in the Song dynasty, and until these two had truly clashed, it seemed premature to remove that half. Many within the martial community concurred with this sentiment. If Chun Xia truly desires to be unrivaled in this world, he must confront another immortal who stands as an obstacle in his path. Between the two celestial beings, as long as the victor remains undecided, neither can claim complete invincibility. Upon the news of Chun Xia's emergence from seclusion, the first to seek him out was a master from the patrol division, the very same individual who had implored Chun Xia to re-emerge a decade prior. Now somewhat aged, he bowed humbly outside the door and addressed Chun Xia with reverence, requesting the immortal to descend and save the Song dynasty from its dire straits. Chun Xia leisurely stepped out from within, casting a glance at the master of the patrol division, and with a smile inquired, "I recall it was you who came last time as well. Has a decade truly passed without resolution in this conflict?" The master gritted his teeth, his expression filled with sorrow and indignation, and replied, "The barbarian forces are formidable. However, His Majesty had previously devised countermeasures, and the situation was somewhat stabilized. Yet, 5 years later, upon the emperor's passing, the young prince ascended the throne, lacking the knowledge of warfare, and the barbarians pushed our borders back by 100 miles. It was only through the efforts of the well-versed princess that we managed to maintain some semblance of order." Intrigued, Xinxia questioned, "Does the Song dynasty possess no generals of its own? Why must the princess take to the battlefield?" The master clenched his jaw, explaining, "The late emperor had weakened the military's influence in favor of civil officials." "Oh," Xinxia nodded thoughtfully, then added with a smile, "It seems you have brought this upon yourselves. What concern is it of mine?" "But," the master of the patrol division raised his gaze, urgency in his expression, as he sought to elaborate. At that moment, Xinxia abruptly exhaled with a dismissive gesture. A fierce wind howled, sweeping around the constable's expert, propelling him backward for 1,000 meters before he landed unceremoniously on the ground. The constable sat dazed on the earth, surrounded by onlookers who stood at a distance, watching in astonishment. After a moment of bewilderment, he struck the ground with a clenched fist, muttering to himself in frustration, "What a worthless fool I am. Truly, I am a failure." Inside a dilapidated room, Chun Xia reclined in a rickety rocking chair, gazing at the ceiling. It was not that he lacked the desire to act. Rather, he was simply overcome by lethargy. Perhaps due to the practice of the great tortoise breathing technique, he now preferred tranquility over activity. Chun Xia shook his head vigorously, smacking his temples. No, I cannot continue like this. I will turn into a turtle if I do not move." Taking a deep breath to rally his spirits, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, igniting an inner excitement that demanded release. Consequently, he flipped over in his rickety rocking chair. "All right, exercise is concluded." Meanwhile, atop the ramparts of the frontier city, the hastily returning constable knelt on one knee before a strikingly poised female commander, clasping his fists in sorrow. "Your Highness, I am incompetent. I failed to summon the immortal. The woman pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling slowly, and shook her head. It is of no consequence. This is not your fault. If the immortal refuses to come, no one can compel him. The constable remained silent, his teeth clenched, harboring an unspeakable sorrow within. The woman rested her hand on the hilt of her long sword, her expression a blend of valor and delicacy. Though her gaze was now slightly downcast as she inquired further, "What news of the newly summoned heroes of the martial world?" The expert from the patrol division hastily replied, "Indeed, some heroes have come for reasons of their own, yet their numbers are 30% fewer than in previous years." The woman nodded, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "Those who would come have already arrived. Those who would not come shall never arrive." The expert from the patrol division nodded in agreement and added, "However, the esteemed Zhou Feiyang, the number one in the realm, and the third-ranking monk have both expressed their willingness to attend, along with several renowned masters." The woman nodded, affirming, "Good." She lifted her downcast gaze, fixing her eyes on the horizon, where the barbarian encampment lay, home to 1,000,000 cavalry, whose charge could shake the earth and conquer all. Among the barbarians, many formidable warriors also resided. The woman sighed once more, her brow furrowed with worry, and shook her head, saying, "Is this truly sufficient? What if we cannot hold the line?" The expert from the patrol division clenched his teeth and clasped his fists, declaring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I vow to defend the city gates with my life." The woman let out a light laugh, then shook her head, a touch of exasperation in her tone. "How many times must I say this? With my father gone and my brother now ascended to the throne, I have come to guard the frontier. You need not call me Your Highness. Simply refer to me as General." "Yes, General." The expert from the patrol division promptly amended his address. The woman opened her eyes wide, a glimmer of inspiration flickering within, as if a plan had formed in her mind. She hurriedly made her way back. 3 days later, news spread that the general was heading south towards the lesser martial world. Why had the general embarked on this journey? Inquiries arose. The request for the emergence of an immortal has been made. What is the immortal doing? The immortal lies languidly at home, embodying a profound sense of inertia and laziness. Even the 3 esteemed leaders dare not disturb him, much to Chun Xia's delight as he revels in his leisurely existence. Out of the 24 hours in a day, he manages to sleep for 23, leaving just 1 hour for idle contemplation. Who would wish to exert themselves when one can level up while seated, right? However, such tranquil days were not destined to last long. Soon enough, visitors arrived to seek his attention. A grand procession encircled the vicinity, leaving the martial world to stand at a distance, too intimidated to approach, even the 3 leading figures. Did you see that? It is the inspectorate, clad in official attire. I recognize them. It appears they are all skilled members of the inspectorate, possibly even under royal decree. Surely, the esteemed one has come. The martial practitioners did not voice it outright, but all understood the identity of the visitor. The princess of the great song has arrived. Inside the shabby little dwelling, a dignified woman clad in a resplendent yellow robe sat gracefully. Her striking features bore an air of solemnity as her delicate brows scrutinized the disheveled figure of Chun Xia sprawled before her. With earnestness, she implored, "On behalf of the great song, I beseech you to emerge and rescue our realm from its perilous plight. I am prepared to bestow upon you the title of National Master and fulfill all your desires." Chun Xia, reclining in his rickety chair, turned slightly, lifting his drooping head to gaze at the woman upside down, and replied, "I must clarify one point. While I am indeed a benevolent soul, you possess no incentives that particularly entice me, do you?" The woman nodded in agreement with Chun Xia's words, placing her hands on her knees, tightly grasping her robe, and then implored, "Yet, having dwelled in the Song dynasty for so many years, surely you have some affection for it. The barbaric and unruly will undoubtedly massacre the common folk upon entering the Song. Your existence is not solely for the salvation of the dynasty, but also for its people." "You are correct," Chun Xia acknowledged, but countered, "I do not succumb to emotional manipulation. Your moral coercion holds no sway over me." But, the woman stammered repeatedly, yet could not articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she merely shook her head, sighed, and bowed deeply to Chun Xia. "I apologize for disturbing you." "Understanding is sufficient," Chun Xia replied, retreating into the dilapidated rocking chair, preparing to recline once more. "The influence of fate. Your interactions with the royal family have increased the dragon chi by 1/100. Is this truly permissible?" Chen Xiao abruptly rose from the worn chair, calling out to the woman who was about to depart. Return for now. I shall come in 3 days. Why in 3 days? Because I wish to rest for another 3 days. The woman turned back in delight, thanking Chen Xia with fervor. Thank you, sir. Your willingness to assist is truly wonderful. The song has no means to repay you, so I shall inform my brother to appoint you as the national master. The influence of fate. You have gained favor with the royal family, increasing the dragon chi by 100. If this continues, once it reaches 100, the dragon chi will undergo its next upgrade. Identity update. Grand Master of the Song Dynasty, endowed with a 20 boost to national fortune, capable of elevating his realm by 20. A new message emerged in Chen Xia's mind, revealing that he had become the Grand Master of the Song Dynasty, endowed with the blessings of national fortune and enhanced strength. Yet, he pondered why such a notification had not appeared during his previous roles as a constable and mayor. After some contemplation, he surmised that his prior identities were too insignificant to warrant such recognition, hence the absence of any notifications. This indicated that, as Chen Xia ascended to higher statuses, the benefits he could attain would correspondingly intensify. Chen Xia nodded, a surge of ambition swelling within him, igniting a desire to take action. With that thought, he turned over once more. Delightful. Chapter 15. Return to where you belong. Chen Xia instructed the princess to wait for him for 3 days. On the first day, he took the opportunity to rest at home, turning over several times. On the second day, he meticulously tidied his surroundings and spent some time fishing at the edge of town, leisurely strolling back home afterward. By the third day, as dusk approached, Chen Xia consulted 3 prominent leaders to ascertain the situation of the border conflict before setting off on his journey. With a mere step, he instantaneously appeared a kilometer away, approaching the border with an astonishing swiftness. If one were to observe from above, they would witness Chen Xia's figure flickering throughout the territory of the Song Dynasty, occasionally pausing to observe the lively disputes of others. Within the border city, news reached the general. General, the barbarians are mounting an offensive. 100,000 iron cavalry are charging towards the city. A woman clad in heavy armor, seated at the forefront, bore a troubled expression. She commanded her troops to prepare their bows and crossbows, to hold their positions atop the city walls, and to refrain from leaving the city, instead focusing on eliminating the barbarians. Understood, the soldiers acknowledged the command and prepared to depart, also alerting the martial experts within the city to remain vigilant. Ensuring no enemy infiltrated their defenses, the soldiers responded affirmatively once more and hastily exited the tent. The woman pinched the bridge of her nose and turned to a nearby officer, her brow furrowed with concern. Has the immortal not yet arrived? The officer on her left promptly replied, the soldiers stationed at the rear have not received any news. It is likely that the immortal has yet to arrive. The woman nodded, expressing her resignation. I hope so, she said. Among the barbarian tribes, an invincible warrior has emerged. Last time, he single-handedly breached 3,000 armor, nearly altering the course of battle. The general hastily replied, this barbarian possesses extraordinary courage. Yet we also have masters of the martial world who should be able to thwart him on the battlefield. The woman shook her head, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. I inquired with Zhuo Feiyang, and he confessed that even together with the old monk, they still fall short against this barbarian warrior, making victory exceedingly difficult. If it comes to a fight to the death, it is likely that this barbarian will claim their lives. The general was taken aback, incredulous. Is this barbarian warrior truly so invincible? The woman exhaled deeply. 6 years ago, when this barbarian first appeared, he breached 3,000 armor and established a formidable reputation. Subsequently, in every battlefield he graced, he was victorious. Had it not been for Zhuo Feiyang and the other martial masters standing in his way, the city would have long since fallen. The general paused, nodding slowly in realization. It seems that only an immortal could possibly stand against him. Not necessarily, the woman interjected, her expression growing serious as she continued. I suspect that the barbarians have colluded with the overseas practitioners of Qi. Practitioners of Qi? The general furrowed his brow in confusion. Did they not close their islands a century ago, declaring their detachment from worldly affairs? Do you take his word for it? The woman countered, then elaborated. The barbarians employ various tactics that seem to be orchestrated by these practitioners. Especially during the Battle of Broken City 6 years ago, the weather was exceptionally sweltering. Within the city, amidst the supplies, flames stretched for hundreds of meters, creating chaos before the battle had even begun. providing the barbarians with an opportune moment. As the woman recounted this, the general recalled the peculiar fire of that day. Although it was said to be spontaneous, it felt otherwise. I fear that the barbarian warriors might unite with the overseas practitioners of Qi, whose strength is already formidable. If they were to combine their powers with the myriad techniques of the overseas practitioners, we might find ourselves facing foes unafraid of celestial beings. The general furrowed his brow and countered, but these celestial beings possess the ability to sever rivers and shatter mountains with but a flick of their fingers. How could the barbarian warriors possibly stand a chance if they truly decide to intervene? The woman, troubled, nodded in response, uttering, "Let us hope so." With that, she ceased the conversation and proceeded towards the battlements to oversee the combat. As she approached, the glow of flames became evident atop the walls, where soldiers stood in formation, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at the scene below. The station commander stood not far off, poised to issue orders in response to the barbarian siege. The woman drew near and inquired of the commander, "What is the current situation?" The commander promptly replied, "My lady, the barbarian cavalry circles 1,000 meters away, showing no haste to assault the city. Our archers cannot reach them. We can only continue to defend." The woman responded, nodding as her brow furrowed, gazing down at the city. 1,000 meters away, the outlines of the barbarian cavalry could be discerned, observing but not charging forth. For those tasked with defending the city, the situation is far from favorable. The cavalry can circle about, resting with diminished pressure, free from anxiety, and find it far more convenient to recuperate. In contrast, the defenders must remain wholly vigilant, steadfast in their commitment to safeguard the stronghold. At the slightest movement from the barbarian cavalry, the soldiers must summon their energy and focus. Over time, this relentless vigilance will surely lead to fatigue and clouded judgment among the defenders. With a sigh, the woman reflects that when confronted with such tactics, the only recourse is to hold steadfast. No other stratagem appears viable. If the soldiers possess sufficient tenacity, they may endure. Yet, the barbarian cavalry shows no inclination to assault, opting instead to prolong the standoff. Occasionally, a squadron of cavalry would surge forward, only to retreat with laughter before the defenders could even knock an arrow. It is nothing short of mockery, a blatant jest at their expense. However, what recourse do the defenders have? They can only endure the derisive laughter of the barbarian horsemen in silence. As dawn breaks, the defenders begin to show signs of weariness, necessitating a rotation for fresh personnel. Suddenly, the air is pierced by the thunderous sound of hooves, as if the very earth trembles under the weight of thousands of charging cavalry, coming forth with unrelenting force. The defenders quickly rally, drawing their bows and preparing to unleash their arrows upon the marauders. Amidst the cavalry, a singular figure bursts forth at an astonishing speed, undeterred and leading the charge at the forefront of the soldiers. The ground beneath this warrior bears deep impressions of his passage, and with a single leap, he covers a distance of several dozen meters. It is the barbarian warrior, Taimu Wu. The soldiers gasped in astonishment, commanding their comrades to swiftly unleash a barrage of arrows. A formidable rain of arrows surged towards the cavalry, intent on slaying the formidable Taimu Wu. With a single sweeping motion, Taimu Wu effortlessly severed dozens of arrows before him, continuing his relentless assault on the city. In the span of mere moments, a distance of 1,000 meters was traversed. Taimu Wu was poised to ascend the city walls, leaving the soldiers in a state of turmoil. While they might manage against ordinary foes, how could they stand against a being of his caliber? Alone, Taimu Wu possessed the prowess to annihilate every soldier atop the walls. Fortunately, before he could reach the battlements, a sword suddenly soared forth from within the city, striking him down to the ground. Almost instantaneously, a figure rushed to engage Taimu Wu in combat beneath the walls. In that fleeting moment, an elderly monk, draped in a crimson robe, leaped forth from the city, calling out, "Young friend Fei Yong, I come to lend you my aid." Below the city walls, two extraordinary masters clashed with the barbarian warrior, their fierce confrontation producing shockwaves that resonated for dozens of meters, causing even the charging cavalry to hesitate. The fierce battle commenced in earnest, a spectacle of epic proportions. Meanwhile, Chen Xia was still en route, engrossed in watching two women engaged in a fierce altercation. The intricacies of their conflict were far from simple. After more than 3 hours of observation, he finally began to unravel the narrative. It must be said that no television drama could rival such a convoluted and winding storyline. Each time Chen Xia thought it was coming to a close, it turned out to be merely the beginning of yet another tale. As for these two women, they had managed to unravel approximately 80% of the gossip circulating in the town. Chen Xia had just finished listening, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Remarkable. He glanced up at the sky, sensing that the time was ripe. The sounds of battle from the distant border city had already reached his ears. No longer delaying, he stepped forth, his figure vanishing in an instant as he surged towards the border. The situation at the border city was far from optimistic. The Iron Cavalry's assault had reached a frenzied intensity, violently crashing against the city gates. The gates stood on the brink of collapse, already showing signs of damage. The fierce clash between the two supreme masters and the barbarian warriors was equally grim, with the former now at a disadvantage. It seemed the barbarian warriors possessed boundless strength, executing their attacks with abandon, showing no restraint. Their bodies were enveloped in a formidable protective energy, rendering Zhuo Feiyang and the old monk incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Meanwhile, Zhuo Feiyang and the old monk had already exhausted their internal energy and could no longer withstand the full force of the barbarians' onslaught. Zhuo Feiyang exhaled, about to catch his breath when Tai Mu Wu offered him no respite, launching a direct punch to his face. Zhuo Feiyang raised his sword to defend, tilting his body slightly to dissipate the force, but was met with a resounding clash as his sword vibrated violently. Unable to endure the subsequent pressure, he was propelled backward, tumbling twice before managing to regain his footing. His sword arm trembled as he gazed at Tai Mu Wu, disbelief etched across his face. "You have broken through." Tai Mu Wu, speaking in clumsy Song dialect, scoffed in reply, "The martial path is meant to ascend. You two useless fools stagnate, and thus, naturally, you shall be eliminated." Zhuo Feiyang was about to retort. The ground trembled as Tai Mu stepped forward, his imposing figure looming over Zhuo Feiyang. With a fist raised high, he generated a violent gust that created a vacuum, striking towards Zhuo Feiyang with lethal intent. The old monk attempted to intervene, but was suddenly hindered by the shifting earth beneath his feet. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A Qi practitioner." Boom! The fist descended. Zhuo Feiyang's body was sent hurtling back like a broken kite, crashing against the city wall. His right arm was shattered, and his sword was lost to the chaos. If there had been a stalemate before, it had now been decisively broken. The barbarian forces had seized the advantage. A woman stood at the highest point of the city wall, bitterly observing the scene below, shaking her head in despair. After 6 years of defense, is this truly the end? Please, retreat for now. We have another line of defense behind us. Leave this place to us, one of the generals urged. The woman shook her head, offering a wry smile. Retreat to where? 6 years ago, we already fell back 100 miles. If we retreat again, we can only return to the capital. I cannot face the people of the Song dynasty. Let me share the fate of this city. My lady, the general cried, filled with sorrow, yet words failed him. He turned and exited the tent, resolutely preparing to take up arms and fight. Meanwhile, the gaping hole in the city gate continued to widen, the cruel laughter of the barbarians echoing through the breach, an unbearable sound. The Iron Cavalry wielded colossal spikes, relentlessly battering the city gates, each strike tearing yet another gash into the sturdy wood. As they awaited the inevitable widening of the breach, the soldiers within the fortress grasped their weapons, bracing themselves to fight valiantly once the barbaric riders breached their defenses. The likelihood of their demise loomed heavily, yet none cared. Their sole desire was to protect the city. With each thunderous impact of the barbarians' giant spikes, the gates could no longer withstand the assault, groaning under the strain before crashing down in a cacophony of destruction. The solitary barrier was gone. The fierce Iron Cavalry emerged before them, their visages a terrifying spectacle. As the final echo of the collapsing gates reverberated through the air, a lone figure materialized between the two armies, casually gesturing with a languid tone, "Go back." Chapter 16. Afoot to slay 10,000 steeds. A voice, casual and unpretentious, echoed forth, directed at the barbarian cavalry. The speaker, a youthful figure in his early 20s, donned a blue robe, his long hair tied back, and his handsome visage bore an air of nonchalance. Observing the stillness of the iron-clad riders, he tilted his head and mused aloud. "Do you not comprehend the language of the Song dynasty? Embracing the philosophy of resolving matters with minimal conflict." Chen Xia waved his hand outward and continued, "You lot, be swift in your retreat." The leader of the barbarian cavalry, his eyes darkened, retorted in a somewhat clumsy rendition of the song's official dialect. You seek death. Ah, so you do understand, Chun Xia replied with a nod, stretching lazily. I am rather lethargic and prefer not to engage in combat. If you depart on your own accord, I may consider sparing your lives. After speaking, he yawned, a slight frown creasing his brow, as he felt a peculiar weariness of late, yearning for a moment of repose. The barbarian leader's gaze sharpened, his great sword glinting ominously. As he coldly declared, You are a master of the Song dynasty. Chun Xia shook his head. I am not a master, but rather, I am Chun Xia. You may also refer to me as the national master of the Song dynasty. At the utterance of these 4 words, the expressions of the city guards instantly ignited with fervor. For there was only one national master in the Song dynasty, and that was none other than the recently appointed celestial being. This individual was indeed the immortal. The commanding general knelt before Chun Xia, respectfully clasping his fists and proclaiming, We humbly welcome the esteemed national master. Following suit, the soldiers quickly knelt, uniting their voices in a chorus. We humbly welcome the esteemed national master. The commotion resonated loudly, capturing the attention of the soldiers atop the city walls, who turned to witness the scene of warriors bowing before a man. Their cries echoed the title, National Master. Who could this national master be? The soldiers atop the walls began to reminisce, their expressions suddenly transforming into joy, as they excitedly shouted, An immortal has arrived. Quick, inform the Grand General, an immortal is here. In stark contrast to the elation atop the walls, the leader of the barbarian cavalry urged his formidable steed forward, fixing his gaze upon Chun Xia and declaring with deliberate intensity, Our cavalry, numbering 3,000, is invincible. 30,000 can dominate the land. Behind me stands 300,000 iron steeds, more than enough to sweep through the entirety of the Song dynasty. What right do you, a mere martial artist, have to obstruct my path, standing before my 300,000 cavalry? The leader's voice thundered as he spurred his horse, the creature responding with a powerful neigh. And he shouted again, Charge! With 300,000 cavalry advancing, you are but an ant, destined to be crushed beneath our might, reduced to a mere specter under our blades. Charge! The leader bellowed, and at the city gates, the cavalry surged forth, 30,000 hooves pounding in unison upon the earth, shaking the very foundations of the land. The city guards hastily rose, their faces filled with alarm as they beheld the oncoming horde of barbarian cavalry. Despite the presence of an immortal among them, the words of their leader resonated ominously. Behind them lay an army of 300,000 fierce riders. Could an immortal truly withstand such a formidable force? Doubts gnawed at their hearts. The commanding officer gritted his teeth, brandishing his great sword, and bellowed orders for all to form ranks and collaborate with the national sorcerer to confront the barbarian cavalry. There's no need, a light, ethereal voice interjected, clear to every soldier on the wall. Chun Xia stood solitary at the forefront, unperturbed as 300,000 barbarian riders charged toward him, the ground trembling beneath their advance. A palpable aura of bloodlust enveloping the air. Chun Xia's expression remained tranquil. He even took a moment to stretch languidly. It was only when the cavalry closed in to within 30 meters that a smile graced his lips, laced with disdain. 300,000, he mused, lifting his foot. A profound, draconic energy surged within his gaze, coalescing into a singular force as he brought his foot down with tremendous force. The bluestone pavement shattered instantly, reduced to dust, offering no resistance. The earth beneath began to crumble, erupting into a gaping chasm at an alarming rate. The walls of earth could no longer bear the strain, fracturing and collapsing in a cascade. From the point where Chun Xia's foot struck, the devastation spread outward, with the fissures deepening into a terrifying fan-shaped ravine. Within this valley, resembling a small mountain, nearly 10,000 barbarian riders met their demise. Both the city guards and the barbarian cavalry stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the spectacle. Is this the power of the immortal's kick? From the dust of the collapsed city wall, a figure slowly emerged, standing atop the highest point of the ruins, smiling towards the barbaric cavalry several hundred meters away. 300,000 iron riders may falter, yet 3 million could still be vanquished. The barbaric cavalry dared not respond, gazing at the figure atop the crumbled wall as if beholding a deity. Only a divine being could wield such might. For the first time, the marauding cavalry felt a tremor of fear, ceasing their relentless charge, nearly turning their steeds to retreat. The city defenders were filled with fervor, their eyes filled with reverence as they looked upon the figure amidst the debris, erupting in cheers. National Master, National Master. The soldiers on the wall, having retreated in time, were spared from the impact of Chun Xia's kick, their gazes fervently fixed upon his silhouette, joining in the exclamations. General, we have triumphed. The National Master is extraordinary. Is this the power of an immortal? The women too gazed with fervent admiration at the figure on the wall, their hearts swelling with indescribable excitement and reverence. This was a transformation from despair to hope, all due to one individual. Perhaps this is the pinnacle of human strength? Chun Xia glanced towards the left side of the wall, several hundred meters away, where Tai Mu was still engaged in battle with Zhuo Feiyang and the old monk, and casually kicked his foot. Whoosh! A stone from the ruins shot forth with incredible speed, instantly piercing Tai Mu's left arm, sending him tumbling aside. Tai Mu Wu clenched his teeth, casting a resentful glare at Chun Xia, and angrily exclaimed in broken song dialect, "What skill is there in ambushing?" Chun Xia, with an expression of indifference, brushed off his sleeves and inquired, "Are you quite adept at fighting?" "Indeed." Tai Mu Wu bellowed furiously. "Can you match my prowess?" However, Tai Mu Wu fell silent, yet continued to glare at Chun Xia in anger. Zhuo Feiyang and the old monk hastily retreated and respectfully clasped their fists towards Chun Xia, saying, "We pay our respects to the National Master." Chun Xia replied dismissively. Zhuo Feiyang and his companion felt no sense of impropriety. After all, among the 10 greatest masters of the Song dynasty, they were aware of the vast chasm that lay between them and the immortals. The fact that Chun Xia had effortlessly wounded Tai Mu Wu served as undeniable proof. They even surmised that Chun Xia had no intention of killing Tai Mu Wu. Had he wished it, Tai Mu Wu would already be dead. Tai Mu Wu, still gritting his teeth, defiantly retorted, "You despicable Song people. If you have the skill, wait for me to train for another 30 years. At that time, I shall surely claim your head." Truly, Tai Mu Wu embodied the spirit of a barbarian from the steppes, utterly lacking in the understanding of submission. Eager instead for a fight to the bitter end. "You cannot defeat me now, and what makes you think you will in 30 years? Chun Xia chuckled, adding, "A fine physique paired with a wretched mind." Tai Mu Wu clenched his teeth, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, creating an exceptionally deep imprint, and shouted furiously, "You merely took advantage of your early birth, cultivating during a time of abundant cosmic energy and fortune. In terms of talent, I shall crush you. Just grant me 30 years, and when another era of opportunity arises, I will reach the pinnacle and surely slay you." Chun Xia, with his hands clasped, bent slightly backward, stretching casually as he posed a seemingly irrelevant question to Tai Mu Wu. "Let me pose a mathematical query. How old will you be in 30 years? Tai Mu Wu furrowed his brow and retorted, "I am only 30 now. In 30 years, I will merely be 60. For one who practices the path of cultivation, that is the prime of life, the peak of martial prowess. You know, calling you a dog-brained fool is not an exaggeration." Chun Xia chuckled lightly in response. "In 30 years, you will undoubtedly still be 30 years old." Tai Mu Wu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implication of Chun Xia's words. He was being threatened. His eyes widened in anger as he bellowed, "Are you afraid? Afraid that in 30 years, you will lose to me?" "Indeed," Chun Xia nodded. "I fear a dog-brained fool who can't even grasp arithmetic. Are you satisfied now? If so, strike a more appealing pose, perhaps a smile with a peace sign, to make the corpse look more presentable." Tai Mu Wu gritted his teeth and roared in fury, "You coward! You won't even give me 30 years. Yet you dare call yourself a celestial being? Cowardice is more fitting." Chun Xia's expression was indifferent as he casually replied, "If you bark like a dog again, I shall turn your corpse into a specimen." Tai Mu Wu was taken aback. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of specimen, he instinctively recognized it was certainly not a good omen. He immediately retaliated with furious insults, calling him a sinister villain and a cowardly wretch. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the ruins of the city wall. Before Tai Mu Wu could discern the source, a powerful hand seized his face, overwhelming him with tremendous force and flinging him away. His body scraped against the ground, carving a deep trench of 100 meters, leaving him powerless at the edge, with shattered bones and a ruptured trachea, producing only a feeble whimper. "Can you still speak?" Chun Xia inquired, effectively silencing Tai Mu Wu. He strolled leisurely toward Tai Mu Wu, continuing, "I had initially intended to grant you a peaceful demise, but I did not anticipate your incessant barking. 30 years. You believe that in 3 decades you could vanquish me? How absurd. Do you think I will not grow stronger? Whether now or 30 years hence, you remain merely a defeated foe, easily crushed beneath my hand. Moreover, why should I grant you 30 years? If you had approached me with a more respectful demeanor, kneeling and articulating a desire for a dialogue, perhaps I would have been inclined to grant you that time. But to utter threats against my life, you must truly wish for your own demise. I possess a kind heart, but I am no fool. Chen Xia approached, casually picking up a sword dropped by a soldier, intending to bring an end to Taimu Fort. In the distance, a sudden and thunderous drumbeat erupted, accompanied by flames soaring into the sky. A group clad in white robes gathered around the altar, their voices resonating as they raised their hands high, radiant light shimmering above them. The foremost Qi cultivator let out a powerful roar towards the heavens, beseeching the sect to descend. Darkness enveloped the land. The dying Taimu Fort, with golden light emanating from its eyes, began to levitate. The ground within a 100-meter radius started to shatter. Chapter 17. I am the greatest ant summoning the deity. This is a technique employed by certain Taoist sects, widely disseminated among the populace. Its primary purpose is to invoke the celestial deities to descend upon oneself. However, the scene before him was undoubtedly not a divine summoning. Standing on the only patch of land within 100 meters, Chen Xia gazed at the floating ironwood dock above, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who are you?" Ironwood dock clenched his fist, a brilliant golden light emanating from his eyes, yet he did not respond to Chen Xia. Instead, with an air of disdain, he uttered a single phrase. The mortal body is frail, possessing only the capacity to wield such meager power. From a distance, a Qi practitioner soared through the air, respectfully positioning himself behind Ironwood dock, bowing as he spoke. "Esteemed master of our sect, I have come to pay my respects to the celestial being. Is it you who summoned me?" Ironwood dock turned his gaze towards the Qi practitioner, the golden light in his eyes intensifying. The practitioner hastily nodded in affirmation. "I summoned the celestial being to eliminate this individual in preparation for our sect's future descent into this realm." Without casting even a glance at Chen Xia, Ironwood dock extended a hand towards the practitioner, radiant light coalescing upon it as he declared, "This realm is under the jurisdiction of the Fuyo immortal sect. Yet it is woefully barren, devoid of even a golden core. Why would you require my presence? You worthless beings. Do you not realize that I had only just forged a connection with the Saintess? And it was because of your incompetence that I was compelled to descend into this realm." Ironwood dock's words were steeped in darkness. The Qi practitioner trembled in fear, hurriedly clasping his fists in a gesture of supplication, pleading for mercy. "I am but an ignorant fool, disturbing the immortal. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." "Indeed, you do," the icy voice of Taimu Wu retorted, as he abruptly clenched his outstretched palm. The Qi practitioner's body seemed to be crushed, instantly transforming into a pulp of flesh, meeting his demise in the underworld. Subsequently, Taimu Wu shifted his gaze towards Chen Xia, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he looked down upon him, coldly stating, "You too deserve to die. Were it not for your insignificant commotion, I would not have been compelled to descend to this realm." Chen Xia extended his arms nonchalantly, replying, "Then you may as well return now. No one is stopping you." With a frigid expression, Taimu Wu questioned, "You have ruined a splendid opportunity for me to converse with the Saintess, and now you wish for me to simply return? Such a thing is hardly feasible. I intend to harvest the souls of you insignificant ants, transforming them into the essence of my cultivation, thus compensating for the losses I have incurred by descending to this realm." As Taimu Wu spoke, he did not conceal the murderous intent emanating from him, and his target was not merely one individual, but the entirety of the martial world. The soldiers on the city walls and the barbarian cavalry were now in a state of disarray. From Taimu Wu's slaughter of the Qi practitioner, it was evident that he made no distinction between friend and foe, driven solely by the thirst for blood. Furthermore, his recent proclamation had indeed instilled terror in them. The notion of harvesting all souls to serve as the foundation of his cultivation was utterly terrifying. Chen Xia was not particularly fearful, for the Ironwood hut was not formidable. When practitioners from the upper realm descended to the lower realm, their powers were significantly diminished. There were even instances of top-tier masters from the martial world slaying celestial beings from the lower realm. Chen Xia, being a native of this world, approached steadily and surely, thus experiencing no such diminishment of strength. However, The celestial being inhabiting the body of the ironwood hut was a different matter. He would be weakened by the will of the heavenly Tao of this realm, so feeble that Chun Xia felt no pressure at all. Should a confrontation arise between them, it would likely result in an even match. The ironwood hut's golden eyes locked onto Chun Xia, observing him for a moment before sneering disdainfully. You are merely a foundational ant. What gives you the audacity to stand in my way? Even with my strength diminished due to my descent, I am not someone you, a mere insect, can dare to confront. At this point, the ironwood hut's expression grew impatient. He pointed a finger at Chun Xia and coldly declared, "Die." Suddenly, he clenched his fist, revealing a cruel smile, intent on crushing Chun Xia, just as he had slain the Qi practitioners before him. Chun Xia stood atop the solitary stone pillar in the 100-meter-deep pit, his gaze shimmering with the profound essence of a dragon. He abruptly swung his fist to the right. Bang! His fist struck the air, producing an eerie sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Immediately, the air in that vicinity began to shatter inch by inch, as if shards of glass were falling. The observing soldiers and the barbarian iron cavalry were rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a display of supernatural power. Chun Xia slowly withdrew his fist and addressed the floating timber fortress with indifference. The tricks used to amuse children should no longer be employed. They lack substance. The expression on Timber Fortress darkened, his tightly clenched palm relaxing, the golden light in his pupils swirling like flames. He positioned his fingers as if to crush a soybean and replied, "You are but a larger ant, slightly bigger than the rest. Yet you cannot escape the truth of being an ant, nor can you evade the inevitable outcome of being crushed by me." When Timber Fortress uttered these words, confidence radiated from him. Originating from the higher realms, his cultivation was profound, and those before him appeared indeed as insignificant ants. Is there a possibility? Chun Xia's pupils shimmered with a deep, serpentine aura, intensifying as it spread through his body. He continued, "All beings existing in this world are ants, including your descent. And I." A reckless smile crept across Chun Xia's lips as he pounded his fist against his chest, declaring imperiously, "Am the largest among them." An unparalleled aura emanated from him as he slightly raised his foot and suddenly stomped towards the standing stone pillar. The serpentine energy surged fiercely into the pillar, causing it to crack but not collapse. Instead, it began to rise. The pillar transformed into a dragon, with Chun Xia perched upon its head, charging towards the floating timber fortress. Today, a guest in azure robes rides a dragon to slay the celestial beings. You get down here. With a thunderous roar, Chun Xia clenched his fist tightly and advanced resolutely towards the ironwood stronghold. The force of his punch stirred the air, leaving a long trail in the sky, reminiscent of a falling meteor destined to strike the ironwood stronghold. The might of this meteor was capable of annihilating worlds. The defenders of the ironwood stronghold were taken aback, their expressions filled with dread. In an instant, they formed a hand seal, summoning a radiant golden barrier around their body, inscribed with intricate runes in 3 concentric circles that whirled incessantly. This was an ancient defensive spell, capable of warding off fatal blows. A 100-meter stone dragon surged forward, its body fracturing with every inch, yet it relentlessly crashed against the golden barrier, striving to penetrate its defenses. The runes atop the barrier valiantly resisted the assault of the stone dragon, but as the first circle of runes dissipated alongside the dragon, only 2 circles remained. Another punch was delivered, akin to a celestial body plummeting to the earth. The golden barrier erupted with a blinding radiance as the remaining runes converged in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow, floating within the golden shield. The defenders continued to form hand seals, striving to bolster the runes of the barrier. Yet their efforts proved futile. The true force was insurmountable. Crack! A fissure began to form in the golden barrier, signifying its newfound fragility. The relentless fist was gradually erasing the runes, and the cracks multiplied, spreading like a web across the once impenetrable shield. At last, unable to endure any longer, with a fist descending, the golden barrier was utterly shattered, dispersing into the cosmos. Before the flustered expression of Tai Mu Wu, an irresistible blow fell. What could possibly surpass the speed of a falling star? The answer lies in those struck by the falling star. Tai Mu Wu was instantaneously driven into the ground, plummeting hundreds of meters deep, and did not cease until it reached a kilometer, barely coming to a halt. His entire being was enveloped in white smoke, ignited by the friction of his rapid descent. Moreover, The earth had collapsed by 3,000 meters. The barbarian cavalry suffered nearly 30,000 casualties, and that was only because they had retreated early. Qianxia, clenching his smoking fist and standing upon the air, exhaled a breath, gazing at the crater left by Tai Mu Wu as he remarked, "When I strike, I am earnest. When I dig, I am a master. If all in this realm are akin to ants, then I am the largest among them. Regardless of who enters this world, they must heed my words. Of course, should you possess the power to rend this realm asunder, I would gladly retract my previous statement. To be adaptable is the hallmark of a true hero. Oh, immortal, cease your pretense of death and emerge forth." Qianxia called into the abyss. Certain that Tai Mu Wu had not perished, for he could hear the sounds of breath emanating from within the earth. Moments later, Tai Mu Wu ascended from the ground. His body stained with blood, the golden light in his pupils dimmed, and he regarded Qianxia with a grave expression. "Indeed, you are the largest ant. Yet you remain merely an ant." "That suffices," Qianxia replied with a smile. "As long as I am the largest one, I shall be invincible." "Impossible." Tai Mu Wu resolutely shook his head. "Although you possess considerable talent and some strength, once you step beyond this realm and into the myriad worlds, you shall comprehend the true terror of genuine prodigies. Those ancient races, the forgotten species, the sacred bodies, and divine forms are beyond your capacity to withstand. This minuscule world cannot shield you. True sovereigns can rend the very heavens asunder." Furrowing his brow, Qianxia cautiously inquired of Tai Mu Wu, "Are you a sovereign?" Tai Mu Wu shook his head. "Sovereigns are beings we dare not even contemplate, their lifespans spanning an entire epoch. Their might capable of commanding the stars and inverting the yin and yang." "Do you know any sovereigns?" Qianxia asked again. Tai Mu Wu continued to shake his head, his expression one of utmost reverence. "Sovereigns are not entities I could ever approach. I do not even dare to utter their names." Qianxia nodded and smiled at Tai Mu Wu. "Then it is of no concern. I can proceed to eliminate you without hesitation." Tai Mu Wu was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "You need not kill me, nor could you, for this is merely a fragment of my soul. Although your status is humble, I am willing to collaborate with you to harvest the beings of this realm and acquire the essence. Afterwards, I can take you away from this realm to experience the grandeur of countless worlds and cultivate the path of enlightenment." Qianxia's lips curved into a smirk as he casually inquired, "Do I appear to be a fool?" "No," Tai Mu Wu replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowing as he asked, "What makes you say that?" Qianxia laughed. "Then why do you resort to the deceitful rhetoric meant for fools to trick me?" "I did not deceive you," Tai Mu Wu began to explain, but before he could finish, Qianxia launched a powerful punch towards his head, enveloped in the spiraling essence of a dragon, unleashing all his might. With a thunderous explosion, Tai Mu Wu's body was propelled 1,000 meters away, crashing into a hill. Gasping for breath, the golden light in his eyes faded as he struggled for survival. The stones that fell before him shattered, and a figure in a green robe emerged, obscuring all light, revealing a smile. "Hello," Qianxia greeted, ever the epitome of politeness. Through gritted teeth, Tai Mu Wu issued his final threat. "You insignificant insect. Should you dare to extinguish my soul, once you leave this small realm, I shall pursue you across the myriad worlds for countless years, until your essence is obliterated and you are barred from reincarnation." "I am so frightened," Qianxia replied flatly, then unleashed one final punch. This blow shattered Tai Mu Wu's head, definitively ending the existence of the immortal and Tai Mu Wu alike. Chapter 18. I will not appear in history books. The influence of fate manifests as you slay a strand of divine essence from an upper realm immortal, thus acquiring 3 traces of invincible intent. A prompt surfaced in Qianxia's mind, momentarily startling him before he delved into his consciousness. Invincible intent. When transcending realms to vanquish foes, slaying an opponent of a lower realm grants 1 trace of invincible intent, enhancing oneself to surpass peers of the same realm. Accumulating 3,000 traces of invincible intent transforms one into an invincible being, paving the path to becoming an emperor and ascending to the heavens. Qianxia nodded, his understanding crystallizing though he did not dwell on it. After all, it requires 3,000 traces of invincible intent to unlock the path to emperorship, and he currently possessed only 3, an insignificant distance from his goal. The influence of fate also granted him the ability to defeat an upper realm immortal and acquire its cultivation method, the first volume of the Xian Hun Dao chapter. Another prompt flickered in his mind as Chunxia's consciousness became still, opening the first volume of the Xian Hun Dao chapter. The essence of heaven and earth is profound and unfathomable. Cultivate for countless years without dying. The 3,000 great paths are encapsulated within a single chapter. One must cultivate the Xian Hun Qi to proceed with the Dao chapter. Glancing through its contents, Chunxia discerned that this was indeed a cultivation technique. The first volume's teachings support cultivation up to the Yuan-Ying realm, akin to the limitations of the Great Turtle breathing technique, albeit with differing effects. The method laid out in the first volume requires one to cultivate a trace of Xian Hun Qi within their body, which can then be used to inscribe the Dao chapter internally. The more one writes, the higher their realm and the greater their strength. Ultimately, one may even achieve the embodiment of the Great Path. However, the specifics of this process are not elaborated in the first volume. Such details are reserved for the subsequent volumes, which merely offer a cursory hint in this initial installment. Chunxia remained indifferent, perceiving it merely as a reward from vanquishing foes. Stretching languidly, he gestured dismissively at the remaining tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry and casually uttered, "Begone." The barbarian cavalry dared not linger, nor challenge Chunxia's authority. They hastily retreated, galloping towards the grasslands without pause. "Qi practitioners, do not depart," Chunxia called out, feeling a twinge of apprehension that these practitioners might inform the so-called celestial beings of the upper realm. The group of Qi practitioners froze, immediately dropping to their knees in supplication. "Celestial being, have mercy upon us. We vow to reside peacefully overseas henceforth, never daring to stir again." Chunxia nodded, expressing, "I too wish to spare you. Yet your numerous transgressions leave me apprehensive. Rest assured, celestial being, we shall never contact the upper realm. Moreover, the arrival of celestial beings requires a physique as robust as that of the Ironwood Fort. There simply aren't so many extraordinary beings in this world. Please, do not worry." Chunxia nodded, arms crossed over his chest. "You understand, I am a good person and rather lazy. Ordinarily, if I can avoid action, I will." "Indeed, you are a truly benevolent individual." The Qi practitioners hurriedly chimed in agreement. Chunxia acknowledged with a nod, then replied nonchalantly, "However, I am not a fool. I apologize for your disappointment, but I refuse to live in fear. I shall employ the swiftest means to eliminate you, ensuring your suffering is minimal." Thus, Chunxia rolled up his sleeves, extending his arm forward in a gesture of invitation amidst the terrified expressions of the Qi practitioners, uttering the words, "Please, meet your demise." On this day, a total of 56 overseas Qi practitioners met their end beyond the borders of the fortress, all within a mere 10 breaths. Standing outside the city, Chunxia bore an expression that radiated invincibility. After the celestial being vanquished the barbarian cavalry, the Song dynasty not only secured its borders, but also reclaimed the territory it had lost, all without the expenditure of a single soldier. The barbarian cavalry retreated to the steppes, no longer daring to infringe upon the lands of the Song. This remarkable turn of events was attributed to the celestial being of the Song, now revered as the national master. At this moment, tales of the national master's exploits circulated among the populace, recounting how with a mere stamp of his foot, he had decimated nearly 10,000 barbarian cavalrymen, and how he had personally slain the barbarian celestial being amidst the two armies, rendering him unrivaled in the contemporary world. Some in the martial circles even bestowed upon Chunxia the title of semi-invincible, proclaiming him to be truly unmatched. However, dissenting voices emerged, arguing that the celestial being from the Song sect had yet to reveal themselves, and that the two celestial beings had never truly engaged in mortal combat, thus questioning Chunxia's claim to true invincibility. While debates regarding strength persisted, there was no doubt regarding his renown. Chunxia had ascended to the pinnacle of fame, surpassing even the emperor of the Song. The common folk, in their discourse, now spoke of celestial beings rather than the emperor. And although they refrained from public discussions of their merits, in private conversations, they expressed their disdainful opinions with abandon. The emperor, The emperor does not even rank as the greatest. Would he dare to act arrogantly before the immortal national master? Would he have the audacity to compel the immortal to kneel? It seems more likely that he would be the one kneeling before the immortal. Nonetheless, such sentiments are only expressed privately at home, for he does not dare to voice them openly, fearing the consequences that could cost him his head. Yet the truth remains. In the realm, There are no 10 greatest masters, nor are there 2 immortals. There is but one immortal, Qinxia. For Qinxia alone possesses the power to dominate the entire martial world. The title of the 10 greatest masters appears utterly ludicrous in the presence of Qinxia. Due to the influence of fate, he has garnered the admiration of the citizens of the Song dynasty, with a dragon aura rating of 50/100. Initially, Qinxia was resting in the carriage, but this notification jolted him awake. What is this? A sudden increase of 45 points. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the reverence of the Song citizens he had acquired, and he nodded in acknowledgement, feeling quite the powerhouse. The soldiers accompanying the palanquin, having heard the commotion from within, hurriedly inquired, "National Master, do you feel unwell? We can make adjustments immediately." Qinxia shifted his position and replied, "No. How much longer until we reach the imperial capital?" The soldiers promptly responded, "At this pace, it will take approximately 3 days, and by then, His Majesty the Emperor will be able to meet you." Their words indicated that it was the Emperor who would be meeting Qinxia, not the other way around, signifying that Qinxia stands above the Emperor. Indeed, Qinxia nodded, responding once more, "Call me when you need me. I shall take my rest." Understood. The soldiers quickly affirmed. Qinxia then resumed his contemplations, pondering the path that lay ahead. The so-called celestial beings from the upper realms had proclaimed that should Qinxia dare to venture into the myriad worlds, they would pursue him relentlessly for countless years until he was utterly vanquished. Thus, he could not, and indeed should not, set foot into those realms. This, in fact, was a favorable development. For now, remaining in this world ensured his safety, allowing him to await the annual increments and diligently practice the great tortoise breathing technique. After several millennia, when he finally emerged, it would be uncertain who would be the hunter and who the hunted. Moreover, he harbored aspirations to cultivate the first volume of the mysterious Harmony Tao scripture, for a myriad of skills could only bolster one's prowess. Besides, this technique appeared far more conventional compared to the great tortoise breathing technique. Stretching lazily, he silently circulated his cultivation method, eagerly anticipating his ascension in strength. Truly, the process of becoming stronger was a tedious and monotonous endeavor. Even before Qinxia reached the capital city, his likeness had already begun circulating. For the common folk, it was merely an opportunity to glance at the image of the national master, broadening their horizons. However, the officials could not afford such a casual perspective. A strict edict had been issued from above mandating that everyone within the capital must commit the national master's likeness to memory. Every detail of his features etched indelibly in their minds, accompanied by assessments. Failure to comply meant forfeiting their official positions. The emperor personally decreed that all officials of the court, regardless of rank or occasion, must pay homage to the national master with a kneeling salute. Failure to comply would result in immediate dismissal from office. This implies that even in the most private circumstances, one must present oneself before Qinxia in a state of reverence. While such encounters are unlikely in those situations, the capital has been unusually bustling in recent days. Officials are required to memorize Qinxia's likeness and adorn the city with banners proclaiming the welcome of the national master in every bustling locale. Furthermore, the emperor has ordered the construction of statues of the national master throughout the capital's vibrant districts. Notably, at the entrance of the imperial city, grand statues of Qinxia are to be erected along the paths where ministers ascend to court. One minister raised a concern, saying, "Your Majesty, might this endeavor tarnish the image of the future crown prince?" To which the emperor responded vehemently, "Whose image are you worried about? The national master has been a savior to our Song dynasty. If the national master does not object, I would gladly see his statues erected throughout the realm. Wherever the people of the Song reside, there shall be a statue of the national master." The emperor waved his hand dismissively, reprimanding the minister. The official immediately lowered his head, realizing his misstep, and refrained from further comment. The emperor gazed at the minister with a heavy sigh, rebuking him. "You truly possess a wooden mind. I must consider whether you are suited for such a prominent position." The minister bowed his head in humility, acknowledging, "Your Majesty speaks rightly. I am indeed lacking in wisdom." The emperor inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment towards his ministers. Though their loyalty was unquestionable, their intellect seemed lacking. With the celestial being's favor at hand, they ought to approach with humility and seek to embrace it. It is essential to align oneself with the powerful, otherwise, who would assume the throne and who would govern the realm? Ultimately, It is but a matter of a celestial being's whim. If one attends to the celestial being's comfort, it would surely recognize their sensibility, allowing the Song dynasty to maintain its dominion over the world. Conversely, should the celestial being take a disliking to them, it could swiftly extinguish their existence and establish a compliant dynasty in its place. Leave, the emperor commanded dismissively, gesturing for the minister to depart. The minister hurriedly retreated. The emperor paced within the grand hall, exhaling repeatedly, his heart racing with anxiety. According to the timeline, the celestial being would arrive in the capital in 2 days. He pondered how he might appease it. Deep in thought, the emperor felt a profound sense of distress. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Chun Xia reclined in a haphazard, yet comfortable position, having finally settled into a semblance of ease. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air. "Master of the nation, may I enter?" It was the inquiry of the princess of the Song dynasty. "Very well," Chun Xia replied languidly. The carriage door swung open, and the elegantly robed princess entered, respectfully kneeling beside him. With a smile, she inquired, "Might I ask if the master is satisfied with this journey?" "Quite so," Chun Xia responded nonchalantly, for he was uncertain of their destination. The woman smiled, her hands resting gracefully on her knees, her posture upright, displaying an alluring silhouette as she replied, "This journey to the capital will surely not disappoint you, esteemed advisor." "I indeed shall not be disappointed," Chun Xia nodded, explaining, "for I harbor no expectations." He held no illusions about the capital. His sole desire was simply to ride in a carriage. The smile on the woman's face faltered, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "What is your name?" Chun Xia suddenly inquired. "Song Qian," the woman hurriedly responded. Very well," Chun Xia nodded, idly gazing out the window. "What is your opinion of the Song dynasty, esteemed advisor?" Song Qian suddenly asked, her hands gripping her garment tightly on her knees, her heart racing with apprehension. "What opinion?" Chun Xia replied casually, still looking outside. "I have no particular opinion. It is much like any other dynasty, with one emperor, hundreds of ministers, and millions of subjects. As long as there are no famines or wars, it is indeed quite satisfactory, is it not? However, time is perpetually progressive. Perhaps you will become but a page in history. Who can say for certain?" Song Qian could not help but interject. "But you are the esteemed advisor of the Song. I could just as easily be the advisor of the Tang, the Chun, or the Xia." Chun Xia replied indifferently, lifting his gaze from the window to meet Song Qian's eyes, smiling gently. "Moreover, I shall never appear in any history book, never." Chapter 19. Silence reigns in the court. This morning Song Qian fell silent, gazing vacantly at Chun Xia. After a prolonged moment, she nodded with a bitter expression and softly replied, Chun Xia's words were indeed accurate. Even in the absence of the Song dynasty, he could still serve as a national advisor for another dynasty, or perhaps even assume roles beyond that, as long as he desired. He could embody any identity in this realm. Chun Xia stretched lazily and turned his gaze towards the window, enjoying the ever-changing scenery outside. Song Qian refrained from further interruption, bowing respectfully to Chun Xia before turning to exit, carefully closing the door behind her. The caravan comprised a total of 3,000 individuals, proudly bearing the imperial insignia of the five-clawed golden dragon. This spectacle was akin to the emperor's own procession on the expansive official road. No one was permitted to approach within 3,000 meters. Ahead, the guards from the patrol office had already begun dispersing other carriages and foot traffic on the thoroughfare, clearing a path for Chun Xia's entourage. Moreover, the logistics for the 3,000 were arranged with the grandeur befitting an imperial journey, even surpassing the opulence of the emperor's travels. The provisions within the caravan, regardless of Chun Xia's appetite, were of the utmost freshness. Any item deemed less than perfect, be it even slightly dulled in luster, was immediately discarded, with additional supplies dispatched with urgency from the nearest relay station, 800 miles away. They even employed specialized ice chambers for food preservation, accompanied by a plethora of renowned chefs. As mealtimes approached, these master chefs would commence their culinary preparations, indifferent to whether Chun Xia partook of the meals. Regardless, the dishes must be prepared in advance. Once Chun Xia expresses his desire to eat, they must be served immediately. However, it is rather awkward that Chun Xia has not requested a meal these past few days. The chef's culinary creations have cooled, and they can only reheat them to offer to the accompanying guards, who are thus treated to a delightful feast, silently expressing their gratitude to the esteemed national master. Besides this, The convoy is accompanied by beautiful maidens and fine wine, ever ready to attend to Chun Xia's needs. Yet, Chun Xia remains silent, seated within the carriage, lost in contemplation. The higher one ascends and the stronger one becomes, the more one can sense the terrifying power of that colossal hand he encountered upon his arrival. Perhaps this is the nature of individuals at the emperor level. After all, even with his power raised to 35, he does not possess such formidable strength. He can obliterate a city, yet cannot achieve the level of annihilating a city with a mere gesture. Furthermore, the wielder of that immense hand is likely constrained by the laws of this realm. Chun Xia shifted to sit upright, estimating that when his power reaches the range of 1,000 to 1,200, he would be capable of effortlessly annihilating a city with a single strike. This calculation employs the simplest exchange method. Assuming a city spans 30 kilometers, his current maximum output of 35 power can create a pit with a radius of 3 kilometers, which is 10 times smaller than the size of a city. Thus, he would require at least 350 points of power at full capacity to destroy a city with one punch. To reach such a level of ease, it would not be unreasonable to multiply that power by 3. The distinction between giving one's all and merely going through the motions is indeed significant. Thus, when roughly calculating a power level between 1,000 and 1,200, Chun Xia could contend evenly with that formidable hand. To put it into perspective, this translates to approximately a millennium. Whether that is deemed long or short depends on one's interpretation. Should Chun Xia wish to disengage from worldly affairs, he could opt for prolonged seclusion, amassing several thousand more points before venturing into the myriad realms. This is perhaps the safest course of action, considering the formidable celestial beings outside, not to mention the existence of emperors with unfathomable powers and abilities. Chun Xia exhaled, unhurried, understanding that there is currently no entity capable of threatening him. Just as he had stated, even if he were to assume the role of an ant, he would strive to be the largest among them. The caravan continued its journey, and officials from various states would come forth, kneeling respectfully along the roadside once permitted by the escort. With reverent expressions, they would call out, "We have the honor of meeting a celestial being." Chun Xia showed no inclination to engage with them. In fact, he preferred the days spent as a constable in Weishi town. As the outstanding constable for 4 consecutive years, he had often pilfered watermelons from old Li's household. Particularly on summer nights, with nothing to do, he would take one to enjoy. Passers-by, feeling parched, would also pick a melon to eat, yet he considered it not theft, primarily focusing on the management of the local pests. In the melon fields, the youth would wield a pitchfork to stab at the wild boars. Yet not every attempt was fruitful. At times, he would inadvertently damage the watermelons. In those moments, Chun Xia would approach with a smile, cradling an unfinished watermelon, and confiscate the boy's pitchfork. She would then turn and sell it to the newly arrived blacksmith in the village, earning a tidy sum, though primarily for the amusement it brought. Eventually, the boy's family ceased cultivating melons and pivoted to selling pitchforks. Chun Xia attended several of their gatherings, acquiring various sizes of pitchforks to adorn her home as collectibles. In due course, the boy's family prospered and relocated to the city, while he himself ascended to become an immortal. These are tales of yore, yet they evoke a sense of nostalgia. A smile graced Chun Xia's lips as she fondly recalled those summers. After becoming an immortal and delving into cultivation, the vistas of the mortal realm grew scarce. Perhaps this is why cultivators often hone their strength while neglecting their hearts. After all, with fewer encounters and experiences, one sees and feels less. By the time of his emergence, he had ascended to the lofty status of an immortal, where one's worth was solely measured by power. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, Chun Xia often sensed an absence of something vital. Perhaps it was decorum. After all, he was a person of great courtesy. Should an agreement be made to take a life, he would prepare a floral wreath the day prior, serve a bowl of rice, and light 3 incense sticks. In the act of taking a life, he would strive to keep his hands free of blood. Do not inquire as to why, for elegance is timeless. The celestial chariot bearing the immortal is set to arrive at dawn tomorrow. This news spread throughout the capital in less than half an hour. Even 3-year-old children were aware that the national master of the immortal realm was coming to the city. The common folk remained relatively calm, though they were excited and delighted. They did not succumb to panic. However, the officials were in a state of utter disarray, unable to sleep a wink. Hastily organizing the affairs of the city throughout the night, delineating various zones, they decreed that only one person per household was permitted to venture out. The streets must remain devoid of congestion, and cleanliness must be upheld. Every citizen was required to don the latest attire, and upon encountering the national master, they were to kneel and bow in reverence. These regulations were enforced by the officials and constables, who diligently knocked on doors to ensure that every resident adhered to them. It was imperative to present a capital where every individual radiated happiness and contentment. Not only were the officials restless, but the emperor too found himself unable to sleep. Tossing and turning in bed, incessantly contemplating how to engage in discourse with the national master the following day, and how to win his favor. He felt woefully unprepared, sensing a deficiency he could not quite identify. Yet time was indifferent to such concerns. With the rising sun, morning arrived. It was time for the morning court assembly. The emperor hastily arose. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no trace of fatigue, urging his maidservants to assist him in donning his garments in preparation for the court. At last, the chariot bearing Qinxia entered the capital, its hoofbeats resonating heavily, escorted by the imperial guards, traversing the official road. Surrounding them were the kneeling citizens, fervently chanting the name of the national master. Qinxia lay in the carriage, peacefully slumbering, enveloped in a barrier of dragon's breath that muffled all surrounding sounds, rendering him oblivious to everything. He was gradually making his way towards the imperial city. Within the grand hall, the officials of both civil and military ranks had arrived early, including the emperor, who sat comfortably, yet a profound silence enveloped the chamber as everyone gazed expectantly towards the entrance, awaiting the arrival of a singular individual. "Princess Chong has arrived," announced the eunuch from outside. Song Qian, adorned in a resplendent yellow robe, entered the court with measured steps, exuding an air of confidence. The emperor quickly inquired, "Sister, has the national master not yet arrived?" "He should be here shortly," Song Qian replied, taking her position among the officials, ready for the audience. All were poised for the proceedings, yet Qinxia remained in his slumber. "National master, it is time for the audience. National master." The anxious guards outside called out. But there was no sign of Qinxia emerging, and they dared not intrude upon the carriage. Their anxiety was palpable. "Shall we carry the national master inside?" suggested one of the guards. This proposal was swiftly accepted. Thus, dozens of guards lifted the grand palanquin, ascending over 100 steps to enter the hall. "The national master has arrived," bellowed the gatekeeper. The officials in the hall quickly composed themselves, steeling their resolve. However, what entered was a colossal palanquin, leaving even the emperor momentarily stunned, prompting him to finally ask after a brief silence, "Master of the nation, where is the esteemed master?" The guards pointed towards the palanquin, hesitant to speak. Their implication was clear. The master was inside the palanquin, unwilling to emerge. "Have you shown any disrespect to the master?" The emperor glared, questioning them. The guards, in a state of panic, shook their heads fervently. One of them explained, "We informed him of our intention to pay our respects to your majesty, yet the master still refuses to come out. How outrageous." The emperor scolded furiously. "It should be I who pays my respects to the master." The court officials fell silent. After the emperor's reprimand, he quickly descended, respectfully clasping his hands outside the palanquin, sincerely declaring, "I, Song Wei, seek an audience with the master." Still, there was no response from within the palanquin. Song Wei's expression grew tense. He lowered his posture further, continuing in a respectful tone, "If the master harbors any grievances, please communicate them to me, and I shall do my utmost to rectify them." Yet, the silence persisted, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension in the court. Song Wei stood at the entrance of the palanquin, clasping his hands and bowing, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, fearful that his words might provoke the displeasure of Qinxia. After a quarter of an hour, a sound finally emanated from within the palanquin, and the door was slowly opened. A languid figure clad in a blue robe emerged, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings, then glanced at the bowed figure before him, inquiring with curiosity, "Who are you?" The emperor seized the opportunity and quickly bowed, responding with a tone of utmost respect. "I am a loyal supporter of the esteemed national master, Emperor Song Wei of the Great Song." In his words, he had already placed Qinxia in a position of prominence. Qinxia nodded and commended, indeed, very courteous. With a solemn tone, Song Wei declared, "To treat the national master with such reverence is only right. He is akin to a second father to our great song." Casually surveying the grand court, Qinxia jested, "So, by this logic, I am your father?" The expressions of the civil and military officials instantly grew tense. for this was a matter of great significance concerning the late emperor. The elder ministers hoped the emperor would exhibit a bit more fortitude, rather than adopting such a submissive stance before a celestial being. Meanwhile, the younger officials wished the emperor would endure this remark, avoiding conflict with the immortal. As it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, they hoped the jest would simply pass without consequence. The atmosphere in the court became palpably tense. Suddenly, the emperor raised his head, his gaze sparkling with intensity, his demeanor exceedingly grave as he fixed his eyes on Chen Xia, sweeping his wide sleeves aside, and proclaimed with clasped fists, "Adoptive father." At this, both the elder and younger ministers fell into a profound silence. Chapter 20. I am the Star Destroyer. Chen Xia was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this emperor could exhibit such remarkable adaptability. He had made a jest, and the emperor had indeed taken it in stride. The ministers and officials in the court fell into a profound silence, observing this somewhat ludicrous scene. Yet they found themselves unable to muster a smile. Before the overwhelming force, the notion of imperial power appeared rather absurd. Song Wei then respectfully remarked, "Adoptive father, please take your seat. Let us commence the morning court together." With that, Song Wei extended his hand forward, indicating that Chen Xia should proceed first. Naturally, Chen Xia walked ahead, leisurely making his way toward the highest seat in the grand hall. The officials watched anxiously, contemplating what would happen if the immortal were to claim the central throne. Would that not require the emperor to stand aside? What could be done? What could be done? Each official was deep in thought, calculating their own strategies. Upon reaching the highest point, Chen Xia chose not to sit upon the dragon throne. Instead, he casually turned his head and said, "Bring a chair over, otherwise, where shall I sit?" Song Wei hurriedly called out to the palace maids attending beside the dragon throne. "Why are you all standing there in a daze? Quickly, go fetch a chair for my adoptive father." The maids promptly retreated, and within moments, a dozen eunuchs appeared, carrying a grand gilded chair, placing it behind Chen Xia. Once they had set down the chair, the eunuchs stood in an orderly fashion behind him, even drenched in perspiration. They dared not utter a single gasp, fearing to disturb the master's adoptive father. Moreover, they could not leave at this moment. According to the palace regulations, servants were not permitted to depart until the master signaled their dismissal after completing his tasks. Chen Xia refrained from taking a seat, instead turning to regard the several eunuchs standing respectfully, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts." He was remarkably courteous. The eunuchs hastily knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "It is our honor to serve our master. We would not hesitate to brave fire and water." Chen Xia responded casually, then took his seat, propping his head on one hand, lost in contemplation. Upon witnessing Chen Xia's satisfaction, Song Wei was elated and approached the dragon throne, addressing the eunuchs. "You have performed admirably. Go to the palace internal affairs to collect a box of gold. Thank you for your benevolence, master." The eunuchs bowed once more, exclaiming loudly before withdrawing in succession. The following moments ushered in the morning court session. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" As the civil and military officials chanted this refrain, their gaze fell upon Chen Xia, who sat quietly beside the emperor, his position subtly elevated above that of the emperor, evoking a sense of incongruity. The emperor squinted, signaling to the officials with a glance. Fortunately, the chancellor promptly grasped the emperor's intent, leading the way in kneeling and bowing, proclaiming, "Long live the national master! Long live the national master! Long live the national master!" The civil and military officials hurriedly echoed his sentiments. Chen Xia furrowed his brows and deliberated. "There is no need to wish me longevity. Merely wishing for invincibility will suffice." For Chen Xia, longevity was not a commendable sentiment. It was akin to attending the centenary celebration of an elderly individual and expressing wishes for their continued long life. Such a gesture would not convey joy, but rather sorrow. "May the Grand Master be invincible under heaven." The chancellor promptly adjusted his words, and the civil and military officials echoed his sentiments. The ensuing morning court session became somewhat tedious, filled with matters pertaining to various regions. Chen Xia found himself unable to comprehend the discussions, and, feeling reluctant to depart midway, leaned his head on his hand and drifted into a stupor. Occasionally, Song Wei would inquire, "Father, what is your perspective?" What perspective could Chen Xia provide? He merely stared blankly. Initially, he responded with vague affirmations like indeed, and good. However, as the questioning persisted and became bothersome, he directly replied, proceed as usual. Do not concern yourself with me. Treat me as if I do not exist. Very well, Song Wei quickly nodded in agreement. The entire duration of the morning court passed in Chun Xia's daydreaming, rendering it rather dull for him. Subsequently, as the session concluded, no one dared to leave first. All eyes turned toward the pensive Chun Xia. When he regained his senses, he curiously asked, "Why is everyone staring at me?" Song Wei hastily replied, "Father, according to custom, the person of the highest rank in court should depart first. Who, then, is the highest-ranking individual in court? Undoubtedly, it is Chun Xia, the esteemed national teacher of the Song dynasty and the emperor's adoptive father." Having decided to leave, Chun Xia did not wish to linger. He rose and made his way toward the exit of the grand hall. Song Wei hurriedly called out, "Adoptive father, where are you going?" "The royal exit is within the hall." "It's nothing. I'm merely taking a stroll," Chun Xia casually replied, already ascending the steps. With no other option, Song Wei turned to the skilled members of the patrol department and instructed, "Follow the adoptive father closely and ensure he is in good spirits. Should he exhibit the slightest displeasure, you shall bear the consequences at the penal department." Understood. The adept members of the patrol department trailed behind Chun Xia at a distance. Hesitant to draw near, their eyes fixed upon him. Chun Xia sensed their presence but paid them no mind, for something more astonishing lay before him, a towering statue. 100 meters high, or rather, a representation of himself. It was sculpted entirely based on a portrait, thus it bore little resemblance to Chun Xia, as the portrait itself was not particularly accurate. Nonetheless, certain details were exquisitely captured, such as Chun Xia's nonchalant demeanor, his eyes half closed, as if he were on the verge of slumber. Yet, the statue appeared somewhat aged, suggesting an age of 35 or 36, which rendered it rather mature. In truth, Chun Xia was merely in his 20s. He paused before the statue, with a throng of civil and military officials amassed behind him. As long as Chun Xia did not advance, they dared not surpass him, waiting in silence. Chun Xia naturally sensed the atmosphere and turned to the assembly. Smiling as he said, "You may all leave first. Do not concern yourselves with me, for I possess a leisurely disposition." The Prime Minister promptly responded, "Your Excellency, the National Master is truly compassionate, possessing a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva. This old minister is profoundly moved and at a loss for words to express my gratitude. I can only bow in utmost loyalty to the National Master until my last breath." The remaining civil and military officials echoed his sentiments, articulating their unwavering allegiance. After a lengthy court session, they had come to a clear understanding. In the current realm, the emperor held a secondary position, while the National Master reigned supreme. It was far more prudent to curry favor with the National Master than to seek the emperor's approval. Chun Xia furrowed his brow, pondering whether the entire Song dynasty, from top to bottom, had become excessively sycophantic. Yet, there seemed to be no fault in that approach. He nodded slightly and reiterated, "You may all leave." The officials, not daring to be remiss, began to move forward in succession, each bowing respectfully as they passed Chun Xia, eager to establish familiarity with him. Soon, a line of officials formed, taking a full half-hour to pass by. Yet, not a single one of them struck Chun Xia as familiar. After all, sycophants often bore a striking resemblance to one another. With his hands clasped behind him, he shook his head slightly, still unaccustomed to this environment of adulation. While there was a certain pleasure in it, it lacked substance. With a sidelong glance, Chun Xia took a step and instantaneously vanished from his spot, reappearing 300 meters away by the palace wall. "Greetings," he said, addressing an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon motifs. The elder, filled with astonishment yet maintaining a composed demeanor, bowed respectfully towards Chun Xia and greeted, "I am but an old servant, Jichengsui. Earlier, I had the fortune to behold the esteemed visage of the National Master atop the city wall, and I inadvertently committed an offense. I humbly seek your forgiveness." "Esteemed National Master, Jichengsui?" Chun Xia furrowed his brow slightly, recalling having heard this title decades ago in Weishi Town. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in realization, "You are one of the 10 greatest masters in the realm?" Jichengsui shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Before the esteemed National Master, there are no 10 great masters. There exists only another celestial being." Indeed, Chun Xia nodded in agreement. This was a truthful statement. However, one curiosity lingered in his mind, prompting him to inquire further, "Do you have any knowledge regarding the reclusive celestial being within the sect?" Jichengsui nodded. his expression turning serious as he responded in a slightly high-pitched voice. That individual is a swordsman, rumored to be a reincarnation from the upper realm. Present since the founding of the Song dynasty, it is said that he once opened the gates of the nation with a single strike, levying a territory of 50 miles by force above the head of the initial emperor, thereby establishing the celestial sect. 50 miles is not an excessive demand, Qinxia remarked, nodding in evaluation, considering that the sword was poised above the emperor's head. Indeed, 50 miles seemed quite reasonable. Zhu Qingshui acknowledged Qinxia's words with a nod and continued. My first encounter with this celestial being occurred 2 centuries ago. At that time, he was already invincible in the world. Upon returning from a sea journey to seek out immortals, he quelled the chaotic Jianghu of the Song dynasty with a single sword strike and entered the imperial city alone on his sword. That was my first meeting with him. In that moment, as a peerless master of the martial world, I bore the weight of 2 swords and collapsed upon the imperial city, teetering on the brink of death. It was only later that I learned he had ascended the dragon throne, casually appending the imperial seal with a kick, and as he departed with his sword, he left behind a mocking quip. The esteemed Lord Jiuqian, shaking his head and somewhat reluctant to utter the phrase, eventually spoke, declaring, "The emperor is the foremost figure in the realm. He embodies heaven itself." Such arrogance was indeed pronounced, yet it was backed by formidable prowess. "I have heard that you have slain his disciple?" Jiuqian inquired again. "Indeed, it was an effortless act, devoid of excitement," Qinxia candidly confessed, offering his own reflections on the matter. After a moment of silence, Jiuqian let out a wry smile, stating, "If memory serves me right, he is a man who harbors grudges and fiercely protects his own. A century ago, it was his disciple who suffered at the old dragon temple. He ruthlessly severed the peak of that temple and took the life of the abbot at the time. The current old dragon temple is but a shadow of its former glory, having been newly constructed." "I hope you are mistaken," Qinxia replied with an air of indifference. Jiuqian chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "He has been in seclusion for a century, yet if we consider his retreat, his strength may only grow. I fear that if he were to emerge once more." He paused, assessing Qinxia's unruffled demeanor, and added, "It is likely he would truly be invincible in this age." The venerable Zhuchuansui deliberately amplified the volume of the words truly invincible. "It's nothing. I can also enter a state of closed cultivation," Qinxia replied, his tone remaining rather nonchalant. "Indeed, when he immerses himself in such a state, his strength will not merely enhance, it is destined to ascend." Zhuchuansui, displaying a hint of urgency, furrowed his brow and elucidated. "But he is currently in a vulnerable phase of closed cultivation. If we seize this opportunity, we might very well send him into reincarnation." A faint smile finally graced Qinxia's previously impassive visage as he patted Zhuchuansui on the shoulder and shook his head. "To aspire to be a fisherman, you are still lacking in qualifications." Qinxia then pointed to himself, remarking, "You are but shrimp, he is a small fish, and I am." He deliberately paused. Zhuchuansui, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, lowered his head and hastily responded, "A big fish?" "No," Qinxia replied, shaking his head as he asserted his own identity. "I am a star-destroying battleship." Chapter 21. "Then I shall avenge them." The term Star Destroyer left Jiu Qiansui in a state of confusion. He had never encountered such a phrase before. However, he instinctively understood that it must refer to something formidable, prompting him to lower his head and refrain from speaking. Qinxia patted Jiu Qiansui on the shoulder, chuckling lightly. "You all have a penchant for treating others as fools. I am not merely a practitioner of physical prowess, neglecting the mind. How could I be so easily coaxed into confronting that immortal with just a few words?" Jiu Qiansui let out a dry laugh. His intention to deceive laid bare, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "Indeed, launching a surprise attack while that immortal is in seclusion would be an exceptional opportunity. As the saying goes, strike when one is ill. I prefer a fair confrontation." Qinxia replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, he is not unwell. If he were truly incapacitated, I would retract my previous statement." Jiu Qiansui forced a smile, bowing his head in silence. Qinxia's words clearly conveyed his unwillingness to assassinate the other immortal. Therefore, Jiu Qiansui dared not press the matter further, fearing that it might provoke Qinxia's ire and lead to his own demise. Noticing Jiu Qiansui's silence, Qinxia shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. In truth, He harbored no fear of the so-called other immortal. Even if that immortal were to emerge from seclusion, what could it change? At worst, Chun Xia could simply find a secluded place to enter his own meditative retreat, waiting for several hundred years to emerge and effortlessly shatter the immortal's flying sword with a single punch. A gentleman's vengeance may not be avenged for centuries. A millennium may still be too soon, and even 10,000 years may not be too late. Contemplating this, Chun Xia inadvertently uttered words that would profoundly influence his entire life. As long as I outlast you all, I shall become invincible. Indeed, there is considerable wisdom in this notion. He shook his hand and strolled towards the imperial city, plunging headlong into the realm of mortals. Everywhere in the capital, his statues stood tall. It must be said, they bore little resemblance to him. Even if Chun Xia stood beside his statue, one might easily fail to recognize him. However, this anonymity facilitated his excursions. Being unrecognized meant he would not be disturbed. The elite of the patrol division, disguised and concealed in the vicinity, scrutinized their surroundings with palpable tension, ensuring the esteemed national master enjoyed his outing. Chun Xia felt no particular satisfaction or dissatisfaction. He merely wished to observe. In truth, the world of mortals appeared largely uniform. It was the abundant human activity that rendered it intriguing. Not far off, a vendor was calling out, clutching a stick of candied hawthorn. What he sold was not the ordinary candied fruit, but seasonal fruits. However, business was not thriving, possibly due to the high prices of the fruit. Consequently, the pricing was elevated, rendering it unaffordable for the common folk. With only a few young ladies from affluent families making purchases, Chun Xia ambled over leisurely, smiling as he inquired, "How much for your candied hawthorn?" The vendor promptly responded, 10 coins. Leaning against the wall, Chun Xia engaged in a casual conversation with the vendor. "Your price seems a bit steep. The fruit is in season, and the syrup is not costly. 8 coins would be a fair price. However, I was referring to the prices from the past, which may no longer be applicable. Feel free to do as you wish." The vendor noticed Chun Xia's polite demeanor, and given that business was not particularly thriving at that moment, they began to engage in conversation. "You have sold candied hawthorns before, so you must have some knowledge of the trade." "No," Chun Xia replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. "I used to be a constable. I never confiscated candied hawthorns." The vendor's smile faltered as he pointed towards the candied hawthorn stand, perplexed. "Are you planning to confiscate this as well?" "Indeed," Chun Xia nodded, elaborating, "primarily because I have a craving. I intend to wait until he closes up, take a few candied hawthorns, and return them the next day. If I wish to indulge again later, I shall confiscate them once more. Why make such a fuss over a mere candied hawthorn that costs only a few coins? Why not simply purchase it?" "You don't understand," Chun Xia replied, still shaking his head, leaning against the wall with a smile. "Because obtaining it without payment is truly delightful." The vendor was momentarily taken aback, nodding in a vague understanding. "Well, I suppose that's true." A silence enveloped the two as they found themselves at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. The vendor forced a laugh, attempting to shift the conversation. "Would you like a candied hawthorn? I can offer it to you at the price you mentioned, 8 coins each." "No." Chun Xia gently shook his head once more. "Eating it without the thrill of taking it for free diminishes the experience," and he patted his pocket. "I have no money." "Haha." The vendor assumed Chun Xia was merely jesting. "You are quite amusing." "Thank you for the compliment," Chun Xia replied politely, leaning against the wall, seemingly with no intention of leaving, lost in silent contemplation. As one accumulates experiences throughout life, nostalgia often becomes a cherished pastime. Yet, reminiscing rarely yields clarity. It merely provokes a myriad of sentiments, leading to a chaotic whirl of thoughts, a state aptly described as idly vexing. However, Chun Xia found himself ensnared in such idle vexation. "1 sugar-coated pear hawthorn, please." A melodious and playful voice chimed nearby. The vendor promptly responded, "Certainly, please hold on." He deftly retrieved a large sugar hawthorn enrobed in pear and presented it to the young lady before him. Chun Xia glanced up to behold a charming young woman adorned in a pear-yellow dress, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, radiating a sweet smile as she engaged in conversation with her companion. She exuded the vibrancy of youth. Yet, for Chun Xia, who had encountered countless beauties over the decades, she was merely another pretty face, devoid of any allure. At least, that was his initial assessment. However, when he witnessed her effortlessly devouring the entire sugar-coated pear, a fleeting desire for her contact information flickered within him, primarily due to her remarkable ability to consume such a treat. Fortunately, Chun Xia's decades of cultivated composure quickly anchored his emotions, suppressing this immature impulse. Meanwhile, the vigilant experts from the patrol were visibly flustered, exchanging anxious glances and whispers. The esteemed master cast numerous glances at that young lady. Could it be? Whose daughter is she? Does anyone know? It seems she hails from the family of a seventh-rank civil official. The adept members of the constabulary, in their quest to decipher Chun Xia's thoughts, exerted tremendous effort, yet dared not act rashly, fearing to displease him. Miss, that individual appears to be gazing at you incessantly, one of the maidservants observed. What on earth? The playful girl, with a piece of candied pear in her mouth, mumbled inarticulately. That young master over there, the maidservant indicated, urging her mistress to look. Thus, the whimsical girl turned around, unwittingly locking eyes with Chun Xia. Her cheeks flushed with color, and she hastily averted her gaze, pretending to adjust her pear yellow dress. Is he truly staring at me? Could he be interested? Why does he keep looking? At least turn your head occasionally, she pondered to herself. He appeared rather handsome, though she had not seen him clearly. Should she glance back once more? The playful girl quickly patted her cheeks. No, no, I must remain composed. I cannot look again. Such were the musings of her heart. How captivating she is, thought Chun Xia inwardly. The playful girl quickened her pace, eager to distance herself. Chun Xia also stepped away from the wall, preparing to depart. Logically, their brief encounter should have reached its conclusion. Yet, in the realm of anxious narratives, unforeseen events abound. In the instant Chun Xia departed, a piercing sound sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce whistle. An arrow hurtled forth, aimed directly at Chun Xia's head. The skilled members of the patrol were struck with horror and hastily attempted to intercept the projectile. Yet, they were too late. Fortunately, the arrow came to a halt, grasped firmly in Chun Xia's hand. Applause erupted as an elderly man leisurely emerged from the tavern, marveling aloud at the display of otherworldly power. Who might you be? Chun Xia inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The elder smiled and replied, a practitioner from overseas. This clarified matters for Chun Xia. Nodding, he recognized the intent for vengeance. Acknowledging the adeptness of the concealed approach, which had eluded his senses entirely, it was unexpected that anyone would dare to attempt an assassination against him at this juncture. The old man, leaning on his cane, maintained a cheerful demeanor and casually remarked, "It's merely two individuals, hardly an act of revenge. Just a lingering resentment to settle accounts with an immortal." After all, beyond the borders, Chun Xia had eliminated 56 overseas practitioners, leaving none alive. "Then I shall claim 2 more lives," Chun Xia replied nonchalantly, effortlessly grinding the arrow into powder. "This is the capital city," the elder noted, surveying the surroundings. "In this bustling market, there are 10,000 souls residing within a 5,000-meter radius. When you take our lives, will you not consider the fate of these 10,000? Chun Xia scratched his head, genuinely troubled by the thought, and shook his head in response. "To my astonishment, the fact that I am a good person has become known to you all, which is indeed unfortunate." The elder's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he continued. "We cultivators from overseas primarily hone our combat techniques, seeking sheer power and extensive reach. Even if I cannot slay 10,000 today, eliminating 2 or 3,000 is hardly a challenge. Would you truly allow these 2 or 3,000 lives to perish?" The elder abruptly turned, pointing at a charming maiden clad in a pear yellow dress, sneering, "If I were to cast my spell, this young woman would perish the fastest. Can you bear that? The allure of a woman evokes sympathy in a man, and the beauty of a woman amplifies it even further." The old man's lips gradually revealed a sinister grin. "My incantation requires less than half a breath. Do you believe it is possible to completely annihilate me in such a fleeting moment?" Chun Xia shook his head in agreement. It was indeed impossible to achieve total destruction. Even if one's skull were pierced, the human body would still cling to fleeting vitality, precluding instantaneous death. This was unavoidable unless the elder were to be ground into powder. The elder laughed heartily, observing Chun Xia's contemplative expression, his face radiating arrogance. With his hands resting upon his cane, he grinned. "Then let us commence with a serious discussion of the terms. There is no other choice." Chun Xia suddenly shook his head, speaking with a sense of resignation. "I can only seek vengeance for these 2 or 3,000 souls, to offer them solace in the afterlife." The elder's pupils contracted sharply as he questioned, "Are you suggesting that you would willingly send these 2 or 3,000 people to their doom?" With limited capabilities, I apologize, Chen Xia lamented helplessly. Yet he straightened his demeanor and clarified, but I will surely avenge them. How could you, as the national master of the Song dynasty, harbor such thoughts? You should spare no effort in protecting these talents. The elderly man bellowed in outrage. Have you read too many novels? Chen Xia furrowed his brow. If you wish to kill, and I cannot prevent it, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you instead. You could stop it, provided you agree. No, I shall not agree. Chen Xia interrupted before the elder could finish, smiling as he did so. My life has never been one of compromise for others. The elder tightened his grip on the cane, gritting his teeth as he continued. But you are the national master of the Song dynasty. Thus, I must seek vengeance for them, Chen Xia responded. Will you sacrifice 2,000 or 3,000 lives for your own obstinacy? The elder nearly shouted, confronting Chen Xia. No. Chen Xia shook his head. It is not I who will cause their demise, but you. And I have something to impart to you. Clearing his throat, Chen Xia prepared himself and declared, Will you condemn all the Qi practitioners for your own recklessness? Chapter 22. Moral coercion. The exchange of thoughts is mutual. As the weaker party, the Qi practitioners are capable of morally coercing Chen Xia, and in turn, Chen Xia can reciprocate this coercion. The Qi practitioner's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth and tightly gripping his cane, he declared with anger, I would willingly trade the lives of my overseas Qi practitioners for the lives of 2,000 or 3,000 citizens of the Great Song. Well, as long as you do not feel it is a loss, that is what matters. Chen Xia nodded earnestly, then yawned. His demeanor somewhat disinterested as he leaned back against the wall and casually remarked, I shall present you with 2 choices. Return to where you came from, or perish here. The elderly man, his expression wavering, contemplated for a long moment before solemnly stating, I have come to seek justice for the 56 deceased Qi practitioners. You still do not grasp the situation, Chen Xia replied, rubbing his eyes before inquiring of the elder, Are you threatened by insects? If you wish to kill these citizens, then do so. I cannot impede you. However, should I decide to kill you, you would be powerless to stop me. Afterward, I will make a special trip overseas to eliminate your Qi practitioners completely. Is that acceptable? The elder's hand trembled around the cane as he realized that Chen Xia genuinely did not care for the lives of those 2,000 or 3,000 people. Chen Xia's demeanor was utterly nonchalant, devoid of any intention to intervene. Yet he is the national master of the Great Song. How could he be so indifferent? Chen Xia turned his head towards the young lady clad in a pale yellow dress and asked, Are you afraid of death? The young woman paused in confusion, failing to comprehend the situation, yet she eventually nodded. Then come closer to me, and I assure you, you shall not perish. The young woman instinctively moved nearer to Chen Xia upon hearing this. Suddenly, the elder's demeanor shifted. He formed a seal with his hands and uttered a low incantation. Qi. His voice faltered, for his head had been severed in half. Chen Xia stood before him, having merely executed a casual gesture. Yet, the remnants of the old man's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Indeed, you care. We have another Qi practitioner who will soon cast a spell. Very well. Chen Xia responded with an indifferent nod, appearing genuinely unconcerned. Qi explosion. A faint sound, originating approximately 800 meters away, reached Chen Xia's ears with clarity. Consequently, the dragon energy surged forth from the earth, swiftly encircling the figure that had spoken, restraining its movements. The elder's remaining half of a head could no longer sustain itself and succumbed to silence. Chen Xia expressed a hint of regret, stating, I would not have been able to withstand you, but alas, your heart was disordered, causing your hand to falter. The experts from the patrol quickly revealed themselves, dispersing the bewildered crowd, and then gathered around Chen Xia, kneeling and bowing their heads. The patrol has failed in its duty to protect. We implore the national master to impose punishment. Chen Xia paused momentarily, finding the situation somewhat amusing. There is truly no need for your protection. You need not follow me. Return home and rest. Forgive us, Master Xia. The experts from the patrol hastily bowed their heads in supplication. Chen Xia, feeling disinclined to say much, circled back to the imperial city and settled into the opulent chambers that Song Wei had prepared for him, intending to enter seclusion once again. That night, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a timid voice. Master Guesher, may I come in? The voice struck Chen Xia as somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place it. He nodded in response, saying, You may enter. The door was gently pushed open, revealing a pair of elegantly slender legs. draped in minimal fabric that clung to her form. Following this was a graceful silhouette, culminating in a charming visage. "It's you," Chenxia realized, recognizing the girl he had encountered earlier, the one who could swallow candied pears whole. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, almost as if they might drip with water. Too shy to meet Chenxia's gaze, she softly greeted him. "I have seen you, Master Guasher." Curiously, Chenxia inquired, "What is your name?" "Huang Qingyue," she replied, her voice gentle and subdued, careful not to disturb him. Rising to his feet, Chenxia approached Huang Qingyue with interest, asking, "Today, when you purchased the candied hawthorns, you performed the feat of swallowing a pear whole, did you not?" "Why, yes," Huang Qingyue nodded bashfully, her expression growing even more flushed. "Redder than the candied hawthorns of the day." "Excellent," Chenxia said with a smile, adjusting his trousers. "Might you perform that feat once more? This time, let us forego the candied hawthorns." Huang Qingyue's rosy expression exhibited a moment of bewilderment as she inquired, "What else would one swallow if not candied hawthorns?" Chenxia pondered briefly before responding, "Your remarkable oral skills are far too exquisite to be wasted on mere candied hawthorns. Moreover, there is something I have long wished to endeavor." What is it?" Huang Qingyue asked, lifting her gaze in confusion, sensing an underlying meaning in Chenxia's words. "This is something no man could possibly refuse," Chenxia continued, pausing his exploratory hands and offering Huang Qingyue a smile as he elaborated. "Could you perform the act of devouring a whole roasted pig in 3 bites?" Huang Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the roasted suckling pig before her, her face a canvas of confusion. Nevertheless, she proceeded to eat, accomplishing the feat in just 2 bites. "A prodigy," Chenxia proclaimed in admiration. With her cheeks stuffed, Huang Qingyue was unable to articulate her thoughts, resorting instead to hasty chewing. What followed was an exchange of gazes, each peering into the other's eyes. "What brings you here?" Chenxia finally posed the question. Huang Qingyue lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper as she spoke. "It is my father who sent me, stating that the National Master has taken a liking to me and wishes for me to serve the National Master." As she uttered these words, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, a testament to her modesty, and she dared not lift her eyes to meet Chenxia's gaze. Such is the charm of youthful femininity. Chenxia nodded in agreement, indeed finding it quite appealing, as the ability to consume an entire suckling pig in 2 bites certainly attests to my discerning taste. Huang Qingyue grew increasingly bashful, her head nearly resting against her chest as she murmured in explanation, I am somewhat gluttonous, and I hope to not bring embarrassment to the esteemed National Master. However, I have come here to serve the National Master." The young lady, after all, possessed a delicate sensibility. As she uttered the word serve, her voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking the courage to speak more loudly. "How do you intend to serve me?" Chenxia inquired playfully, finding amusement in teasing the young girl. "You may command as you wish, as you wish," Huang Qingyue replied softly, still unable to meet Chenxia's gaze. "Very well." Chenxia nodded and asked, "Do you know how to play chess?" "I learned from my father, so I suppose I can play," Huang Qingyue responded. "Excellent." Chenxia produced a chessboard, arranged the pieces, and extended an invitation, saying, "Since we have some leisure time, why not engage in a few rounds of chess?" Huang Qingyue promptly nodded, sitting upright and gesturing for the National Master to proceed first. "Then I shall not be polite," Chenxia declared, grasping a rook and exclaiming, with a swift maneuver, "I capture one of your pieces." Huang Qingyue's hand hesitated above the pieces, her expression one of confusion. In the upper realm, at the Fuyoxian zone, an elegantly attired elder sailed through the starry sea on a ferry, and upon reaching a cave dwelling, he adjusted his garments before respectfully announcing, "Elder Wang seeks an audience with the Saintess. There is no need for a meeting. If you have matters to discuss, simply convey them from outside. The Saintess is occupied, but I shall pass along your words." Suddenly, the cave door emitted a noise and opened 2 eyes, gazing at the elder in response. "Very well," the elder conceded reluctantly, stating, "The celestial realm is to hold the grand assembly of 10,000 sects, and the sect master has sent me to inform the Saintess to prepare for attendance. Furthermore, it is also an opportunity to cultivate favorable relations with those sects under the guise of the newly appointed Saintess. Thus, the Saintess must make ample preparations, as the assembly is not far off, occurring a millennium hence. I implore the Saintess to diligently cultivate her skills, so she may shine brightly at that time." The The cave door emitted an impatient sound. Enough, enough, be on your way. It was merely a message for the sect master. Why add so many personal remarks? The elder's expression darkened, yet he dared not show his displeasure, hastily departing. However, the cave door did not relay the elder's words to Suzhan, for she could hear them but chose to disregard the elder. Since arriving at the Fuyun celestial sect over 30 years ago, she had witnessed ample flattery and treachery, realizing that most elders were driven solely by self-interest. As a saintess of modest cultivation yet extraordinary talent, she was precisely the kind of person these elders sought to befriend. Fortunately, her esteemed status as a saintess afforded her the ability to ignore these elders and focus on her cultivation in peace. Suzhan shook her head, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she inquired of the cave door, "Little Wu, at what level of cultivation do you think I can venture out freely?" After a moment's contemplation, Dongmin hesitantly replied, "It should at least be at the sea-toppling realm." No, that still seems insufficient. The heaven-mending realm appears inadequate as well. Ultimately, the Emperor's realm is the most reliable. Suzhan furrowed her slender brows, feeling that asking such a question was pointless. She sighed once more. 30 years may seem like a fleeting moment in the lifespan of an immortal cultivator, hardly warranting significant concern. Yet for Suzhan, it felt interminable. The longing only intensified with each passing year. If yearning were a vast river, the emotions swelling within Suzhan's heart would surely converge into an ocean. The more she engaged with the celestial realm, the more she yearned for the days spent in Weishi town, and the more she missed Chen Xia, her brother in spirit, who had always been sincere towards her. Undoubtedly, her feelings remained unchanged. No one had ever managed to elevate a general to the status of a crown prince after their military service. Yet Huang Qingwei bore witness to such a phenomenon. After a long night of chess, she finally cornered Chen Xia's army, only to feel joy momentarily before Chen Xia produced a smaller piece labeled Marshal, whimsically naming it the Crown Prince. Huang Qingwei felt a surge of exasperation, pouting as she resorted to the art of feminine charm, gazing at Chen Xia with a pitiful expression. "Oh, esteemed national master, would you not grant me a single victory?" Chen Xia shook his head, explaining that in any competitive game, a loss diminishes the enjoyment. Huang Qingwen nodded in strong agreement, her large, glistening eyes gazing at Chen Xia with a pitiful expression, conveying a sense of distress. Chen Xia was momentarily taken aback, subsequently murmuring to herself. Huang Qingyue's keen ears caught the faint utterance. How adorable. A single punch would likely leave her in tears for an extended period, wouldn't it? Hurriedly, Huang Qingyue wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, straightened her posture, and looked at Chen Xia with a serious demeanor, responding, "I implore you, spare my life." Chapter 23. The snowstorm was fierce, and amusing the young girl was undeniably delightful. Beyond that, Chen Xia harbored no further thoughts. It was not that Huang Qingyue's beauty compelled him to act. He could, of course, but found it unnecessary. One must learn to appreciate beauty. And Chen Xia was not inclined to engage in the act of procreation devoid of emotional foundation. He possessed strong individual thoughts, and his actions were governed by his own intellect. Huang Qingwen knelt beside him, pouring a pot of water for Chen Xia, stifling a yawn as she rubbed her eyes. Having played chess with him throughout the night, fatigue was beginning to overwhelm her. "You should rest on the bed," Chen Xia suggested, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. No, you haven't gone to bed yet. How could I?" Huang Qingwei swiftly shook her head in refusal, rubbing her weary eyes and forcing herself to remain alert. Chen Xia set down his teacup, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he smiled, and said, "People must eat when hungry, rest when tired, and sleep when weary. Do not concern yourself with me. I am not sleepy." After a moment's hesitation, Huang Qingwei glanced around and softly proposed, "Then I shall sleep on the carpet." "Suit yourself," Chen Xia replied, rising to his feet and moving toward the door. He waved his hand and added, "You rest first. I shall take a stroll." With that, he did not wait for Huang Qingwei's response and leisurely wandered out alone. Huang Qingyue stared at the closed door, momentarily dazed, before crawling onto the nearby carpet and curling up to sleep. The palace is vast. Within its confines, Chen Xia moves as though in a realm uninhabited, for none dare obstruct his path. The palace maids and eunuchs, upon catching a glimpse of Chen Xia's languid figure, immediately kneel and bow, offering their respects. Chen Xia responds with polite acknowledgement, though he refrains from kneeling. Yet, all within the palace are compelled to honor him in this manner, even the emperor, Song Wei. He stands as the highest figure in the land. However, as the saying goes, the higher one ascends, the more solitary one becomes, particularly when one reaches an unparalleled pinnacle, surrounded solely by faces reflecting reverence. Chen Xia appreciates these smiles, though he would prefer them devoid of such deference. Foster father, I have ordered statues of you to be erected in every county of the Great Song, so that the populace may pay homage annually. Choose a day, and I shall ensure its execution. Chen Xia paused, momentarily bewildered. Why would they bow to him when he could grant no wishes? Song Wei hastily replied, You are the national master of the Great Song, having single-handedly repelled the barbarian invaders and safeguarded the entire realm. You are akin to a guardian deity for our nation. The people ought to pay their respects to you. Chen Xia pinched the bridge of his nose, somewhat flustered by Song Wei's flattery, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Choose any day you wish, it matters not to me. Very well, I shall make the necessary preparations and will not disturb you further, foster father. Song Wei said before hastily retreating. Chen Xia descended the steps slowly, contemplating his seclusion and the arrangements that lay ahead. This marks his first year residing within the imperial city. In every county within the realm of the Great Song, statues of Chen Xia have been erected, with the 3rd day of May designated as National Master Day, a day on which all citizens are required to pay homage to the statue of Chen Xia. Leading this reverence is Emperor Song Wei, accompanied by officials from both the civil and military sectors, all bowing in unison. On this day, as Chen Xia sat quietly at home, he received a notification. Due to the influence of fortune, with the entire populace paying homage on National Master Day, the Jialong Qi reached its full capacity of 100. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of joy spread across his face. Indeed, he could grow stronger simply by idling. The notification continued, Linglong Qi 1000. Chen Xia's mind was once again filled with a message, indicating that the Jialong Qi had evolved into Linglong Qi, its hue transforming from a deep yellow to a vibrant green. His eyes sparkled as the green Linglong Qi swirled within him before settling into tranquility. Linglong Qi, the essence of a 3rd-tier dragon race, capable of harmonizing with nature and merging with the cosmos. This was a brief explanation of Linglong Qi. Chen Xia, however, had no opportunity to practice it for the time being. He would address that later. Brother Chen, the chess is set. Shall we play another game? The melodious voice of Huang Qingyue called out, inviting Chen Xia over. Presently, she held the position of his mate. After a year of companionship, Huang Qingyue had come to understand that Chen Xia was a remarkably affable person, devoid of any airs, allowing her to address him simply as Brother Chen. Chen Xia responded affirmatively and ambled over to the chessboard. The two of them now possessed similar skill levels in chess, as they played without adhering to the formal rules. Disregarding the traditional movements, such as the horse stepping in a day or the elephant flying over fields, Chen Xia could directly charge forward, seizing the handsome pieces. Aptly dubbed as leading the charge himself, Huang Qingyue, on the other hand, could maneuver her horse to leap over 2 suns in a single bound. Claiming to ride a steed of exceptional pedigree, there were no real rules. It was merely a playful exchange between the two. They had also flown kites within the palace grounds. Huang Qingyue held on to a large kite, her petite face displaying a hint of anxiety as she turned to Chen Xia, asking, Brother Chen, do you think our kite will not take flight? You simply need to run a few steps, and it will soar, Chen Xia replied, leaning against the wall with a smile. Brother Chen, have you ever flown a kite before? Huang Qingyue inquired, still grasping the kite. Chen Xia crossed his arms and admitted, I have tried once, but it was not successful. Why was that? Huang Qingyue asked, lifting her charming face to gaze at Chen Xia with curiosity. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xia chuckled as he recounted, that day, the wind was quite strong, and there was no sun. I thought it was a perfect day for flying kites, so I went up the mountain, but I forgot. Before thunder strikes, the winds can also howl. Haha. Huang Qingyue laughed heartily, then inquired with a trace of concern, were you all right at that time, Brother Chen? The kite was lost, was all Chen Xia replied. Hee. Huang Qingyue chuckled in response, then began to run with the kite, yet it stubbornly refused to ascend. Eventually, she had to halt, panting as she complained to Chen Xia. Brother Chen, this kite won't fly. There is no wind, he replied. Chen Xia provided his reasoning. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Qingyue turned her head and felt the gust of wind rushing towards her. The strong breeze tousled her hair and fluttered her skirt, clinging to her graceful form. The kite danced in the air. Huang Qingyue pressed her skirt down with one hand and called out to Chun Xia, "Brother Chun, with such strong winds, will there be thunder later?" "Not likely." Chun Xia's light voice drifted through the wind and reached Huang Qingyue's ears. His eyes sparkled with a greenish hue. The wind was indeed strong today, and the kite soared high. Amidst the gusts, Huang Qingyue laughed from a distance and asked, "Brother Chun, shall we fly kites together next time?" However, her voice was lost in the bluster. Yet, Chun Xia heard her clearly, leaning against the wall. He nodded slightly and smiled in response, "Sure." He did not specify when that next time would be. Life is inevitably marked by farewells. Chun Xia felt that as someone who perceived himself as having an endless lifespan, he should not form deep connections with others, as it would not bode well for either party. 3 years later, during the wintry season when snow and wind intertwined, a leisurely figure rose early, strolling at a relaxed pace over the vast expanse of snow, slowly departing from the imperial city. Dressed in a simple green robe, he was as empty as he had come. The wind and snow intensified, completely obscuring Chun Xia's silhouette, along with the footprints he left behind, vanishing into the white landscape. Perhaps a snowy day is indeed a fitting time for departure. Who can say? Chun Xia left quietly, without a sound. After waking, Huang Qingyue, clad in a thick cotton coat and adorned with a charming demeanor, knocked on Chun Xia's door, aware of his languid nature, and called out, "Chenggu, rise and shine. Chenggu, wake up. Chenggu." No response came. Perplexed, Huang Qingyue increased her efforts, forcefully pushing the door open. Everything inside remained unchanged, just as it always was, except for the absence of Chun Xia. "Chenggu, stop hiding. I see you." Huang Qingyue called out playfully, believing Chun Xia was merely jesting. Yet she was met with silence. Her expression shifted to one of urgency as she raised her voice. "Chenggu, Chenggu." Still, there was no reply. Huang Qingyue began to search the room and ultimately discovered a piece of paper on the bed, upon which 3 words were scrawled in a manner distinctly reminiscent of Chun Xia's handwriting: "Farewell letter." The content was straightforward, pinned in a haphazard script, embodying Chun Xia's laid-back style. "In my opinion, farewells do not necessitate a letter, for they are seldom good news. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, I shall mention it. Every encounter is a bond. Do take a look outside." Thus, the farewell letter conveyed a simplicity that perfectly encapsulated Chun Xia's nonchalant character. Huang Qingyue, clutching a farewell letter, stepped outside and suddenly noticed a lopsided snowman standing a mere 10 meters away, brandishing a tall broom as if waving goodbye. Wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, she smiled and returned the gesture to the snowman. In an unexpected turn, the snowman suddenly collapsed, revealing a book concealed within. Curiously, Huang Qingyue approached to inspect it and picked up the book, noticing the 4 prominent characters emblazoned on its cover: Xinhan Daozhang. The news of the National Master's departure from the imperial city could not be contained and swiftly spread across the land, leading the populace to become aware of his journey beyond. Officials from various prefectures grew anxious, determined to present themselves well and win the favor of the National Master upon their eventual meeting. Unfortunately, such encounters remained elusive. However, humans cannot sustain a state of perpetual tension. Initial pretense soon yielded to a return to normalcy. Notably, the martial world of the Great Song dynasty began to thrive once more following the disappearance of Chun Xia, the only transcendent immortal. Numerous skilled practitioners established sects, even initiating a new round of the selection for the 10 greatest masters of the realm, aptly named the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This event, occurring in the 8th year, was collaboratively organized by the martial community and the officials, with the 4 prominent families of the martial world joining forces with the Old Dragon Temple and 3 major sects. Alongside the imperial court of the Great Song, the 10 victors would be granted titles and rewards of substantial wealth, 10,000 taels. Certainly, even if one does not rank among the top 10 masters, possessing strength allows entry into the constabulary, where one can receive a generous salary while serving the crown. It is indeed a splendid opportunity for the martial artists of the realm to ascend to great heights. In a moment, numerous skilled practitioners from various factions flocked towards the grand event of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. The venue is situated by the waters of the Temple of Heaven, requiring a passage across a 100-meter river and traversing through mountains to reach the shore. This locale boasts exquisite scenery. Yet, places of such beauty often share a common trait: they attract a multitude of idlers. Chapter 24. Crossing the river in the realm of martial arts. numerous individuals congregate. Those who arrive from the world of martial arts inevitably must traverse it as well. Thus, a throng of martial artists halted at the ferry, inquiring about the fare for the passing boats. Due to the martial arts tournament, the atmosphere was bustling, and consequently, the price of the ferries had risen slightly. However, for these chivalrous figures, such an increase was hardly a concern. It amounted to little more than a few extra coins. Typically, those willing to pay for the ferry were either martial artists of lesser skill or mere onlookers drawn by the spectacle. Those of considerable prowess would effortlessly traverse the water using their lightness skills, rendering the ferry unnecessary. At that moment, a curious scene unfolded. Who was that elderly man who only utilized a bamboo pole to cross the river? Onlookers gasped in astonishment, swiftly redirecting their gazes. Amidst the depths of the river, an ethereal old man stood upon a bamboo pole, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility as he glided across the water. Though it appeared as if he might topple at any moment, he maintained an extraordinary steadiness, calmly reaching the opposite bank. Observing this elderly figure so effortlessly crossing the river with a mere pole, one could only speculate that he must be a revered master from some esteemed lineage. However, his countenance was unfamiliar, and none had ever laid eyes upon him. Perhaps he was an extraordinary individual from a secluded sect. It would be wise for us to refrain from idle chatter. Such enigmatic beings can be quite fearsome. Should our reckless discussions reach his ears, we might find ourselves in an undesirable predicament. A few practitioners of the martial arts ceased their discussions, wary of attracting misfortune. The tempers of these seasoned individuals were notoriously unpredictable, and their wrath could be quite fearsome. Moreover, this elder did not stand out particularly. During their stay by the waters of the Temple of Heaven, they had encountered numerous formidable characters, including legendary heroes. They had become quite worldly and were not easily intimidated by an old eccentric. Consequently, they turned their attention to the matter of crossing the river and inquired of the ferryman. "Excuse me, good sir, what is the fare to cross the river?" The ferryman, a middle-aged man, replied with a smile, 31 per person. Please, step aboard." The group frowned. 31 seemed rather exorbitant. Although they were not lacking in funds, they were not keen on being taken advantage of either. Feeling dissatisfied, they decided to explore other options. The ferryman shook his head but continued to smile. "Suit yourselves. However, let me offer a word of caution. This is the going rate for river crossings nowadays, and I assure you, my price is on the lower end." The group remained silent, deliberating their next move as they wandered towards another ferry. Watching their retreating figures, the ferryman sighed and muttered to himself, "With so many passengers, it's only natural to raise the prices. Business fluctuates with the seasons." He casually draped a towel over the side of the boat and called out to a smaller ferry nearby, "Chin brothers, why haven't you set sail yet? Noon is nearly upon us, and the peak business hours are just around the corner." The small boat lay in silence for a while, until the sound of slow footsteps finally broke the stillness. A languid figure emerged, leaning casually against the cabin, responding to the middle-aged man with an air of indifference. "I do not engage in commerce. I merely wish to row." The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation, exclaiming, "You've been at this for 2 years now, and yet you show little initiative to earn some money and find a wife." Chen Xia, arms crossed and lazily leaning against the cabin, chuckled lightly in reply. "Then I shall simply wait for my wife to seek me out." The middle-aged man was amused by Chen Xia's words, choosing to sit on the boat and remark, "You are indeed handsome and cultured. You certainly have what it takes to win the hearts of young ladies. However, to marry, it requires more than just the consent of a young lady. You also need the approval of her parents. Without a dowry, how can you secure their blessing?" Chen Xia, with a uniquely creative mindset, quickly devised a solution, responding, "Then I shall seek out young ladies without parents." The man paused, taken aback by this unexpected perspective. After a moment of silence, he advised, "But young ladies without parents are hard to find. Furthermore, those who have endured hardship tend to be more discerning and have higher expectations." Sliding down from the cabin, Chen Xia seated himself on the bed, smiling as he replied, "Then I shall pursue a wealthy woman." The middle-aged man fell silent, scrutinizing Chen Xia for a moment before finally responding with a thoughtful tone, "You are indeed quite suited for that." The discourse between the two ceased at this juncture. The robust middle-aged man grasped a kettle and extracted a rice ball from his bag, consuming it alongside plain water. Noon was swiftly approaching, the peak of business activity. Thus, there would be no time for a meal later, necessitating sustenance now to replenish his energy. during his repast. The man turned his gaze towards the adjoining cabin and noticed that Chen Xia had already ensconced himself within, his presence now absent. A slight frown creased his brow. The Chun brothers had arrived at Tianshui's forum 2 years prior, claiming to be travelers enchanted by the scenery, hence choosing to remain and row boats. However, the man's rowing business was decidedly lackluster. He rowed according to his whims, allowing passengers to pay whatever they deemed fit, never imposing requests. How peculiar indeed. Most curious was that Chen Xia seldom vacated the cabin, and the onlookers had rarely seen him partake in meals, yet no one probed further. The middle-aged man shook his head, indifferent. His own life was fraught with challenges. Why concern himself with others? Inside the cabin, Chen Xia lay languidly, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He found himself increasingly disinclined to move, perhaps due to the impending mastery of the great tortoise-breathing technique, or perhaps simply from sheer laziness. Who could tell? Chen Xia turned onto his side and retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, scrutinizing his reflection. He bore an ever-decreasing resemblance to his former self. His brows, eyes, features, and visage exhibited subtle differences. In essence, he had become more handsome. Yet, the languid and carefree aura that enveloped him remained unchanged. He shook his head, retracting the mirror, his consciousness delving deeper to assess the value of the spirit dragon Qi. The spirit dragon Qi stood at 150 out of 1,000. The offerings from the national master had been dwindling, and it had taken 8 years to accumulate a mere 150. It was estimated that it would require another 200 to 300 years to reach its full capacity. Fortunately, Chen Xia possessed the patience to wait, and it was of little concern to him. Over these past 8 years, he had allocated all his accrued points to his luck. His strength remained at 35, while his mana was at 0. Presently, his luck had reached 13, occasionally attracting significant catches directly onto his boat. The act of picking up money while walking was trivial in comparison. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chen Xia aspired to further enhance his luck. Luck would influence his cultivation techniques and physical constitution. With a higher level, endless possibilities would unfold. This was the essence of metaphysics. He stifled a yawn and gazed out the window. The sun blazed high in the sky, waves of heat rolling in, marking the arrival of noon, the peak time for ferry business. However, it was of no concern to him. The surrounding ferries gradually embarked, carrying passengers as they leisurely navigated towards the opposite shore. At the ferry terminal, many individuals braved the scorching sun, awaiting their turn. Before them lay a small boat that had never moved. Some impatient young scions, unable to endure the heat, approached the small vessel and shouted loudly, "Is there a ferryman? Will you set sail? I will pay 51." The small boat remained silent, offering no response, enveloped in tranquility. The young scion furrowed his brow and shouted again, "Is anyone there? Respond, will you? If not, I can offer a couple of silver coins. The price is negotiable, for I am not lacking in funds." Hardly had he finished his proclamation when a head emerged from the small boat. The young man felt a surge of joy, thinking that indeed wealth could move even the most obstinate of obstacles. Chen Xia casually tossed out a pair of oars, nonchalantly declaring, "If you wish to cross the river, you may row yourself. I can pay any amount. I am not short of money either." He then returned to the cabin of the boat, lying back down. For he relished the gentle sway of the small vessel and the fleeting scenery that accompanied it, which proved quite hypnotic. The sensation was akin to riding a train in a previous life. Once aboard, one simply wished to succumb to slumber. The young scion stood at the ferry dock, momentarily bewildered, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he stepped aboard the small boat, seized the oars, and called out to the crowd behind him, "Who among you wishes to row together?" The prospect of rowing was a novelty, and many were eager to partake. Thus, the boat began to move. While Chen Xia reclined in the cabin, his eyes half closed, on the verge of dozing off. The passengers aboard, having little else to occupy their time, began to converse. "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this martial arts tournament?" one inquired. Another responded with analysis, "The former champion, Zhou Feiyang, surely has a significant chance of retaining his title. After all, he is still quite young and in his prime." Yet another voice countered, "In martial arts, one cannot judge a hero by age alone. The court's venerable 9,000-year-old has lived nearly 2 centuries and remains as formidable as ever. In my view, Zhou Feiyang has been preoccupied with affairs concerning the royal family in recent years, leaving him little time for practice and no opportunity for breakthroughs. He is likely to have been surpassed by other formidable experts." As the crowd deliberated, Exploring various possibilities, someone suddenly inquired, "What about the immortal? Do you think the immortal might come?" At this utterance, the group paused momentarily before expressing their opinions. This gathering is a martial arts tournament in the realm of the Jianghu, and an immortal does not belong to this world, having ascended to the path of immortality. There seems to be no reason for their presence here. Moreover, it has been 5 years since the immortal departed from the imperial city, and there has been no word since. It is rumored that they have entered a state of seclusion and have no time to attend. Another individual hesitated briefly before sharing their perspective. "I have heard, though I cannot vouch for its accuracy, that the immortal has traveled overseas in search of a way to enter the realm of the immortals." Some shook their heads, stating, "I have heard that the immortal has already ascended to the immortal realm, which is why there has been no news." "Oh, but I have also heard that the immortal's ascension was fraught with difficulties, resulting in severe injuries. It was on the night of the Great Storm 5 years ago in the imperial city that the immortal attempted to ascend. The sudden halt thereafter signifies a failure in their ascension. I have another piece of information, though I must clarify that it was shared with me by another, and I harbor no such thoughts myself, that it is said the immortal failed to ascend during the tempestuous night in the imperial city and has fallen." "Enough, enough. Such words should not be spoken lightly," someone hastily interjected, unwilling to pursue this line of conversation further. Yet, deep down, they all understood that every martial artist in the Jianghu secretly harbored a hope for the immortal's demise. Only when the immortal is no longer present can the martial world lift its head high. Otherwise, the immortal will forever loom over the Song dynasty's martial realm like an insurmountable mountain. A single individual can suppress the entire martial world. The recent revival of the martial realm is attributed to the fact that Chunxia has been silent for 5 years, allowing the denizens of the martial world to entertain a flicker of vitality. Chunxia lay in the cabin, having overheard several conversations, and found the rumors to be increasingly absurd. Having already fallen from grace, if this continues for a few more years, he might soon be on the brink of reincarnation. There will be no need for future disciples to bow in reverence. Instead, they might as well simply offer 3 sticks of incense as a form of tribute. He turned over again, hearing the voices of several individuals discussing outside. "Have you heard of the little immortal?" Chapter 25. The Qi Cultivator. I encounter one. I eliminate one in the cabin. Chunxia listened intently, unable to suppress a sigh at the emergence of a youthful version of himself, aptly dubbed the little immortal. The discourse outside persisted, continuing with fervor. The little immortal, a figure whose renown had soared over the past 2 years, was said to practice arcane techniques. Upon his emergence, he triumphed over several seasoned masters of the martial world and even ventured alone to the old dragon temple in search of enlightenment, returning unscathed. Such events propelled the little immortal to fame throughout the martial realm in a remarkably short span. Some even placed him among the contenders for the title of the world's foremost expert. What do you know of the origins of this little immortal? I have only heard whispers that he hails from a reclusive sect, emerging now to rejuvenate his lineage. I possess 2 prevailing theories. One posits that this little immortal originates from the celestial realm, serving as the herald for an ancient immortal's impending arrival. The other suggests he comes from overseas, a master of various arcane techniques, now bold enough to showcase his prowess within the boundaries of the Great Song. Both narratives bear considerable credibility, especially since the little immortal indeed wields formidable techniques. Yet, others expressed their skepticism, furrowing their brows and questioning. Did not the national master declare an intention to eradicate overseas Qi cultivators? How dare this little immortal operate within the Great Song's domain, seemingly courting death? "Oh, such a notion is misguided," interjected a companion, shaking his head in response. As mentioned in the preface, the esteemed national master has been absent for 5 years, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. This little immortal, possessing considerable abilities, naturally dares to emerge. Ultimately, it boils down to the absence of Chunxia, who has seemingly vanished without a word. Were Chunxia still present in the capital of the Song dynasty, it is likely that this martial arts gathering would not have materialized. The small boat glides slowly, prompting more conversation among its occupants. Do you believe this could be a conspiracy by the Song royal family? What leads you to such a conclusion? The national master's departure from the capital is merely a narrative spun by the royal family, who can truly ascertain whether he has indeed left. Furthermore, the 3 foremost figures of the martial world, Zhou Feiyang, Jiu Qiansui, and the old monk, have maintained cordial relations with the royal family. Historically, the Song royal family has had a tumultuous relationship with the martial community, even making proclamations against the chaos incited by martial heroes. The royal family's rare involvement in organizing this martial arts event, alongside their intent to recruit distinguished martial figures into the court, suggests a desire to amalgamate the court and the martial realm. As the discussion deepens, the group becomes increasingly intrigued, contemplating the implications. Could it be that the Song royal family wishes for the entire martial world to become subservient to them? This seems plausible. Yet, even with the combined might of Zhuo Feiyang and Zhou Qiansui, the royal family would struggle to dominate the entire martial community. Thus, I suspect that the national master may be lurking in the shadows, poised to intervene decisively when the moment is most critical to suppress the entire martial world. Amidst their discourse, a conspiracy theory had already taken shape, sending shivers down their spines, prompting a reluctance to delve deeper. One individual hastily shook his head and remarked, let it be. This matter is not for us to ponder. Those valiant heroes of the realm seem unfazed, boldly attending the martial arts tournament. So what have we, mere spectators, to fear? Indeed, another chimed in, nodding in agreement. As their small boat approached the shore, they ceased their conversation, gradually casting their coins onto the vessel and calling out to the boatmen, we've paid our fare. The oars are yours. We take our leave now. One by one, they disembarked and made their way toward the venue. The small boat remained still, anchored at the bank. While many crossed the river, fewer returned. Chun Xia reveled in the tranquility, reclining within the boat's cabin, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he leisurely emerged, taking a seat on the vessel, collecting the scattered coins and casually counting them. There were precisely 66 copper coins, an auspicious number. Chun Xia threaded the coins onto a string and secured them at his waist, primarily for the sound they made. Around him, ferries continued to navigate the waters. As Chun Xia stepped off the ferry, hands clasped behind him, he listened to the rhythmic clinking of the copper coins, slowly making his way inward. After an extended period of rest, it was time to stretch his legs. He arched his back, exhaling a deep breath, intent on exploring the bustling areas. The most vibrant locale was the center of the Temple of Heaven, where the martial arts tournament was set to commence. The previous discourse among the individuals was indeed intriguing, revolving around the concept of the Jianghu. What is Jianghu? If asked to elucidate, Chun Xia would respond succinctly. It is the very ground upon which he stands, the highest point of the Temple of Heaven's waters. Song Wei stood at the window, gazing upon the tranquil waters encircled by majestic mountains, which indeed resembled the Temple of Heaven. Have all the figures from the Jianghu arrived? He inquired. Behind him, the venerable Zhou Qiansui, with hair as white as snow, nodded and, with a chuckle, remarked, 90% have come. The remaining 10% are naturally suspicious and vigilant, perhaps fearful of something, and have yet to make their appearance. Song Wei's gaze drifted beyond the window, his tone nonchalant as he retorted, a mere 10% is of little consequence. Once I have the entire Jianghu within my grasp, those remaining heroes will undoubtedly understand how to make their choices. He paused for a moment, then smiled again, adding, if they remain oblivious, they shall be instructed by the iron cavalry of the great Song on how to decide. Zhou Qiansui chuckled and shook his head, saying, there is no need for such grand displays from the great Song's iron cavalry. A personal visit from this old servant would suffice. Song Wei replied, shaking his head, such trivial matters do not require your esteemed intervention. From his words, it was evident that Song Wei held Zhou Qiansui in high regard. A warm smile graced Zhou Qiansui's face, relishing the respect bestowed upon him by the emperor, yet he remained humble, responding, it is an honor for this old servant to serve your majesty. Song smiled and nodded, turning her gaze warmly towards Zhou Qiansui, saying, then I hope you will exert yourself greatly in this martial arts tournament. That is only natural, Zhou Qiansui replied with a light chuckle as he pinched his fingers, suddenly inquiring, what of Zhuo Feiyang? Has he agreed? At the mention of Zhuo Feiyang, Song's expression became somewhat somber as she gently shook her head. He is not easily swayed. Even though I have circulated public opinion, he remains obstinate, harboring the notion of harmony between the court and the martial world. I fear he shall be your greatest adversary. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiansui frowned and scoffed. His chivalrous heart is indeed profound, yet he is quite stubborn, foolishly dreaming of a peaceful coexistence between the court and the martial realm. How utterly ridiculous! Song rubbed her nose in exasperation and replied, Zhuo Feiyang's temper is undeniably too obstinate. I had my sister specially approach him for a discussion, but to no avail, she too found herself at a loss, only advising me to spare Zhuo Feiyang's life afterwards. After a moment's hesitation, Song looked towards Jiao Qiansui, her expression uncertain as she inquired, "Do you have confidence in defeating Zhuo Feiyang?" Jiao Qiansui clasped his hands within his sleeves, his expression fluctuating, but ultimately settling into one of confidence. He extended a finger from his sleeve, positioning it before him as his gaze sharpened. 20 years ago, Zhuo Feiyang was the foremost in the martial world, while I held the second position. Indeed, we had a confrontation in which I lost by half a move. However, were it a matter of life and death, I am confident I could exchange my life with his, rather than merely falling short by that half move. 2 decades have passed, and I find myself reflecting anew, faintly sensing the essence of a celestial being. I have nearly 2 centuries of life experience, unmatched by any wanderer of the realm. At this moment, Jiao Qiansui's expression radiates immense pride as he clenches his fingers into a fist, speaking with an air of dominance. After 200 years of cultivating the path of immortality, I aspire to transcend the martial world. Should Feiyang challenge me again, I shall suppress him in a mere quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's expression ignited with fervor. If Jiao Bo has indeed attained the path of immortality, then victory in the upcoming martial arts tournament is all but assured. Jiao Qiansui nodded with a smile and inquired, "Have you gathered any news about the newly emerged minor immortals?" Song Wei replied, "I dispatched spies to investigate, but they have not returned. Based on the speculations of others, they are likely practitioners from overseas." Jiao Qiansui frowned, taken aback that the national master had only been absent for 5 years, yet overseas practitioners dared to reveal themselves so brazenly. Song Wei, feeling helpless, acknowledged that they had not gleaned any information about the national master in recent years, leading to the assumption that overseas practitioners too had failed to acquire intel, thus emboldening them to appear within the borders of the Great Song. Jiao Qiansui nodded in agreement. It is quite typical for these overseas practitioners, emboldened by their mastery of immortal arts, to challenge the authority of the national master. Song Wei pinched the bridge of his nose, troubled, but soon shook his head, deciding to set aside thoughts of these overseas practitioners for now, intending to first subdue the entire martial world of the Great Song before dealing with them in due course. Upon contemplating this, Song Wei let out a sigh, wishing that the national master were still present. With his esteemed reputation, he could effortlessly suppress the entire Jianghu of the Great Song. Jiao Qiansui responded non-committally, "Perhaps. Is it truly a blessing that Qinxia exists in this world?" Jiao Qiansui harbored a contrary sentiment. He yearned for the fall of the 2 immortals within the Great Song's borders, for that would render the world far more reasonable. Otherwise, every time he gazed upward, he would be reminded of those 2 figures, lofty and unapproachable. On the 3rd day, the martial arts tournament commenced in earnest. Nearly 90% of the renowned figures of Jianghu were in attendance. Among them were legendary heroes of great repute. The throngs of spectators were immense, encircling the entire Tian, creating a bustling sea of humanity, with cheers resounding ceaselessly. "Look, it's the renowned hero of Longfeng. It is said he announced his retirement from the world a decade ago. Who would have thought we could see him today?" On the high platform stood a figure, hair and beard white as snow, clad in a black python robe. Could it be? Could it be the royal master of unmatched prowess, Jiao Qiansui? Qinxia, mingling within the crowd, listened to the spectators' discussions, occasionally casting curious glances toward the stage. As expected, he did not recognize a single one of them. Yet, these Jianghu heroes certainly presented themselves with an air of righteousness, adorned in splendid attire, exuding an unmistakable aura of ostentation. "Very well," Qinxia nodded, realizing that he too should take a cue from this display. After all, not everyone can feign such naturalness. He found an empty spot, took a small stool that had been passed to him, and settled in to observe the match. On the elevated platform, the venerable 9,000 years faced the mountains, channeling his inner strength and letting out a mighty shout. The martial arts tournament officially commenced, with the first match featuring the valiant Xiang Changfeng against the formidable Anshan Old Monster. The cheers from the audience grew increasingly fervent. The figure before Qinxia kept shifting, obstructing his view of the battle unfolding on stage. 30 breaths later, it concluded. An elderly man emerged victorious. The Anshan Old Monster was indeed terrifying, possessing formidable inner strength. Having vanquished the esteemed Chongfeng in such a brief span, it seemed likely he would secure a place among the top 10 in the realm. Some spectators began to analyze the match, yet Chun Xia remained oblivious. However, it mattered little to him. He was merely there to enjoy the spectacle. He stifled a yawn and smacked his lips a couple of times. "Hey, buddy, you look tired. How about you let me have that stool while you take a nap in the back?" proposed a young scion of a prestigious family, patting Chun Xia on the shoulder. Chun Xia shook his head, replying, "Not a problem. I can sleep well here. The hypnotic effect is quite good. I'll offer a couple of silver coins for your spot." "Just for the stool," the young nobleman insisted. Chun Xia shot him a sidelong glance and continued to shake his head. "Without the stool, my drowsiness would be halved. Are you here to sleep or to watch the duel?" The young nobleman furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat speechless. "Just here to enjoy the excitement," Chun Xia chuckled lightly. He is a practitioner of immortality, finding little meaning in the martial arts displayed before him. The scions of noble families, feeling helpless, murmured softly, "Country bumpkin." Chun Xia let out a light chuckle, remaining unperturbed. His temperament has always been amiable, compounded by a naturally languid disposition. Thus, he seldom became angry unless confronted with particularly egregious behavior. Moreover, the noble youth spoke with a certain familiarity, had his words been more scathing. Chun Xia would have felt compelled to impart a lesson on the perils of reckless speech. The martial arts contest continued unabated. Chun Xia, having tilted his head, began to drift into a reverie. It was only when the competition approached its climax that he roused himself, just in time for the final bout. Left Feiyong faced off against the formidable Zhuge Qiansui, both titans of their craft. The spectators erupted into unprecedented excitement, their discussions growing fervent. Who would emerge victorious in the clash between the number 1 and number 2 in the realm? Left Feiyong had lost a hand in a battle at the borders 8 years prior. It remained uncertain how well he had recovered. If the impairment proved too great, he would likely fall short against Zhuge Qiansui. 2 decades ago, their contest had been decided by a mere half move. Now, with Left Feiyong compromised and Zhuge Qiansui having amassed considerable strength, the odds seemed heavily in favor of the latter. Amidst the myriad of opinions, support for Zhuge Qiansui was predominant. Yet, it was Chun Xia who noticed the presence of others lurking behind the martial arts platform. A gathering of various figures from the martial world. Before the crowd stood a young man clad in white, his hands clasped behind him, bearing a tranquil smile as he observed the ongoing carnage with an air of detachment. A crimson mark adorned his brow, distinct from the typical cinnabar mole, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chun Xia furrowed his brow slightly, an elusive familiarity tugging at his memory. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze, finally recalling its source. It was a practitioner of qi from overseas. The clash of combat commenced in earnest. Zhuo Feiyong charged forward with a sword in one hand, the other concealed within his sleeve, remaining motionless. Zhuge Qiansui's feet struck the ground, unleashing a wave of energy as he glided just above the earth, enveloping his hands in a protective aura, boldly confronting Zhuo Feiyong's blade. This marked the inaugural encounter. Zhuge Qiansui wielded the sword with 3 fingers, severing the sword's essence and seizing its intent, thereby gaining the upper hand. Zhuo Feiyong's blade was subdued, yet the hand hidden within his sleeve unleashed a gust of air, his inner strength erupting forth. Still employing 3 fingers, Zhuge Qiansui's energy surged, forcing Zhuo Feiyong back 30 paces as he grasped the sword with his right hand. Unarmed and trembling, 8 years ago, that barbaric warrior indeed inflicted upon you an irreparable wound, Zhuge Qiansui remarked flatly. Zhuo Feiyong let out a wry smile, acknowledging the futility of pursuit as he extended his hands, inhaling deeply, and declared, "For 20 years, I have sought the title of the world's best. Yet I only desire a single defeat." "Excellent." Zhuge Qiansui's voice rang sharp as he nodded in agreement. He charged forward with unwavering determination. In less than a quarter of an hour, the severity of Zhuo Feiyong's severed arm was evident. Merely 200 exchanges later, Zhuge Qiansui had secured his victory. Zhuo Feiyong, with a despondent expression, fell from the stage, brushing off the light wounds upon his body, ultimately emitting a bitter smile. Zhuge Qiansui's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He was on the cusp of claiming the title of the world's foremost martial artist. However, the sound of footsteps interrupted his triumph. A youth clad in white ascended the stage, a vivid red adorning his brow. He produced a delicate tower from his grasp and inquired with a playful smile. Have you ever heard the tale of the clam and the snipe, where the fisherman reaps the benefits? Jiao Qiansui raised an eyebrow, sensing the malice in the newcomer's demeanor. Extending his hands, he summoned a torrent of energy. The white-clad youth continued with a grin. My family has spoken of you as the closest being to an immortal in this world, hence my visit. By the way, he gestured towards the ominous red dot on his forehead, elaborating. This mark is imbued with the blood and internal power of numerous top martial artists. As a consequence, they are unable to attend this martial arts tournament. Jiao Qiansui's pupils widened in shock, and the energy in his hands dissipated. The delicate tower in the youth's possession began to spin, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping the entire arena as he cruelly declared. With the martial world of the Song dynasty as my stepping stone, I shall ascend to the realm of immortals. Jiao Qiansui felt his internal energy uncontrollably siphoning away, flowing towards the exquisite tower as anguished cries escaped his lips. The white-clad youth grinned malevolently. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning dancing menacingly within. Thunder rumbled ominously, startlingly close. The young man clad in white gazed upward as a bolt of lightning descended upon him. In his hand, a delicate tower emanated spiritual energy, forming a barrier against the impending storm, shielding him from harm. The internal energy accumulated over 9,000 years began to wane, compelling him to retreat with his weakened frame, fearful of lingering. Who dares? The young man in white barked, his expression darkened by fury. Did I not mention? Came a languid voice drifting through the air. As a cultivator from overseas, I dispatch one at a time. The voice drew nearer, revealing a pair of striking emerald eyes, followed by a figure clad in blue. Chun Xia stood upon the platform, coolly uttering words that sent a chill down the spine of the young man in white. You seek death. Chapter 26. The Lion and the Ant. The young man in white trembled, his expression shifting for a moment. Ultimately, he tightened his grip on the exquisite tower in his hand, his gaze filled with vigilance, though his smile remained composed. We are fellow travelers. You should not obstruct my path. Fellow travelers? Chun Xia mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as his emerald eyes shimmered. The swirling thunder in the sky ceased, pressing down from above, and he inquired with curiosity, from where did you derive this conclusion? The young man in white, holding the delicate tower, radiated an aura of brilliance. He glanced at the surrounding chivalrous figures in the martial world before fixing his gaze on Chun Xia, stating in a deep voice, we are all immortals, traversing the path of the celestial. We stand above these martial brutes. Thus we are fellow travelers. Ha! Chun Xia tilted his head, chuckling softly, arms crossed over his chest as he posed a question that sent a tremor through the young man. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to equate a lion with an ant as fellow travelers? The young man's hand quivered, his eyes flickering, and he hurriedly exclaimed in defense. But we all cultivate divine arts. No. Chun Xia straightened his tilted head, earnestly correcting the young man's words. What you practice is not divine arts. It is mere sleight of hand. His verdant eyes sparkled with dragon-like energy, filling his entire gaze. Above, the thunder coiled together, sinking into the dark clouds. And after a brief moment, a massive dragon's head, formed of condensed thunder, slowly emerged from the stormy clouds. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the dragon's head submitted to Chun Xia, remaining by his side. This is the essence of celestial magic, Chun Xia remarked with a smile. The young man in white was utterly aghast, his delicate tower trembling uncontrollably in his grasp. He hastily seized it with his other hand, only to find both hands quaking in unison. Placing his hand upon the dragon's head, Chun Xia casually declared, as for the practitioners from overseas, it would be tolerable if they remained abroad, in those desolate places where not even a bird would linger. Yet, you dare to step into the realm of great song, disregarding my words from years past. Since you show such indifference towards your own life, I shall have to claim it. He gently patted the dragon's head. Suddenly, the massive dragon's head lifted, thunder crackling and a deafening roar resonating, as two eyes, imbued with the essence of lightning, locked onto the young man in white. Exuding a menacing aura, the young man faltered, as if confronted by a genuine dragon before him. I have come to Great Song to seek the esteemed national master, to convey the apologies of numerous overseas practitioners, and I bring gifts, he implored, hastily presenting his exquisite tower. This is a treasured artifact from our overseas practitioners, offered to the national master. Chun Xia's expression remained impassive. If your intention is to apologize, you may as well begin in your next life. Though I suspect you won't learn your lesson even then. The young man in white gritted his teeth, stamping his foot fiercely upon the ground, causing the exquisite tower to spin wildly as he shouted in fury. I have already humbled myself to such an extent. If you insist on tearing apart our facade, do not blame me for risking everything. Even if I cannot slay you, I shall undermine your foundation and obliterate your path. Qinxia chuckled. I have heard many jokes, yet you are the first to evoke such a natural laughter within me. The young man in white gritted his teeth, having fully severed any semblance of civility. He could no longer hold back, exclaiming, even if I am a jest, do you truly believe yourself to be superior? In this entire realm, there likely exists no one who genuinely cares for you. Look around. These martial heroes and the imperial court, who does not wish for your demise, who does not desire your downfall. The surrounding heroes of the martial world remained silent, yet within their hearts, such thoughts had undoubtedly crossed their minds. After all, in a world of martial prowess, they truly do not desire a cultivator to stand above them. Song Wei, standing atop the platform, hastily interjected, you treacherous scoundrel. How dare you sow discord between me and my adoptive father? Ha! The young man in white sneered, gesturing to those around. These individuals fear your strength. The Song dynasty merely seeks to exploit you. Who among them genuinely cares for you? You speak the truth, Qinxia acknowledged with a nod, responding nonchalantly. Yet I still intend to kill you. Kill me, the young man in white bellowed. Even if you succeed, I shall bite back fiercely, inflicting wounds upon you. When the old immortal emerges a century hence, he shall undoubtedly seek to slay you, the one who competes with him for fortune. Indeed, Qinxia concurred with a placid demeanor, replying, but I remain resolute in my intent to kill you. You believe yourself to be perched atop the highest pinnacle, yet remain oblivious to the precipice that lies beneath. A moment's misstep could send you plummeting into the abyss. Indeed, Qinxia nodded for the third time, casually extending a hand to pat the dragon's head, though this gesture could not alter his intent to slay you. You go too far. The young man in white shouted vehemently, as the exquisite tower in his grasp began to spin wildly, emanating a radiant light that shattered the stone platform of the arena into fragments, surging towards Qinxia with lethal intent. Qinxia remained impassive, nonchalantly gesturing with his hand. The colossal dragon's head suddenly lifted, thunder rumbling as it charged forth to meet the radiant assault. The heavens were cloaked in darkness, thick clouds swirling ominously. The thunder dragon, as large as a hill, writhed through the skies, disturbing the waters of the celestial altar and forcing the young man in white to lower his gaze. With indifference, Qinxia idly examined his fingernails, speaking in a calm tone. You claim you shall take a fierce bite out of me, inflicting wounds. Might I suggest you are somewhat? He paused, ceasing his playful examination, raising his gaze to reveal a smile as he continued, unaware of the distinction between a lion and an ant. The young man in white gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of the thunder dragon, too preoccupied to respond to Qinxia. The emerald light flickered in Qinxia's eyes as he beckoned with his hand. The thunder dragon dissipated amidst the heavens, the ominous clouds vanishing to unveil a clear sky once more. The surrounding martial heroes were left in profound shock, unable to contain their astonishment. The national master, with but a flick of his hand, had effortlessly commanded the grand essence of the cosmos. Such is the might of the immortal. Qinxia summoned the thunder dragon, crossing his hands before him to stretch slightly, and smiled. Although you all refer to me as an immortal, the truth is, my celestial powers are rather modest. This was an honest statement, for Qinxia's strength had always far surpassed his realm. The young man in white bore numerous wounds and was panting heavily as he glared at Qinxia through gritted teeth. Not impressive? Then what do you call this thunder dragon? Merely a warm-up? The white-clad youth was at a loss for words. After catching his breath, he proposed, if you spare my life, I can offer you the Linglong Tower, and later, I can ensure that all overseas practitioners will assist you, granting you great fortune to vanquish the ancient immortals within the Song dynasty. Qinxia raised a finger before him, gently shaking it as he replied indifferently, I do not require your assistance. A confident smile graced his face, his finger, previously in motion, now poised in a gesture. He addressed the young man with a tone as calm as if it were a foregone conclusion. I alone can slay him. With a decisive flick of his finger, the already battered arena was instantly reduced to powder, the air violently displaced, creating a vacuum within a 100-meter radius. The young man in white desperately thrust the Linglong Tower forward in an attempt to block the attack, only to witness it shatter in an instant. Failing to provide even a semblance of defense, crushed beneath that single digit. In that final moment, he looked towards the impassive Chen Xia, his face a mask of astonishment. Chen Xia's expression remained utterly unperturbed, as if taking a life were as trivial as crushing an insect. Is this the essence of an immortal? The young man in white was left with nothing but despair, finally comprehending the vast chasm that lay between them. Boom! With a single gesture, the contest arena was obliterated. And in the direction of the strike, a horrific chasm stretching 100 meters emerged. The young man in white lay at the far end of this ravine, spitting blood, barely clinging to life. Yet, he had not perished. The reason for his survival was straightforward. Chen Xia had tempered his power. It was not out of compassion, but rather a desire to spare the young man's life to inquire about the overseas practitioners of qi. Chen Xia casually clapped his hands and turned to address the crowd, lingering a moment longer on Song Wei and Zhou Qiansui, smiling as he inquired, "How have you all fared of late?" Song Wei promptly clasped his fists in acknowledgement, attributing the prosperity of the great Song in recent years to the blessings of his adoptive father, noting its tranquility and flourishing state. Chen Xia responded nonchalantly before shifting his gaze to the assembled martial heroes, gesturing dismissively, "Please, continue your duel. Pay me no mind. I am merely here to observe the spectacle." Yet, despite his words, no one dared to continue fighting. After all, having witnessed the brilliance of the crescent moon, how could they, mere mortals, dare to boast? Furthermore, the arena had been entirely reduced to rubble by Chen Xia's might. Realizing this, Chen Xia's eyes gleamed with a verdant light, and the ground beneath him began to churn, swiftly transforming into a new arena within mere moments. A simple arena was hastily erected, perhaps somewhat rudimentary, but the audience was urged not to mind, Chen Xia remarked with a smile. The eyes of Zhou Qiansui widened in astonishment. He was taken aback by the evident enhancement of Chen Xia's abilities compared to 8 years prior, now capable of wielding powers incomprehensible to mere mortals. Chen Xia slowly descended from the stage and proceeded toward the throng, which parted to grant him an exceptionally wide passage, not daring to impede his way. Upon reaching the back of the crowd, he turned to face them and called out to Song Wei, "Take this practitioner back with you and extract some valuable information. I shall inquire further later." Song Wei promptly nodded, understood. Chen Xia straightened his posture, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the assembly with an air of ease. "I truly ought not to be present in the martial world. How can the realms of cultivation and martial arts possibly converge?" The gathered heroes of the martial world bowed their heads, refraining from voicing their thoughts, yet they all shared the same sentiment. Therefore, henceforth, Chen Xia continued with a smile, "I hope our paths in the martial world shall not cross, nor shall we meet in the mountains and waters." With a gentle stamp of his foot, his figure vanished, as though he had never been there at all, unbeknownst to all present. This marked the third-to-last appearance of Chen Xia before them. In the 30th year of the Great Song, the imperial court had pacified nearly 80% of the martial heroes, integrating them into the constabulary. Henceforth, those wishing to obtain a legitimate identity as a hero would need to register with the constabulary, lest they be labeled as brigands. The martial world of today had become inextricably intertwined with the imperial court. If it is said that the past world of chivalry was characterized by both noble hearts and cunning deceptions, then the present realm speaks of human relationships and the pursuit of official titles. It is no longer as carefree as before, yet it remains a world of its own. Over the course of 40 years, an unprecedented heavy snow blanketed the entire territory, forming a profound layer of snow. Even the rooftops were laden with thick accumulations, occasionally causing tiles to tumble down. The snow in the imperial city was particularly dense, with numerous eunuchs tirelessly shoveling it away. Though ultimately, it was a mere drop in the bucket. A figure clad in blue stood quietly outside, observing the eunuchs as they labored. One vigilant eunuch caught sight of the figure and promptly offered a greeting. "I have seen the Moon Princess." Huang Qingyuan nodded gently and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Continue with your work. Do not mind me." "Yes, Your Highness," the eunuch replied, resuming his vigorous shoveling. Huang Qingyue was personally appointed as the Moon Princess by Song Wei, holding a status even higher than that of a first-rank official. The reason was simple. She was the maidservant of Chen Xia. Despite having served for only a year, She remained the individual who had spent the longest time in the company of Chunxia in the current era. Hence, Song Wei specifically conferred upon her the title of Moon Princess, often treating Huang Qingyue with great respect. Huang Qingyue understood the reason behind this. She was basking in the glory of Chunxia. Even though Chunxia had not made an appearance for 15 years, the entire Song dynasty still dared not show any neglect. Moreover, Song Wei had discerned certain subtle signs. Huang Qingyue had not aged. Her appearance remained unchanged, as if she had never altered at all. What did this signify? A mere moment of contemplation allowed Song Wei to comprehend the implications. Huang Qingyue had likely received the teachings of Chunxia and embarked on the path of immortality. This indicated that Huang Qingyue could potentially become the third immortal of the Great Song, following the elderly sage and Chunxia. Given such a possibility, Song Wei dared not be negligent, perceiving Huang Qingyue as a second Chunxia. As for Chunxia's legacy, Song Wei had indeed entertained a fleeting, unworthy thought. However, this notion was swiftly eradicated by Song Wei himself. He was not afraid of Huang Qingyue, but he held a profound fear of Chunxia, whose formidable power displayed during the martial arts tournament had turned all of Song Wei's thoughts to ashes. It was a power so lofty that he could only gaze upon it in awe. Even after 15 years of Chunxia's absence from the world, Song Wei remained apprehensive. Chunxia had cast a shadow over his heart, a lingering darkness that could not be dismissed. Huang Qingyue stood beneath the eaves, staring vacantly at the falling snowflakes. She vividly recalled the day Chunxia departed, marked by a similar heavy snowfall that could bury an entire shoe. The wind had been fierce that day, perfectly suiting a journey to distant heights. Huang Qingyue clasped her hands together before her, continually rubbing them to ward off the chill. She gazed at the heavy snowfall before her, her eyes gradually becoming misty, her gaze extending as if peering into the past. It seemed as though a snowman stood before her, its arms fashioned from a broom, beckoning her slowly. Her eyes began to glisten with tears, and she could not help but ponder. How wonderful it would be if the snowman's gesture was not a farewell. Huang Qingyue yearned for the snowman's beckoning to signify an invitation to join him. She had once dreamt of such a scene, awakening each time with immense joy. Yet, dreams inevitably come to an end. She could not comprehend why, in such a brief span of 1 year, Chunxia had left such a profound impact on her. Huang Qingyue was lost in thought. She simply missed Chunxia, her longing as boundless as the snow, equally relentless. Indeed, stormy weather often evokes a sense of melancholy. Huang Qingyue sniffled and kicked at the snow. If you were to depart after the snowfall, would you be able to return before the flowers bloom? Chapter 27. The perception of time. The early spring breeze carried a hint of chill. A figure clad in a blue robe strolled languidly along the mountain path, an old hoe resting upon his shoulder, ambling forward at a leisurely pace. Chunxia had finally discovered the most suitable method for his existence, cultivating the land. He did not partake in the harvest. Rather, he found profound understanding in witnessing the crops mature and the fruit trees flourish. This allowed him to gain a deeper comprehension of time, contrasting sharply with his past, when he would seclude himself for years, emerging unaware of the world around him. Moreover, farming was far from tedious. Chunxia was currently experimenting with grafting watermelons and garlic together, envisioning a future where one could savor a watermelon infused with the essence of garlic, all without the need for a kitchen knife. Should this endeavor succeed, it might well become one of the most trivial inventions known to man, though one could never dismiss the possibility that someone might develop a taste for it. Setting down the aged hoe, he seated himself at the entrance of the modest dwelling he had constructed, gazing across the expanse of flourishing crops. The small tree outside had grown considerably this year, sprouting fresh buds and tender leaves, while its fruits slowly developed, gradually becoming suspended from the branches. Chunxia was roused from his reverie. Darkness had long since enveloped the sky, and many days had slipped by unnoticed. He had taken to these moments of observation, allowing himself to become immersed in the growth of the plants, only to lose track of time, awakening to find that hours had vanished. The branches of the small tree were burdened with half-matured fruits, causing them to sag. With a resigned shake of his head, Chunxia lifted the hoe once more and retreated indoors. Over the decades, he had made a rather absurd decision. All his points were allocated to luck, resulting in his fortune reaching an astonishing level of 40, surpassing even his strength, and even unlocking an achievement. Lucky one. Lucky one. You are among the rarest of millions. In significant matters, you will receive the blessing of fortune, and in trivial matters, you possess absolute luck. Chen Xia conducted a brief experiment and quickly discerned the nature of his newfound ability. The lesser the impact of an event on him, the more fortunate he became. While in matters of greater consequence, he experienced a fortuitous advantage. For instance, there were times when, while digging, he would unearth gold. However, since gold held no value for him, this was an example of absolute luck in trivial pursuits. As for the fortuitous advantage in significant matters, Chen Xiam used that it was akin to a critical hit. For example, when engaging in combat with an equally matched opponent, he might unleash twice the strength he typically possessed. Such is the essence of a fortunate blessing. Thus, as Chen Xia focused on enhancing his luck, he entertained thoughts of amplifying his critical hit potential. If he could elevate his fortune sufficiently and stabilize the triggering probability, then critical hits would become an extension of his prowess. Chen Xia stretched languidly, seated on his bed. Taking a deep breath, he centered his mind and commenced his practice of the Xianhan Dao chapter. This technique initially required the refinement of the Xianhan Qi, as it was essential for inscribing the Dao chapters within his body, each chapter representing a distinct technique. The techniques were categorized into the 5 elements and the duality of yin and yang. The 5 elements were commonplace and self-evident. Yet the concept of yin and yang held intrigue, with yin representing the ethereal and yang signifying the tangible. Within the Taoist scriptures of Yin Su, there exists a particular chapter that piqued Chen Xia's interest, known as the Netherworld's Absolute Abyss. This technique enables the summoning of a practitioner below the great ascendance level into a forced duel, which only concludes upon the death of one party. Chen Xia casually refers to it as booking a room. However, this seemingly equitable spell harbors a profoundly inequitable stipulation. The host is granted a 30% augmentation of the opponent's strength. It highlights a rather audacious intention. One not only seeks to engage in battle, but also to usurp power. Indeed, this is a formidable chapter, particularly suited for someone like Chen Xia, who thrives in fierce confrontations. Nonetheless, inscribing this chapter within one's own being proves to be an arduous task, necessitating 3,000 strands of profound essence, all of which must be executed flawlessly, with meticulous precision. Each stroke must be exact, devoid of any deviation. Only then can one claim to have successfully completed this chapter. At present, Chen Xia has only refined 30 strands of profound essence, leaving him far from the requisite 3,000. However, he remains unperturbed, for his pace of cultivation has been remarkably swift, surpassing that of his peers by a significant margin. In the current realm, aside from the reclusive old immortal, there are no figures worthy of Chen Xia's concern. Yet, even this old immortal is of little consequence. Given Chen Xia's rapid advancement, he is already beyond the reach of even the practitioners from the higher realms, let alone this aged immortal. The last time a practitioner from the higher realms descended, they remarked that the most advanced cultivators in this world were merely at the foundation establishment stage, indicating that the old immortal is, in fact, also at that level. A cultivator who has spent over 2 centuries without attaining the golden core stage is hardly a cause for concern for Chen Xia. He has nearly perfected the technique of the great tortoise breathing method, and it is but a mere 30 years until he attains the golden core. Once he achieves this milestone, who in the realm could possibly rival him? However, Chen Xia harbors no aspirations of world domination. He is far too laid back for such ambitions, preferring instead to lead a tranquil life, addressing other matters as they arise. Moreover, he has yet to step into the martial world, having chosen a life of seclusion, living alone, undisturbed in this remote forest, a setting conducive to quiet cultivation. Chen Xia sits in serene contemplation, gently caressing his cheeks as he begins to channel the great tortoise breathing method. Such techniques necessitate time for accumulation and comprehension, often requiring several days of practice. Fortunately, Chen Xia possesses an abundance of time. This year's harvest of fruit trees has been quite bountiful, yet he refrains from picking the fruit, believing it better to let it remain upon the branches. After this year, he will cease to augment his fortune, focusing instead on enhancing his strength. As for the aspect of magical power, there is no rush. Once his strength is sufficient, he can then turn his attention to increasing his magical prowess. A man of responsibility must indeed possess formidable strength. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he takes hold of a rusted, enchanted hoe and leisurely steps outside, contemplating the tending of the overgrown land. Just as he exits his dwelling, Chen Xia's gaze is drawn to the heavy, vibrant fruits dangling from the trees, showcasing the vitality of new life. Unbeknownst to him, the cycle of day and night unfolds. The first day passes. The fruits remain unchanged, still hanging from the branches, causing the limbs to sag. On the second day, a gentle rain falls. The fruits, adorned with raindrops, glistened with a crystalline clarity, reminiscent of the most splendid years of youth. On the fifth day, the fruits reached full maturity, their vibrant red hue akin to blush, nestled among the verdant foliage, strikingly eye-catching. By the 15th day, the skin of the fruit began to wrinkle, its color less vivid than before, teetering on the brink of fall. On the 30th day, the fruit plummeted to the ground, its flesh marred, deeply embedded in the soil, its former crimson replaced by a weary burgundy. By the 90th day, the fruits had vanished, leaving only the refreshed earth behind. This was the passage of 2 months. Chun Xia remained motionless, his expression vacant, as if lost in contemplation. In the 7th month, the leaves of the sapling turned yellow, cascading downwards, soon forming a substantial carpet of fallen leaves on the ground. By the 3rd year, the sapling had matured, standing tall among its peers, though not particularly remarkable. The dwelling where Chun Xia stood showed signs of decay, with ants occasionally emerging from the crevices of the wood, evidence of the passage of time. In the 10th year, the sapling had transformed into a grand tree, having borne countless fruits, flourishing in its prime. Time, at that moment, wielded its power, subtly altering all that it touched. By the 20th year, the wooden house had completely collapsed, and Chun Xia stood amidst the ruins, still gazing at the trees, his expression devoid of confusion. He was acutely aware of his purpose, yet remained unwilling to move. Perhaps it was an obsession, yet he felt compelled to witness the entirety of the tree's existence, to behold the formidable power of time that felt so foreign to him. Chun Xia's lifespan seemed boundless, with no end in sight, which had previously rendered him incapable of grasping the essence of time's passage. At this moment, as he observed the tree, he began to perceive the flow of time. In its 30th year, the tree's rings began to expand, formally embarking upon its protracted life cycle. By the 40th year, the tree had matured into a venerable giant, deeply rooted within the forest. In its 50th year, the old tree bore blossoms. However, in its 51st year, the tree met its demise at the hands of a woodcutter. Chun Xia stood in stunned silence before the lumberjack, at a loss for words. The woodcutter, noticing him, scratched his head and chuckled amiably. "I've been observing this tree for many years. It's perfect for timber. I specifically waited for it to bloom before coming to fell it. If you're interested, I can share some with you." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xia discerned the woodcutter's genuine simplicity and bore him no ill will, shaking his head. "No, thank you. You may take it." The woodcutter smiled again and remarked, "You look unfamiliar. You must not be from around here, right?" Chun Xia nodded. "I hail from the south." The woodcutter replied, "That's quite far away, but I myself have never ventured far, haha." He lifted his axe, glancing at the sun, which had begun its descent, and turned to remind Chun Xia, "Young man, you should hasten your departure. This forest is exceedingly desolate, and the night inevitably harbors ferocious beasts. If you wish, you may accompany me down the mountain," said the old man. "No need," Chun Xia replied, shaking his head. "I have learned some martial arts from the rivers and lakes, and am known as the Great Wusong. I do not fear wild beasts." The woodcutter, hearing Chun Xia's words, offered no further persuasion. He hoisted the split wood onto his shoulder and trudged down the mountain with heavy steps. As Chun Xia gazed at the old tree, now reduced to mere stumps, he found himself contemplating the essence of time. No matter how lengthy one's lifespan, death inevitably claims all. With a sigh, he approached the stump, observing its growth rings, and was on the verge of expressing his musings when a brief prompt echoed in his mind. "You have grasped the concept of time, gaining a rudimentary understanding of temporal awareness." A fleeting glimmer of translucent white flickered in his eyes, symbolizing his newfound perception of time. Chun Xia furrowed his brow, pondering the message that suggested he had comprehended time. Yet, he felt no tangible understanding of what such comprehension entailed. What does it mean to perceive? That one dies when killed? He shook his head, dismissing that notion. In his moment of confusion, his gaze fell upon a flower that had just begun to unfurl its bud. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and his eyes sparkled with a translucent light once more. Everything around him appeared to slow down. The birds remained motionless, and the falling leaves hung suspended in the air. Only the flower bud began to quiver with astonishing speed. Blooming, dispersing its pollen, wilting, and ultimately falling. An entire life cycle encapsulated within a mere 30 breaths. The transparent hues in Chun Xia's eyes faded away. He still failed to comprehend the passage of time. Yet he found utility in it, and that sufficed. Perhaps it was the influence of fortune that heightened his perception, to the extent that Chun Xia himself was unaware of what exactly he had grasped, but he was indeed capable of applying it. No longer troubled by such thoughts, Chun Xia patted his green robe and leisurely made his way toward the outskirts of the forest. With his home lost and the tree of enlightenment felled, he had no choice but to descend the mountain. However, he sensed that even if the woodcutter refrained from chopping down trees, his understanding might soon reach its conclusion. His current realm could sustain insights for merely 50 or 60 years at most. Any excess would be too much to assimilate and would hinder his progress. It was akin to a child who could consume only a limited amount of food. Eating just enough would promote growth, while overeating would lead to discomfort. Chun Xia had essentially reached a state of satiation. It was sufficient. Some matters do not warrant an obsessive pursuit of perfection. Otherwise, one risks inflicting self-torment. He descended the mountain at a leisurely pace, casually allocating all his points to strength. His initial strength of 35 surged to an impressive 85, more than doubling. Consequently, Chun Xia found it momentarily challenging to maintain control, as each step felt as effortless as treading upon snow, causing him to inadvertently sink into the ground. Fortunately, he adapted swiftly, having only compressed 3 hills beneath his feet before regaining stability. Truly a cause for celebration. At that moment, winter had just slipped away, giving way to early spring, and the air still bore a hint of chill, with frost adorning the branches. One must wait for the frost to dissipate before the true warmth of spring can be embraced. In the imperial city, the snowflakes have just melted away, revealing a rare day of clear skies. Huang Qingyue has exchanged her cotton coat for a delicate gown of pale yellow, tending to the flowers she has planted. Among them is not merely a flower, but a petite peach tree, nestled within a pot, awaiting the bloom of its blossoms. Huang Qingyue carefully brushes away the remnants of snow from the peach tree and leisurely makes her way inside to provide it with water. Her demeanor has grown languid. She approaches every task with unhurried grace, devoid of any anxiety. Perhaps she has been influenced by someone? Huang Qingyue is uncertain, furrowing her brow as she gently turns the soil of the peach tree to encourage its growth. Stretching her limbs and stifling a yawn, she stands before the tree, lost in contemplation. By the reckoning of an ordinary lifespan, she would now be considered a grandmother, yet she bears no trace of age, appearing as youthful as a woman in her 20s. This, without a doubt, is the result of the Xian Hun Dao Zhang, having refined 50 shades of profound energy, greatly extending her lifespan. However, due to her inability to inscribe the Dao chapter, her strength remains rather modest. Currently, her prowess could be likened to that of the top experts in the martial world, akin to figures such as Zhuo Feiyang and Zhou Qiansui. As she continues her reverie, the peach tree before her suddenly bursts forth with branches, unfurling buds that blossom into vibrant peach flowers. What are you pondering? A voice, imbued with warmth, inquires playfully. Huang Qingyue was suddenly rendered motionless. As the familiar voice resonated in her ears, tears welling up in her eyes, she hurriedly turned to look. A figure clad in a blue robe squatted by the wall and smiled at her. Long time no see. The tears in Huang Qingyue's eyes could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks as she gazed through her misty vision at the figure before her, voicing the question that had lingered in her heart. Why didn't you take me with you? Chun Xia continued to smile as he replied, because I promised I would return. Huang Qingyue wiped her tears with her sleeve incessantly, yet they flowed ceaselessly, making it impossible to keep up. With a tone tinged with grievance, she mildly complained, but I never expected it would take so long. Chun Xia, squatting against the wall, propped his head with one hand, chuckling softly to console her. But you're still young, right? Huang Qingyue pouted, murmuring, I feel like an old lady now. In my eyes, you remain that little girl from back then. Chun Xia responded, a smile gracing his lips. Huang Qingyue also began to smile, her laughter mingling with her tears in a comical display. The peach blossoms behind her bloomed even more vibrantly. At that moment, Huang Qingyue suddenly realized it was not the blossoming flowers that heralded Chun Xia's return, but rather, it was Chun Xia's return that made the flowers bloom. Not just the peach blossoms, but also the blossoms of her heart. Chapter 28. The formation of the golden core. When are we leaving this time? Huang Qingyue asked hurriedly, wiping her tear-stained eyes. her sadness momentarily halted by the fear that Chen Xia might vanish again without taking her along. Chen Xia lowered the hand that had been propping up his head, resting both hands on his knees, appearing somewhat nonchalant as he chuckled lightly. I have no plans to leave this time. I intend to cultivate here in the Imperial City. Huang Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, then sniffled as her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Are you really not leaving? Chen Xia nodded with a smile, expressing his fatigue with traveling and admitting there was nowhere particularly enticing to go, preferring instead to remain in the Imperial City for quiet cultivation. Good, 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 Huang Qingyue exclaimed, her lips curling into a smile as she repeated the word thrice, clearly unable to suppress her elation, a silly grin adorning her face. Rising to his feet, Chen Xia playfully pinched his chin, casting a glance at Huang Qingyue, who was dressed in a pale yellow gown. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You truly seem unchanged." Huang Qingyue giggled shyly, replying, "How could that be? If we were to measure by the lifespan of an ordinary person, I would already be an old woman." Chen Xia shook his head, countering, "By the standards of cultivators, you are still just a young girl." Huang Qingyue laughed again, placing her hands behind her and tapping her little head as she said, "I hope that is the case." Chen Xia jumped down from the wall, nodding affirmatively, "It certainly is." Huang Qingyue, with a lifespan still shy of a century, can indeed be regarded as a mere girl among the long-lived cultivators. After all, that venerable elder who has just established his foundation boasts a lifespan exceeding 2 centuries. Reflecting on this, Chen Xia, intrigued, inquired, "To what extent have you practiced the Xian Hun Dao Zhong I left for you?" Huang Qingyue, slightly embarrassed, scratched her delicate face and replied, "I have only refined 50 wisps of Xian Hun Qi and have yet to inscribe the Dao chapter." 50 wisps? Chen Xia expressed mild astonishment, realizing that despite his own considerable cultivation, he had only managed to refine 30 wisps of Xian Hun Qi. It was evident that Huang Qingyue possessed considerable talent. Having advanced from nothing to achieve such a feat, noticing Chen Xia's silence, Huang Qingyue felt a twinge of anxiety, nervously clutching the hem of her garment as she stammered, "But perhaps I am just too slow-witted, always struggling to comprehend, and my progress in cultivation is sluggish. My current strength is rather lacking." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, her lips pursed in disappointment as she lamented, "Am I truly so ineffectual?" Chen Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he shook his head and reassured her, "Not at all. At the very least, you are a good person." Huang Qingyue pouted defiantly, retorting, "You are too." "Thank you," Chen Xia replied with a polite nod and a smile, affirming, "I truly am a good person." Huang Qingyue rolled her eyes, leaving the conversation at a standstill. Thus, the two engaged in a silent exchange, their gazes locked. Chen Xia discerned that Huang Qingyue's cultivation level was rather modest. Yet her appearance remained largely unchanged, indicating that her lifespan was considerably long, at least beginning from 2 centuries. The juxtaposition of a low cultivation level with an extensive lifespan struck him as somewhat peculiar. After pondering for a moment, he surmised that this phenomenon could be attributed to the effects of the Xianhun Dao chapter. Certain cultivation techniques not only enhance one's strength, but also extend one's lifespan. Even the martial arts practiced by the heroes of the realm possess such benefits. Thus, Huang Qingyue likely gained her impressive longevity through the cultivation of the Xianhun Dao chapter. Upon this realization, Chen Xia could not help but reflect on the paradox of cultivation practices. Some lead to longevity, while others result in brevity of life. A prime example of the latter is the great turtle breathing technique that he currently practices. It is indeed a rare coincidence that a person like Chen Xia has encountered such an ill-suited technique, resulting in an unusual alignment. The principle of negative multiplied by negative equals positive seems to apply here. In contrast, the Xianhun Dao chapter represents a correct path for practitioners. Consequently, Chen Xia, being somewhat misplaced in his choices, found his progress to be rather sluggish. The early spring weather was delightful, with the warm sun rising high in the sky. Huang Qingyue maintained a cheerful demeanor today, walking alongside Chen Xia in silence, her smile unwavering. This sight left the eunuchs of the imperial city utterly astonished. How could such a high-ranking figure as the Moon Princess appear so joyfully beside this young man? These eunuchs, having only entered the palace in recent years, belonged to the younger generation. Though Chen Xia is renowned across the world, he is, upon closer examination, a figure from 50 or 60 years ago. Even though his likeness continues to circulate, the images from that era bear little resemblance to the man himself, and now they bear even less. Consequently, the young eunuchs are unfamiliar with Qinxia. However, witnessing the joyful demeanor of Lady Yu, they hesitate to conjecture recklessly and can only steal furtive glances from a distance. What are you staring at? A voice admonishes, causing the eunuchs to startle and hastily bow their heads, responding deferentially, "Your Highness, Lady Yu is entertaining guests. And we were merely curious." Guests? The prince furrows his brows, unable to fathom who could possibly be worthy of an audience with Lady Yu, a person whom even his father treats with utmost respect. Thus, the prince begins to peer into the gathering, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. A young man? He appears even younger than the prince himself, perhaps no more than 25 or 26. How could a youth evoke such joy in Lady Yu? Could it be that he is her favorite companion? Yet, in all his years within the imperial city, he has never heard of Lady Yu engaging so closely with another man. Their interactions have been limited to mere pleasantries. Who, then, is this man? The prince's mind races. And suddenly, his eyes widen in astonishment as he arrives at a thought so incredible it astonishes even him. The National Master. The National Master? This startling notion erupted from his mind, becoming increasingly indelible, profound, and seemingly accurate, to the point that the prince's very body trembled. What manner of existence was the National Master? A figure so monumental that even his father, the emperor of the great Song, endeavored to curry favor with him. Moreover, he was his father's adoptive father, which, by generational reckoning, made him akin to the prince's grandfather. The prince vividly recalled the once imperious countenance of his father, who, when speaking of the National Master as his adoptive father, wore an expression of immense pride. It was as if being able to acknowledge the National Master as an adoptive father was an unparalleled honor for a sovereign. Furthermore, his father had specifically instructed him that, should he ascend to the throne, he must spare no effort in pleasing the National Master upon their eventual meeting. As the prince pondered this, his excitement surged, compelling him to share the revelation with his father at once. However, he hesitated, brow furrowing slightly. If he were to disclose this now, he might forfeit any future opportunity to converse with the National Master. Thus, after a moment's reflection, the prince's resolve crystallized, and he sought to engage with Qinxia first, at the very least to establish a semblance of familiarity. "You may leave now. Do not linger here," he gestured, dismissing the eunuchs surrounding him, then composed himself, suppressing the tumult within, exhaling deeply as he approached Qinxia with a demeanor of utmost respect. The moment the prince took his first step, Qinxia sensed it. Yet he paid it little mind, continuing his casual conversation with Huang Qingwei. As the crown prince approached Qinxia, halting 30 steps away, he dared not advance further. He stopped in place, clasped his fists respectfully, and called out, "I am Song Nan, here to pay my respects to the esteemed National Master." Qinxia, not glancing at him, casually inquired, "Did you deduce that?" The crown prince, unable to raise his gaze to Qinxia, earnestly replied, "I observed the joy of Lady Yu and thus ventured to make that conjecture, daring to come and greet the National Master." "And what if you were mistaken?" Qinxia gently teased, still not turning to face the crown prince. The crown prince quickly responded, "If my earlier words were mere speculation, now I am certain. After all, only the true National Master could remain so composed at such a moment." Qinxia nodded, "You are indeed correct." The crown prince exhaled deeply, slightly lifting his head to continue. "I have often heard my father speak of the National Master, and now, encountering the actual person, I am filled with surprise and excitement, daring to intrude." It was only then that Qinxia turned his head, giving Song Nin a brief appraisal, and remarked with a light chuckle, "You do indeed bear a resemblance to Song Wei." "Thank you for the compliment, National Master," Song Nin hurriedly replied, even though Qinxia had not truly offered any praise. After all, resembling one's father is a natural occurrence, one that hardly warrants gratitude. "So, you came solely to see me?" Qinxia inquired with a smile. The crown prince spoke with reverence. "Father has missed the National Master for many years. Now that the National Master has returned, Father will undoubtedly be overjoyed. I intended to inform him immediately, but I feared it might displease you, so I came to inquire first." "Feel free to speak if you wish," Qinxia replied nonchalantly. The crown prince promptly turned and made his way towards Song Wei's palace. Huang Qingwei stood quietly behind Qinxia, listening intently without uttering a word. By the standards of their relationship, Qinxia could indeed be considered her man. The thought caused her cheeks to flush momentarily. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged as she feigned indifference. She was content to simply listen to her man speak. Chun Xia stretched lazily, letting out a resigned chuckle, anticipating the arrival of others to greet him. Before long, the aged Song Wei, supported by Song Nan, hurriedly approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Chun Xia, exclaiming with reverence, "Father." Chun Xia assessed the elderly Song Wei and responded with a gentle smile. It has been a long time. It had been 50 years since their last meeting at the Martial Arts Conference, a span that had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Song Wei nodded fervently, his excitement palpable despite his trembling frame. "It has been 50 years since we last met, Father." A smile graced Chun Xia's lips as he inquired, "Did you truly wish for my return?" Song Wei paused, his expression momentarily blank. After a thoughtful silence, he replied honestly, "In my youth, I did not. But in my old age, I do." In the fervent days of his youth, Song Wei regarded Chun Xia as a figure of paramount importance, overshadowing the entire realm. Although Song Wei, as the emperor, maintained a facade of indifference, it was evident that he harbored feelings of discomfort within. Nevertheless, Chun Xia had indeed bestowed significant favors upon the Song dynasty, deserving of Song Wei's profound gratitude. After Chun Xia vanished for several decades, Song Wei's sentiments transitioned from initial joy to a sense of nostalgia. "I must admit, I haven't thought much of you," Chun replied with a smile, casually rubbing his neck. "I have returned this time for solitude and seclusion, and I may reside here for quite some time. I hope you don't mind." Song Wei promptly nodded, expressing that it was of no concern. "You may stay for as long as you wish, as long as the Song dynasty endures. You are free to reside here at your leisure." "Very well," Chun Xia acknowledged, leaving no further words to be exchanged. Demonstrating keen insight, Song Wei bowed to Chun Xia and said, "I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave." With the emperor and the crown prince departed, Chun Xia stifled a yawn, feeling an inexplicable weariness wash over him. Perhaps it was due to the impending formation of his golden elixir. He had been capable of achieving this 20 years prior, but due to his path of enlightenment, he had delayed for 2 decades. Now, he had returned to the imperial city to attain the golden elixir and engage in quiet cultivation. The imperial city possessed a distinct advantage, an abundance of fortune. Being inherently fortunate, his luck would surely amplify within the imperial city, making the formation of the golden elixir simpler, and perhaps even triggering extraordinary effects. Huang Qingyue stood behind him, her eyes blinking in curiosity as she inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking of you." In a moment of whimsical spontaneity, Chun Xia uttered a remark that caught him off guard. Huang Qingyue's delicate face quickly flushed, resembling a ripe apple, her shyness palpable as she playfully retorted, "Am I not standing right here? What is there to ponder?" Chun Xia fell silent, searching for words, stealing glances at Huang Qingyue. Eventually, a thought crystallized in his mind, and he replied, "It is quite normal to miss someone." Like a young girl, Huang Qingyue, captivated by Chun Xia's ambiguous words, found her ability to think dissipating. A smile, impossible to suppress, adorned her face as she sought confirmation. Is it truly normal? Chun Xia paused for a moment, reflecting on the notion that when one tells a lie, countless others are required to veil it. Thus, he nodded and affirmed, "Indeed." This response elicited an even brighter smile from Huang Qingyue. Chun Xia, grinning, suddenly proposed, "How about an exhilarating game of chess?" With her lashes fluttering and her eyes sparkling, Huang Qingyue inquired, "What are the rules?" "As long as you can convince yourself." "That suffices," Chun Xia replied. Huang Qingyue recognized that this would be yet another imaginative chess duel. Nonetheless, she readily agreed, for the essence lay not in the game itself, but in the companionship during play. If it were with Chun Xia, even in defeat, her joy would remain undiminished. The crux was never about winning or losing, but rather the company one keeps. Chun Xia spent 2 leisurely months in the imperial city with Huang Qingyue, and on the 2nd of March, he prepared to condense his golden core. Without much preparation, he sat in his room, gathering all the foundational spiritual energy within him, while simultaneously practicing the great turtle breathing technique in preparation for the golden core formation. While studying the Xianhun Dao chapter, Chun Xia discovered a crucial insight. The golden core varies in form depending on the practitioner's cultivation method. There are distinctions among the human list, earth list, and heaven list. The human list is represented by 3 colors, the earth list by 4, and the heaven list by 5. A 5-colored core signifies the pinnacle of the heaven list. boasting a combat power approximately 20% superior to that of the Earth-list golden core, with variations in strength based on the core's unique imagery. Chun Xia fervently hoped that his golden core would not manifest as a mere green turtle. Should that be the case, he would prefer to forfeit it entirely. The process of forming the golden core is not particularly arduous, especially considering Chun Xia's high fortune. Everything unfolded seamlessly. After half a month, his golden core was successfully refined. Suspended at the very center of his qi, linking all his limbs and controlling every aperture of his body. As Chun Xia opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickered within them. Having successfully formed his golden core, he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, he remained uncertain about the quality of the golden core he had achieved. Was it 3-colored, 4-colored, or 5-colored? Delving deep into his consciousness, he directed his focus toward the golden core, only to be momentarily taken aback, left in a state of bewilderment. Above his qi, a 7-colored orb was spinning incessantly, radiating brilliant light. What does it mean? Has he adorned it with colorful lights? Chapter 29. My saliva is fragrant, the 7-colored golden elixir. While the Xianhun Dao chapter does not record this, one might infer that a golden elixir adorned with 7 colors signifies exceptional prowess. However, there is one aspect that perplexes Chun Xia. Among these 7 hues, there is conspicuously no gold. Why is there no golden elixir? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xia concluded that he should not dwell on it, understanding that it is a golden elixir suffices. Yet, this elixir continuously whirls within him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a luminous orb and creating an atmosphere brimming with intensity. Fortunately, his body remains opaque. The process of forming the golden elixir consumed over half a month of Chun Xia's time, culminating in a satisfactory outcome. He could distinctly perceive a considerable enhancement in his abilities, as stated in the Xianhun Dao chapter. Only upon forming the golden elixir does one ascend to the rank of celestial beings. It is through the attainment of the golden elixir that one truly embarks on the path of profound cultivation, enabling the manifestation of various divine techniques and the inception of one's unique powers. Most importantly, the creation of one's own divine techniques is paramount. The golden elixir embodies the nascent form of the great Tao that you have cultivated. While cultivators may envision similar manifestations of the great Tao, they will invariably differ. For instance, consider the simplest of fire-based golden elixirs. Although 2 practitioners may condense their elixirs from the same source of fire, and potentially both utilize cold fire, the disparities will only magnify with further cultivation. This divergence is shaped by each individual's experiences, fortuitous encounters, personality, and the essence of their spirit. In the myriad realms of existence, it is conceivable to encounter 2 individuals who share similar experiences and fortuitous encounters. However, is it possible to find 2 souls whose very essence, character, and spirit are indistinguishable? Should such a phenomenon occur, it would not signify 2 persons, but rather a singular entity. Chun Xia remained oblivious to the nature of his 7-colored orb, unable to discern its true significance or form. Yet, the prospect of crafting his own divine techniques fascinated him, and his mind brimmed with ideas. Take, for instance, his nascent comprehension of the essence of time. Chun Xia aspired to create a technique that could halt time, even devising a name for it. Initially influenced by the culture of a diminutive island nation, he contemplated calling it. However, upon reflection, he deemed it overly complex and opted for a more succinct title, Time Stop. Currently, Chun Xia remained in the exploratory phase, pondering how to manifest this concept into reality, relying solely on his own insights. Moreover, a lingering perplexity gnawed at him. During the refinement of his golden elixir, why did he not receive any indication of fortune's influence? Was it a lack of luck that precluded such a revelation? Contemplating this, he withdrew his consciousness inward, examining his 7-colored elixir, and suddenly pondered whether its existence was indeed a result of fortuitous blessings. After all, there were moments when the mind did not register such auspicious signs. For instance, when he ventured out to collect money or went fishing, the flow of fortune remained unacknowledged. Perhaps she deemed it unnecessary to provide a prompt? Chun Xia, unable to comprehend, was fortunate not to dwell on trivial matters. He effortlessly reconciled with himself. With a casual pat on his sleeve, he strolled leisurely out of the house. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld Huang Qingyue, adorned in a pale yellow dress. Standing at the entrance with a serious demeanor, a candied hawthorn skewer nestled in her mouth, utterly oblivious to Chunxia's emergence. "What are you thinking about?" Chunxia queried, having approached her from behind, a note of curiosity in his tone. It was only then that Huang Qinghua snapped back to reality, her eyes swiftly lighting up with delight as she turned to face him. Speaking with the skewer still in her mouth, her words came out somewhat garbled. "Waiting for you." "Ah," Chunxia nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" Huang Qingyuan nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing up and down. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that the candied hawthorn was inconvenient, so she removed it and earnestly stated, "You mentioned you wish to refine your golden elixir. This is a significant matter. I have been standing guard outside every day to oversee your progress. Otherwise, what if someone were to sneak in and interrupt your alchemical endeavor?" Observing the large skewer of candied hawthorn in Huang Qingyue's hand, Chunxia mused to himself that this girl's prowess remained undiminished. He casually replied, "In truth, it isn't such a monumental affair. Moreover, within the imperial city, no one would dare to disturb me. Better safe than sorry," Huang Qingyue replied with a serious expression, her brows furrowed in earnestness. "You truly have gone to great lengths." Chunxia responded with a chuckle. "Hee, it's no trouble at all." Huang Qingyue lifted a smile, relishing the role of a young girl in front of Chunxia. Suddenly, as if a memory struck her, she rummaged through her sleeve and produced a candied hawthorn, accompanied by a smile sweeter than the treat itself. "This is for you," she declared. Chunxia, accepting the candied hawthorn, inquired with curiosity, "When did you save this for me?" "It has tea melted despite the time that has passed." Huang Qingyue raised her delicate eyebrows, grinning with pride as she replied, "I bring 2 candied hawthorns every day, and if you come out, I'll give you 1. If you don't appear by the next day, I'll have to eat it myself." As Chunxia unwrapped the candy, her mouth widened to indulge in the sweetness, simultaneously giving Huang Qingyue a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." "Haha," Huang Qingyue chuckled, taking a bite of her own candied hawthorn. The two of them, cheeks puffed, exchanged glances that were comically amusing, yet words eluded them, for one must concentrate while enjoying candied hawthorn, as Huang Qingyue had remarked. The large candied hawthorn could not withstand the onslaught of 2 cultivators, and it soon vanished. Huang Qingyue wiped her mouth with a silk scarf, glanced at Chunxia. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She extended one hand forward, lowering her head shyly, suggesting, "You should wipe your mouth too." Instead of reaching out for the scarf, Chunxia cautiously asked, "Do you have bad breath?" Huang Qingyue's face, already blushing, momentarily froze, her hands on her hips as she retorted indignantly, "I certainly do not. My mouth is incredibly fragrant, and the saliva that flows from it is delightful. If you don't believe me, come and take a whiff," Huang Qingyue declared, opening her mouth wide and beckoning Chunxia to come closer. Chunxia, being polite, immediately leaned in to comply with her invitation. However, he noticed something peculiar. While Huang Qingyue's mouth appeared quite large when she was eating, it now seemed surprisingly small. If one were to liken it to a cherry blossom, it would be an apt description. With wide eyes, Chunxia leaned in closer, his nose catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance that was neither overpowering nor heavy. Reminiscent of peach blossoms in March, rain in June, osmanthus in September, and snow in December. It radiated an ethereal elegance. "Is it fragrant?" Huang Qingyue mumbled as she held her mouth open. It was evident that she took this matter quite seriously. Chunxia nodded, indeed. He prepared to withdraw his head. "Wait a moment," Huang Qingyue interrupted, proudly adding, "My saliva is fragrant too." Chunxia hesitated and asked, "How am I supposed to smell that?" "You can't possibly expect me to have you spit it out." Huang Qingyue turned her head away, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson that extended down to her neck, beautifully contrasting with her fair skin. She avoided Chunxia's gaze, appearing somewhat flustered, her fingers nervously fiddling with her skirt as she stammered, "Well, fragrance doesn't necessarily have to be experienced through smell, it can also be tasted." Chunxia pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "This is indeed an excellent idea. So, would you like to try?" Huang Qingyue turned to look at Chunxia. Her delicate face flushed to the point of almost bleeding, tears glistening in her eyes. A blend of shyness and boldness enveloped her. Chunxia set aside his usual nonchalance, his expression turning unusually earnest as he inquired, "Really?" "Yes." Huang Qingyue nodded emphatically, closing her eyes and placing her hands together over her chest, attempting to shield her bashfulness. Chunxia wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in closer. Their lips met, tongues entwining. A subtle fragrance danced upon his taste buds, reminiscent of exquisite nectar. The entire encounter was fleeting. Chen Xia straightened up, a slight smile lingering on his lips as he savored the moment. Huang Qingyue's shyness intensified, and after a prolonged silence, she softly asked, "Was it fragrant?" "It was profoundly delightful," Chen Xia responded with high praise. "Phew, that's wonderful," Huang Qingyue replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile. The two exchanged glances, their eyes locked in silent understanding. Suddenly, Chen Xia asked, "Are you truly ready?" With a sweet smile gracing her lips. Huang Qingyue contemplated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "I have waited for decades." "Then that's splendid," Chen Xia replied, sharing another knowing look with Huang Qingyue. "I wish to practice swordsmanship." Huang Qingyue suddenly interjected, shifting the topic. Chen Xia, filled with curiosity, inquired about the reason for her sword practice. Huang Qingyue smiled as she explained. "It seems that all the legendary heroes of the martial world are adept at swordsmanship, and they often proclaim that the sword is the king of weapons, possessing the greatest lethality. This assertion indeed holds merit. Throughout the realm, numerous swordsmen excel in their craft, some possessing extraordinary prowess that elevates them above the rest. When discussing martial heroes, people typically envision those who traverse the world armed with their swords. Hence, it is not surprising that Huang Qingyue yearns to master the sword." In the days that followed, Huang Qingyue diligently practiced swordplay, wielding a slender, elongated sword of rather ordinary quality, a typical blade, to be honest. The techniques she learned were not particularly profound, merely the basic swordsmanship of the martial world. However, as she was only a novice, advanced techniques were beyond her reach. While Huang Qingyue practiced, Chen Xia would sit nearby on a small stool, captivated by the graceful figure swaying in her pale yellow skirt. Huang Qingyue once posed a question to Chen Xia, "Brother Chen, do you like pale yellow skirts?" Chen Xia did not respond directly. Instead, he curiously asked, "Do you like them?" Huang Qingyue furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a while but ultimately finding herself without an answer, expressing her frustration. "I am not sure." Chen Xia smiled gently. "I think the pale yellow skirt suits you quite well." At this, Huang Qingyue's frown disappeared, her worries lifted, and she smiled brightly, nodding her head in agreement. "Then I suppose I do like pale yellow after all." In the 80th year of the Song dynasty, the venerable Emperor Song Wei passed away, succeeded by Crown Prince Song Nan. Prior to his demise, Song Wei made a special visit to Chen Xia. Though he was so frail that he could only lie in bed, being carried by his numerous offspring. Upon their meeting, his first utterance was a plea for Chen Xia to safeguard the Song dynasty. Chen Xia merely smiled and replied, "I can fend off natural disasters. Yet certain human calamities are beyond my desire to manage." The human calamities to which he alluded were well understood by Song Wei. Conflicts over the throne, rebellious princes, and treacherous soldiers, among others. With a weak nod, Song Wei acknowledged that should such events indeed transpire, there would be no need for Chen Xia's intervention. It would simply signify the end of the Song dynasty. Having lived nearly a century, the soon-to-depart Song Wei had come to terms with this reality. If such calamities were to arise, it would merely indicate that the destiny of the Song had run its course. Ultimately, he would no longer bear the title of emperor. Thus, the two reached an understanding. Chen Xia would concern himself solely with natural disasters and select human calamities, such as the descent of celestial beings, leaving the remainder to unfold as fate intended. No dynasty is everlasting. It is inconceivable that the Song could endure for eternity. Upon comprehending this final wish, Song Wei passed away peacefully, plunging the nation into mourning. Crown Prince Song then ascended the throne, showing even greater reverence towards Chen Xia, often consulting him on matters of significant consequence. After a few inquiries, Chen Xia advised him to make decisions independently, without seeking further counsel. Naturally elated, Song then promptly acquiesced. As Chen Xia's solitary retreat commenced, he sensed an imminent awakening within himself. The rotation of the golden elixir within him began to decelerate, drawing him closer to glimpsing the inner realms. This required him to still his mind and delve deeply into contemplation, allowing the whirling elixir to gradually come to a halt. It was no simple endeavor. The distractions from the outside world were numerous, and comprehending the essence of the golden elixir demanded an extensive period of tranquility. Mere moments would prove futile. Thus, in the 10th year of Song Nan's reign, Chen Xia resolved to enter seclusion. He instructed Song Nen to create a concealed chamber deep within the imperial city, where he would immerse himself in isolation. Huang Qinghue felt a twinge of reluctance, but wholeheartedly supported Chun Xia's decision, vowing to guard his retreat until his emergence. After bidding farewell to Huang Qinghue, Chun Xia stepped alone into the 100-meter chamber. Huang Qinghue, clutching her sword, gazed with sorrowful eyes as the figure in the azure robe diminished into the distance, until it faded completely from view. She took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the sword. She vowed to protect Chun Xia with unwavering resolve. In the 40th year of the Great Songnan era, a momentous event shook the world. The celestial gates trembled, and the ground within a 30-mile radius crumbled. A figure floated above the celestial gates, gradually descending as though traversing steps, and upon reaching the earth, uttered a phrase that astonished all. After 130 years of cultivating the golden elixir, today I have succeeded, unmatched in the world, invincible. Thus, the world was made aware. The ancient sage had emerged from his seclusion. Chapter 30. What is invincibility? The emergence of the old immortal from seclusion was a momentous event that sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Upon receiving this news, the imperial court promptly dispatched the highest-ranking officials to the Celestial Gate to extend their congratulations to the venerable sage. The officials, laden with extravagant gifts, were met with disdainful words. "Let the current emperor come to see me." Sitting uneasily within the palace, Song Nen received this terse message. Hesitant to approach, he contemplated awakening Chun Xia, yet feared the repercussions of incurring Chun Xia's wrath, which would leave him in an untenable position. Thus, in a flurry of urgency, Song Nen set forth to the Celestial Gate, only to find himself still unable to meet the old immortal. Instead, he was received by an elder of the Celestial Gate. This elder, seated at a table, cast a cursory glance at the arriving Song Nen, showing no interest whatsoever, nor did he invite Song Nen to take a seat. He merely stated, "The sect leader has sent me to inform you that for the continued existence of the great Song, all citizens must worship his divine likeness." Song Nen was taken aback, his expression fraught with difficulty, as he respectfully replied to the elder, "But the statue of the national master is already revered throughout the great Song." With a scoff, the elder retorted, "That is of no concern to me. If you wish for the great Song to endure, you will comply. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to find a more obedient dog." The elder's words dripped with contempt, completely disregarding Song Nan's presence. While Song Nan's demeanor darkened, he dared not retort. The elder cast a glance at him and scoffed, saying, "What a grand title for a mere mortal. If you are seeking to curry favor with him, I advise you to abandon this ludicrous notion forthwith. The current sect leader has ascended to the Golden Core realm, rendering him invincible. Even the celestial beings from the upper realms are no match for him. You, a mere human, dare to contemplate rebellion? Such absurdity is laughable. Return and ponder this matter well. I shall grant you 3 days. Should you fail to arrive at a decision by then, it will not be I who converses with you, but the sect leader himself in the imperial city." Song Nen maintained a stoic expression, lowering his head and gritting his teeth as he replied, "Understood." "Very well." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Go and reflect upon it." Song Nen ceased further conversation and briskly made his way back to the imperial city. He wished to awaken Chun Xia, yet found it impossible. The depth of the earth, 100 meters below, muffled all sound. The only means to reach him would be to dig down, but 3 days were hardly sufficient for such a task. The sole individual who might rouse Chun Xia, Huang Qinghue, was opposed to the idea, expressing her concerns. "Brother Chun is currently at a critical juncture in his seclusion. What if he were to be injured should you disturb him?" In utter despair, Song Nen remained seated within the imperial city, choosing not to venture anywhere, and awaited the arrival of the old immortal to discuss matters further. If all else failed, he would have to substitute his offerings to the old immortal until Chun Xia emerged from his retreat. His mind was in turmoil, plagued by incessant worries. The 3 days passed swiftly. The world beheld a sword soaring forth from the Celestial Gate, upon which a figure stood, traversing 100 miles in merely 30 breaths. Suspended above the imperial city, a voice, calm and resonant, echoed throughout the realm. "Who is the current emperor? Step forth to meet me." Before Song Nen could make his exit, Zhuge Qiansui had already confronted the ancient immortal. The old sage stood upon the flying sword, his expression unperturbed, casually remarking, "Do you dare to emerge this time, or are you seeking your own demise?" Zhuge Qiansui, with hands clasped within his sleeves, replied with a delicate laugh. As a servant of the royal family, it is only proper to fulfill one's duties. Enough, the old immortal waved his hand dismissively, his aged yet imposing countenance betraying a hint of disdain. Do not speak. Your voice is repugnant to me. How can someone like you, who dares to call themselves a practitioner of the immortal path, even presume to label themselves a servant? Zhuge Qiansui chuckled softly. The world is vast, filled with wonders. With such peculiarity, do you believe you can withstand my sword? The old immortal snorted coldly, the sword beneath him vibrating ominously. Let us put it to the test. Zhuge Qiansui responded with a grin. You are hardly worthy, came the derisive retort. The immortal did not draw his sword, but merely pointed a finger. In an instant, Zhuge Qiansui plummeted from the highest point of the imperial city, piercing through walls and crashing into the ruins below, his fate uncertain. The old sage remained aloft, his tone icy as he declared, Emperor of the Great Song, you have 3 breaths of time left. 1 breath. Song Nin emerged, standing on solid ground. Under the watchful gaze of the constabulary and civil military officials, and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting to the old immortal. Song Nin had previously met the ancient sage. The old sage cast a dismissive glance at him and scoffed. Do you think you are worthy to stand and converse with me? Kneel. This command resonated with an authoritative power, causing Song Nan's complexion to pale as he instinctively knelt upon the ground. The old sage then spoke in a measured tone. You emperors of the great Song possess little courtesy. Upon encountering me, you do not even show the inclination to kneel. Do you truly believe this realm belongs to you? With gritted teeth, Song Nan knelt, his head bowed as he responded, You speak the truth, venerable sage. The onlookers, comprising the patrolling officers and officials of both civil and military ranks, were aghast, struggling to comprehend the sight of their exalted emperor in such a subservient posture. Have you considered the matter I entrusted to the elder 3 days ago? The old sage inquired once more. Song Nin nodded affirmatively, as the venerable sage desires. Very well. The sage replied with a slight nod, continuing nonchalantly, If you accomplish this task, I shall grant you dominion over this realm. Otherwise, I shall seek another. For I require an obedient servant. Clenching his jaw, Song Nin refrained from retorting and merely nodded in acquiescence. The old sage casually surveyed the surroundings, and with a swift motion, a flying sword plummeted from the sky, hovering 100 meters above. He then continued, I have heard that in the past century, another sage has emerged, serving as the national teacher of your great song, and a statue is currently erected in his honor. Indeed, Song Nin affirmed. The old sage raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, Summon him to meet me. 80 years ago, he took the life of my disciple, and I shall demand a life for a life. Song Nin let out a bitter smile. The Grand Master is currently in seclusion. I fear I cannot summon him. A mere cultivator still requires seclusion? The old immortal scoffed, his flying sword beneath him quivering with anticipation as it approached the secret chamber, a cold smile gracing his lips. This must be the place. The sword beneath him coalesced with sword energy, poised to strike. Stop! A clear and furious voice pierced the air, as a young woman in a pale yellow dress brandished her sword, glaring at him with intensity. The old immortal raised an eyebrow, diverting his gaze from Huang Qingyue to the weapon in her hand, inquiring, Are you also a sword cultivator? The sword beneath him continued to gather its lethal energy, ready to descend at any moment. Huang Qingyue's brows furrowed in anger, her fury palpable as she retorted, I said to stop. And what if I do not? The old immortal sneered dismissively. Suddenly, the sound of a sword's cry resonated. In an instant, Huang Qingyue lunged forward, her blade aimed directly at the old immortal's head. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of the old immortal's mouth. He made no effort to draw his own sword, simply extending a finger to intercept her strike. With a gentle flick, her blade shattered, sending Huang Qingyue stumbling back 100 steps. Her delicate face pale and a hint of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The old immortal scoffed again. You, an insignificant insect, dare to wield a sword before me. With a mere flick of my finger, I could eliminate you. He truly extended his finger, enveloped in sword energy, pointing it directly at Huang Qingyue's brow. Hold on, esteemed elder. A figure emerged from within the imperial city, a gaunt old man clad in white, eagerly looking at the old immortal and speaking with deference. The young girl possessed a certain talent for cultivation, capable of exchanging her spirit, which would facilitate her future possession of others. The old sage cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no response to the statement, but instead inquired, Is the method you previously mentioned for absorbing the power of wishes and incense truly feasible? The emaciated elder hurriedly nodded, asserting, "This is a secret of our overseas practitioners. Undoubtedly effective. Should it prove otherwise, the venerable sage may take my head without any grievance on my part." Huang Qingwei observed the two, biting her silver teeth. Instantly, the profound energy within her body surged, allowing her to inscribe a remarkably simple talismanic symbol. Her broken sword gleamed fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at the emaciated elder. The sword energy spiraled through the air, tracing arcs of light. The elder's expression shifted as he prepared to evade the attack, but the old sage, with fingers poised, manipulated the sword energy, transforming his fingers into a blade that utterly shattered the short sword hurled by Huang Qingwei. The emaciated elder exhaled, hastily clasping his hands in gratitude towards the sage. "Thank you for your rescue, venerable sage." The sage, however, did not even deign to glance at him, disdainfully remarking, "You overseas practitioners, apart from your peculiar arts, are truly of little use." The emaciated elder dared not retort, instead glaring at Huang Qingwei, gritting his teeth and threatening, "How dare you employ such ruthless tactics against me? Upon my return, I shall surely extract your spirit." Huang Qingwei, her lips stained with blood, clenched her silver teeth tightly, her pale yellow skirt marred with crimson stains, her eyes ablaze with fierce hatred. The old sage regarded her with a hint of amusement, breaking into a grin. "Wait a moment. I shall drag this reclusive individual out and slice him into pieces with my sword. I wonder what expression you will wear then. Will you kneel and plead for mercy?" The old sage's smile widened, mocking, "Perhaps you should kneel and beseech me now. If my mood permits later, I might only leave him half alive, allowing you to converse a little longer." Huang Qingyue gritted her teeth, feeling the same profound energy vibrating, signaling that Xinxia was about to emerge from his seclusion. The old sage stood atop his flying sword, the air around it swirling with sword energy, and addressed Huang Qingyue, enunciating each word with gravity. "I demand that you kneel and plead for me now, or I shall instantly take this man's life." He was accustomed to arrogance. Deep within 100 meters, Xinxia's body trembled, causing the very ground to quake. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with radiant gold, appearing almost divine. Seizing a nearby iron pillar, he swiftly drew it forth, enveloped it in golden light, and hurled it forward. The earth shattered instantly, offering no resistance. The iron pillar soared forth, akin to the most lethal sword in existence. The ground crumbled beneath 100 meters. The old sage retreated swiftly, hovering in the heavens. The emaciated elder was pierced through one side by the golden iron pillar, impaled into the ground, blood gushing forth, unable to move, half alive. Unbeknownst to him, Xinxia had already positioned himself atop the iron pillar, gazing down at the barely living emaciated elder with a cold expression, and spoke with a grave tone. "The ruthless officials of the Great Song Dynasty possess myriad methods. Prepare yourself to enjoy your fate." The emaciated elder's lips were stained with blood, rendering him incapable of speech. Xinxia gazed up at the celestial sage in the sky, his countenance darkening. "I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to confront me first?" The sage replied coldly, "The world's fortune is limited. It cannot accommodate two immortals ascending. Only by extinguishing your life can I pursue the path of enlightenment." Xinxia cast a glance at the injured Huang Qingyue, his expression growing increasingly grim, and rebuked the sage. "Old fool, you seek death." The sage's demeanor was frigid, his flying sword trembling beneath him, and a palpable murderous intent permeated his tone. "I shall claim your head to forge my unparalleled immortality." In that moment, a translucent light flickered in Xinxia's eyes, obscuring the dark pupils. He extended a finger before his lips, signaling silence, and retorted, "You can only claim your own head." At this instant, the birds ceased their flight, and every onlooker's expression froze in time. Even the dust hung motionless, as if the river of time had come to a standstill. Amidst this suspension, Xinxia moved, channeling 30 years of accumulated power into a singular force, a total of 115 strength coalescing into a single punch aimed at the sage's head. With a swift motion, he unleashed the punch. The birds resumed their flight, and the dust settled. Upon impact, the sage's face was etched with shock. From his perspective, Xinxia's speed had surpassed comprehension. Alongside the swiftness, there was an overwhelming force. The ancient sage's form erupted within a 100-meter radius, the air shattering violently. His body was propelled backward, slicing through the dense layers of clouds, ultimately coming to a halt thousands of meters away, colliding with the void and bursting forth in a shower of blood. Crimson droplets rained down. Chun Xia hovered in the air, his expression devoid of emotion. Fists clenched as he strode through the sky, resolutely making his way towards the ancient sage once more. He was determined to proclaim to the world the true essence of invincibility. Chapter 31. From today onward, forge the invincible in the imperial city. A crowd gathered, their expressions marked by astonishment as they beheld an extraordinary sight. A figure clad in azure strode across the heavens. The ancient sage, positioned thousands of meters above, was drenched in blood, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Xia as he traversed the sky, with his sword trembling incessantly by his side. His features were sharp, teeth clenched in indignation, as he summoned his flying sword with a fierce cry, directing its tip menacingly towards Chun Xia's head. I have devoted 2 centuries to the cultivation of my Tao, mastering the art of the flying sword, which is unrivaled in the world. How dare you? A mere practitioner relying solely on your fists, challenge me. The sage's heart seethed with resentment. After 200 years of arduous training to attain the golden core, he emerged from seclusion expecting to be unparalleled. How could Chun Xia, in a mere century, rise to such formidable heights, rivaling his existence? Chun Xia halted his celestial stride. Fixing his gaze upon the sage, he extended a hand, gesturing nonchalantly at the corner of his mouth, his eyes swirling like water, becoming translucent as he replied, "Because you are a waste." The sage was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of Chun Xia's words. Before he could react, Chun Xia was upon him, his fist already descending upon him. The sage's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom how Chun Xia could unleash such terrifying speed. Regardless of his confusion, the fist struck with undeniable force. Once again, he was sent reeling backward, carving a furrow through the air, his blood vaporized by the intense heat generated by the friction with the atmosphere. The ancient sage gritted his teeth, extending his hand before his chest to summon his flying sword. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and he looked up in terror. It was Chun Xia, gazing down at him with piercing eyes, his hand reaching out to grasp the sage's head. The sage, filled with dread, swiftly formed a seal with his fingers as the flying sword arced through the air, slicing towards Chun Xia's head with a fierce sword intent, poised to strike. This sword moved with remarkable speed and lethal force. Should it connect, the sage was confident it could pierce Chun Xia's skull. Alas, there was no chance of impact. Chun Xia effortlessly seized the blade with one hand. The sword emitted a mournful wail as it was crushed within his grasp, cracks forming along its edge, and its sword energy dissipating completely. The sage stood in shock, his head now firmly held in Chun Xia's grip, as if it were a mere ball to be thrown, and he hurled it towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The sage's body collided with the earth, plunging deep into the ground, shattering countless layers of soil and causing the terrain within a radius of several kilometers to collapse. After 3 breaths, half of the imperial city crumbled. Yet there were no casualties. Chun Xia, with one hand gripping the sword's hilt and the other pressing against the blade's tip, began to compress it inward. His overwhelming strength disregarded all sword energy, reducing the once formidable weapon to mere ashes that scattered with the wind. The adept enforcers surrounding the scene stood in stupefied disbelief. This was nothing short of an unidirectional onslaught. The old sage exhibited no capacity for resistance before the esteemed master, akin to a grown individual confronting a child. With a single stride, Chun Xia flickered from several thousand meters above to the ground, gazing down at the nearly lifeless old sage in the crater. Exhaling a breath of foul air, his ire diminished somewhat as he inquired, "Were you always this arrogant in your youth?" The old sage, blood gushing from his mouth, rendered immobile, fixed his gaze upon Chun Xia and retorted, "I was orphaned, ascending the mountains at 3, mastering the sword at 16, and at 26. I became unrivaled under heaven." Chun Xia furrowed his brow, lifting his foot to casually kick a pebble, which soared forth, shattering the debris beside the old sage's head. He then commented, "This hardly justifies your arrogance." Once more, the old sage coughed up blood, fixing a scornful stare upon Chun Xia as he sneered. In this world of cultivation, it is all about seizing opportunities. Without striving and competing, what foundation do you have for cultivation? Mere charity from others? Chun Xia was tempted to voice a rebuttal but restrained himself, shaking his head as he replied, "If you wish to contend, then go and vie with those who seek the same. What madness compels you to unleash chaos within the imperial city?" The old sage retorted with a cold laugh. "I have come to contest with you. The opportunities in this realm are scarce, insufficient for two to ascend. Only by eliminating you can I hope for ascension." Chun Xia crouched down, resting his hands on his knees, and replied indifferently, "With such talent, do you truly aspire to ascend?" The old sage fell silent for a moment before responding, "You are indeed formidable. Whatever you say must be correct." Chun Xia shook his head, his gaze turning sharp. "Upon your arrival, you should have anticipated your demise." The old sage remained quiet, and after a while, he replied, "You are more than just a golden elixir." "Indeed." Chun Xia nodded, "I am a colorful elixir." This was, in fact, the truth. The old sage offered no comment, instead spitting out another mouthful of blood, appearing to be on the brink of death. After a brief pause, he continued, "Upon achieving the nascent soul, you will ascend. This world cannot accommodate nascent soul cultivators. You will be elevated to the realm of immortals. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you should be assigned to the esteemed Fuyao immortal sect." Chun Xia frowned. "Why are you telling me this? Do you hope for my benevolence to spare your life?" "Haha." The old sage laughed heartily, blood once again gushing from his mouth. Seemingly indifferent to his condition, "I merely wish to convey that no matter how powerful you may be in this realm, after ascension, you shall merely be a lowly insect." Chun Xia pondered for a moment. Then why aspire to ascend, merely to become an insect? The old sage fell silent once more, and after a while, he spoke again. "If you do not ascend, you will face the inevitable decline of your lifespan, leading to your dissolution and death. Only through ascension can one pursue the path of immortality, even if it means starting anew as an insect." Chun Xia chuckled. "In that case, he truly has no need to ascend. Life has become infinite, and there are still yearly upgrades. Only a fool would ascend to the heavens alongside those celestial beings." The old immortal, gazing at Chun Xia's smile, spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly remarked, "You may laugh now, but when you reach the upper realm, with your unwillingness to vie for power, you will remain a mere ant, trampled underfoot for eternity." Chun Xia casually picked up a stone from the ground and smiled at the old immortal. "At least I am still alive." This single statement was enough to devastate the old immortal. There was nothing more to be said. With the stone gripped tightly in his hand, Chun Xia suddenly hurled it forth. A sharp crack resonated through the air, and as he followed the trajectory of the stone, he beheld a gaping wound upon the old immortal's brow, alongside the fading colors of his eyes. The old immortal's soul had been pierced through by Chun Xia. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a steady rain began to fall. This was the weeping of the heavens following the demise of a golden core cultivator. Fortune's influence, slaying a golden core powerhouse of this realm, grants one to invincibility. Invincibility? Chun Xia felt a hint of surprise, for he deemed this to be rather rare. Previously, when he had vanquished an immortal from the upper realm, he had received only 3 marks of invincibility. Now, to slay a golden core of equal standing grants him a single mark. How remarkably simple. Upon reflection, Chun Xia surmised that the concept of invincibility must depend on the realm in question. In this realm, the golden core was indeed the pinnacle of power. Thus, slaying an opponent of the same level would yield a mark of invincibility. However, this invincible intent requires a total of 3,000 strokes to be of any significance. To truly forge an unparalleled individual and embark on the path of the great emperor, the 4 strokes of invincible intent he possesses are likely insufficient to even solidify a single finger of invincibility. For now, they merely serve as a spectacle. Not far away, Huang Qingyue, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, hurriedly dragged her weakened body over, scrutinizing Chun Xia with concern. "Are you injured?" If this inquiry had been posed during the old sage's lifetime, it would surely have provoked him to leap in exasperation. Throughout the entire combat, he had not even brushed against Chun Xia once, and yet Huang Qingyue still dared to ask if he was hurt. Fortunately, the old sage had passed away, sparing him from such torment. Chun Xia gazed at Huang Qingyue's pale visage, feeling a pang of sympathy for the foolish girl. He gently wiped the bloodstains from her delicate face and softly replied, "If he wishes to fight me, let him come. He cannot possibly defeat me. There is no need for you to intervene. This person is clearly a brash fool who lacks finesse in his strikes. For you, with your tender skin, to confront him would be utterly unwise." A blissful smile graced Huang Qingyue's lips for she understood that Chun Xia was concerned for her well-being. Nevertheless, she weakly offered an explanation. I feared he might disturb your cultivation. You told me you wished to form a golden elixir. What if he interrupted you and caused you to fail in your endeavor? Chun Xia shook his head in response. Even without forming the elixir, I can still vanquish him. Should a similar situation arise in the future, you must flee without concern for me. I am invincible. At least in this world, Chun Xia is invincible. Huang Qingyue nodded obediently. All right, but may I watch from the side? You must remain silent and simply observe. Do not intervene, Chun Xia replied with a smile. Huang Qingyue raised her arm, showcasing her slender figure, and playfully remarked, I won't. Is your injury all right? Chun Xia inquired, noticing the pallor of Huang Qingyue's face. Filled with concern, Huang Qingyue relished the warmth of Chun Xia's care, akin to a gluttonous child savoring the sweetest honey, an indescribable bliss that she could never quite satiate. Lowering her head, she softly responded, It should be, perhaps, maybe it's fine. Chun Xia frowned. Let me see. Huang Qingyue shyly covered her pert chest, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks, and bashfully replied, You can't just look. Chun Xia was momentarily taken aback, then marveled at Huang Qingyue's delicate sensibilities. Thus, he refrained from pressing further, instead summoning others to clear the battlefield and to incinerate the old sage's remains, scattering the ashes into the sea. It was not a pursuit of any particular sentiment. Chun Xia simply wished to scatter the ashes of that old rogue. Huang Qingyue's gaze fell, a fleeting shadow of unseen sorrow crossing her features. The saga of the old sage had come to an abrupt end. Soon, the world would learn that the old sage, after a mere half-month of existence, had departed. 14 days of grand proclamations, 1 day in the imperial city, and then death, his ashes scattered by another. A legendary figure has thus departed from this world, evoking profound sighs from numerous martial experts. In this manner, the term semi-invincible, which had adorned Chun Xia for a century, has finally been shed, leaving only the essence of invincibility. That night, under the influence of a potion, Huang Qingyue stood at her doorstep, gazing at Chun Xia, who was about to enter. With a flushed face, she called out, Brother Chun. Chun Xia, puzzled, turned his head and asked, What is it? Huang Qingyue averted her gaze, her figure appearing exceptionally bashful under the radiant moonlight. She delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing earlobes that were of vivid crimson. Do you wish to see my injuries? Chun Xia was momentarily taken aback, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. With his hands clasped in salute, he stated earnestly, Tonight, we shall discuss only medical techniques, nothing else. Then please come in quickly, Huang Qingyue said, her shyness overwhelming her as she hurriedly retreated indoors. Chun Xia followed suit, preparing to showcase his medical prowess. As dawn broke and the warm sun began to rise, the morning mist still lingered. The grand clock in the imperial city chimed softly. Long before this, Chun Xia had been seated on the steps in front of Huang Qingyue's door, resting his chin on one hand, contemplating the hazy morning. Throughout the night, he and Huang Qingyue had engaged in an in-depth exploration of medical knowledge, acquiring fundamental insights into the human body's various acupoints. This pursuit of understanding was not a matter of shame, but rather an instinct inherent to life itself. Chun Xia embraced this biological instinct wholeheartedly. However, they did not produce offspring, not due to his inability, but rather because Huang Qingyue was incapable. Huang Qingyue had sustained an injury and ought to rest properly and undergo rehabilitation. It was illogical for her to endure another injury. Chun Xia, feeling a pang of sympathy for Huang Qingyue, wished to avoid causing her any further distress and resolved to postpone their meeting for another day. Naturally, Huang Qingyue was delighted, pulling Chun Xia to sit beside her on the bed, requesting him to regale her with stories. Thus, with a serious demeanor, Chun Xia began narrating a tale that had profoundly influenced his life, making certain adjustments to align with the contemporary era. Chapter 1. The Landlord's Wife. The plot was somewhat tumultuous, causing Huang Qingyue to listen with bated breath, showing no inclination to succumb to slumber. Fortunately, when Chun Xia eventually paused the story, Huang Qingyue covered her blushing face with the blanket, preparing for sleep. It was then that Chun Xia stepped outside, seated himself on the threshold, and rested his chin on his hand, contemplating matters. He pondered the course his future should take. Should he remain hidden in this realm, gradually accumulating strength? His own fate mattered little, after all, for he was immortal. Yet, Huang Qingyue was not immortal. To attain eternal life, one must ascend to the celestial realm. Moreover, Chen Xia had intentions of visiting Su Zheng in the heavenly domain. Thus, he could not linger indefinitely in this world. Eventually, he too would ascend to the celestial realm. Therefore, before his ascension, he needed to prepare meticulously, achieving his utmost potential, so that upon arriving in the celestial realm, he would at least secure a place to reside. Only then could he continue to safeguard Huang Qingyue. He believes that one day he will become invincible. Yet he does not wish to sacrifice too much before attaining that state of power. If it pertains to treasures or martial arts techniques, he remains indifferent. After all, parting with wealth can avert calamity. However, there exist elements in this world that hold far greater significance than treasures or techniques. Chen Xia sat upon the steps, exhaling slowly, his expression suggesting a newfound clarity. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the nascent sun mingling with the lingering moon, dusted off his sleeves, and declared with a smile, "It is decided. From this day forth, I shall forge my invincibility." Chapter 32. Ascension in December. Beneath the pallid sky, snow fell even whiter, blanketing the world in pristine white. Chen Xia remained clad in a thin blue shirt, seated on the steps outside, one hand propping his head, his gaze cast downward in contemplation. "Oh, it's snowing." A bright, jubilant exclamation broke the stillness as Huang Qingyue approached from behind, her curiosity piqued. "Chenggu, do you like snow?" Turning his head, Chen Xia beheld Huang Qingyue, adorned in a snow-white coat over a pale yellow dress embroidered with flowers, which hugged her figure, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. He nodded and replied, "I quite like it." "Why is that?" Huang Qingyue squatted beside him, her curiosity unabated. "Why?" The question prompted Chen Xia to ponder for a moment, and after a brief silence, he softly replied, "Perhaps it's because it seldom snows in my hometown, which makes me appreciate the sight of snow even more." Huang Qingyue's eyelashes fluttered, seemingly adorned with snowflakes, enhancing her beauty. She smiled and remarked, "Chenggu, your hometown is in the south, I assent it? It indeed rarely snows there." "No." Chen Xia shook his head, lifting his gaze to the pale night sky. "It's far away." A rare glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Huang Qingyue grasped his sleeve, offering a reassuring smile. "No matter how far, you will be able to return one day, won't you?" Chen Xia withdrew his gaze from the heavens, shaking his head with a faint smile. It doesn't matter anymore. He realized there was little left for him to cherish. Huang Qingyue shook her head, chiding herself for bringing up such a topic that had soured Chen Ji's mood. In a hurried attempt to remedy the situation, she suggested, "Chenggu, let us build a snowman." "All right," Chen Xia replied, rising to his feet. Huang Qingyue dashed into the snow, turning back with a radiant smile. "This time, we shall create 2 snowmen, shoulder to shoulder, shall we?" Her smile was as bright as the sun, and as she stood in the snow, her breath formed a delicate mist that enveloped her face, resembling a fairy amidst the wintry landscape. She was breathtaking. In early spring, before the flowers had bloomed, Chen Xia had already embarked on a journey overseas to meet with the practitioners of Qi in distant lands. He felt it necessary to confront these practitioners, not merely to vanquish them, but to issue a warning. Should they continue to harass him, he would not hesitate to eliminate all overseas Qi practitioners. Though he abhorred the act of killing, he would show no mercy when the time called for it. The overseas region was predominantly composed of islands, many of which remained undeveloped and uninhabited. It was highly plausible that these practitioners of Qi were lurking within these desolate isles. Chen Xia hovered in the air, his senses heightened to the 5th level of golden core cultivation, instantly encompassing an expanse of nearly 10 miles, akin to a human radar detecting changes in his surroundings. His gaze suddenly fixed on a distant small island. Within a deeply concealed chamber, the overseas practitioners of Qi, clad in white garments, deliberated their circumstances. Having suffered significant casualties and reduced in number, they were now contemplating their survival strategies. The deputy sect master's journey to the imperial city of the Great Song is said to be in service of the reclusive old immortal. However, the deputy sect master has ultimately overestimated this old sage. At this point, the Qi practitioners grew increasingly indignant. The old immortal's reputation, proclaimed as invincible, is shamelessly paralleled with the national master of the Great Song, which I find utterly ludicrous. Once life has departed, it cannot be restored. Thus, the Qi practitioners' scorn grew fiercer, for the old immortal could do nothing in retaliation. The national master of the Great Song is indeed formidable. Rumors suggest he dispatched the old immortal in less than 30 breaths, and none could withstand him. As the crowd pondered this, silence enveloped them. After a while, one individual, with a tone of concern, inquired, "What if the national master of the great song comes to seek us out overseas?" Upon hearing this, all the Qi practitioners trembled. And immediately, someone countered, "Impossible. This place is merely a desolate island, and we have burrowed deep beneath it, adjacent to the sea. He could never locate us." This assertion acted like a calming elixir for the Qi practitioners, alleviating their panic, yet doubts lingered. But we cannot remain hidden here for eternity. We must eventually interact with the outside world. What if the national master of the great song were to blockade the coast? As this dilemma was raised, all the Qi practitioners fell into a state of distress, grappling with the predicament, and among them, someone proposed a solution. Otherwise, let us extend our goodwill towards the Grand Master of the Song dynasty. We possess a formation capable of absorbing the power of offerings, which was the very reason the venerable sage collaborated with us previously. It stands to reason that the Grand Master of the Song dynasty might also be in need of such a resource. Agreed. The cultivators nodded in unison. Yet a dilemma arose. Who shall be sent? They exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Regardless of who was chosen, the risk of never returning loomed large, and thus no one was eager to volunteer. Perhaps we could send a message to the Grand Master of the Song dynasty, accompanied by some treasures to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, this approach seems feasible, but what if the Grand Master does not come? That seems unlikely. He may very well be searching for us. Perhaps he is even on his way now, haha. This was merely a jest, yet soon he would learn that such jests should not be taken lightly. The chamber they occupied began to tremble, the furniture swayed, and the walls abruptly crumbled, vanishing like a curtain of water. Then, a figure clad in azure robes emerged, as if materializing from the very earth itself, his eyes glimmering with a verdant light as he inquired, "Were you seeking me?" The cultivators were instantly gripped by terror. Their spines prickled as though by 1,000 needles, their astonishment palpable. Noting their silence, Chun Xia stepped forward, the collapsed walls behind him suddenly rising again, reforming and enveloping him. "Coincidentally, I too have been searching for you," Chun Xia remarked with a smile. Yet, the cultivators were unable to reciprocate his mirth. Their expressions filled with dread as they gazed at the man before them. "Are they to perish today?" Chun Xia smiled and provided the answer. "Today. You have two choices, death or life. I am not a bloodthirsty individual, yet I am capable of taking lives. Therefore, demonstrate your sincerity, and I may consider sparing you." The practitioners of Qi exchanged glances, and one among them, trembling, hastily spoke, "We are deliberating on our allegiance to you. If you so desire, we are willing to complete the great offering formation on your behalf. From henceforth, even the beings of the great song in this realm shall worship you." Chun Xia raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are the benefits?" He was already venerated by the common folk of the great song. Yet aside from the annual increase of dragon spirit energy on the National Master's Day, there were no other advantages. The Qi practitioner's quivering voice ceased at that moment, becoming grave, solemn, and earnest. "To attain divinity." Chun Xia furrowed his brow, perplexed. The Qi practitioner quickly elaborated. "At your level, you must be aware of the tidings from the myriad realms." Chun Xia nodded, having heard of them from another, specifically, the celestial being he had slain. The Qi practitioner placed his hand upon the table, conjuring a vast circle. Within the myriad realms, there exist numerous formidable planes. The celestial realm above us is one of the premier planes, and the entity governing our world is merely the Fuyo celestial sect within that celestial realm. For the first time, Chun Xia heard such news. Nodding slightly, he inquired, "What does this have to do with becoming a deity?" The Qi practitioner placed his hand within the drawn circle and replied, "Every world, or realm, resembles this circle, which can be likened to the human body, encompassing the organs, limbs, and bones. The reason our realm is so feeble, unable to produce even a golden core for centuries, lies in the absence of the most vital component, the heart." The Qi practitioner's expression grew solemn as he pointed to the center of the circle and continued, "Becoming the heart signifies attaining divinity, becoming the supreme entity of this world. Consequently, everything within this realm will return to you, and your level of cultivation will influence this world, making it progressively stronger. These two aspects support and benefit one another." With his arms crossed, Chun Xia found this notion intriguing and curiously asked, "How do you know these things?" The Qi practitioner hurriedly responded, 500 years ago, the Golden Core ancestor sought to ascend to divinity, but ultimately failed due to inadequate aptitude, perishing amidst the cataclysm of 100,000 thunder tribulations. One must endure thunder tribulations? Chun Xia's curiosity deepened. The Qi practitioner appeared to recall his ancestor who had died in the thunder tribulation, his expression tinged with sadness as he nodded. To ascend to the higher realms necessitates confronting thunder tribulations. If it were merely a standard thunder tribulation, it would be unremarkable. However, our ancestor aimed to achieve divinity and ascend, triggering a cataclysmic level of 100,000 thunder tribulations. Chun Xia cast a glance at the Qi practitioner, lowering her finger from the center of the circle, and smiled. Are you suggesting that even after I ascend to divinity, I must endure a tribulation of 100,000 lightning strikes, or perhaps even more? The Qi practitioner chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, the lightning tribulation is not necessarily a bad omen. Throughout history, cultivators have faced such tribulations during their breakthroughs, which are often heralded as auspicious signs. The more formidable the lightning tribulation, the greater the benefits to the cultivator upon overcoming it. Unfortunately, our esteemed ancestor lacked the requisite aptitude and could not withstand 100,000 lightning strikes. Otherwise, had he ascended to the celestial realm, he would have undoubtedly become a significant figure by now. As the Qi practitioner spoke, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Recalling the grandeur of their kind 5 centuries prior, when even emperors would bow in reverence before them. Yet now, they found themselves relegated to this desolate island. How fickle the tides of fate are. Suddenly, Chun Xia inquired, are there any rumors of other celestial beings descending into this realm? I am not referring to those masters of the martial world who can easily be vanquished, but rather those capable of obliterating a city with a mere gesture. A single gesture to obliterate a city? The Qi practitioner furrowed his brow at her words, seemingly deep in thought, and replied in a hushed tone. There is a record in the writings of our founder, which mentions an occurrence 600 years ago, when a single gesture did indeed annihilate a city. However, our founder speculated that the wielder of that power was not a celestial being. This is because the emissaries from the Fuyo celestial sect were unaware of the event. Had it been a peer from the celestial realm, their magical fluctuations would certainly have been detected by the Fuyo celestial sect. Thus, the emissaries surmised that it was an individual from another world. As for the existence of that interface, it remains uncertain, yet it is evident that one has ascended to the level of a sage. Chun Xia gazed intently at the Qi practitioners, his eyes shimmering with a profound depth, akin to an abyssal pool of water, articulating each word with deliberation. A century ago, I bore witness to it. The Qi practitioner's body trembled instantaneously, as if battered by a tempestuous downpour, nearly losing its balance. 6 centuries ago, a century ago. Thus, the interval is 5 centuries, perhaps? Chapter 33. The nascent soul is insufficient. Have you seen it? The Qi refining practitioner expressed a hint of disbelief. Indeed, Chun Xia nodded, his gaze gradually widening as if lost in recollection. That hand was enormous, crackling with thunder, resembling serpents slithering through the gaps between fingers. Then, with a sudden force, it descended, obliterating the vast city in an instant. The Qi refining practitioner trembled, affirming, it is precisely as described in the scriptures of our forebear. What exactly is that colossal hand, and why does it descend upon this realm to annihilate cities? They found themselves perplexed. What benefits does one gain from becoming a deity? Chun Xia shifted the conversation, inquiring further. The Qi refining practitioner hurriedly responded, upon attaining divinity, you would become the fastest cultivator in the entire realm, simultaneously enhancing your own path of advancement, as recorded in the scriptures of our forebear. Indeed, Chun Xia nodded, having never intended to slay these practitioners. Witnessing their favorable demeanor, his murderous intent dissipated, and a vibrant green light shimmered in his eyes. The entire concealed chamber ascended, emerging beyond the desolate island. The Qi refining practitioners gazed at Chun Xia with an even greater awe. This display of divine power transcended the heavens and the earth. Standing aloft, Chun Xia faced all the Qi refining practitioners, with his back turned to the sun descending toward the ocean's surface. The water glimmered, reflecting the warm orange sunlight and the silhouette of Chun Xia in his azure robe. Chun Xia smiled. Then, my esteemed guests, assist me. Let us become deities. In the 35th year of the Southern Song dynasty, the construction of the golden statue of Chun Xia has commenced nationwide. with a Qi practitioner assigned to oversee each region, responsible for the maintenance and veneration of the statue. The common folk who come to pay their respects are said to receive blessings from Chen Xia, ensuring that within the next 3 days, they will encounter at least one fortuitous event. This has led to an increasing number of devotees approaching the statue, each with sincere intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Xia resides within the imperial city, engaged in quiet cultivation, yet he has not yet perceived any tangible benefits from the offerings. However, he believes such rewards require time to manifest, and thus, he remains patient. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant. Should the Qi practitioners harbor treachery, he would swiftly eliminate them without hesitation. If one were to betray him, it would lead to the demise of all. These individuals were initially deserving of death, and it was only Chen Xia's compassion that spared their lives. Should they attempt any deceit again, his mercy would no longer extend. In addition, Chen Xia's daily practice is exceedingly rigorous, primarily focused on refining the profound energy, aspiring to inscribe the chapter of the netherworld's desolation, a technique that mandates a solitary challenge. However, this endeavor is still distant. At his current pace, he estimates it will take a century to gather the necessary profound energy for the inscription. Furthermore, the inexplicable emergence of the city-destroying palm looms ominously in his thoughts, akin to a rabid dog, unpredictable in its potential to strike. Lacking the ability to preemptively eliminate this threat, he can only await its inevitable attack. Such a sentiment is profoundly unsettling. Chen Xia sighed softly as the mysterious energy circulated once more. Rising to his feet, he stretched leisurely and ambled towards the door. Huang Qingyue was tending to the peach blossoms, and, upon noticing that Chen Xia had completed his cultivation, a smile graced her lips. With her hands clasped behind her pert posterior, she skipped over and tilted her head, playfully inquiring, "Brother Chen, do you think my flowers are beautiful?" Chen Xia glanced at the flourishing peach tree and, with a smile, praised, "They are as lovely as you." A blush crept onto Huang Qingyue's fair cheeks, her heart swelling with joy, yet she feigned annoyance, retorting, "How could that be?" Chen Xia regarded her, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly asking, "Qingyue, what if we must part ways in the future? Why would that happen?" Huang Qingyue furrowed her brow, her expression growing tense. Chen Xia chuckled lightly. "I said if. And it is quite possible that such a day may come, as we both have long roads ahead of us." Huang Qingyue's brow furrowed even deeper in confusion. "Why can't we walk together?" "I certainly wish to walk together as well." Chen Xia nodded, pausing for a moment before extending a hand. "But not everything unfolds as we might hope, does it?" Huang Qingyue, still frowning, nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Chen Xia's words. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart. After a long pause, she murmured, "If we truly must part, then we shall surely meet again." Chen Xia nodded firmly, his tone resolute. "Of course, parting is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion." 80 years have passed. The reign has transitioned to the crown prince following the demise of Song Nansho. Chen Xia has perfected the great tortoise-breathing technique, now merely a step away from the realm of Yuaning. His golden elixir has begun to reveal a singular hue, a brilliant white. This is the color of time, of years, of the passage of days. It embodies his path. Chen Xia can now deftly manipulate the flow of time within a radius of 30 meters. Huang Qingyue's cultivation has progressed remarkably well, so much so that it astonishes Chen Xia. Unlike Chen Xia, who cleverly employs the great tortoise-breathing technique, Huang Qingyue has diligently refined the Xian Hun Dao chapter through her own efforts. She has already condensed her golden elixir and possesses 1,000 strands of Xian Han Qi, enabling her to inscribe Dao chapters. Huang Qingyue's cultivation is a testament to her innate talent, and those endowed with such gifts share a common trait, brilliance. On a midsummer's day, a resplendent rainbow arched across the sky, resembling a grand bridge, captivating the gaze of all in the capital as it connected to the imperial city. A magnificent golden palanquin descended from the heavens, traversing the rainbow bridge to hover above the imperial city. From either side of the palanquin emerged 2 peculiar young acolytes who, bowing with reverence, recited aloud, "The sect is accepting disciples." Standing in the courtyard, Chen Xia noted the resemblance to the moment when the immortal accepted Su Zhen as a disciple. However, times have changed. Once, he was unable to compete with those celestial beings, his voice scarcely heard. Now, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the realm, able to negotiate terms with these immortals. Yet, he remains uncertain about whom to take as his disciple. As Chen Xia pondered, A golden palanquin suddenly descended, landing gracefully before him. The radiant light dimmed. Yet intricate patterns reminiscent of true dragons and divine phoenixes were still discernible upon its surface. It was unexpected that such a small realm could yield a practitioner on the verge of attaining the nascent soul stage. Indeed, quite remarkable. A woman's voice resonated, laced with arrogance. Two peculiar young acolytes hurried to the palanquin's entrance, bending at the waist, as if preparing to carry something. The palanquin door swung open, revealing a pair of porcelain-like feet poised upon the backs of the two acolytes, looking down at Chen Xia with a commanding presence. "But you are not the one I seek." "Chen Gu." Huang Qinghua called out as he rushed in, noticing the scene before him, his brow furrowing with a hint of caution. The woman's crimson eyes regarded Huang Qinghua, her expression concealed beneath a veil, as she smiled and said, "It is this little girl who should accompany me back to the sect." Her tone was imbued with an undeniable air of superiority. "Who are you?" Chen Xia inquired, perplexed. "The master of the 9th mountain of the celestial realm," the woman replied once more, her voice brimming with pride. "I've never heard of you." Chen Xia shook his head. "Neither have I," Huang Qinghua echoed, shaking her head in agreement. The woman cast them a glance, her eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation, before casually waving her hand. "You need only to acknowledge the formidable nature of this matter. I am here to recruit disciples, not to elucidate further." Chen Xia remained perplexed, questioning why it was not the Fuyao immortal sect that sought disciples. The woman turned her gaze towards Chen Xia, unfazed by his awareness of these affairs. After all, individuals destined to achieve the Yuaning stage must possess some understanding of the celestial realm. Thus, she suppressed her impatience and elaborated, "Indeed, Fuyao immortal sect is your upper realm, yet the act of accepting disciples merely requires the willingness of both parties. Moreover, this woman shares a connection with our 9th mountain. You were originally meant to come to us. Furthermore, Fuyao immortal sect has not produced an emperor in tens of thousands of years. Even with the emergence of a new saintess, she is merely a potential candidate, not an emperor, and thus, when compared to our 9th mountain, certainly falls short." Chen Xia frowned, sensing an unsettling coincidence. After all, Su Jun had also been exceptionally gifted, and now Huang Qinghua seemed to follow suit. The woman, perceiving his doubts, clarified, "In this limited realm, only a certain amount of fortune exists. Those with extraordinary talents are naturally drawn to one another. In essence, the heavenly Tao orchestrates opportunities for your paths to intersect, thereby elevating your fortunes." As she spoke, her crimson eyes glanced once more at the two, and she could not help but commend. To cultivate to the golden core stage in such a realm deficient in spiritual essence and fortune is indeed commendable. Suddenly, Huang Qinghua stepped forward with a serious expression and inquired of the woman, "Should I agree? May I accompany Brother Xia to the 9th mountain?" The woman appraised Chen Xia with a fleeting glance, extending her delicate fingers and gently waving them before her. "No, why not?" Huang Qinghua nearly exclaimed in protest. The woman regarded her and explained, "He is devoid of fortune. The heavens themselves are unpredictable in his presence. Furthermore, his current low cultivation will inevitably affect others to some extent. We do not require him at the 9th mountain." "Not at all," she emphasized further. Huang Qinghua furrowed her brow, unable to endure such disparagement directed at Chen Xia, and resolutely declared, "I will not go." The woman, standing atop the backs of two young acolytes, seemingly increased her weight, causing them to gasp for breath. After a brief pause, she continued, "If you wish to remain with him, you must ascend in your cultivation. You are but at the golden core stage, while he is nearing the nascent soul stage. Should he ascend first, you will still be left here to cultivate in this petty realm. Moreover, it is possible that his ascension will claim the last vestiges of fortune for ascension, leaving you with no path to rise, destined to perish in this confined world. Is that what you desire?" Huang Qinghua's gaze turned somewhat lost, seeking help from Chen Xia. Chen Xia furrowed his brow and inquired, "How can we trust you?" "Trust?" The woman seemed to find this notion amusing, bursting into laughter before eventually composing herself and addressing the two once more. "You have no choice but to trust me, for even in this diminutive realm, I possess the cultivation of the primordial infant. You are powerless to resist me. Isn't that so?" Her smile radiated with arrogance, spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. "Primordial infant?" Chen Xia shook his head. The primordial infant was insufficient. He took a step forward, and the gentle breeze abruptly ceased. Chapter 34. I am Kai Dan. Time ceased to flow within a 30-meter radius around Qinxia, leaving him as the sole traveler within this temporal realm. The woman's expression twisted in agony as she struggled against the barriers of time, her gaze shifting in horror towards Qinxia. How could a cultivator yet to attain the nascent soul stage possibly engage with such a supreme principle as time? She found it utterly incredulous. As Qinxia approached her, he remarked, "If we are to converse, I prefer that our exchange be one of equals." The temporal restraints upon the woman's visage unraveled as she furrowed her brow, regarding Qinxia with an unusual seriousness that tempered her previously arrogant demeanor. To have ventured into the path of time without yet reaching nascent soul stage, truly, you are a prodigy. Alas, you lack fortune, otherwise, even my ninth mountain would seek to claim you. Qinxia chuckled lightly in response. I do not require your pursuit. I merely wish to ascertain how you intend to treat Qingwei with care. The woman did not address this inquiry, instead shifting her focus. You all have cultivated the Xuanhuan Dao chapter, a technique disseminated by my ninth mountain throughout the immortal realm, yet only the first volume has been made public. The purpose of this is to identify prodigies whose talents resonate with the Xuanhuan Dao chapter across the myriad realms, and this young girl embodies that potential. To achieve the golden core in this realm, scarce in both spiritual energy and opportunities, while refining over 1,000 shades of Xianhan energy. Her aptitude has already reached a quasi-saint level. Though she may not rival an emperor, with proper growth, she could indeed become a formidable figure in her own right. Thus, I intend to take her away from the ninth mountain. Otherwise, it would be an utter waste of her extraordinary talents to confine her in such a small place. Qinxia's transparent eyes flickered as she shook her head, saying, You still have not demonstrated your sincerity. Although the woman spoke at length, who could discern the veracity of her words? This matter pertains to the future trajectory of Huang Qingwei, and Qinxia could not afford to let her guard down. The woman had already freed her upper body from the temporal constraint, stroking her chin in contemplation, troubled by how to prove her intentions. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. But you almost ascend, mustn't you? And upon ascending to the celestial realm, one is inevitably compelled to choose a sect. Otherwise, with your capabilities, you would merely become prey to the extraterrestrial demons. Moreover, you and this young girl cannot ascend together, can you? You can only suppress the calamity for 300 years at most before facing the tribulation of the nascent soul and ascending to the celestial realm. However, the young girl's path is less certain. She is cultivating the Xuanhuan Dao chapter from the ninth mountain, which inherently progresses slowly. In this realm, where spiritual energy and fortune are scarce, it will take at least 500 years for her to reach the nascent soul stage. As the woman's words trailed off, she seemed to have an epiphany, and a smile crept across her lips beneath the veil of mystery. If you were to ascend, this small realm's fortune could not sustain another nascent soul ascendant. What then becomes of this young girl? Perhaps she would simply meet her end. It sounds like a favorable outcome. Yet, whether it truly is, only she can ascertain. Should Qinxiao ascend, then it is likely that Huang Qingwei would never see Qinxiao again. This outcome is far from favorable for both individuals. Qinxia's toes touched the ground, causing the pale ripples around to tremble, and astonishingly, time itself began to reverse. The woman's eyes sparkled, her tone finally turned serious as she affirmed, If you were not someone devoid of fortune, I would certainly take you under my wing at the ninth mountain. Alas, it is truly a pity that you have only grasped the rudiments of the path of time. Your future accomplishments will be at least that of a quasi-saint. Qinxia furrowed his brows, inquiring about the notion of being devoid of fortune. The woman shrugged with a smile. There is nothing much to say. It simply means lacking fortune and opportunities, unable to be calculated by the heavenly path, relying solely on oneself. As Qinxia listened, his frown deepened. The flow of time against the current began to slow. By your account, being devoid of fortune does not seem to be a bad thing, does it? No, the woman replied, extending a hand before her and gesturing playfully. Being devoid of fortune is indeed a misfortune, for one is not acknowledged by the heavenly path. Consequently, one cannot attain the status of a quasi-saint, nor embark on the imperial road thereafter. One's entire life would merely equate to the cultivation of the mending the heavens realm. It is akin to a cup of water. Others may have a threshold of a full barrel, yet for various reasons, they are unable to fill it. Your limit, however, is merely half a barrel. No matter how you attempt to fill it or what means you employ, you can only reach that half. You are traversing a dead end. Qinxia then realized why these sects of the celestial realm would reject someone like him. a person devoid of fortune. However, this flaw is of little concern to Chen Xia. He does not rely on cultivation to grow stronger, primarily focusing on augmenting his abilities. His cultivation is merely an accessory. If it improves, so be it. If not, it does not significantly affect him. The woman extended her hand and raised 2 fingers, continuing, secondly, individuals devoid of fortune adversely influence the luck of those around them, and such effects are predominantly negative. After all, I have lived for 30,000 years and have yet to witness a positive impact. Thus, various sects harbor a disdain for those lacking fortune and do not accept them. Chen Xia was already aware of this information and was not particularly surprised. At worst, he could cultivate alone, which was inconsequential. Yet, his curiosity was piqued regarding Huang Qingwei. He inquired further, "What kind of treatment did Qingwei receive upon arriving at your 9th mountain?" The woman had already broken free from the constraints of time, her porcelain-like feet descending gracefully from the backs of 2 young acolytes. She smiled and replied, with her potential for becoming a quasi-saint. She is undoubtedly the direct disciple of the mountain master. Once she attains the status of quasi-saint, she will be able to lead a sect just as I do. You are a quasi-saint? Chen Xia asked, somewhat astonished. The woman's feet touched the ground, and she gently pointed at the air before her, causing the flow of time to come to an abrupt halt, even hinting at a potential counter to Chen Xia. I am not yet a quasi-saint. I have merely reached the pinnacle of the supplementing heaven realm. One could say I am half a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. But due to my formidable combat prowess, I became the sect leader ahead of time, she explained, while slowly approaching Chen Xia. I find you quite intriguing. How about we exchange a few moves, with you experiencing what true innate talent and divine ability entail? Chen Xia raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, as she rolled up her sleeves in response. The strength of a nascent soul is hardly worth consideration, let alone that of a golden core. A proud smile graced the corners of the woman's lips as she declared, I am unmatched among those of the same realm, possessing the prowess of the golden core. With a deliberate step forward, time seemed to accelerate, and the surroundings blurred, as if one had entered a chaotic domain. Moreover, I shall employ certain techniques beyond the scope of the golden core, though their might will undoubtedly remain within that realm. Chen Xia, having rolled up her sleeves, regarded the woman with a peculiar expression and kindly advised, I believe it would be wiser for you to utilize your nascent soul strength. Why is that? The woman inquired, frowning as she pointed a finger before her. Time flowed towards her and coalesced into a protective formation at her side. With this array in place, Chen Xia would find it impossible to strike her in the present. She could only reach her future or past selves. However, that was of no concern to her now, as it would merely dissipate in a non-existent time-space. Chen Xia stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath her, as she raised her fists, brimming with intent. Subtle glimmers of green light shimmering forth, as if drawing power from the heavens and earth. She responded, because I am a rainbow core. Chapter 35. A thought gives rise to the nascent soul. What is this colorful Dan? Is it the heavenly Tao Golden Dan? Yet, individuals devoid of fortune cannot possibly attain the heavenly Tao Golden Dan. The woman, somewhat perplexed, did not dwell on it too much. As a pinnacle being of the mending heaven realm, even when restrained to the Golden Dan stage, her divine abilities and comprehension of cultivation far surpassed what Chen Xia could contend with. Merely the protective formation of past and future she wielded rendered her virtually invincible. She truly could not fathom how she could lose. A smile curled at the corners of her lips as she observed Chen Xia, who was poised in a fighting stance. She waved her hand dismissively and remarked, less posturing, more genuine divine arts. Very well, Chen Xia replied, nodding. His fists collided with a force that caused the already shattered ground to crack further. Suddenly, his fists separated, and he began to perform a series of martial techniques, lowering his stance slightly before exhaling sharply, directing his fists towards the woman. Raising an eyebrow, the woman expressed her confusion. What do you mean? I do not enjoy watching mere displays of fist techniques. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xia's emerald gaze sparkled with intensity, and the atmospheric pressure around his fists grew increasingly formidable as he shifted his stance. He extended his left fist forward. I shall reveal my inadequacies, he declared. In that instant, the ground beneath him began to violently fracture, and Chen Xia's figure elongated due to his terrifying speed, leaving a streak of color in his wake. His form enveloped the woman as he thrust forth his left fist and unleashed his right fist. The woman maintained her composure, her smile remaining undiminished. She had discerned all of Chun Xia's movements, perceiving them as mere trifles, lacking any comparison to her own formidable techniques. After all, Chun Xia was merely an ordinary golden core practitioner, while she herself had emerged from the realm of mending the heavens, thus rendering any comparison between them utterly inconceivable. With this thought in mind, she extended her finger, forming a delicate array, ready to counter the impending strike. The punch was straightforward and unadorned, failing to instill any sense of urgency for defense. It appeared that a simple sidestep would suffice to evade it. However, out of courtesy and a desire to demonstrate the disparity in their powers, the woman chose to meet the blow head-on. Within 3 breaths, she would realize that accepting the punch was a grave misjudgment, though that was a matter for later contemplation. The small array she conjured at her fingertips shattered instantaneously, proving utterly ineffective as a defense. She withdrew her finger, her brows furrowing in surprise, as she pondered the existence of such power in a golden core practitioner. Could it be that she was simply too weak? The thought lingered in her mind, tinged with disbelief. But soon enough, the punch connected with her protective temporal array. It could strike at her future self, or even her past self, yet it could not touch her present form. The hint of shock that had briefly crossed her face swiftly gave way to tranquility, for she was acutely aware that Chun Xia could not harm her in her current state. Regardless of the circumstances, she remained invulnerable. Chun Xia's fist struck her protective grand formation, and her emerald eyes suddenly dulled, replaced by a translucent hue that spread forth. The entire fist hammered into the grand formation without the slightest pause. The formation began to whirl violently, propelled by Chun Xia's temporal power, anchoring itself at a precise moment in time. It was now. The woman gazed at the rapidly enlarging fist, her eyes widening in astonishment. The fist descended. She staggered back 100 steps, carving out grooves in the ground, her feet bracing against the impact, a massive imprint of a fist evident on her face. Yet, rather than anger, she looked at Chun Xia with growing astonishment, exclaiming in wonder, "You are incredibly formidable. How is it that your golden core does not resemble a typical golden core? It instead bears the essence of a nascent soul. If you were not an individual devoid of fortune, countless prestigious sects in the immortal realm would seek to accept you as a disciple. Even I am quite tempted." Chun Xia clasped his hands in salute and nodded, saying, "I am honored." The woman paused, her hand brushing against her nose. "Are you suggesting you wish to forgo the battle? You cannot possibly defeat me." Chun Xia's response was remarkably forthright. The woman, far from being offended by his reply, found herself admiring him instead, smiling as she said, "In the realm of golden cores, perhaps I may not prevail against you, for you do not resemble one. Yet, within this confined space, I can elevate my prowess to that of a nascent soul." "Even a nascent soul would not suffice," Chun Xia confidently retorted, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the woman. She appeared taken aback by his self-assurance, remarking, "Such confidence. I have yet to unveil many of my mystical techniques." Chun Xia exhaled deeply, offering no response, merely taking a step forward. Suddenly, the sky above by Li Tianxiong turned pitch black, thick clouds swirling ominously, with crimson lightning crackling and roaring amidst them, resembling colossal mountains surging through the darkened heavens. The woman gazed in astonishment and exclaimed, "You can transcend the thunder tribulation at any moment, stepping into the nascent soul." Chun Xia nodded. In the blink of an eye, he retreated his step, and the sky cleared, the thunder dissipating, leaving only a gentle breeze and light clouds. It was a retraction of his thoughts of breaking through to the nascent soul. "Oh, how surprising," the woman said, crossing her arms with a bemused smile. "You truly continue to astonish me. I never anticipated that such a small realm could produce someone of your caliber. Even if your potential is limited to the realm of mending the heavens, you would still rank among the strongest within that domain. At that time, my ninth mountain would indeed welcome you to take up a nominal position as an honored guest." "Very well," Chun Xia nodded, not refusing. A nominal position was a fine arrangement, requiring no labor while still providing a stipend. However, the matter at hand concerned Huang Qingwei. Lacking sufficient sincerity, the woman claiming to hail from the ninth mountain left Chun Xia uneasy about entrusting Huang Qingwei to her. The woman recognized Chun Xia's lingering apprehensions and, appreciating his talent, was willing to patiently elucidate. "If you harbor doubts, I can leave you a lamp that connects our 2 realms. Through this lamp, you may converse with the young lady. After her ascension to the celestial realm, you may also visit her at the ninth mountain, provided you do not linger." Very well. Chen Xia pondered for a moment before nodding in response. It is indeed certain that Huang Qingyue will ascend to the celestial realm. Even if she does not accompany this woman to the so-called ninth mountain, she will eventually ascend on her own. Chen Xia has been suppressing her cultivation level solely to ascend together with Huang Qingyue. However, as the woman rightly pointed out, there is one matter that Chen Xia cannot help but worry about. The spiritual energy and opportunities within this small realm may not support the simultaneous ascension of two individuals. It would be inappropriate for either of them to remain behind. The appearance of this woman has, however, presented a solution to this dilemma. Observing Chen Xia deep in thought, the woman reached out and touched the suspended moment in time before them, smiling as she spoke. Let the parties concerned decide for themselves. By the way, I am called Shuning, the Master of the Ninth Mountain Gate, and one of the future candidates for the position of Master of the Ninth Mountain. As the halted time began to flow normally again, the shattered ground restored itself to its former intact state. Huang Qingyue's frozen expression also returned to life. Her sparkling eyes blinked, revealing a hint of confusion as she glanced between the two. The woman reiterated her previous words to Huang Qingyue. Chen Xia urged Huang Qingyue to think it over carefully, advising her not to put herself in a difficult position. With her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation, Huang Qingyue finally asked cautiously, "If I go to the celestial realm, I will still be able to contact Brother Chun, right?" The woman nodded, assuring her that as long as the interdimensional beacon was present, they could maintain their connection. Once he ascends, he will be able to visit her at the ninth mountain, although he cannot stay for long. Very well. Huang Qingyue nodded earnestly. I am willing. Chen Xia stood still, a gentle breeze brushing past him. Once more, it was a farewell. Fortunately, it was merely a parting, not a final goodbye. In the long journey of life, such moments are inescapable. On the day of their farewell, Chen Xia donned a blue robe, arms crossed, gazing at Huang Qingyue with a light chuckle. Until we meet again. Huang Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her nose sniffling incessantly. Unable to stem the flow, despite having achieved the golden core cultivation, she looked at Chen Xia, weeping quietly, her lips sealed in silence. Chen Xia's heart ached for this girl, the emerald glimmer in his eyes illuminating the sky above, knowing well Huang Qingyue cherished the vastness of blue skies and white clouds. Wait for me, Chen Xia called out once more. Huang Qingyue replied, wiping her tears with her sleeve, nodding earnestly. After this day, Chen Xia would enter an extended period of seclusion, never to emerge into the world again. Chapter 36. The fall of the Great Song Dynasty. The realm of the Great Song has not witnessed the emergence of unparalleled masters for quite some time. Some attribute this to the stillness of the heavenly path and the decline of martial arts, asserting that only the path of immortality may offer a way forward. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that the only one capable of successfully traversing this divine path is the national master, who has long since retreated into seclusion, oblivious to worldly affairs and his whereabouts unknown. Rumors abound. Some claim the national master resides in a hidden chamber within the imperial city of the Great Song, while others suggest he has ventured into the world, and still others speculate that he has journeyed overseas. All these notions remain mere conjecture, but one certainty prevails. The national master has relinquished his responsibilities. It has been 50 years since he last made an appearance. Nevertheless, the populace continues to hold Chen Xia in high esteem, erecting statues in his honor and offering monthly tributes. This practice serves as the primary source of his spiritual dragon energy, which has now reached 750 out of a possible 1,000 units, leaving a mere 250 units required for advancement. Progress appears imminent. However, the annual accumulation of spiritual dragon energy diminishes with each passing year, suggesting that as one approaches success, the rewards become increasingly elusive. Stretching languidly within the depths of the most secluded chamber crafted by the Great Song Dynasty, Chen Xia gazes at the luminous lamp before him, feeling a twinge of helplessness. This transcendent lamp requires energy replenishment, demanding the infusion of the world's fortune. Alas, in the current state of existence, how much surplus fortune remains? Thus, this extraordinary lamp has been in need of recharging for 30 years, and it now indicates that merely 20% of its capacity has been filled, with at least another century needed to reach completion. Fortunately, Chen Xia, through their previous conversation, has confirmed that Huang Qingyue is safe and sound, requiring no cause for concern. She has ascended to the rank of a celestial disciple. residing in her own palace with splendid treatment. At that time, Huang Qingyue was on the verge of undergoing the tribulation to attain her nascent soul. It is likely that she has succeeded by now. Such is the abundance of cultivation resources in the celestial realm, Chun Xia mused. In truth, that woman could have brought Chun Xia along to the celestial realm. However, the ninth mountain could not accept him. This implies that even if Chun Xia were to venture into the celestial realm, he would remain utterly alone, facing formidable adversaries who have cultivated for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, which would surely cause Huang Qingyue concern. Thus, Chun Xia has resolved not to embark on that journey just yet. He intends to wait until his spirit dragon Qi has fully upgraded. The path of time has genuinely commenced, and the Xianhan Qi has inscribed its first chapter of the Tao, at which point his power level reaches 500 before ascending to the celestial realm. Should he ascend, he would find himself solitary, thus necessitating utmost caution, for it is prudent to possess ample trump cards. However, he could request Huang Qingyue to procure some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for him. As for the small Su who had long since ventured into the celestial realm, he must now be a significant figure in his own right. With these thoughts, Chun Xia further solidified his intention to embrace a life of ease. After all, he thrives by virtue of his own abilities. Who can cast aspersions upon that? If one possesses the capability, they too may indulge in such a lifestyle. With his arms crossed, Chun Xia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is his skill. Within the confines of the secret chamber, devoid of the passage of time, Chun Xia relied on the points provided by the system to estimate the years that have elapsed. His mind sank deeply as he began to inscribe the sacred texts within his heart, a task that demanded immense mental exertion. The writings must be meticulously crafted, with not a single error permitted. Even the simplest stroke would take Chun Xia half a month of refinement. Upon completing this stroke, he found himself utterly drained, drenched in sweat, requiring a month's respite to recover. In addition to this, Chun Xia was also refining his golden elixir, striving to perfect its pinnacle state to render it more robust and formidable, aspiring for it to rival the nascent soul. This too required painstaking effort. Haste would yield no results, and time was the essential ingredient. Fortunately, Chun Xia was never short of time. With a century dedicated to the inscription of sacred texts and another century devoted to perfecting the golden elixir, he aimed to accomplish all these endeavors within 400 years. He had little concern for external matters, yet the circumstances beyond were shifting rapidly. The ninth emperor of the Song dynasty ascended the throne. Having been raised on tales from the late emperor about the divine guardianship of the Song, which assured the nation's permanence. Thus, upon his ascension, he acted without restraint. Every minister, civil and military, was compelled to align with his wishes, lest they face the death penalty. He reveled in flattery, prompting the officials to devise ever more inventive praises. Ironically, those who excelled at flattery were often the most treacherous, exploiting the common folk within their jurisdictions, unilaterally increasing taxes to line their own pockets. The eloquent civil officials began to conspire, sidelining their military counterparts, demonstrating an inclination towards seizing control over the court and the realm. Chaos ensued within the court, heralding the swift decline of the nation. This marked the inception of the downfall of the Song dynasty. In the 9th year, a peasant uprising erupted in the southern counties, with 30,000 farmers uniting to assault the authorities and seize control of the region, their leader declaring himself king. This incited the reigning emperor to an extraordinary fury, prompting him to dispatch 300,000 troops to quell the rebellion, executing all peasants without mercy. Even merchants were not spared from the death penalty, while only the officials were granted the mercy of survival. Such brutal repression often provokes a more vehement resistance. Numerous counties within the Great Song began to revolt, with some officials openly opposing the tyrannical rule of the dynasty. As the peasants launched uprisings and advanced towards the capital, the sentiment of the people had shifted, raising questions about the very existence of the nation. In a mere 6 months, the insurgent militia penetrated the capital, slaying officials and besieging the imperial palace. The 9th emperor sat upon his throne, his expression one of disbelief, as he gritted his teeth and roared, "How is this possible? How dare these lowly peasants rebel? Our great Song is under the protection of immortals, destined to endure for eternity. How could they have the audacity?" Below him stood only a few eunuchs, their hands clasped in reverence, voices trembling as they stammered, "Your Majesty, they have already breached the great hall, and they are drawing near." The emperor's gaze burned with fury as he slammed his fist onto the dragon throne, exclaiming in rage, "These wretched peasants! I shall summon the immortals to eradicate them." Rising in anger, he strode towards his palace, the eunuchs watching with hopeful eyes. He recalled his father's words, that beneath 100 meters lay the abode of the immortals, and he intended to summon them to vanquish these peasants. The emperor, filled with fury, rushed to the front of his palace, bellowing towards its grand facade, "Immortal, come forth and assist me in vanquishing these wretched commoners. Immortal, I implore you appear." Yet, there was no response. The emperor's countenance grew increasingly anxious as he incessantly struck the ground, shouting in rage, "Come forth, immortal, I beseech you." Despite his fervent pleas, the immortal remained silent. The encroaching peasant soldiers had now arrived, capturing the emperor of the Great Song dynasty. Thus, the demise of the Great Song was sealed. The nascent dynasty was named the Great Xia, and the very first decree of its emperor was to prostrate himself before the statue of Qin Xia. The existence of the immortal was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all who had once inhabited the Great Song. Each resident held unwavering faith in the immortal. Hence, the inaugural act of the newly enthroned emperor of Great Xia was to pay homage to the immortal. Qin Xia, residing 100 meters below, observed these events unfold, yet remained indifferent to such human calamities. The rise and fall of dynasties is an inevitable cycle. He recalled a conversation from centuries past with Song Qian, wherein they discussed the transitory nature of empires, affirming that even if he were not the national sage of Great Song, he would be the sage of Great Tang. Great Sun, or Great Li, time has since validated all truths. He exists as a mere spectator in the realm of time. All that remains for him to do is one thing: to maintain his silence. Chapter 37. The tribulation of the nascent soul after 100,000 years. If a cycle spans 500 years, then Qin Xia is currently witnessing this cycle. Occasionally, as his consciousness diffuses, it merges with the cosmos, allowing him to perceive the voices of all beings. According to the words of the Qi cultivators, this is an omen of divinity. He is on the brink of becoming a part of this heavenly path, perhaps even supplanting it to become the singular deity of this realm. This transformation, however, requires a gradual accumulation of time. Qin Xia remains unhurried, patiently awaiting the fruition of his journey. His technique, the great tortoise breathing method, has been perfected, yet no indication of the next stage of cultivation has emerged. Qin Xia surmises that he must first attain the nascent soul stage for the great tortoise breathing method to ascend in accordance with his fortune. Otherwise, it may be due to insufficient luck, necessitating an increase in his auspiciousness. Presently, his strength has reached 350, luck 40, and mana 0, a quintessential template of a brawny warrior. In truth, Qin Xia believes there is little need to allocate points to mana. In the future, he may focus on magical resistance instead. He invests in strength to deliver painful blows, while luck amplifies the chance of critical strikes, resulting in even greater pain. The two attributes complement each other, allowing for mutual investment. Nevertheless, Qin Xia harbors a modicum of interest in mana, intending to allocate points to it should he find himself with an excess, to observe its effects. Moreover, Qin Xia's connection with this small cosmos has deepened significantly. At times, he feels as though he embodies the very essence of the universe itself. It is precisely for this reason that a tremor reverberates within his spirit, a profound resonance echoing from the heavens and the earth, which has occasionally manifested since a decade ago as an urgent vibration. Qin Xia perceives it as a form of forewarning. Yet what could this forewarning possibly signify? A volcanic eruption, an earthquake, a tsunami? While such calamities wield devastating power over ordinary mortals, they bear no consequence upon the cosmos. Indeed, these disasters are often the result of the very forces of nature themselves. What else could it be? Qin Xia swiftly deduces the answer. It pertains to the external cultivators, specifically that formidable strike which once decimated a city. Thus, the universe issues a warning. For this threat does not belong to it, and may even obliterate the fundamental laws of existence. Throughout the past decade, Qin Xia's mind has become increasingly alert. In preparation to counter this looming hand, he has accelerated his efforts in composing the Tao chapters, striving to complete them before the Great Hand makes its appearance. Should he be able to harness the chapter of the Nether Abyss, compelling the hand into confrontation and thereby siphoning off a third of its power, Qin Xia is confident in his triumph. The essence of his strategy is not merely to face his adversary, but to humiliate and decisively overpower them. Consequently, Chen Xia finds himself utterly occupied. By day, he refines the essence of profound energy, and by night, he diligently writes his Tao chapters. The last manifestation of the Great Hand occurred approximately 4 centuries ago, if one considers a cycle of 500 years. He has but a century remaining to prepare for the impending pressure. Chen Xia has resolved his course of action, to either fight or flee. There is truly no need for contemplation. However, employing combinatorial methods reveals 2 additional approaches. If one cannot prevail in battle, one may flee. If escape proves futile, then one must engage once more. The choice is indeed about. Chen Xia let out a self-deprecating chuckle and intensified his training, aspiring to vanquish great foes a century hence. Yet, life is invariably fraught with unexpected events and the absence of perfection. Suddenly, the imperial city was enveloped in darkness, deeper than the night itself. For even the night was graced by the moon's glow. The populace emerged, gazing skyward, perceiving a shadow that seemed to resemble a finger. Moreover, this finger continued to descend, and the air currents it stirred, spanning dozens of miles, whipped up a tempest within the city. The citizens were filled with dread, and the dignitaries, upon receiving the news, hastily prepared their carriages in a bid to escape. Yet, the hand loomed vast, stretching 100 miles. Even if the carriages traveled without pause, they could scarcely cover 50 miles in a day. How could they hope to flee in such a short span? Those remaining in the imperial capital began to resign themselves to their fate, yet they did not languish idly. Some citizens fervently prostrated before the statue of Chen Xia, yearning for the celestial being to deliver them. Others, having lost all hope and unable to tolerate the worship of their peers, delivered a powerful kick that toppled the statue. Pointing angrily as they exclaimed, "It is futile. No one can save us. Do not indulge in fantasies of divine intervention. This is merely a legend from centuries past. Let us await our demise. Let us await our demise." The worshipper lifted the statue, sighed deeply, and remarked, "You may curse, but there is no need to deliver a kick to the immortal." Alas, the one who kicked also sighed heavily. He too wished for an immortal to save them. Yet none appeared. The enormous hand from the heavens drew ever closer, and the people could discern the pronounced grooves of its fingerprints, with serpentine bolts of lightning writhing in between. They all understood now. The immortal would not save them. The immortal sought to annihilate them. At the very heart of the imperial city, the emperor of the Great Xia trembled as he approached the center of his palace. He bent low in reverence, forcefully suppressing the quaver in his voice as he respectfully proclaimed, "Great Xia Emperor humbly requests the immortal to manifest." His head struck the ground with a heavy thud, the sound echoing around him. Once the echoes of his prostration faded, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving no sound behind. The emperor's body trembled, his thoughts drifting to the words of his late predecessor, the ancient legends, and the annual offerings made to the statue of the immortal. Unwilling to accept despair, he bowed once more, this time imploring, "Please, immortal, save us." This time, even the winds fell silent. The emperor's lips quivered in anger as he rose to his feet, pointing vehemently at the ground and exclaiming, "My countless subjects of the Great Xia offer you their reverence each year, regarding you as the supreme being. Why do you choose to be a timid turtle, avoiding our gaze? Are you so afraid of that great hand above that you dare only to hide from its sight, fleeing in cowardice? You are no true immortal, merely a scheming villain seeking to exploit the situation." The emperor of the Great Xia, feeling an insufficient release of his anger, stamped his foot firmly upon the ground, emphasizing his profound fury. Once his wrath subsided, he sank despondently to the earth, gazing at the colossal hand in the sky, his expression vacant. Perhaps there were no immortals within the imperial city, merely a fabrication employed by successive emperors to solidify their reign. How could he have been so naive as to believe it? With a bitter smile, the emperor covered his face with his hands, unable to suppress his tears. "Let me perish along with my empire." Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, accompanied by a voice imbued with mirth. "In the matter of scolding, you remain far too courteous." Startled, the emperor looked up, tears still glistening in his eyes, and gazed blankly at the young man before him, his countenance instantly transforming to one of astonishment. For the youth bore striking resemblances to the statue of the immortal, not an exact likeness, but certainly a resemblance of 50% at least. It was primarily in the demeanor, an aura of serene detachment. Even amidst the current turmoil, he maintained such tranquility. "Is it an immortal?" The emperor questioned in disbelief. Shoot, do not weep. Go to the back and observe my performance, Chen Xia encouraged, as one might soothe a child. In terms of age, the current emperor truly appeared as a mere child in his presence. The emperor's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly rose, clasped his fists in a bow, and respectfully declared, I have the honor to meet the immortal. A smile crept across Chen Xia's lips. Then you must pay close attention, for you shall not encounter me again. The emperor lifted his gaze, merely glancing, yet he had not fully discerned the figure before him. Chen Xia's silhouette materialized on the horizon, his foot unexpectedly stepping forward. The entire sky coalesced into dark clouds, enveloping hundreds of miles, even shrouding that colossal hand within. Crimson lightning danced within the tempestuous clouds, occasionally revealing ethereal lightning dragons peering downward. A terrifying, primal aura emanated from the depths. As a pale blue eye emerged from the clouds, gazing with an ancient intensity, searching for a worthy candidate to endure the tribulation. This was the thunderous trial of 100,000 years, a challenge fit for an emperor. Chapter 38. Assist me with 001. And swiftly sever the great hand in the realm of immortals. Several divine thoughts swiftly surveyed this small world, converging upon the heavenly path to observe. These divine minds were familiar acquaintances from tens of thousands of years ago, and they began to converse in astonishment. 100,000 years of Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. How could such a figure emerge from this humble domain? It was simply beyond belief that a paragon capable of enduring 100,000 years of Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation could arise in such a place, where spiritual energy and opportunities were so scarce. As the divine minds exchanged thoughts, one powerful being furrowed their brow and inquired, what is this great hand? How could it so brazenly intrude upon our celestial realm? A sage's divine thought leisurely responded, it is merely a being from another realm. Given the circumstances, it seems they have already attained sainthood and come to harvest some fortune from our small world. Ah, how naive they are, another remarked. Little did they expect to encounter a formidable opponent, facing 100,000 years of Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. If they can survive this, the path to becoming an emperor shall be wide open. As long as they do not falter and perish, their ascension to emperorhood is assured. As the powerful beings continued their exchange, their gazes fell upon the one undergoing the tribulation, and soon, someone frowned in confusion. What is happening? This person lacks the fortuitous aura of this realm? The other powerful beings were momentarily taken aback. Despite living for tens of thousands of years, they had never heard of such a phenomenon. To withstand 100,000 years of Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation and yet remain devoid of the celestial fortune? Is this not akin to a eunuch wandering through a brothel? A truly absurd notion. Perhaps the metaphor is somewhat crude, yet the sentiment remains. Several powerful beings, unable to comprehend the situation, chose to forego further contemplation and directly utilized their divine abilities to reverse engineer and trace Chen Xia's past and present. Seeking the threads of causality and fortune, the conclusion was starkly clear, there was none. A void lay before them. With a collective sigh, these formidable entities accepted this reality, recognizing that he was a being devoid of fortune. Their thoughts transformed into ethereal silhouettes, standing above the heavenly Tao, exchanging glances that hinted at unspoken words. Yet none dared to break the silence. Each powerful being bore distinct expressions, harboring their own musings. Eventually, one could no longer contain their thoughts and exclaimed, since he is a being without fortune, let our esteemed Yutian sect take a loss and take him under our wing. A great sage immediately scoffed, an emperor-level talent. Yet devoid of fortune? Your Yutian sect is indeed suffering a significant loss. Unfazed, the Yutian sect's powerful being replied calmly. We at Yutian sect have no need to rely on the fortune of heaven and earth. It is fitting that I should bear this loss. Oh, but this is where you err, an elderly sage interjected, shaking his head. Though I, from D Mountain, rely on the fortune of heaven and earth, I can also exert great effort to aid this individual in reconstructing his true form and forging a supreme celestial body to complement his imperial talent. The powerful being from Yutian sect regarded the elder with a grave expression and replied solemnly, you old fool, have you lost your mind to utter such words about forging a supreme celestial body? What would you use for this creation? The ancient relic you have kept in your imperial copper coffin for 300,000 years? Why not? The elder replied with an air of nonchalance. The atmosphere among the few powerful beings grew tense, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Alas, let us not rush. Let us first observe whether this individual can withstand the tribulation of 10,000 years. What if he is struck down by the heavenly tribulation? What then would your quarrels amount to? Indeed, this reasoning held merit. The powerful beings directed their spiritual senses downward, becoming the wind and rain of the cosmos, undisturbed. Merely watching in silence, they beheld the ominous clouds gathering, the lightning of tribulation crackling. They watched as the figure in the azure robe stood firm against the overwhelming force above. Chen Xia maintained a calm demeanor as he faced the descending hand, the turbulent air stirring his hair and causing his garments to flutter wildly. His current strength was 399, his realm at the pinnacle of the golden core, which could also be termed as half a step into the nascent soul. Was he qualified? Chen Xia was uncertain, yet without attempting, he would remain forever ignorant. While life is undoubtedly precious, there are moments in one's existence that hold greater significance than mere survival. Is there anything worthy of your utmost struggle? A smile crept across Chen Xia's lips, his eyes gleaming with a vibrant green light as he boldly advanced towards the colossal hand. He was a deity of this realm. Regardless of human calamities, he would strive to vanquish the disasters of nature. The citizens of the city strolled along the bustling streets, their gaze fixed upon the figure clad in green who boldly approached the colossal hand. Initially taken aback, a voice broke the silence, exclaiming, "An immortal! That is an immortal!" The crowd within the imperial city erupted in fervor, bowing in reverence to the solitary figure traversing the heavens. Their faces alight with excitement as they cried out for salvation from the immortal. Chen Xia halted, gauging the distance before rolling up his sleeves, extending his fist before his mouth and warming it with his breath. This was enchantment. With a firm step, he leapt into the sky, his foot creating a thunderous explosion that sent powerful winds swirling, the very heavens seeming to tremble under the weight of such pressure, emitting creaks and groans. Chen Xia surged forth like a meteor defying the currents, trailing a vibrant green arc across the sky, illuminating the shadow cast by the colossal hand. In the blink of an eye, the meteor collided with the giant hand, creating a resounding boom that echoed throughout the realm, halting the advance of the hand and forcing it to retreat several hundred meters. Immortal! The crowd erupted, their emotions ignited. Yet, the hand, having only momentarily receded, soon swung down with increasing force and speed, the resulting pressure shattering numerous structures within the imperial city. The citizens, now stricken with terror, hastily sought refuge. As the hand continued its descent, Chen Xia gritted his teeth, steadfastly resisting. Have you ever swatted a mosquito? Striking it down with a forceful slap, reducing it to mere pulp. In that moment, Chen Xia found himself akin to that mosquito. A colossal hand descended with overwhelming force, seemingly intensified, as if intent on subduing all. Thus, Chen Xia plummeted even swifter than before, plunging into the heart of the imperial city, shattering structures and burrowing deep into the earth, carving a chasm of 100 meters before finally regaining his composure, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Chen Xia pushed aside the rubble, rising to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and gazed at the enormous hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled a phrase he had heard long ago. Congratulations on completing the beginner's tutorial. Now, dare to challenge the king. The current predicament bore a striking resemblance to this saying. Wiping the blood from his lips, Chen Xia stood his ground, awaiting the moment. Spiritual Dragon Energy, 999-1000. Awaiting the final card to take shape. The reverent energy from the citizens of the imperial city gradually flowed forth, merging with the spiritual dragon energy. It was almost complete. Chen Xia sighed, stepping into the ruins, stabilizing himself as he faced the oppressive hand, his consciousness radiating outward, transmitting his intent to all beings. Offer your devotion. Lend me your strength. With just one more, I shall sever this hand. The citizens, initially taken aback, quickly bowed in reverence, bestowing their offerings upon Chen Xia. The collective will accumulated swiftly. Spiritual dragon energy, 1000. A golden light sparkled in his eyes. Behind him, an ancient dragon's roar echoed, golden vertical pupils manifesting. 5 claws firmly planted on the ground. A true dragon, 1,000 feet long, spiraled majestically between heaven and earth. Chapter 39. The favoring winds of fortune blow behind me. In Chen Xia's eyes, there shimmered a brilliant and golden light, and a notification emerged within his mind. True Dragon Chi, 10,000. Behind him lay the magnificent true dragon, 1,000 feet long, coiled upon the ground. A colossal hand descended with an overwhelming force, accompanied by the howling of thunderous calamities, instilling a terrifying sense of impending doom. Chun Xia tore away the tattered sleeve of his azure robe and carelessly discarded it onto the ground, then spat out a mouthful of blood as he gazed defiantly at the gigantic hand. If that hand represented the heavens, then he was but an insignificant insect beneath the vast sky, rendered inconsequential in its shadow. Yet, was he truly so insignificant? A confident smile graced Chun Xia's lips. Even if that hand were indeed the firmament, he would ride upon the golden dragon and cleave the heavens. The turbulent currents roared downward, shattering roofs and lowering water levels, causing rivers to churn and birds to plummet from the sky within a 100-mile radius. With his first step taken, Chun Xia stood firmly amidst the chaos. The 1,000-foot true dragon emitted a resounding roar, spiraling majestically behind him, becoming his grand manifestation. High above in the celestial realm, several formidable beings began to lose their understanding of the situation, their brows furrowing in disbelief as they spoke with slight astonishment. What is happening? How can even the ancient remnants be summoned? They pondered. What background does this young man possess? Which great emperor has been reincarnated? They scrutinized him closely, finding it hard to believe, yet the anomaly was undeniable. Never before had they heard of a cultivator capable of summoning ancient true dragon strains, even within the immortal realm. Such dragons were exceedingly rare, nurtured in the dragon abyss by their ancestral guardians. The enigmatic powers remain elusive, compelling one to relinquish thought. After all, in the vast expanse of myriad realms, if they could fathom everything, they would not still be considered saints. Presently, the most pressing concern lies in the fierce clash between Chun Xia and the colossal hand. He employs the grand image of a 1,000-foot true dragon, steadfastly resisting the overwhelming force of the hand. Their collision distorts and shatters the void, revealing the abyssal darkness within. The hand cannot press down, and the true dragon cannot rise. Thus, they find themselves in a stalemate. Clenching his teeth, Chun Xia shapes his hands like a dragon's head, straining against the relentless pressure of the hand. His vitality surges, and he exerts all his strength, blood even beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth. In desperation, he proposes an immature suggestion. Why don't we each take a step back? You return for now, and in 200 years, I shall graciously welcome you. This suggestion, perhaps indeed lacking in maturity, elicits no response from the hand, which instead intensifies its downward force. The mere increase in pressure fractures the ground dozens of miles away, spreading a web of cracks. Naturally, Chun Xia, at the forefront of this assault, endures even greater strain, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he gazes at the looming hand, his anger igniting. If you disagree, so be it. Why the sudden escalation? He retorts inwardly, feeling as though he is being treated as a soft target. With gritted teeth, his eyes erupt with a brilliant golden light, the radiance swiftly enveloping his form. In an instant, he transforms into a golden deity, mounted upon a 1,000-foot yellow dragon, charging forth to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the formidable hand. The colossal hand began to bleed profusely, revealing numerous wounds, its terrifying pressure diminishing with the loss of vitality, as if it had lost its very essence. Chun Xia seized the edge of the massive fingernail with a single hand, forcefully tearing open a gash thousands of meters long, all the while declaring, "I shall give you a hangnail." The blood and energy scattered across the sky had yet to touch the ground before being evaporated by the overwhelming force of their battle. Dissipating into the cosmos, the immense hand appeared to grow enraged, ceasing its downward pressure and opting instead to clasp together, intent on utterly crushing Chun Xia within its palm. Unfazed, Chun Xia charged forward with reckless abandon, determined to stain the heavens with the hand's blood and energy. Meanwhile, from the distant firmament, a haughty and indifferent voice resonated. "Insectal beings dare to wreak havoc in my palm? I shall forge a great path with my hand, annihilating your soul and body, dispersing you into the void, never to enter the cycle of rebirth." The powerful beings in the heavens were momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaiming, "Is that a quasi-emperor's presence? How could a quasi-emperor from another realm come to this humble domain to harvest fortune? Could it be that he intends to nurture this small world, reaping its essence for millennia, ultimately forging a treasure?" The mighty entities speculated incessantly, yet none dared to act, wary of the multitude of uncertainties. Not to mention the brewing cataclysm of 100,000-year nascent soul thunder tribulation in the heavens. Even this quasi-emperor figure was not one they could confront lightly. They ventured into this small realm, where under the oppressive force of the current chaotic will of the heavens, their cultivation could at most reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Overall, it proved to be of little significance. It was better to observe the unfolding events quietly. Whether one is destined to live or die is ultimately a matter of fate. A resilient life endures, while a fragile one perishes. The contest of paths in the cosmos has always been ruthlessly merciless, devoid of any reasoning or compassion. Is Chun Xia's fate resilient? If asked, he would undoubtedly affirm it. For his fortune has always favored him. Those 40 points of luck were not bestowed without reason. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his true fire energy. No longer yielding to this colossal hand, and charged fiercely towards each outstretched finger. The heavens trembled, and the great Tao quaked. The entire small realm swayed under the intensity of the conflict. Chun Xia fought with increasing ferocity, his seven-colored golden core radiating brilliance. Although he had not yet birthed his nascent soul, his golden core now emitted a distinctive dual light, a beam of golden light. His golden core now exhibited two striking hues, a bright white representing the path of time, and a golden hue embodying the image of a true dragon. Having engaged in a bloody battle, he shattered countless miles of the giant finger, transforming it into a downpour of crimson rain that scattered across the heavens and the earth. As the realm became drenched in this sanguine rain, it began to exude a magnificent aura of spiritual energy, fostering the growth of all living things. Chun Xia himself bore considerable injuries. His vital energy surged tumultuously within, and blood often flowed backward, spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet when one is engulfed in a frenzy of rage, the wounds they bear become a mere afterthought. In this moment, Chun Xia harbors but a singular desire, to utterly shatter the colossal hand that looms before him. The hand, now incensed, ignites with the vigor of its blood and energy, intent on obliterating Chun Xia, whom it perceives as nothing more than a mere insect. Mountains and rivers tremble as chaos reigns. Torrents of crimson rain descend upon the earth, transforming into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy that permeates the cosmos. The populace stands in a stupor, gazing skyward as the shadow that once enveloped them diminishes, until it vanishes completely. Yet the sanguine deluge continues unabated. Alone, Chun Xia stands amidst the tumult, panting heavily, his body drenched in blood. His strength has been utterly depleted, reaching its zenith, and his entire hand trembles in exhaustion. Above him, the ancient eye that has silently observed the carnage begins to stir, fixating upon Chun Xia without so much as a whisper of movement. However, the tempestuous clouds overhead commence their thunderous roar, and bolts of lightning, as massive as mountains, flicker ominously, imbued with a deadly intent, poised to strike. Breathing heavily, Chun Xia gazes helplessly at the stormy heavens, arriving at his final resolution. He channels the points he has recently acquired into his fortune. Fortune value, 41. It is time for him to wager his very life. With resolve, Chun Xia straightens his form, facing the tempestuous lightning, his countenance serene, a final smile gracing his lips. The winds of fortune shall soon swirl behind him. Chapter 40. The great heavens thunder rained down upon the mortal realm. From the depths of antiquity, a colossal gaze descended, observing all beneath it, until the thunder extinguished the cultivators undergoing tribulation below. Pillars of lightning, as massive as mountains, concealed themselves within the dark clouds, transforming into ethereal flashes of thunder that vanished from sight. The ominous clouds enveloping the small realm gradually dissipated, and the cataclysmic thunderstorm of 100,000 years retreated back to the celestial thunder pool. The powerful beings directed their thoughts toward the original location, their hearts filled with a sense of loss. The figure that had braved the tribulation had already vanished, perhaps dissipated alongside the thunderstorm. With a sigh, they lamented the loss of a potential emperor, though it was merely a fleeting regret. The number of true emperors in the cosmos is exceedingly rare, yet seeds of potential are not. Those who do not mature can only elicit a wistful sigh. The mighty beings returned their consciousness to the celestial realm, dispersing and no longer lingering, casting no further attention upon this small domain. Yet, the changes within this realm commenced from the moment the blood rain fell. The myriad grasses revived, yielding peculiar shapes. Some individuals inadvertently consumed them and gained inexplicable powers, such as the ability to perform photosynthesis. Moreover, renowned masters of the martial world suddenly found their thoughts clarified, stepping onto the path of immortality. Beasts in the mountains began to mutate, with some even speaking the human tongue. Notably, a certain black bear spirit sought to pilfer a monk's robe from a neighboring temple. What a delightful obsession with uniforms. Thus, the path of immortality unfurled across the entirety of this small realm. Consequently, everyone became aware of a singular truth: the awakening of spiritual energy. Amidst the expansive pool, the water lay still, reflecting the tranquility of a frozen moment in time. Chun Xia reclined upon the surface, bewildered as he propped himself up, surveying his unblemished form, which only deepened his confusion. "You are awake." A casual greeting emanated from a fisherman, leisurely drifting into Chun Xia's ears. "Who are you?" Chun Xia inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. The fisherman, with a bronze fishing rod in hand, smiled from his aged visage. "I have retrieved you from the river of time." "Am I now a drifting bottle?" Chun Xia wondered in mild astonishment. The fisherman's thick brows furrowed slightly. "Not quite. You may consider it as your ascension." "Ascended? But not to the celestial realm, rather, to the greater heavens." Chun Xia's expression morphed into further bewilderment. The fisherman elucidated, "In the myriad worlds. Your previous location was but a small cave heaven. The celestial realm is merely a larger plane, while this place represents an even higher tier known as the greater heavens." "Is there any distinction?" Chun Xia frowned, seeking clarification. The fisherman shook his head. "No, it is simply a matter of the strong thriving while the weak suffer. There is no difference." His words, though brusque, held a kernel of truth. Chun Xia pressed on. "Why did you rescue me?" The fisherman chuckled softly, his brows arching like two elongated worms as he pointed a finger, replying, "Because you were unique." Chun Xia paused, recalling unsettling memories, and quickly shook his head. "I am neither one nor zero. You are the only one." The fisherman paid no heed to Chun Xia's words and continued. "You are the sole being in this little realm. To put it plainly, you are the protagonist." Very well, very well." Chun Xia nodded repeatedly, still perplexed. "But you have yet to explain why you wish to recruit me?" The fisherman chuckled. "It is merely a matter of apprenticeship. Consider it my task to gather you, the singular one, as my disciple." "Why me?" Chun Xia furrowed his brow, posing the question for a third time. "Why not you?" The elder countered with a smile, then provided his explanation. "Your innate talent has reached the level of an emperor, and as the sole entity in this small realm, you possess the potential for transcendence, alongside the existence of true dragon remnants. Thus, you are a natural choice." Crossing his arms, Chun Xia inquired further, "Who are you?" The fisherman chuckled softly, regarding him with amusement. "You study the path of time, yet remain oblivious to my identity?" Furrowing his brow, Chun Xia speculated, "Are you the ancestor of time?" The fisherman shook his head. "No, but I have indeed bested the ancestor of time." "Then I cannot deduce it," Chun Xia conceded, choosing to abandon the inquiry. The fisherman laughed. "My identity is of little consequence. After you become my disciple, you likely shall not see me again, ha ha." Chun Xia refrained from responding to that remark and instead asked, "What sect do we belong to?" The fisherman's profound gaze met his, and with a light smile, he declared, "The Sea of Swords of the Heavens, one of the top 3 among the myriad heavens." "Ah, if I choose not to ascend, can you return me to where you found me?" Chun Xia tentatively inquired. The fishing elder simply shook his head and boldly replied, "I never abandoned my post." Chun Xia was taken aback. This old man had quite the flair. The fishing elder chuckled softly, saying, "In the vast cosmos, there exists a myriad of entities, with powers of various systems intertwined, be it cultivation, technology, or supernatural abilities. Do not concern yourself. Just remember this incantation, and it shall ensure your safety." Chun Xia straightened his posture, listening intently. The fishing elder began to recite slowly. "Clothes should merely provide warmth. Food should suffice for sustenance. Shelter should not be extravagant. Travel should not be opulent. Labor should not be exhausting. Leisure should not be overly serene. Joy should not be excessive. Anger should not be violent. Fame should not be sought, and profit should not breed greed. If you cannot win, retreat." Chun Xia was momentarily stunned, then nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed. Listening to your words is enlightening." The fishing elder chuckled in return, nodding, "You possess a certain charm. Rise now and prepare to accompany me to the Sea of Celestial Swords." Chun Xia stood, awaiting the elder's lead. However, the fishing elder, misunderstanding, placed his fishing rod at his waist, gazing at the pool of water, and laughed, "It lies right beneath your feet." "This pool?" Chen Xia questioned in confusion. No. The fishing elder shook his head, smiling. It is the sea. The entire small pool gradually expanded in Chen Xia's vision. His ears twitched, as if he could hear the roar of a tsunami intertwined with the subtle sound of sword cries. The sword cries came from above, the heavens? He looked up in astonishment. Between the boundless sky and sea, a sword hung horizontally, suspended in the cosmos. This was the Sea of Celestial Swords. This marks the second month of Chen Xia's sojourn in the Celestial Sword Sea. As a cultivator of Yuanying realm, he has been assigned to the shallow waters, tasked with the humble duty of fishing. He finds great contentment in this role, deeming it a favorable arrangement. Beyond the expanse of 1,000,000 miles of shallow sea lies the true depths, a realm said to be inhabited by enigmatic creatures, where even those below the sage level are advised to refrain from venturing. Chen Xia harbors no intentions of exploring those treacherous waters. Instead, he dedicates himself to his fishing and the cultivation of his techniques. His technique, the great turtle-breathing art, has evolved into the giant turtle-breathing art, a method suitable for the tribulation stage, requiring merely 300 years to master. Aside from its rather unappealing name, it possesses no significant flaws. Furthermore, Chen Xia has observed a peculiar phenomenon. Ethereal energy frequently enters his body inexplicably, saturating his limbs and enhancing his cultivation. Initially perplexed, he later discerned the source of this energy during his contemplation. It originates from the small cave heaven. In this diminutive realm, he has ascended to divinity, severing the great hand and witnessing the resurgence of spiritual energy. Now, this energy flows back to him, akin to a world propelling Chen Xia towards further cultivation. The stronger he becomes, the more robust this world grows, and vice versa. Chen Xia's eyes gleam with brilliance. He has invented a perpetual motion machine. Chapter 41. The Descent of All Realms. The training in the Celestial Sword Sea is monotonous. Fortunately, Chen Xia has long since acclimatized to such tedium, and he has a companion with whom to converse. His companion is an octopus, an extraordinary creature that delights in playing the clarinet, standing proudly on 6 limbs. Together, Chen Xia and the octopus meander through the shallow waters, searching for fish. The process of fishing is rather ordinary, yet the fish they seek are anything but. They are said to be swordfish from the Sword Sea, imbued with restrained sword energy, serving as a source of enlightenment for sword cultivators. Chen Xia is unconcerned with such details. He knows only that whatever he catches, he will consume. Although he has yet to perceive any sword energy, the flesh proves to be exquisite. Often, at this moment, his octopus companion gazes at him with a peculiar expression, the corners of its mouth slightly ajar, as if wanting to say something, yet it remains silent in melancholy. Chen Xia, ever observant, extends a piece of fish towards the octopus, inquiring, "Would you care to try some?" His politeness is commendable. The octopus adjusts its garment and gently shakes its head, declining with the words, "No, thank you. This fare does not suit me." Chen Xia refrains from further discussion, instead turning his attention to a question that has been lingering in his mind. What purpose do we serve by fishing here? The octopus lifts the clarinet at its waist, its gaze profound as it responds. It is to forge the sword. Chen Xia, perplexed and enshrouded in mystery, asks, "What do you mean?" At that moment, a massive dorsal fin rises from the depths, stretching nearly 1,000 feet in length, stirring tumultuous waves as it swims. The octopus springs into action, its 6 limbs moving in unison as it draws forth the clarinet, advancing toward the colossal shark while simultaneously answering. Here lies the Sword Sea, where countless sword intents surge within its depths, and the fish swim as manifestations of sword energy. To touch the fish is to suppress the sword. The larger the catch, the stronger the pressure, and the more profound the sword intent. Unwavering, it drew forth the vertical flute and advanced toward the shark. Chen Xia, filled with urgency, interjected, "But you can't just run over to serenade the shark." The octopus confidently replied, "This is not merely an instrument. It is my sword." As the flute was drawn, mighty waves parted, clearing the path ahead. With the intent to wield the sword and slay the towering shark, the octopus let out a resounding roar, declaring, "If I do not become a sword today, I shall perish." 30 moments later, the octopus met its demise within the belly of the fish. The surface of the sea settled into tranquility, shimmering under the light. Chen Xia gazed at the immense shark that had taken the octopus away, unable to suppress a sigh for this comrade with whom he had shared many days. It was truly courageous. I could weep. The octopus's sacrifice imparted a lesson to Xia. To remain within the shallow waters, best to stay put. Thus, he lingered in the depths for 30 years, immersed in the water, occasionally feasting on small fish and shrimp, yet never encountering another soul. This existence was, aside from its monotony, profoundly tedious. Xia endured, gradually acclimating, until the first century had passed. The fisherman finally arrived, regarding Xia with astonishment. Furrowing his brow as he inquired, "You haven't moved an inch?" "No need to," Xia responded. "It has been a century. Can't you ascend on your own?" The fisherman pointed to the massive sword suspended in the sky. "No need," Xia replied. The fisherman raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with urgency. "You must participate in the entrance selection. After all, I brought you here. If you fail to secure a position, how can I face the master to request anything?" "No need," Xia reiterated. The fisherman, perplexed, flickered closer to Xia and inquired, "Are you some sort of recording machine?" Xia sighed, partially covering his face with one hand, and shook his head. "Cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing. I believe I require several millennia more for preparation." "Several millennia?" The fisherman scoffed. "Are you preparing to send me off to my end?" He voiced his discontent and pressed Xia further. "With so many existences across the myriad realms, how do you expect to rise to the top without contention?" "Endurance," Xia earnestly replied. "As long as I outlast all of you, I shall be invincible." The fisherman smirked, speechless, and remarked, "Then you ought to abandon these cultivation techniques and learn the art of the tortoise. That method is indeed about endurance." However, Xia disagreed. For the giant tortoise breathing technique he studied was a technique of short lifespan. The fisherman, looking at him with exasperation, pondered for a moment before stating, "You must participate in the entrance selection in 500 years. Otherwise, you will be banished to the depths of the sword sea." "Very well." Xia promptly nodded, his expression grave. "I have resolved to partake in the entrance selection in 500 years. Attitude is not absolute. It is subject to change." The angler nodded in satisfaction, his gaze appraising Xia before inquiring further, "To what extent have you refined your sword intent?" "In our celestial sword sea, the mastery of the sword is paramount. It would be prudent for you to focus on swordsmanship." "No need," Xia replied, shaking his head. With sincerity in his tone, he added, "Just allow me to endure for a few more millennia." "Alas," the angler sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "You fail to comprehend. The ancient emperors and sovereigns did not attain greatness through mere endurance. They carved their paths step by step, engaging in fierce battles. Without innate talent and without seizing opportunities, one may never reach the pinnacle in a lifetime." Xia, observing the angler's earnest demeanor, shifted his hand from covering his face to stroking his nose, contemplating before responding. "Perhaps they simply have not endured long enough?" "You, my child," the angler shook his head, choosing not to press the matter further. With a gesture, he pulled Xia along, and the world spun around them. Looking down, Xia found himself standing upon a colossal sword blade, suspended in the heavens. The participants in this entrance selection included numerous ancient races and even mythological beings, among whom were 2 potential emperors. If you aspire to achieve a commendable rank, diligent cultivation is imperative, the angler remarked. "No," Xia countered, shaking his head. "I do not desire that." It was the angler who sought a favorable standing. The two exchanged intense gazes, and the angler, with a stern tone, declared, "I shall grant you another opportunity to express yourself." "Indeed," Xia nodded, "I am quite eager. Attitude, after all, is subject to change at any moment." "Precisely," the fisherman affirmed, clasping his hands behind his back. He continued, "The most effective method of cultivation is to descend into the myriad realms. The passage of time across these celestial domains is not uniform, the smaller the realm, the faster time flows. In our vast heavens, the temporal rate is merely 80% of that in the immortal realm. In some diminutive dimensions, it can even reach a ratio of 100. One day in the grand heavens equates to 100 days in a lesser realm." Xia's eye sparkled, as if a portal to a new world had been unveiled. "Such a fortunate opportunity exists?" The fisherman, perceiving his exhilaration, shook his head and doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Despite what I have said, very few individuals are willing to descend into such insignificant realms. Their fortunes and opportunities are exceedingly limited, already consumed by the indigenous inhabitants. As an outsider, you would not only find your power suppressed, but you might also face the peril of being slain by the locals. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The risks are starkly disproportionate to the potential rewards. Thus, I recommend you consider a medium-sized realm where opportunities abound. No, I wish to venture into the lesser realm, Chun Xia declared resolutely, shaking his head. Opportunities are inconsequential. I am primarily drawn to the thrill of challenge. The fisherman paused, taken aback for a moment, before he finally shook his head and remarked, "You truly are a peculiar one." Chapter 42. Now joined the luxurious lunch of KFC, accumulating a century's worth of points. Chun Xia made a decisive choice, investing all into his fortune, seeking merely a stroke of good luck. Fortune value, 141. Acquired title, the Chosen One. The Chosen One, you are favored by the heavens. Your fortune has reached an extraordinary level, remaining largely unmanifested in daily life. However, as circumstances escalate, your luck will flourish. This indeed suits the gamble of fate. Chun Xia nodded, feeling a sense of security with one more card up his sleeve. His cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. And with the aid of the giant turtle breathing technique and the spiritual energy from the little cave heaven, his pace of advancement could only be described as terrifying. He was on the verge of reaching the great ascension in the celestial realm. Regarding the classification of realms, the fisherman did not provide explicit definitions, merely stating the division between those above and below the sage level. Those above the sage step onto the path of emperors and transcendence, while those below are likened to mere ants, hardly worth mention. Within the vast expanse of the heavens, within the celestial sword sea alone, two mighty emperors govern. One resides at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while the other dwells in the depths of the sword sea. Chun Xia took up residence in the disciples' quarters atop the blade, preparing to nurture his potential. There were 100 preparatory disciples within the quarters, each possessing a myriad of appearances, resembling an extraordinary compendium of beings. Among them, Chun Xia appeared the most unremarkable, lacking horns and a tail. This very fact rendered him the most underestimated among his peers. Moreover, he was inherently indolent, epitomized by the phrase to lounge about. Thus, these peculiar and eccentric disciples were reluctant to engage with Chun Xia. Even upon learning that he was a potential candidate for the title of emperor, they refrained from seeking his company. Candidates for emperors were never in short supply. What was scarce were the actual emperors. Chun Xia, content to embrace his solitude, spent his days in meditation at the entrance, awaiting the descent of the myriad realms. He did not have to wait long. The fisherman approached with a Taoist mat, instructing Chun Xia to sit upon it and delve his consciousness downwards. What is the principle behind this? Chun Xia inquired, curiosity piqued. Would you prefer a scientific explanation or an unscientific one? The fisherman responded, employing terminology from the realm of technology. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Xia replied, the scientific one. The fisherman elaborated, according to the treatise of the Mecha Great Sage, from the technological perspective, human consciousness can be divided into innumerable fragments, each capable of entering a distinct world independently. The method of traversal pertains to the fabric of time. The nuclear-powered immortal has elucidated that time is relative. All right, I understand, Chun Xia interjected before the fisherman could finish. The fisherman cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, would you like to hear the unscientific explanation? Chun Xia shook his head, no need. For this premise, from the moment of its inception, had always been unscientific. Particularly at the moment when the Mecha Great Sage and the nuclear-powered immortal made their appearances, this unscientific nature was elevated to an entirely new echelon. The angler nodded, indicating that he was ready to immerse his consciousness, allocating 1% of it to naturally discover the minuscule interface where time flows at 100-fold speed. Very well, Chun Xia replied, his mind sharpening as he began to manipulate the division of his consciousness. With remarkable precision, he separated 1% of it, and this solitary fragment commenced its traversal through the myriad realms. If each of these realms could be visualized as a luminous point, then Chun Xia sought the infinitesimal light among them. His consciousness swiftly darted, perusing the information of the countless worlds in a fervent search. After what felt like an eternity, he finally beheld a diminutive sphere of light, flickering lonely in the shadows. Chun Xia's mind surged, propelling him into the heart of this tiny orb. A torrent of memories flooded his consciousness. In the year 301, a meteorite descended, heralding the advent of superpowers. Those who acquired these abilities became extraordinarily formidable, possessing strength beyond measure and the capacity to conjure fire and ice. However, Alongside their immense power came a tempestuous nature, leading them to transgress laws and rules. By 310, the superpowered individuals erupted in chaos, causing the world to spiral into ruin. In the year 10 of the new era, a new government established the Nighthawk Organization, dedicated to hunting down the wanted superpowered individuals. At the age of 16, Chen Xia had recently passed his assessment and was now a novice member of the Nighthawk, navigating through the streets amidst a panicked throng. Run! The superpowered are coming. Hurry! Do not obstruct the way, flee. Amidst the cacophony of panicked cries, the throng of people fled in utter disarray, oblivious to the tragic stampede that unfolded, for a far more terrifying presence loomed behind them. The aberrant beings. Those endowed with extraordinary powers. Occasionally, ferocious flames erupted, shattering the glass of buildings and splintering cars, swiftly claiming the lives of the innocent. Chen Xia furrowed his brow as a persistent thought resonated within him, urging him to shield the populace. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that this impulse emanated from the will of the heavens. As an outsider who had entered this miniature world, he was assigned an identity by the celestial order, compelling him to act in accordance with this role, lest he be cast aside by the cosmic will. His designation was Nighthawk of the new government, a title that inherently required him to protect the people. Yet, he found himself the sole Nighthawk in the vicinity. It fell upon him to intervene. The attributes of his physical form were but 1% of his original self, with a strength rating of 3 and a cultivation level of the 5th tier of Qi refinement. That should suffice, he mused. With purposeful strides, Chen Xia advanced against the tide of chaos, moving toward the epicenter of the inferno. The deeper he ventured, the more charred corpses he encountered, sprawled lifelessly upon the ground. Devoid of vitality, a frenzied figure wreathed in flames swung its fiery appendage, unleashing a series of thunderous explosions in pursuit of the fleeing crowd, until at last it crossed paths with Chen Xia. Greetings, Chen Xia said courteously, as he effortlessly retrieved a steel pipe from the nearby rubble, directing it toward the flaming specter. The fiery figure wore a cruel expression, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the barbecue party." Chen Xia furrowed his brows, sensing an unsettling psychopathy in the man. Suddenly, a burst of flames surged towards him, the intense heat searing his skin. Chen Xia bent slightly, his arms dropping. Then with a swift motion, he hurled a steel pipe that whistled through the air and struck the fireman's head with a resounding thud, blood splattering forth. With a determined stride, Chen Xia advanced upon the fiery figure, catching the fallen steel pipe with both hands and wielding it to deliver another crushing blow. The fireman's head contorted grotesquely, yet his body remained unchanged, standing steadfastly in place, his deranged gaze fixed upon Chen Xia as he revealed another wicked smile. Thus, another strike with the steel pipe ensued. With a resounding crack, the fireman's head twisted at an unnatural angle, yet he continued to grin, erupting with fierce flames that began to melt the pipe. "I will roast you to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within," he taunted with a menacing chuckle. No need for that. A colossal fist materialized before the fireman's eyes, followed by an impact of even greater destructive force than the steel pipe, caving in his skull and causing his body to collapse to the ground. Chen Xia pursued relentlessly, delivering a rapid succession of powerful punches to the fireman's head. Disregarding the searing flames, murmuring under his breath, "I see you truly have no idea what Wing Chun is all about." The fireman's head was driven repeatedly into the ground, sinking deeper with each strike. His sinister grin gradually transformed into a harrowing scream, his body writhing in agony. Yet his strength to resist waned increasingly. The flames flickered dimly until they extinguished, leaving him breathless. Chen Xia rose, raising his battered fists, charred and raw, placing his hands on his hips as he gazed upon the charred, aromatic corpse of the fire-ridden man, remarking, "He has now joined the sumptuous feast of KFC." Chapter 43. Allies of Justice. You may skip to Chapter 47. The following chapters are somewhat flawed, products of the author's momentary lapse, consisting of minor world segments, and can be bypassed without affecting the overall reading experience. Thank you all for your appreciation. I sincerely thank you. Chen Xia. Just 2 days after passing the assessment, the E-rank Knight Eagle possessed the skill of strength augmentation. So, did you truly dispatch the C-rank fireman with your fists? The intelligence officer, tasked with documentation, gazed incredulously at the 16-year-old Chen Xia. Chen Xia nodded nonchalantly, casting a glance at the charred remains of the fireman. After a brief silence, he elucidated. One cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. I struck him down in a state of extreme anger. The intelligence officer scrutinized Chun Xia with a puzzled expression. Struggling to reconcile the boy's slender frame with such formidable strength, he could not help but shake his head. As a night eagle, it is crucial to maintain control over one's emotions. While anger may enhance strength, it also harbors the risk of uncontrollable rage. You should visit the headquarters for a health checkup to assess any changes in your metrics. Very well, Chun Xia replied, then inquired, may I return now? He intended to take the time to thoroughly understand this world, which would provide him with a sense of security. The intelligence officer assented, yes. Your defeat of the fireman is a considerable achievement. You may subsequently collect 2 bottles of enhancement potions at the headquarters. Understood. Chun Xia nodded, no longer lingering, and followed the meandering memories bestowed by the will of the world until he found his dwelling, a bridge. Below lay a small blanket and a tattered mat. It was then that Chun Xia recalled the narrative of his existence. He was an orphan, having endured unjust treatment since childhood, which ignited his resolve to become a partner of justice. Just 2 days prior, he had achieved satisfactory results and joined the Night Hawks, beginning as a lowly E-class member. The Night Hawks, however, did not provide sustenance or shelter. Chun Xia rubbed his nose, letting out a sigh. He mused that working in a factory tightening screws might be a better option. This was indeed the truth. As Chun Xia stepped beneath the bridge, he surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, the place was quite well equipped, resembling a modest home. There were tables and chairs, and even a dilapidated rice cooker, though it lacked electricity. He settled onto the old mat and began to assess his situation. His strength was rated at 3.9, and he was at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, with all attributes appearing satisfactory. His true dragon Qi stood at 40 out of 1,000, a power accessible only upon fully integrating into the world. The stipulation was intriguing. Chun Xia speculated that complete immersion required him to effectively embody the role assigned by the world's will. Yet, he pondered how long such a full integration might take. Continuing his introspection, Chun Xia suddenly froze, astonished to discover something remarkable. His fortune was rated at 141. Surprisingly, the fortuitous circumstances remained unscathed, identical to before. Excellent. Chun Xia was exceedingly pleased, for this indicated he had acquired an additional trump card, along with something even more delightful. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy from the martial arts realm continued to flow into his body. Although it was merely 1%, it was the essence of a small world. Furthermore, Chun Xia's physique was still quite frail, allowing him to acutely sense his gradual strengthening at all times. Sitting quietly, he touched the tip of his nose, beginning to ponder the constructs of this world. The extraordinary individuals could be considered akin to the technological faction within the vast multiverse, akin to mech warriors and quantum ancestors. Was it reasonable for a cultivator to confront those of a scientific nature? After a moment's contemplation, Chun Xia found this notion utterly absurd. Previously, as a cultivator, he had engaged in martial practices. Why should he now shy away from combating those who could unleash flames and electricity? Stretching lazily, he rose from the cool mat, leaned against the wall, and casually peered outside. This was a realm of extraordinary beings. Ever since the meteor fell, in the new century, 1 in every 1,000 births was accompanied by an individual possessing extraordinary abilities. These abilities varied greatly, yet there existed a common taboo. The more powerful the extraordinary individual, the more prone they were to becoming unhinged. In contrast, the Night Eagles, created by the new government, employed pharmaceuticals to enhance and regulate these extraordinary beings. This was the enhancement drug. Those who consumed this drug could remain calmer and grow even more formidable. However, Chun Xia felt that this method was not particularly wise. There seemed to be no rationale behind merely relying on drugs to gain strength. He believed that improvement required personal cultivation. Moreover, was there truly no side effect from the enhancement potion? Chun Xia maintained a skeptical stance, and he certainly had no intention of consuming it. As he awaited the sunset to sweep across the sky, the night to fade away, and the dawn to emerge, Chun Xia reflected on having spent yet another day in this world. He sensed that his connection to this realm had deepened, albeit slightly. Today was the assembly day for the Night Eagles, and Chun Xia was headed to the new government headquarters in his district. To align with the expectations of his role, he arrived early at the headquarters, where he found the doors still closed. He struck up a casual conversation with the night shift security guard. Are you aware of the 3 cardinal rules of a security guard? Chen Xia inquired. The young guard furrowed his brow, intrigued by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he met Chen Xia's gaze and replied with a serious demeanor, assist solitary delivery personnel, allow residents to voice their opinions freely, and engage in a life-or-death struggle when encountering criminals. Goodness, that was entirely the opposite. Chen Xia was momentarily at a loss for whether to commend or criticize him. After a brief pause, he shook his head and responded, "You shall never become a competent security guard." "Why?" the guard asked, perplexed. Without a reply, Chen Xia turned as the doors opened, stepping inside to prepare for the Night Eagles gathering. His attire was somewhat antiquated, as he had yet to receive the Nighthawk uniform, rendering him conspicuously different from those around him. The passers-by cast peculiar glances in his direction. Chen Xia stood immobile, lazily leaning against the wall. In his own words, he was merely leaning against the wall, with a mind as empty as a bubble. "Chen Xia, why not change into the uniform?" An inspector approached, handing him a set of clothing. Chen Xia accepted it with a nod and proceeded to the restroom to complete his transformation. The Nighthawk uniform consisted of a sleek black suit, adorned with a name tag on the left breast, signifying his identity. He fastened his tie and, although his feet measured size 42, he donned size 43 black leather shoes, ambling out at a leisurely pace. The inspector glanced at him, nodding in approval. "Quite well. The suit fits nicely, and you look handsome. However, your demeanor could use a touch more vigor. Try not to appear so lackadaisical." All right, Chen Xia replied dismissively, his gaze fixed on the adjacent wall, leaning against it without a second thought. This elicited a chuckle from the inspector, who waved his hand in resignation. "Very well. Go join the assembly. You are the last one we are waiting for. Prepare to introduce yourself shortly." Following the indicated path, Chen Xia arrived at a heavy door, which stood ajar. He sauntered inside, and in an instant, he felt several piercing gazes scrutinizing him. "Please introduce yourself, newcomer," a teasing voice called out. Chen Xia stepped onto the stage, scanned the crowd, and spoke in a calm manner. "My name is Chen Xia. I am 16 years old, residing beneath the overpass on Nantong Road. I am unmarried, do not smoke, and only indulge in a sip of alcohol occasionally. I always return home before 10 o'clock in the evening, ensuring I attain a full 10 hours of sleep each night, never sacrificing my rest, save for the rare occasion of an all-nighter. My greatest aspiration is..." As Chen Xia spoke, a smile graced his lips, and his previously languid tone took on a hint of seriousness as he proclaimed, "To not have to work, to avoid studying, to have everything handed to me on a silver platter." Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd below. What kind of misguided notion is this? The Night Owls are not such an organization. Correct your attitude. Chen Xia felt a tremor within, acutely aware of the world's rejection, realizing that his previous words did not align with the persona he was expected to embody. Consequently, he slouched, his spirit seemingly drained, and perfunctorily replied, "My greatest wish is to be a partner of justice." He lethargically appended a final exclamation. "Ah." Chapter 44. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Does Chen Xia genuinely aspire to be a companion of justice? The audience could discern this easily, even without observation. One could merely sense his lack of enthusiasm from the lethargy in his voice. Chen Xia himself harbored no such desire. Yet, he found himself ensnared by the will of the world. So be it. With a resigned sigh, he approached the seat adorned with his name and slumped into it. His gaze dimmed. After all, he had just uttered words that could be construed as heretical to the path. Of course, this path was merely a metaphor. It would not truly shatter any convictions, as Chen Xia possessed none to begin with. Subsequently, an elderly gentleman took to the stage to deliver his remarks, likely a government official, reciting the achievements of various Night Eagles over the past month. C-grade Rainbow Rabbit apprehended the B-grade ability user, Black Tiger, earning a third-class merit. C-grade Blue eliminated the rampaging ability user, Mask, also earning a third-class merit. And there, at the conclusion of this roll call of accomplishments, was Chen Xia, who had slain the fireman just yesterday. The elder glanced towards Chen Xia, who was nearly cowering beneath the table, shaking his head in resignation before continuing. E-grade Chen Xia, slayer of the rampaging ability user, fireman, third-class merit. Upon hearing this, the Night Eagles in the audience turned their astonished gazes towards Chen Xia, their surprise barely concealed. The fireman was a notorious figure on the Night Eagles wanted list, classified as a C-grade ability user. How could a mere E-grade newcomer have vanquished a C-grade adversary? They were reluctant to believe. Chen Xia had completely vanished, slipping beneath the table. The meeting is adjourned, intoned the elder. In an instant, Chen Xia sprang to his feet, invigorated, and swiftly made his way toward the exit. Newcomer, wait a moment, called a voice. Chen Xia feigned ignorance, yet fearing the world's will might once again cast him aside. He reluctantly halted, listless. He had not anticipated that such a simple descent into the myriad realms would inflict such considerable damage upon his Dao heart. The inspector approached Chen Xia, holding an envelope-like object, his tone earnest. You are to undertake a mission. Chen Xia's expression sagged. He forced a smile that conveyed 3 parts resignation, 4 parts reluctance, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, nodding in agreement. All right. It was difficult to imagine such a spectrum of emotions coalescing upon a single visage. The inspector reassured him with a grin. Do not fret. This task is quite straightforward, and you will have an experienced guide. Come here, the inspector beckoned. Heavy footsteps resonated on the ground, and a figure towering over 2 meters emerged from within the room, as robust as the very structure itself, standing before Chen Xia. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xia beheld an orangutan. Greetings, the orangutan said, removing its hat, its rugged visage breaking into a smile as it addressed Chen Xia. I am C-Class Night Hawk, the orangutan captain. Goodness, it has attained sentience. Chen Xia sighed softly, quickly regaining her composure as she politely replied to the gorilla captain. Hello. Hello. Noticing their familiarity, the inspector chuckled. From now on, you two will be executing tasks together. The gorilla captain is a seasoned veteran, having completed over 100 missions. As a newcomer, you can certainly learn a lot from him. All right, Chen Xia replied with a hint of resignation. The inspector exchanged a few more words before turning to leave. The gorilla captain adjusted his hat and suggested to Chen Xia, shall we study the mission together and prepare accordingly? Chen Xia readily agreed. The two of them opened the envelope and began their examination. Mr. Guizhi of the new government will commence an academic seminar next week. Please ensure security measures are in place during the seminar. The gorilla captain stroked his chin, nodding confidently. It's merely a straightforward security task. I've handled several of these before. It should pose no issues. Chen Xia inquired, is it just the two of us? The gorilla captain shook his head, explaining that other Nighthawks were also expected to participate in the mission, and Mr. Guizhi would likely bring his own security personnel, eliminating any potential problems. Chen Xia scrutinized the mission letter once more, pondering the phrasing. Security work. Does that mean we are to act as security guards? The gorilla captain nodded. Essentially, yes. However, do not feel disheartened. Being a security guard is quite a commendable profession. Disheartened? Chen Xia was certainly undeterred. His foremost aspiration was to become a security guard, and he had even memorized the 3 fundamental principles of the profession. At that moment, he radiated a rare joy. Captain Gorilla, witnessing his exuberance, couldn't help but smile in return. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to the principles that Chen Xia held dear. The two walked side by side out of the headquarters, engaging in casual conversation as they strolled along the street. With his hands clasped behind his back and his posture impeccably straight, Captain Gorilla ambled like any ordinary person, casting a light-hearted smile at Chen Xia as he remarked, as a newcomer, although your evaluation is merely at level E, do not be disheartened. The strength of one's abilities is closely tied to mental acuity. You can gradually hone your intellect to enhance your powers. Moreover, those who develop their abilities slowly tend to be less prone to bouts of rage. Unlike those who possess immense talent from the outset, their overwhelming mental capacity can lead to uncontrollable emotions and subsequent outbursts. Chen Xia nodded. He had no intention of pursuing the path of abilities for now and was determined to continue his cultivation. Captain Gorilla paused, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Extracting one and placing it between his lips, he inquired, care for one? It's banana-flavored. Initially, Chen Xia intended to decline, but the mention of banana flavor proved irresistible, prompting him to accept one from Captain Gorilla. Thus, the two stood beneath the street lamp, engaging in light banter. Captain Gorilla exhaled a plume of smoke and playfully asked, can you guess what my ability is? Chen Xia, flicking the ash off the banana-flavored cigarette with 2 fingers, speculated, is it the ability to transform into a gorilla? The gorilla captain fell silent, leaning against the lamppost, the smoke obscuring his face. After a considerable pause, he slowly shook his head and spoke in a deep, resonant tone. If that were the case, it would be acceptable, but unfortunately, it is not. Chen Xia shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. Then I cannot deduce it. With so many supernatural abilities in the world, how can I possibly guess? The gorilla captain remained silent, taking slow, measured puffs of his cigarette. The smoke he exhaled was faint, but when accumulated, it became dense, shrouding his expression and concealing his rugged features. If one were to disregard his countenance, he would merely appear as an ordinary human, albeit one of considerable stature and strength. The smoke dissipated swiftly, leaving only a faint ember, akin to the fleeting nature of a dream. As the thick mist cleared, the gorilla captain's rough visage was revealed. At this moment, he spoke softly, imbued with a profound weight. My supernatural ability is to transform into a human. Chen Xia furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Isn't that almost the same? The gorilla captain paused, a flicker of joy illuminating his face as he inquired, do you truly believe it to be similar? Chen Xia nodded, responding nonchalantly, there is no difference. Hee. A gleeful smile spread across the gorilla captain's face. He tucked the cigarette back into his coat and addressed Chen Xia, do not smoke. It is detrimental to your health. Indeed, Chen Xia affirmed, extinguishing the remaining half of his cigarette and discarding it into the trash bin. As the two were about to part ways, the gorilla captain suddenly remarked with a sense of nostalgia. After this task concludes, I intend to retire and return to my hometown to marry. Chen Xia was taken aback. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Chapter 45. My desire is to graduate as a virgin. Chen Xia has already taken up the role of a security guard. He stands at the outer perimeter of the building, patrolling alongside Captain Gorilla. This edifice boasts 30 floors, with the academic seminar located deep within, though no one has disclosed the exact floor to them. Their sole responsibility is to safeguard the outer layer. Bending down, Chen Xia wipes the dirt off his soiled leather shoes before casually discarding them into the trash bin. The night is upon them, and the wind blows fiercely, causing his tie to flutter. Captain Gorilla perches on the railing, smoking a cigarette while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, attentive to the slightest rustle. Nighttime is when vigilance is paramount. One lapse in attention could invite an unwelcome intrusion. Stretching lazily, Chen Xia leans against the railing, finding himself with little to occupy his time. He begins to practice the giant turtle breathing technique, engaging in a simple cultivation of his spirit. When asked why he is not paying heed to his surroundings, his response is simple. He is a security guard. Security guards do not protect others. They merely ensure their own safety. Among the 3 cardinal principles of security work, Chen Xia can disregard 2, but he will strictly adhere to the last, retreat entirely when faced with a foe. This is his professional ethic. Chen Xia sighs, contemplating the notion that fate indeed has its designs. In a world of martial arts, he serves as a constable, while in a realm of extraordinary abilities, he is a security guard. It seems he is truly cut out for this vocation. Chen Xia could not help but feel a swell of self-satisfaction, believing that descending into the myriad realms was indeed a splendid venture, offering him abundant gains with minimal risks. Even in the event of his demise, he would merely lose 1% of his divine consciousness, which could subsequently be replenished. Meanwhile, his true essence resided within the celestial sword sea, where he could still accrue points annually and would automatically cultivate his realm. He was currently engaged in a dual cultivation process. Captain Gorilla, having finished a cigarette, scrutinized Chen Xia intently, hesitating for quite some time before finally whispering, do you genuinely believe there is no distinction between transforming into a human and becoming a gorilla? Chen Xia furrowed his brow, surprised that Captain Gorilla remained preoccupied with this matter. He offered an analogy. Do you perceive any difference between a human demon and a demon human? Captain Gorilla pondered this carefully, reflecting for a moment before softly replying. It seems there is no difference at first glance, yet fundamentally, there must be some distinction. To me, there is no difference, Chen Xia casually retorted, his gaze fixed on Captain Gorilla as he inquired, are you perhaps lacking in confidence? This remark struck a chord with Captain Gorilla. He fell silent, his rugged features taking on a melancholic expression. Bowing his head, he remained quiet for a considerable time before finally murmuring, because I am not human. They always fear my potential for violence, deeming me uncontrollable and a significant threat. I should. His voice dwindled to a whisper, as if all his strength had been sapped away, leaving him to utter his final words. Perhaps we should confine ourselves to a cage, Chen Xia remarked, adjusting his slightly askew tie with a smile. If it were a spacious 3-bedroom apartment of a cage, I might even prefer it to here. The gorilla captain said nothing. His robust figure perched on the railing as he retrieved a cigarette from his pack, his demeanor reflecting a profound melancholy and silence. Chen Xiao approached, the howling night wind swirling around them, and inquired with a grin, "Do you truly care about this?" "Yes," the guerrilla captain replied in a deep, resonant voice, nodding solemnly. "I do care. After all, I am not human. Many people regard me with peculiar glances. Who can say?" Chen Xia shrugged, unfazed, and continued with a chuckle. "Perhaps in other worlds, many would find you quite impressive. Is that so?" The guerrilla captain's eyes lit up with delight at the thought. "Who can say?" Chen Xia echoed his earlier response. The night breeze continued to blow, enveloping the building in an eerie stillness, devoid of any sound. Chen Xia gazed at the towering edifices against the inky darkness, pondering a question that lingered in his mind. What scholarly symposium warrants such nocturnal proceedings? Furthermore, he had noticed numerous youthful and vibrant young women ascending the stairs earlier. Was this academic gathering truly legitimate? Chen Xia found himself doubting its authenticity as the wind whipped around the towering structure. If he were to come for an assassination, it would certainly not be on the first day, nor on the last. Rather, it would occur during the tedious and monotonous middle. This is when individuals are most prone to lethargy. Of course, Chen Xia is not included in this, for he is perpetually indolent. Thus, the first day passed by in tranquility. On the second day, Chen Xia arrived late, citing the necessity of completing a full 10 hours of sleep. As he had mentioned during his personal introduction, the guerrilla captain did not chastise him. Instead, he offered words of comfort, stating that if Chen Xia felt overly fatigued, he could rest a bit longer before coming, as he would manage alone. "All right," Chen Xia replied, and indeed, he was late again on the third day. The guerrilla captain gently advised, if insomnia is an issue, you might try soaking your feet or massaging acupressure points before sleeping. His tone was soft, mindful of the potential impact on Chen Xia. Suddenly, Chen Xia, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How did you acquire your abilities?" It seems that non-human entities with such powers are quite rare globally. This was something he had discovered while researching over the past 2 days. A reminiscent expression crossed the guerrilla captain's rugged face as he slowly replied to Chen Xia, "My homeland is in the vast jungle, where my kin reside amidst verdant mountains and flowing waters, with a plethora of flora. Yet, all of this is unrelated to me. For I was born in a laboratory as a subject of enhancement drug experiments. I am the luckiest of all test subjects. Because I succeeded, the Nighthawk summoned me, and thus I assumed the identity of Captain Gorilla." Chen Xia nodded, finding this narrative rather intriguing. A look of despondency crossed Captain Gorilla's rugged visage as he continued. "I once uttered a phrase." He recounted, "After this mission, I plan to return home and marry." "Well, I believe it's best not to speak such words lightly," Chen Xia remarked. At this moment, the despondency on Captain Gorilla's face reached its zenith, his expression sorrowful. He shook his head, as if tolling a heavy bell, lamenting, "This is a ruse. I cannot escape. Each time I undertake a mission, I utter this phrase, perhaps in the hope that I might one day leave." "You expressed your desires on stage, did you not?" Chen Xia leaned against the railing, his tie fluttering in the breeze, nodding in affirmation. "Yes," Captain Gorilla sighed, envious of Chen Xia's ability to articulate his wishes before an audience. "In truth, I too have a desire. Would you care to hear it?" "Feel free to share," Chen Xia replied, resting against the wall. Captain Gorilla hesitated for a moment. "Can you promise not to mock me?" "Indeed, I assure you," Chen Xia nodded. "Very well." Captain Gorilla composed himself, exhaling repeatedly, as if articulating his wish was an arduous task. After a prolonged pause, he finally summoned the courage to exclaim, "My wish is to graduate a virgin." Chen Xia gazed at him thoughtfully and inquired, "May I retract the assurance I just made?" Chapter 46. Time stop. Isn't that wish rather easy to fulfill? Chen Xia inquired with a hint of curiosity. Remaining a virgin until graduation is something many aspire to, often by the age of 18 or even 25. Naturally, those who reach 25 without having achieved this milestone might be advised to cherish their innocence, for it is indeed quite remarkable. However, he himself does not fall into that category. The gorilla captain nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "But tell me, should I still identify as a gorilla or as a human?" This question posed a genuine dilemma, for the gorilla captain was undeniably robust in every aspect. Chen Xia found himself at a loss for words. The gorilla captain's expression was one of deep distress as he mused. "If I were to be with a gorilla, I could not reconcile it mentally. Yet if I were to be with a human, I would struggle physically." Chen Xia concurred, acknowledging the complexity of the issue. The two engaged in a discourse regarding this quandary, with Chun Xia suggesting that if the gorilla captain could come to terms with the psychological aspect, he might consider establishing a harem in the forest. The gorilla captain nodded in agreement. That sounds appealing. If I am granted freedom in the future, I shall venture into the forest. Indeed, Chun Xia replied. Though, truth be told, it wouldn't be entirely bad to die. I've heard tales of being reborn in another world. The gorilla captain suddenly interjected, prompting Chun Xia to ask, where would you wish to be reborn? Captain Gorilla displayed a longing expression, clearly yearning for a reincarnation into the realm of the two-dimensional, where it is said that gorilla maidens reside. Chun Xia remained silent, unwilling to offer his opinion. I hear you are an orphan, residing beneath the overpass? Captain Gorilla inquired with unexpected concern. Yes, Chun Xia replied, leaning against the railing. His head tilted as he gazed below. He sensed an unusual breeze. With a hearty smile, Captain Gorilla suggested, once this mission concludes, come to my home. I have 2 vacant rooms. Chun Xia refrained from responding, for the wind had intensified. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted from within the building, flames spreading forth, and shards of glass scattered about. Captain Gorilla sprang into action without hesitation, rushing towards the interior of the structure while shouting to Chun Xia, stay here. If danger arises, flee without concern for me. Without waiting for Chun Xia's reply, he dashed into the building. Chun Xia stood up and began to walk outside, preferring not to become entangled in the chaos. He reasoned that Captain Gorilla should be capable of safeguarding himself. As he reached the entrance of the building, he contemplated lingering for just a moment longer before making his escape, believing that such an action would prevent the world's will from rejecting him. Through his experiences over the past 2 days, Chun Xia had discerned the rules governing the world's will, as long as he refrained from behaving inappropriately. Its influence on him remained minimal. For instance, a young man who has aspired since childhood to be a champion of justice, like Nighthawk, could hardly engage in nefarious deeds that contradict his character. Naturally, a hasty retreat would also be inappropriate, as it would reflect a lack of moral integrity. Hence, Chun Xia resolved to linger a while longer before making his exit, ensuring that the new government officials would harbor no suspicions toward him. After all, he was merely an E-rank Nighthawk. What else could he possibly do aside from fleeing? He withdrew a banana-flavored cigarette, reminiscent of Captain Gorilla's brand, intending to indulge in a couple of puffs before departing. However, just as he ignited the first cigarette, an imposing figure appeared at the entrance, adorned with a pale mask and wielding a chainsaw nearly as tall as himself. The intent to kill was almost inscribed upon his visage, maintaining a facade of composure. Chun Xia understood that treating this individual as an ordinary person would prevent any backlash from the world's will. Thus, he opened the door and greeted the chainsaw-wielding man with courtesy. Welcome. A sinister laugh emanated from behind the man's ghastly mask. Little bug, I shall dismember you and hang your remains at the entrance. Chun Xia lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance, and continued, for the academic seminar, please proceed to the 13th floor. He fabricated a floor number at random. I will kill you, haha. The chainsaw roared ominously, drawing ever closer to Chun Xia. Damn it. Chun Xia, feeling a surge of irritation, raised his head, kicked a nearby iron fence apart, seized a metal rod, discarded his cigarette, and extinguished it beneath his foot. If one were to provoke him to the brink of fury, the next incarnation in this realm would not merely be a fragment of his divine essence. With a sudden upheaval, the game would be over for all involved. The sound of the chainsaw drew near, a relentless buzzing permeating the air. Chun Xia lifted his gaze, gripping a steel rod firmly, and swung it with considerable force, producing a whistling sound that even overshadowed the chainsaw's roar. The crack of breaking bones echoed repeatedly. With one decisive strike, he brought the formidable chainsaw-wielding figure to his knees, shattering one of his arms in the process. Discarding the bent iron rod, Chun Xia lit a cigarette and inquired, have you always possessed such courage? There was no response. The chainsaw man lay on the ground, half alive, emitting unintelligible whimpers. He likely did not anticipate that a fleeting murderous intent could awaken a terrifying entity like Chun Xia from the outside world. It was akin to joyfully fishing in one's own pond, only to discover, upon reeling in the line, a colossal great white shark instead. Curse you. The chainsaw man must have thought as he succumbed to his fate. Chun Xia exhaled a plume of smoke, then flicked his fingers in front of the chainsaw man, abruptly sealing his half-life with that gesture. Turning back to the towering building, he contemplated whether to assist Captain Gorilla. Perhaps it was unnecessary. He furrowed his brow, considering that reincarnation into the second dimension was indeed one of the gorilla's aspirations, and he hesitated to intervene. He contemplated this. Yet often reality did not unfold as splendidly as one might wish. The building commenced a cascading explosion, shattering glass and engulfing the sky in flames. Qinxia raised his hand to shield himself, deflecting the shards of glass, his pupils narrowing as he discerned a figure plummeting swiftly. The wind intensified, a deafening howl resonating through the air. The flames flickered wildly. The figure, ablaze with fire, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Qinxia turned his head to observe. It was the captain of the guerrilla squad. His face was etched with terror as he shouted to Qinxia, "Run." "No need." Qinxia replied calmly, lifting a bent iron rod from the ground with the tip of his polished shoe. He brushed the dust off his suit's shoulder. Before him stood a shadowy figure, poised at the entrance, with an expression of extreme indifference, as frigid as winter, fixated on Qinxia. "If possible, I urge you to withdraw your impudent gaze. It may grant you a more merciful demise," Qinxia advised him. The shadowy figure remained silent, moving with grace. A slender arm emerging from beneath its flowing robe, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, narrating in a matter-of-fact manner. "The coffin's work cannot leave any nighthawks at the scene. This is our rule. I have always been one to adhere to the rules." The figure's words were unhurried. As its hands slowly extended from the ample sleeves, surrounded by fallen glass shards and flickering flames, pale hues began to spread. Suddenly, everything fell still. Qinxia, wielding a bent iron rod, had flickered before the shadowy figure, his eyes shimmering with a translucent brilliance. Time stood still. A resounding clang echoed. The iron rod shattered. The flames resumed their lively dance. The shadowy figure crashed into the door, shattering the wall. Qinxia extracted a cigarette from his pack, igniting it with the nearby flickering flame, placing it between his lips, and exclaimed with indignation, "You've nearly finished your act. What more is there for me to pretend?" Chapter 47. The world paused. The iron rod remained straight. Yet, with sufficient force, it could be bent or even shattered. Qinxia twisted the iron rod into a serpentine shape, rendering the pitch-black figure motionless. In the vast cosmos, he was timid, but within this small world, the ability to halt time rendered him nearly invincible. Perched upon a stone lion, Qinxia flicked a cigarette from his pack, placing it between his lips unlit. As he gazed at the lifeless figure, pondering a profound question, what is the essence of this world? Despite days of contemplation, clarity eluded him, perhaps due to his insufficient realm of understanding. He cast a glance at the nearby guerrilla captain, who was now struggling to breathe. Qinxia felt powerless, resigned to await the new government to manage the ensuing chaos. A new perplexity arose in his mind. Did the suspension of time constitute a part of the system's chronology? If so, would it yield points? This notion was undoubtedly worth exploring. Soon, representatives from the new government arrived to restore order, clearing the scene. Qinxia remained unaccused, for there were no witnesses to the event. After completing his report, he staggered back to the shadows beneath the overpass. The world's will was increasingly less hostile towards him, indicating that he could begin to exploit the gaps. 3 days later, the new government issued a notification. All the scholars from the academic seminar had perished, with none surviving. The new government is filled with fury. However, this does not concern Qinxia, who has remained beneath the overpass for half a month without stepping outside. He has been diligently studying his ability to stop time, and after extensive testing, he has achieved a temporal suspension that can halt everything within a radius of 300 meters for 30 seconds. 30 seconds is ample time for him to eliminate any individual in this small world. Yet, it is still insufficient. Qinxia yearns to accomplish something greater. For a mere 30 seconds is far from adequate. Thus, he embarks on the arduous practice of the giant turtle breathing technique, while continuously utilizing his time-stopping ability each day. The adage "practice makes perfect" rings true, as his skill in time suspension progresses at a rate of 1 additional second daily. It may not seem rapid, but accumulation is Qinxia's forte. The new government has no significant tasks left, and even if there were, Qinxia has no intention of partaking. He perceives that the new government is not virtuous, merely a construct of lies and false beliefs. Qinxia chooses to remain indifferent, for he considers himself an outsider. This world shall inevitably have its own savior. The will of the world continues to exhibit a slight aversion towards him, and Qinxia has no desire to integrate into this realm. This mutual agreement allows them to coexist peacefully, each minding their own affairs. That is, until the first year. Chun Xia freezes the time beneath the overpass, counting the seconds, meticulously marking a year's passage, curious to see if the system grants him any points. The birds above refrain from flight, and the dogs below remain silent. Only Chun Xia sits upon a tattered mat, witnessing the outcome. The moment has arrived. Within his consciousness, he perceived a distinct increment in the system points, now clearly visible with an additional one. How splendid! Chun Xia's expression radiated joy, for he understood what he must do next. Each subsequent step was of utmost importance to him. He was a rather cautious individual, always preferring to leave a safety net. The celestial sword sea instilled in him a profound sense of unease. The fisherman had plucked him from obscurity, and he subsequently floated within the sword sea for a century. All of this was beyond his capacity to refuse, and even if the fisherman harbored intentions to end his life, Chun Xia could only resign himself to fate. In the celestial sword sea, he possessed no contingencies. One cannot entrust their life to the benevolence of others. Chun Xia sought to seize control for himself, and with each passing day, he felt an increasing disquietude. The fisherman's justification for his actions was that Chun Xia was the sole progeny of the emperor, a unique entity in this world. Does that hold water? It sounded plausible. Yet, Chun Xia remained skeptical, particularly concerning the subsequent descent into myriad realms. It appeared to be for his benefit, and indeed, it was rather advantageous. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fisherman's ignorance of Chun Xia's potential to allocate points. Should Chun Xia choose to descend into the myriad realms, it would signify an expenditure of centuries within this diminutive world. Consequently, Chun Xia's comprehension of the celestial sword sea would be exceedingly limited. Did the fisherman not wish for him to gain a deeper understanding of the celestial sword sea? Chun Xia was uncertain, but it was always prudent to be vigilant. One must never lower their guard, just as one would remain wary of a stray dog that might approach with ill intent. Thus, Chun Xia devised a plan. He intended to halt the flow of time within this entire diminutive world, liberating himself from the shackles of temporal constraints and the disdain of the world's will. As long as time remained stagnant, he would be akin to a native. This would allow him to leave a fragment of his divine consciousness within the small world, serving as an external incarnation for cultivation, while his awareness returned to his true form, allowing him to explore the vast expanse of the celestial sword sea, at least to gain a preliminary understanding. This was the first contingency he had concocted. In such a scenario, even if his true self encountered unforeseen circumstances, Chun Xia could still rely on the shard of consciousness for rebirth. However, he pondered whether the fisherman could discern this fragment of divine consciousness through his extraordinary powers. Chun Xia felt a tinge of frustration, sighing deeply. He increasingly found it impossible to indulge in idleness, as he was now compelled to diligently practice and cultivate each day. After a year, his ability to halt time extended over a radius of 400 meters for a duration of 6 minutes. Upon calculating the requirements to suspend time across the entirety of the small world, Chun Xia estimated it would take approximately 80 to 100 years, contingent upon the pace of his cultivation. The range and duration of time suspension were expanding daily, a monotonous process that necessitated relentless practice. Moreover, as Chun Xia's realm advanced, the seconds he could halt time increased daily, from an initial 1 second to an enhancement of 1 minute each day. This figure continued to rise incessantly. Chun Xia found himself immersed in the river of time, where the suspension of time around him grew increasingly frequent. In a span of 24 hours, time stood still for nearly 23 hours. Of course, this perception was unique to him. For the others in this miniature world, time remained unaffected, as they could not perceive its halt. Chun Xia relied on the points provided by the system to mark the passing years. Currently, it was the 30th year. He had suspended the entire city, with the daily duration of suspension lasting 23 hours and 57 seconds, reserving the remaining 3 seconds for buffering. Yet, this was still insufficient. To wield this fragment of divine consciousness as a trump card, he needed to achieve suspensions of thousands, even tens of thousands of years. At present, he stood at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, on the cusp of the golden core stage. The cultivation of the giant turtle breathing technique progressed swiftly, as attaining the nascent soul would take merely 80 years. Chun Xia waited, allocating the points awarded each year to enhance his strength and fortune. His current strength measured at 23.9, while his fortune stood at 161. In the 70th year, the duration of his daily time suspension had come to encompass an entire day. The world ceased its rotation, and the old man ahead, who had been eating noodles, maintained his posture for 5 years. As Chen Xia felt himself blending into the river of time, he began to ponder a profound question. What is time, truly? If it were a long river, could one traverse it to glimpse the past and the future? If so, could one seize the future with the present? For instance, if I were to deliver a sharp slap, you would, within 10 seconds, encounter an overwhelming backlash, inescapable and resulting in indelible psychological trauma. This touches upon the principles of causality. It represents yet another profound path. His mind became inundated with questions, initiating a contemplation that pertained to the enlightenment of time, signifying his journey from mere initiation to true mastery. The first century, the celestial dome of the miniature world was laden with primal infant thunder tribulations, yet none descended. This was due to Chen Xia halting the entirety of the world. Chapter 48. The fisherman's scheme. Chen Xia opened his eyes on the mat, his expression serene as he gazed ahead, where the fisherman's penetrating gaze was fixed upon him. Why are you out so soon? The fisherman's tone bore a hint of concern. He's dead, Chen Xia replied succinctly and flatly. A silence enveloped the scene for a moment. The fisherman furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke softly. It's all right, you need not worry. I shall fetch some elixirs to nourish your spirit. Very well, thank you, Chen Xia responded with a polite nod. The fisherman offered no further reply and vanished from sight, employing a technique that allowed him to traverse distance in an instant. Seated in stillness, Chen Xia pondered the fisherman's unwavering gaze, a shiver coursing through him. If the temporal ratio between this realm and the small world was 100, had the fisherman truly been watching him for an entire year? Who would gaze at another for a year, especially during a moment of solitary contemplation? Was he worried about potential issues arising from Chen Xia's seclusion, or was he merely observing him? Once this thought emerged, it became inescapable. An alarm sounded within Chen Xia, though his demeanor remained unruffled as he sat in tranquility. He waited for 3 hours. The fisherman's figure flickered back into existence, presenting an ancient box to him with a gentle smile. Here, a petal from the 10,000-year-old pure altar soul lotus. Consume 1 petal every half-month to replenish your spiritual essence. Chen Xia accepted the box with both hands, peering into the transparent crystal at its center. Within lay a lotus, its stamens a pristine white, and its petals a deep black, exuding a delicate radiance that seemed ethereal. The fisherman, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke softly. Since the path of descending into the myriad heavens does not suit you, perhaps you should consider an alternative method of cultivation. You might venture into the sea of swords to hone your blade or practice the art of combat. Very well, Chen Xia nodded. Though he had no intention of pursuing that path, the advantages of descending into the myriad heavens were minimal. The realms were too insignificant to offer substantial opportunities, while the grander dimensions were more conducive to cultivation than merely existing in the vast expanse of the heavens. Therefore, there was no need for despondency. A sigh escaped Chen Xia, his expression tinged with sorrow, and after a prolonged silence, he responded softly, I shall do my utmost. It was evident that he had been significantly affected. The fisherman, observing his disheartened demeanor, offered further encouragement, noting that in such diminutive realms, one was prone to failure due to the limited power at their disposal and the formidable strength of the locals. A single setback was inconsequential. It was crucial not to let it disrupt one's mindset. Chen Xia lowered his head, his expression clouded, gripping his sleeve tightly with his left hand, and replied in a subdued tone, Seeing him in such a state, the fisherman chose not to press further, shaking his head before vanishing from sight. In the depths of his lowered gaze, Chen Xia's eyes flickered with intensity, his heart racing. The fisherman had deceived him. During their initial encounter, the fisherman had claimed to have rescued him from the river of time and had even confronted the ancient ancestor of time. Yet, amidst the words of the fisherman, no evidence has emerged of Chen Xia's manipulations over time, leading one to believe that Chen Xia's divine consciousness perished within the confines of a diminutive world. If the fisherman indeed possesses profound mastery over time, he would undoubtedly have discerned Chen Xia's temporal enchantments. This presents a contradiction. Thus, 2 possibilities arise. The first is that the fisherman has never engaged with the ancestor of time, nor has he extracted Chen Xia from the river of time. Rather, he may have directly seized him from the small realm, or perhaps the fisherman himself is that very imposing hand. Consequently, he remains unaware of Chen Xia's temporal machinations. The second possibility is that the fisherman is fully aware of Chun Xia's temporal maneuvers, but chooses to remain silent, intending instead to deceive Chun Xia further. Chun Xia hopes for the first scenario, as it would at least suggest that the fisherman's power is not overly formidable. Should the second possibility hold true, however, Chun Xia's peril would be significantly intensified. If the fisherman has indeed duped him, it is clear that his intentions are far from simple. They cannot merely be, as he claims, that he seeks to take Chun Xia as his disciple. The underlying motives remain shrouded in mystery. Chun Xia, being the weaker party, finds his available strength severely limited. The fisherman possesses the capability to sever ties with ease. Yet, Chun Xia cannot simply abandon his role. He must continue to play the part he has assumed. As he pondered, Chun Xia cast another glance at the wooden box upon the table, within which the pure altar soul lotus flickered, radiating an enchanting array of colors. Chun Xia had no intention of consuming the soul lotus. He had understood since childhood a vital principle: never partake in offerings from strangers. Numerous instances of child trafficking serve as cautionary tales. He certainly did not wish to become a pawn in the hands of the fisherman. His primary objective now was to gain a deeper understanding of the Azure Heaven Sword Sea, to uncover its secrets, and to discern the fisherman's motives for deceiving him. Within the grand hall of the Azure Heaven Sword Sea, the fisherman stood, his gaze cast downward, gently shaking his head, as if attempting to convince himself, while murmuring softly, "There are many prodigies in this world. The absence of one more is inconsequential, even if he possesses great potential. Time is running short for the Azure Heaven Sword Sea. If sacrificing one could prolong its existence, it might be a worthy trade." Alas, the fisherman sighed once more, his brow furrowing deeper as he whispered, "Once he attains the status of a true saint, he will be eligible for the elixir. The tide of fate is inevitable. Do not blame me." With a final sigh, the fisherman's voice resonated with resignation. On a day blessed with fine weather, Chun Xia clasped his hands behind his back, tidied his garments, and adjusted his facial expression, allowing a hint of sorrow to surface. He then ambled outside at a leisurely pace. The Azure Heaven Sword Sea comprises two distinct realms, the Azure Heaven and the Sword Sea. The suspended flying swords serve as the abodes of the cultivators. Chun Xia's residence was that of a preparatory disciple, situated at the far edge of the upper segment of the flying sword, marking it as one of the most secluded locations. In this place, there are approximately over 100 novice disciples, each possessing their own abode for solitary cultivation. Unless they convene intentionally, it is rather challenging for them to meet one another in their daily lives. Chun Xia wandered alone along a path etched with sword patterns, deep in contemplative thought. Beyond the disciples' residences, a forest of swords led towards the sword hilt. It is said that the sword spirits within possess the mastery of the Great Ascension realm. Hence it is advised that those below the mountain-moving realm refrain from entering. Towards the sword tip lies the sect's library of heavenly scriptures, reputed to house various esoteric techniques and even imperial laws. These are words spoken by other novice disciples, which Chun Xia occasionally overheard, though he paid them little heed. He opted to head towards the hilt of the sword, approaching the sword forest where a dilapidated, expansive bronze gate stood. Adorned with numerous intricate patterns, its once lustrous appearance was now faded and indecipherable. After casting a few glances, he turned away and made his way back to his abode, his demeanor lacking vitality, as if he had suffered some profound blow, merely seeking solace. Chun Xia settled beneath his dwelling, sitting cross-legged upon a mat, seemingly engaged in a semblance of meditation. "I heard you went for a stroll?" A voice of concern unexpectedly broke the silence. Chun Xia's body jolted, startled, and he hastily opened his eyes. Upon seeing the old fisherman, he gradually regained his composure, sorrow evident in his expression as he nodded slowly. Indeed, though the exchange consisted of but a single line, the accompanying expressions and gestures were rich and expressive. The old fisherman, hands clasped behind him, bore a gentle smile on his weathered face as he offered words of comfort. "The vicissitudes of life are ever-changing. Do not be overly disheartened. Indeed, this minuscule realm can be rather inhospitable to outsiders such as yourself, even if you were to be vanquished by others. Do not cast doubt upon your own worth. Your innate talent undoubtedly rivals that of the greatest emperors. Above all, do not allow your resolve to falter." Chun Xia lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his hands clutching his garments in silence. The fisherman, concerned, inquired gently, "Has your resolve been affected?" "Perhaps it has," Chun Xia murmured, his words imbued with uncertainty. Alas, The fisherman replied with a sense of resignation. Then take the time to rest and recuperate. I shall ponder a solution for you. Should your resolve waver, you need not participate in the grand selection of disciples 5 centuries hence. Chen Xia pursed his lips, his tone saturated with self-doubt. I may need a longer period to recuperate. Ah, that is of no concern. Should your resolve bear blemishes, it may require several centuries to mend. There is no need for haste. With your caliber, the sect will grant you the necessary time. How long do you anticipate it will take? I shall inform the sect leader and may procure a divine elixir for you. Chen Xia, in a muffled tone, replied, Perhaps 10,000 years. The fisherman's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly preparing for retirement? Chapter 49. The art of burning lifespan. A millennium is an eternity. A few centuries, however, will suffice. Continuing to recuperate further bears little benefit. The fisherman emphasized this with a firmer tone. Noticing the fisherman's unusual demeanor, Chen Xia lowered his head and replied in a muffled voice, He decided to feign a semblance of a damaged Dao heart, hoping to avoid any responsibilities. In truth, Chen Xia possessed no such Dao heart. He had no need for it in his cultivation. A mere accumulation of points would suffice. After laboriously amassing hundreds of thousands of years' worth of points, how could he possibly be outmatched by those emperors who had only cultivated for several tens of thousands of years? The heavens reward diligence. The accumulation of several 100,000 years cannot be easily challenged by a mere few tens of thousands. Moreover, in the journey of cultivation, strength is secondary. What truly matters is longevity. Let them live for another 20,000 years before they dare to confront Chen Xia. The fisherman offered a few more words of concern, all rather insipid, and just as he was about to depart, he suddenly remarked, You may visit the heavenly pavilion in the direction of the sword's tip. As a preparatory disciple, you are eligible to select a divine technique from the ocean-toppling realm. Perhaps you might find something suitable. If you are interested in our celestial lineage's specific classification of realms, you may also consult the heavenly pavilion for further information. If not, it is of little consequence. Ultimately, what matters is that you grow stronger. Very well, Chen Xia nodded, still with his head bowed, appearing rather listless. The fisherman cast a glance his way, chose not to linger, and vanished in a shimmer. The cave fell into a serene stillness. Chen Xia gazed at the ground, contemplating his future plans. The fisherman had promised him several hundred years, yet this was undoubtedly insufficient for Chen Xia. Within the confines of his small realm, he had spent over 400 years to attain the nascent soul stage, which merely reflected his superficial prowess. In secret, his true strength amounted to 399, akin to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Presently, he embodied the combined might of 2 nascent souls, enhanced by the true dragon chi and the mystical path of time. While he could not claim invincibility among his peers, he was at least half invulnerable. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that his power was still inadequate. He yearned for greater strength. Chen Xia pondered the method of halting time, only to conclude that it was utterly impractical. He could not suspend the entirety of the vast realms, nor could he descend into the lower heavens, as his previous fragment of consciousness had yet to return. To further splinter his consciousness would lead to chaos beyond his control. It was already a considerable feat to have one shard of his consciousness lingering in the small world, serving as one of his hidden trump cards. With a sigh, Chen Xia reflected on the arduous path of enhancement that lay ahead. If he were to truly survive for several million years, he would likely achieve invincibility by that time. With a languid stretch, Chen Xia rose, intending to visit the heavenly pavilion at the tip of the sword, in search of a technique befitting his needs. The journey was not particularly distant, yet he ambled slowly along the path forged by the sword's markings. Along the roadside, there are other aspiring disciples, all elite individuals from the outside world, among them some ancient races, minor demonic gods with 6 hearts, and ancient creatures endowed with divine pupils. Chen Xia has not engaged with them, nor has he formed any connections, merely encountering them occasionally. Nevertheless, these ancient beings are aware that Chen Xia is the 3rd potential emperor among the aspirants of the Zhangtian Sword Sea. It is often said by the elders of the Zhang High Sword sect that while true emperors are rare, the prospects of emperors are plentiful. But is it truly the case that many potential emperors exist? Among the more than 100 aspirants today, the foundational talents primarily belong to ancient races, with some even hailing from supreme and mythological lineages. Yet, there are only 3 potential emperors. The first is a foreign holy son possessing the bone of a demon lord. rumored to have come to the Zhangtian Sword Sea solely for its imperial techniques. The second is an unparalleled prodigy. Having recently emerged after avoiding two great eras within the Zhangtian Sword Sea, claiming to possess divine pupils that perceive the myriad paths, rendering him invincible among peers. The third is Chun Xia, who bears no particular distinction but is said to be favored by fortune. Two ancient beings are scrutinizing Chun Xia with keen eyes, attempting to discern any extraordinary traits, yet seemingly finding none. Currently, the aspirants are divided into two factions, led by the two potential emperors, with undercurrents swirling and even establishing connections with the venerable elders at the sage level. They await the entrance examination in 500 years, ready to engage in a genuine contest that will resonate through the ages. Before the commencement of the impending Grand Era, the coveted position of the Sword Master of the Celestial Sword Sea awaits. Both of these aspiring emperors are fervently vying for this title, having invested tremendous effort in their pursuits as they aspire to ascend the unparalleled path of supremacy in the forthcoming flourishing age. Meanwhile, Chun Xia, the third contender for the imperial mantle, though having taken no action, has inadvertently attracted the attention of the other two, while Chun Xia himself remains indifferent and unambitious. The aspirations of others compel competition. He finds himself ensnared within this intricate game, positioned in a crucial role, thus destined to be observed. Fortunately, at present, there is little commotion, allowing Chun Xia to leisurely approach the base of the heavenly pavilion. He gazes upward, where the towering structure rises like a colossal sword thrusting into the heavens, exuding an imposing grandeur. The guardian at the entrance is cloaked in a voluminous black robe, rendering the figure indistinguishable, appearing merely as a swaying shadow. As Chun Xia approaches, he courteously inquires, "May I enter?" The black robe billows, and a resonant voice emerges. "Chun Xia, preparatory disciple, you may select from the secret techniques of the overturning sea realm, and are permitted to access the first 3 levels." Chun Xia nods and, just as he intends to step inside, he pauses and turns to the figure in the black robe, asking, "Could you recommend some techniques? Perhaps those that enhance combat prowess through the consumption of lifespan?" "Lifespan is of little consequence. I primarily seek to improve my strength." The black robe falls silent for a moment, likely taken aback by such an unusual request. After a brief interval, it responds, "Within the heavenly pavilion resides the book spirit. You may inquire of it upon your entry." "Very well," Chun Xia replies. Chun Xia nodded, no longer lingering, and swiftly entered the celestial pavilion. The moment he took a step, he found himself on the 3rd floor, devoid of bookshelves and tomes, surrounded only by swirling halos of vibrant colors. From within the halos, diminutive figures of pure white emerged, floating in the air with expressions of indifference. They addressed Chun Xia, inquiring about the type of mystical techniques he sought, suggesting that he specify a general range for assistance in his search. "Techniques involving the burning of lifespan," Chun Xia replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his voice. The spirit of the books gestured within the halo, causing several ancient parchment sheets to materialize before it, and said, "There are few techniques concerning the burning of lifespan recorded, and only one reaches the mountain-moving realm, classified as an ancient secret art. Do you wish to acquire it? How exactly does it function?" Chun Xia asked, his curiosity piqued. The spirit waved its hand, and the central parchment floated forth, hovering above Chun Xia's head, as it instructed, "Examine it for yourself." As Chun Xia looked up, a torrent of text surged into his mind, elucidating the powers of this technique, burning blood and extinguishing souls. To slay another, one must first slay oneself. I sever a century of my lifespan to grant you 80 years. The young slay the youthful slay the middle-aged, and the middle-aged slay the elderly. A desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 50. Your lifespan is a river. My lifespan is the sea. Chun Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique was indeed perfectly suited to his needs. The cycle of youth slaying the young eliminating the middle-aged, and the middle-aged vanquishing the elderly resonated deeply with his current state. The prospect of exchanging a century of life for another's 80 years was particularly enticing to Chun Xia. Although it appeared to be a losing bargain, he viewed it as a no-cost transaction. He could easily trade 1,000 years for 80 without hesitation, as the essence lay in the prolongation of life. As Chun Xia continued to peruse the details, his expression of delight suddenly contorted into a frown. The blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique was an ancient and unfinished method, The reason for its incompletion was tragically simple. The creator had inadvertently sacrificed their own life in the process. It was a tale both poignant and lamentable. Consequently, this technique could not facilitate the exchange of 100 years for 80. Rather, it could only offer 100 years for 20, and it was unable to transfer the lifespan of the elderly. The text elaborated further, succinctly stating that the laws of the heavens forbade such transactions. In essence, the blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique was incapable of taking another's life. It could only result in self-destruction. It was akin to engaging in a duel where both parties agreed to strike each other in turn. Seemingly fair, yet not entirely so. However, when one party unexpectedly drew a weapon while the other awaited their turn, the disparity became glaringly apparent. For other practitioners, the blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique scarcely qualified as a mere trifle. It was, in fact, a pure method of self-termination. Fortunately, Chen Xia is no ordinary cultivator. Engaging in a transaction devoid of investment, even exchanging a century of his lifespan for merely 20 years would still be a gain for him. However, he now perceives another limitation. The blood ignition soul extinction method possesses a cooldown period. After one exchange, a span of 5 years must elapse before another can be made. This cannot merely be described as a trivial matter. It is, quite frankly, akin to utter nonsense. The rationale provided within the divine powers indicates that practitioners are intricately woven into the fabric of celestial fortune, functioning as a vital cog in the cosmic machinery. The more formidable the being, the greater their standing within this framework. While the notion of trading a century for a mere 20 years seems profoundly unjust and utterly futile, a shift in perspective reveals an intriguing possibility. Consider, if 100 years of a nascent soul cultivator's lifespan could be exchanged for 20 years of an emperor-level entity's existence. The implications would be staggering. If one were to summon 1,000 nascent soul cultivators to practice the blood ignition soul extinction method, would it not be feasible to extinguish the lives of 2 or 3 emperor-level beings? In such a scenario, the focus would shift from cultivation to sheer numbers. The maxim of unity equating to strength would stand paramount. Nonetheless, the will of the heavens would undoubtedly prohibit such an occurrence, hence the imposition of these 2 restrictions. Firstly, the inability to trade the lifespan of the elderly, and secondly, the obligatory 5-year cooldown. These constraints effectively nullify the potency of the blood ignition soul extinction method in terms of life exchange, rendering it devoid of any allure for ordinary cultivators. In fact, the very creator of this method ultimately perished while attempting to exchange their own life, leaving behind merely an unfinished technique in the world. Chen Xia found himself in a state of deep contemplation, turning to Shuling and inquiring, "May I peruse the other methods that consume lifespan?" Shuling nodded and casually gestured with her hand, causing several techniques to materialize above Chen Xia's head, each one sequentially imparting its knowledge. The process was swift, and before long, Chen Xia comprehended the essence of these methods, though his brow furrowed in concern. The other techniques that consumed lifespan were rather unremarkable, adhering to conventional norms. They relied on the sacrifice of one's lifespan to enhance combat prowess. However, the augmentation was minimal at best, reaching a maximum of merely 50%, failing to double the strength. Furthermore, employing these methods resulted in detrimental aftereffects, as they concomitantly drained one's vitality. Such practices were decidedly inadvisable, bordering on reckless. If only lifespan were consumed, it would be acceptable. After all, Chen Xia was engaging in a venture devoid of risk, where expending a few hundred or even 1,000 years of lifespan posed no issue, provided tangible results were yielded. Yet, the added depletion of vitality rendered the situation untenable. It was akin to fishing for crabs in a river, an endeavor guaranteed to yield profit, only to be bitten by a snake lurking nearby while reaching for the catch. This unforeseen cost was excessively burdensome. Reluctantly, after much deliberation, Chen Xia resolved to select the blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique. Even if it could not immediately claim a life, he could still refine and advance this technique. As long as he perfected the blood-burning soul-extinguishing technique, he deemed it a worthy trade, exchanging 1,000 years for 500. With the technique acquired, Chen Xia ambled back to his secluded abode, having already formulated a plan regarding whose life he intended to exchange. It was you. At the very tip of his sword, the fisherman received the news, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression tinged with suspicion. Why would he choose such a technique that consumes one's lifespan? This was hardly a favorable choice for a cultivator. Could it be? The figure in the black robe, reporting below, shook his empty hood. According to the spirit of the book, he had opted for the unfinished ancient divine art, blood-burning soul extinction. The fisherman's frown deepened, his hands clasped behind his back, tightening slightly. As a prominent figure within the celestial sword sea, he was well aware of the peculiarities of blood-burning soul extinction. He comprehended that it was a technique that traded life for life, laden with numerous restrictions, and its creator had ironically exchanged his own life in the process. This technique was akin to a worthless relic, merely gathering dust in the celestial pavilion. To his surprise, someone had indeed chosen it, and that someone was Chen Xia. You may return. Do not speak of this matter outside. If anyone inquires, simply state that he randomly selected a fundamental heart technique. The fisherman pondered aloud. Understood. The figure in black nodded beneath the empty hood, his form flickering before vanishing from the grand hall. The fisherman's countenance grew increasingly grave as he paced back and forth, his mind swirling with conjectures. Could it be that Chen Xia's heart had suffered significant damage, leading him down this misguided path? But that seemed unlikely. After all, he had only lost a fragment of his divine consciousness in that small world. Surely, it could not have driven him to such despair. He is indeed a prodigious talent, with a limitless future ahead of him. Even if he does not ascend to the rank of a great emperor, should he achieve the status of a saint, he could forcibly descend to the lower realms and obliterate that world. How could such a trivial matter inflict such grievous damage to his resolve, leading him astray? It should not be. It truly ought not to be. The fisherman's countenance was grave, his brows furrowed, and apprehension emanated from him. There are many prodigious talents across the realm, yet individuals like Chen Xia, who embody the purity of humanity, are rare. The rise of other talents is inconsequential. However, it is imperative that Chen Xia emerges in the forthcoming age, not necessarily as a great emperor, but at the very least as a quasi-saint. Before he attains the status of a quasi-saint, no unforeseen events must transpire. A glimmer of determination sparkled in the fisherman's eyes as he resolved to bring along some rare treasures to offer counsel to his hard-won disciple. Meanwhile, his good disciple sat within the cave dwelling, delving into the study of the blood ignition and soul extinction technique. This method is rather straightforward and easily comprehensible, accessible even to those at the golden core stage, depending solely on one's willingness to utilize it. It is, in essence, a technique of self-destruction. Chen Xia sighed, relieved that his endeavors were devoid of risk. His consciousness stirred, as if a blade had abruptly manifested, resting across an interminable river of time. This symbolized the lifespan of the fisherman, appearing as a river stretching 1,000 zhang long. With a decisive force, he severed half a meter of this river, effectively diminishing it by 20 years. Unbeknownst to the divine or the spectral, it was now time to confront the severance of Chen Xia himself. The heart's blade has shifted its scenery, thus revealing an expansive and boundless ocean of time. Chapter 51. Are you also worthless? This vast ocean represents Chen Xia's lifespan, endless and infinite. Each 5 meters severed by his heart's blade equates to a century. However, the severed 5 meters are not filled. Rather, they swiftly re-emerge. Truly, it is a resource that is inexhaustible and inexhaustibly available. Chen Xia's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in approval. What a tremendous gain. This is indeed a venture without expenditure. Suddenly, the fisherman, en route to Chen Xia's cave dwelling, paused in astonishment, a flicker of unease creeping into his heart. It was neither painful nor debilitating, yet distinctly discomforting. If one were to describe it, it resembled a mere mosquito bite on a mortal. It is widely acknowledged that an ordinary mosquito cannot cause death. But what if the frequency of such bites diminished? A single bite is inconsequential. However, being bitten hundreds or thousands of times poses a grave concern. Chen Xia calculated that he could manifest his abilities once every 5 years, each instance extending life by 20 years. Thus, with a span of 5,000 years, he could usurp 2,000 years from the fisherman. Subsequently, the fisherman would enter the true twilight of his lifespan, the elderly phase, at which point the exchange would no longer be feasible. It would be more prudent to strike directly. Engaging an old man is a specialty of Chen Xia. Upon entering the genuine elderly stage, a cultivator's abilities and combat prowess inevitably decline. If no further breakthroughs in cultivation are achieved, one must ultimately resign oneself to the approach of death. This is the will of the heavenly order. The zenith of a cultivator's strength is invariably reached during their prime. The longer the delay, the weaker they become. The will of the heavens shall nurture a new generation of prodigies. It is inconceivable that the elderly, nearing the end of their days, continue to siphon the fortunes of the cosmos. This signifies the imminent emergence of a new epoch. With over half of the previous generation's titans having perished, their fortunes will return to the universe, heralding the dawn of the next great era, wherein fresh talents shall ascend as the next wave of formidable beings. Some exceptional individuals, seeking to evade the invincible contemporaries of their time, might opt for self-sealing, retreating from the world. In the preceding Grand Era, an unusually high number of such prodigies chose seclusion. This was largely due to the emergence of the nearly invincible Kangmang divine body, which, even at the level of a quasi-saint, dominated the entire universe, annihilating 3 saints in the depths of the galaxy, tearing apart the very fabric of the cosmos, and shattering the souls of those saints, preventing their reincarnation. Regrettably, the Kangmang divine body ultimately failed to attain the status of a great emperor and was hunted down by ancient sovereigns, meeting its demise within the flow of time. It is said that but a trace of its divine consciousness remains within the river of time, shrouded in mystery. Now, as we stand on the brink of the next grand era, the path to imperial ascension is about to unfold, with aspiring prodigies poised to seize their chance. Among them, the 3 imperial seedlings from the celestial sword represent formidable competitors. However, of these 3, only Qinxia is a scion of the human race, while the other 2 hail from alien lineages. In the vast expanse of the heavens, due to the scarcity of human emperors, humanity finds itself at a disadvantage, unable to rival the other races endowed with innate divine abilities. Some members of the human race even find themselves reliant on the power of foreign entities for their survival. Such is the brutal nature of competition. Only by cultivating one's own strength can one possess the authority to speak in the vast realms of existence. Currently, Qinxia has reached the Yuaning stage, yet a long journey lies ahead. He has explored the specific classifications of realms within the grand heavens while perusing the texts in the celestial pavilion. Following Yuan Ing is the great ascendancy stage, which signifies a small completion in cultivation, allowing for the soul to wander freely, akin to an external manifestation of oneself. Beyond the great ascendancy lies the mountain-moving stage. The term moving mountains here does not refer to the mere relocation of ordinary hills, but rather the inner mountain of the heart. Only by displacing this mountain can one truly embark on their own path. Following the mountain-moving stage is the ocean-turning stage, which involves overturning the sea of consciousness within, seeking a state of unblemished conscience, symbolizing that the cultivator has entered the great path, capable of integrating and comprehending its profound truths. After the ocean-turning stage comes the sky-repairing stage, which signifies the replenishment of one's innate physique. Reaching this level is akin to standing at the pinnacle of cultivation, truly advancing into the distant realms of the great path, achieving significant accomplishments, and expanding one's own domain of the great path. Subsequently, one aspires to the semi-saint stage, ultimately achieving the status of a saint. These realms feel exceedingly distant to Qinxia. He merely glanced at them, content to have a general understanding. He stretched lazily, intending to take a moment's respite before commencing his writing on the chapter and practicing the giant turtle breathing technique. Suddenly, an unexpected sound startled Qinxia, causing him to shudder. Upon focusing his gaze, he recognized it was the fisherman, prompting him to lower his head hastily and feign a state of damaged resolve, appearing half alive. The old fisherman, upon witnessing his demeanor, found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to broach the subject. He withdrew from his sleeve a remarkable treasure, a pure white mat that emanated a divine light. This jade mat, a relic from the ancient sages, possessed the ability to nurture the spirit, enhance the pace of cultivation, and stabilize one's resolve. Qinxia glanced up momentarily, then returned his gaze downward, displaying no interest, merely nodding lightly. This response set the old fisherman into a state of urgency. It was imperative for Qinxia to reach the quasi-saint realm. Even the slightest deviation was unacceptable. However, with his heart already unsettled, how could he possibly ascend to that level? The fisherman furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking in a soothing tone. Do not be overly sorrowful. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and obstacles. If the journey were smooth, would not everyone become a great emperor? Thus, there is no need for despair. It is essential to adjust your mindset and avoid despondency. Striving for the imperial path is what you must focus on. Qinxia replied in a muffled tone, yet his expression reflected a complete lack of ambition to strive forward. This was unacceptable. He needed to be encouraged. After some contemplation, the fisherman changed his approach. Even if your heart is currently unstable, you must not stray onto the wrong path by learning those erratic techniques. Upon hearing this, Chun Xia realized that the fisherman must have been aware of the blood-burning, soul-extinguishing technique, and he grew cautious, preparing to respond. Chun Xia furrowed her brow, striking the ground with her hand in frustration, exclaiming, "In this fleeting life, spanning merely a few hundred or thousand years, how can I endure such humiliation? After mastering my supernatural powers, I shall return and confront the existence of that small world, exchanging my life for theirs." The fisherman sighed, "Oh, foolish child, there is no need for such drastic measures. With your innate imperial talent, all you need is diligent cultivation. Once you attain the status of a quasi-saint, you will naturally be able to descend upon that realm with your divine spirit. At that point, with your quasi-saint strength, obliterating the entire small world will be a trivial task. There is no need for a life exchange." Chun Xia's eyes flickered as she suddenly inquired, "Master, could you assist me in annihilating this small world?" The fisherman was taken aback, then shook his head. "There are too many realms in the vast cosmos. This insignificant world is known only to you. Thus, only you can locate it. I cannot descend there." Upon receiving this response, Chun Xia felt a sense of relief, for it indicated that the fisherman was unaware that she had halted time within the entire small world. She then struck the ground once more, her tone filled with sorrow. "But I cannot even conquer a mere small world. I am utterly worthless. How can I ever achieve the status of a quasi-saint?" "That is not the case," the fisherman replied, shaking his head. "In my youth, I too held a lofty opinion of myself, believing myself invincible across the land. Yet I ultimately faced defeat, defeated by an obscure individual, and it was a crushing loss. Nevertheless, I did not succumb to despair. Rather, I resolved to strive harder, which is why I have reached my current position." Chun Xia's eyes brightened as she asked with an inquisitive mind, "So you were once like me, a worthless being?" Chapter 52. The compassion of a master and the filial piety of a disciple. Therefore, were you once, like me, a mere failure? This inquiry caused the fisherman to pause for a considerable time, casting several glances at Chun Xia before he slowly nodded. "Indeed." He quickly added, "However, one cannot remain a failure indefinitely. One must strive diligently to forge one's own expansive path, rather than succumb to self-destructive tendencies or pursue misguided practices." Chun Xia fell into silence, and after a moment, he gently sighed, "I shall do my utmost." "Very well." The fisherman ceased his attempts at consolation and nodded, suggesting that Chun Xia reflect deeply on this matter. "As your master, I truly hope you ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation and achieve the status of a quasi-saint. After all, from the moment I rescued you, I was aware that your potential was boundless." This marked the first time the fisherman referred to himself as a master. Chun Xia looked up, his expression revealing a hint of emotion, his voice trembling slightly. "I am but an unworthy disciple. I have truly troubled you. Do not fret." The fisherman waved his hand dismissively, lamenting, "My time is limited, and knowing that I shall not tread the path of an emperor, I must rely on the vigor of the younger generation." "Is that true?" Chun Xia asked in astonishment, inwardly exclaiming how wonderful that would be. "Indeed." The fisherman nodded thoughtfully. "I likely have around 30,000 years of life left. You need not worry. I shall surely witness the day you reach your zenith. No, you shall not see it. I will accelerate your lifespan." In Chun Xia's heart, he pondered deeply. Yet his lips moved with emotion. "It is the fault of this unworthy disciple that I cannot extend my master's life. If I could trade 100 years of my own lifespan for an additional 20 years for my master, it would be worth it." The old fisherman's eyes emanated a gentle and kind light as he gazed at Chun Xia, nodding slightly and softly saying, "Foolish child, truly a foolish child." The interaction between master and disciple was particularly heartwarming. Chun Xia remained silent, curious to see in the end who the true fool would be. The old fisherman did not linger for long. After leaving behind a white jade mat, he departed, reminding Chun Xia not to practice the burning blood and destroying soul technique. Naturally, Chun Xia nodded in agreement, intending to accelerate the old fisherman's 30,000 years of lifespan in 5 years' time. Both master and disciple harbored their own secret intentions. Chun Xia began to cultivate the giant turtle breathing technique, a profound method that could support cultivation up to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. Should one start cultivating from the nascent soul stage, it would require 300 years, contingent upon sacrificing 500 years of one's lifespan. For Qinxia, this was of little consequence. He focused solely on his cultivation, while the spiritual energy from his small realm flowed abundantly and continuously. In the past 2 years, figures of mid-golden core level had already emerged within the small realm, providing Qinxia with a considerable resource of spiritual energy. Moreover, the small realm now also honored a statue of Qinxia, perhaps indicating that he could utilize this space as a second domain for his divine consciousness in the future. However, there was no rush for that at present. The utmost priority remains to fortify oneself and subsequently escape from this vast expanse of celestial swords and seas. From the words of the fisherman, it is evident that he harbors a strong desire for his own moral integrity to remain unscathed, and wishes for Qinxia to expedite his cultivation. Hence, Qinxia must not overly conform to the fisherman's expectations. However, he cannot afford to be entirely negligent either. Should the fisherman perceive Qinxia as utterly inept, he might cast him aside without hesitation. It is imperative for him to strike a delicate balance between these two extremes. He may indulge in a semblance of laxity, but not excessively so. He must provide the fisherman with a glimmer of hope. Only then can he gradually sustain himself, severing 20 years from the fisherman's lifespan every 5 years, thereby enhancing his own vitality and seeking an opportunity for escape. The fisherman returned to the tip of the sword, gesturing to summon the figure cloaked in black before him, and spoke in a solemn tone. Monitor Qinxia's actions closely, yet do not disturb him. Understood. The cloaked figure nodded, vanishing from sight. The fisherman narrowed his eyes. Any misstep regarding Qinxia is absolutely intolerable. The next great era is fast approaching, and Qinxia must attain the status of a quasi-saint, and even do so more swiftly than the other two imperial seedlings. For Qinxia, achieving quasi-saint status is sufficient. The other two seedlings, however, are in no rush, as they are genuinely preparing to engage in the great contest of the era. Yet, at present, they remain oblivious, preoccupied with their schemes against Qinxia. Currently, the preparatory disciples are divided into 2 factions, and the remaining Qinxia stands out conspicuously. It would be acceptable if only an average talent from the ancient lineage remained, but that is not the case here. However, Qinxia is a potential emperor, hailing from the lower realms, and naturally, he cannot be aligned with these bizarre races. Thus, it is only natural that he attracts the attention and even hostility of these prospective disciples. Presently, the 2 potential emperors have 2 courses of action. The first is to recruit Qinxia into their own faction, which would allow them to unite their strengths against the remaining contender. The advantage of this approach lies in consolidating their forces, but the downside is that, ultimately, they would still be vying against each other, resulting in no significant change. Therefore, the second course of action is more favorable, directly suppressing the powerless Qinxia. This would not only diminish his spirit, but also weaken his competitive edge, ensuring that he cannot contend for the position of sword-bearer in the celestial sword sea. Within the spacious cave dwelling, a figure adorned with twin horns and heavy bones opened its crimson eyes, exuding an aura of terror that emanated from ancient times, sending shivers down one's spine. Has there been any news regarding Qinxia's realm and abilities? Asked the ancient dragon-like creature, bowing its head. There is little information. He is from the lower realms and holds no significant news within the vast heavens. The figure with crimson eyes cast a sidelong glance at the ancient dragon creature, extending a slender finger covered in scales to point at the creature's brow, retorting, "Will you not even attempt to discover the truth for yourself?" The dragon-like creature, on the verge of despair, beads of cold sweat trickling down its forehead, hesitated to raise its head and stammered an explanation. But, after all, he is a child of the great emperor, and I fear that I may not be able to contend with him. As it uttered these words, its crimson eyes radiated a terrifying aura, freezing the very air around it. With a voice as cold as ice, it turned to question, "Are you not afraid of me?" The dragon-like creature trembled, finding even the act of breathing a challenge, utterly at a loss for words. This formidable figure hailed from an ancient divine lineage, a holy progeny of the divine race, whose birth had resonated with the harmony of the cosmos. The divine beings harbored great hopes for him to ascend as a great emperor, hence he was bestowed with the title of imperial capital. It is said that he ventured into the celestial sword sea to attain the position of sword master. seeking to acquire the imperial laws of the celestial sword sea and merging them with the imperial laws of his divine lineage to forge a dual emperor path in the contemporary world. Such a being, grounded in the essence of a saint, was not someone the dragon-like creature dared to offend, leaving it trembling in silence. The imperial capital, observing the dragon-like creature's agitation, felt a twinge of irritation. Were they outside, he would have effortlessly dispatched it, with no one daring to utter a word of dissent. Yet, they were currently within the celestial sword sea, and the dragon-like creature was a prospective disciple of this domain, thus occupying a coveted position. Should he strike it down without hesitation, he would inevitably face repercussions. Closing his crimson eyes, the imperial capital spoke, "Send forth the 3,000 flame feather crows." As a supreme being, he should be able to glean some insights. He is now in urgent need of all information regarding Qinxia, for it is the unknown adversary that poses the greatest threat. Once he comprehends Qinxia's extraordinary abilities, he will undoubtedly devise a countermeasure. This is not only his confidence, but also the profound heritage of the entire ancient divine clan. Chapter 53. A simple task of feeding a dog. Qinxia meandered outside the sword forest, gazing curiously at the ancient, rusted bronze gates, peering inside, yet seeing nothing. He had no intention of entering. He merely sought a leisurely stroll. As he turned, his eyes fell upon a large golden dog lying beside the bronze doors, snoring contentedly. This dog was no ordinary creature. Its coat was an exceptional shade of gold, with bristling fur that exuded a sense of wild abandon. Qinxia chose not to disturb the slumbering beast and sauntered back to his cave abode to commence his cultivation. Time passed swiftly during his practice, and before he realized it, several months had slipped by. Qinxia's cultivation visibly progressed, yet he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a milestone he estimated would require many more years of diligent refinement. Feeling a rare urge to explore, he rose languidly and set off along the path formed by the sword patterns. It was said that this path led to a celestial sword bone, one of the foundational elements of this flying sword, though access required passage through the heavenly pavilion, a privilege still beyond the reach of mere preparatory disciples like him. As Qinxia ambled along the route, a figure suddenly approached him directly, unreservedly blocking his way and stating with clarity, "Qinxia, I wish to engage you in combat." Confused, Qinxia regarded the figure before him, which appeared to be a crimson crow. "Who might you be?" he inquired. The crow replied, "I am Qiyu, and I seek to battle with you." Qinxia shook his head and waved his hands, a tone of sorrow lacing his voice. No, my Dao heart is damaged. It is not appropriate to engage in combat. Seek another opponent. Only a fool would engage in a brawl with this crimson-feathered crow." It was evident that he was merely testing the waters. Qiyu furrowed his brow, his scarlet feathers glimmering faintly, as if flames were about to ignite. "But you are the progeny of an emperor, are you not?" Qinxia raised an eyebrow in response. "I am not an emperor. If I were, I would have fought you already. If you were an emperor, there would be no need for me to challenge you." Qiyu retorted with a frown. "So you only dare to confront those of imperial lineage?" Qinxia raised an eyebrow, continuing, "Or perhaps only those like me, whose Dao heart has been compromised." Qiyu paused, contemplating for a moment before explaining, "I merely wish to test my strength against you and see how formidable you truly are." "Not formidable," Qinxia replied nonchalantly, brushing off his sleeves. "But do not lay a finger on me, for I shall not fight." He was intent on preserving the facade of his damaged Dao heart and needed to recuperate gradually. Qiyu's brow knitted in concern. He had not anticipated that this progeny of an emperor would refuse to engage. Historically, those of imperial lineage were known for their combativeness. Not only would they accept challenges, but they would also seek out battles. Why was it that with Qinxia, things had taken a different turn and he would not even entertain a challenge? It was perplexing. Unwilling to concede, Qiyu pressed on, "I am willing to wager. Should you emerge victorious, I shall bestow upon you a divine weapon. I shall not participate." Qinxia shook his head once more, gesturing with his hand, signaling to clear the path as he declared his intention to continue his stroll. "Unless you wish to engage in combat with me, you shall not advance a single step today," came the heavy voice of Qiyu, his feathers igniting with a fiery glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that there were indeed 3,000 distinct flames. This was the supreme species, the 3,000 flame-feathered crows. Qinxia, in a rather carefree manner, thought that if he was barred from moving forward, he might as well retreat. He dusted himself off and made his way back home, leaving Qiyu standing in place, somewhat taken aback. He had never encountered a future emperor with such a tranquil temperament. As Qiyu extinguished his own flames, he pondered how to compel Qinxia into battle. Additionally, he had acquired a rather significant piece of information. Qinxia's Dao heart had sustained damage. This was no trivial matter. When a future emperor's Dao heart is compromised, the effort required to mend it is considerable, often taking several hundred years for even the slightest injury to heal. Should the damage be severe, it could diminish one's potential, rendering them unable to ascend to the rank of emperor, at best achieving the status of a sage. Qiyu hurried back to convey this crucial news to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Qinxia sat within his cave dwelling, diligently inscribing the chapter of the Tao, the Yinming Abyss, which was nearing completion. Soon, he would initiate a one-on-one challenge, forcibly drawing opponents into a confined space for a duel. A simple arrangement of a room. His next objective was to linger at the peak of the nascent soul stage for several hundred years, gathering sufficient points before making a breakthrough to the Great Ascension realm. In any case, the slower, the better. One might even hope to outlast the fisherman. In the realm of cultivation, strength is not the only measure. For Qinxia, longevity suffices. This marks his second year aboard the Flying Sword. Although there have been some tumultuous moments, they have not been overly significant, and time has passed smoothly. Qinxia has allocated his new points to strength, successfully reaching a value of 400. The system has consequently issued a notification. With a strength value of 400, he has attained the combat prowess of the Great Ascension stage. The next threshold, the mountain moving stage, requires a strength value of 1000. Qinxia raised an eyebrow. This was the first time the system provided a standard for strength corresponding to a realm. If one were to adhere to this metric, he would require another 600 years to reach the mountain moving stage. By then, his cultivation would likely also align with that stage. This would bestow upon him the dual prowess of the mountain moving stage. While claiming invincibility within the same realm may be an overstatement, one could certainly aspire to a state of semi-invincibility. At noon today, the fisherman once again visited Qinxia, as he does almost every month, to address the issues concerning Qinxia's Dao heart. Regrettably, there has been no improvement. This predicament has left the fisherman deeply troubled, prompting him to inundate Qinxia with various motivational platitudes, such as the tale of the ugly little snake transforming into the celestial dragon. Qinxia, perplexed, posed a question. If the ugly little snake can indeed become a celestial dragon, might it not be because it was originally a dragon in disguise? This perspective left the fisherman momentarily speechless. He had never contemplated such an angle. Moreover, the fisherman had presented Qinxia with the pure lotus of the altar. Yet Qinxia had not consumed it, which incensed the fisherman. He pointed at the pure lotus and exclaimed, "You must eat this. When unwell, one takes medicine. Your Tao heart is compromised, and thus, it is imperative to nourish it." His demeanor suggested he was eager to force it upon Qinxia. All right, Qinxia acquiesced. His reluctance stemmed from a suspicion that the fisherman might have tampered with it. As the fisherman continued to urge him, Qinxia felt somewhat helpless and resolved to have someone else test it first. The fisherman departed, and Qinxia took the pure lotus to test for poison. In considering whom to select for the task, he concluded that none among the preparatory disciples would be suitable, and he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Thus, he decided to feed the pure lotus to a dog instead. At the bronze door of the sword forest, he observed the carefree, large yellow dog. The dog relished a petal of the flower, and its eyes sparkled with delight as it regarded Qinxia. Contemplating this, Qinxia felt assured that there would likely be no adverse effects and resolved to return in a few days for further observation. Just as he was about to leave, the dog stood up and called out, "Brother, is there more?" Qinxia was taken aback. He had fed the pure lotus to the dog? Upon hearing this report from the figure in black, the fisherman was utterly frozen in disbelief.